My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Looking to get out there and feel the in your hair? Chevy EVs have you covered. Like the Blazer EV, with bold style that's sure to you away. And with Silverado EV, towing is a breeze, with the capability to hitch up and tow with ease. And Equinox EV helps you keep moving along like with confidence. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
San Francisco, cloudy skies with a high of 68.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
And a lovely Thursday morning it is. It was foggy out there. I just go grab my coffee, my morning roast. I'm with Joe Shasky. I'm with Carter. I'm with Sam. I am fired up today as the 49ers are getting prepared for a massive showdown at Levi Stadium this Sunday against former number 1 overall pick Trevor Lawrence, first-time head coach Liam Cohen. You got Travis Hunter, Heisman Trophy winner coming to town. There is a lot to dive into for this game this week. And we're going to start right here, right now, about the red and gold, Joe. I'm a positive person by nature. I am. I think you can read that about me. I try to have a smile on my face all the time at this station. I want people to look at me and say, you know what? He puts a smile on my face. That's the kind of person I want to be in life. I try to be that. I've come from a big family. We're always trying to make each other laugh, trying to one-up each other with jokes. That's the kind of person I am at heart. I am a positive person. So when I talk about the 49ers, it's not that I'm inherently trying to be over the top with it and say everything's fine, there's nothing wrong here. But when the team fights through adversity the way that they have done, losing your quarterback, your starting quarterback after 1 week, for the last 2 weeks, you have a backup in Mac Jones. He's looked pretty freaking good. They win you the games. It's been fun. You lost your DPOY, defensive end, stud, Nick Bosa, who's looking amazing. That hurts. That is gutting. You started off this season with no Brandon Ayuk, and obviously you lost him for most of last season due to an ACL, MCL injury. When he comes back, who knows? You lost your all-pro, future Hall of Fame tight end George Kittle after week 1. He's been out the last few weeks. You have fought through so much adversity to start off this season, and you know what? I am celebrating that. I am celebrating the 49ers and the fact that they are 3-0 right now with the chance to go 4-0 after this week before a massive Thursday night showdown next week at SoFi Stadium against the Los Angeles Rams, your division rival. Apparently, though, celebrating a 3-0 start, there's controversy in that. It's not good enough. And this is what I have a problem with. I was shared an email. Yes, not a text, Joe, not a voicemail, an email. This is from one of Matt Steinmetz's friends, cohorts, something. Yes, I know you're smirking right there.
Well, I mean, it's like the oldest sentence ever. Steinmetz's friend emailed you. I mean, was the USPS, telegram not available?
The carrier pigeon was not. The Pony Express.
What was it? The postman, Kevin Costner?
There you go. Shout out my father, Bob Spadoni, postmaster in Monterey for many a time. So there
Quentin
you go.
Post, too.
He was. There you go. Quentin Post. Warriors meet today, Monday. We'll get into Quentin Post and Jonathan Kuminga later on. There is a new Kuminga
Karl
crisis.
Malone online, too.
Thank you. But this is what the email said.
The mailman. Come on. Did you not know this?
I got it.
Come on, Carter.
I know. Not a good person, but, you deliver the mail. I can't listen to the show anymore, Matt. There is just too much fluff in it. I know you have to please the audience and all, but that's not the way I travel. First of all, Matt Steinmetz and the word fluff. I've never heard that in my life. Like Steiny is the bastion of happiness in this email.
The only time fluff is associated with Steiny is when he's fluffing up at a wayward drive at Lake Chabot or, Eureka, and he's trying to get a good lie out of the rough.
Okay.
Fluff.
So this by the way, this friend or fan is named Harry in this email. Harry continues.
I don't believe this is a real email.
This is dude, I swear to God. It got forwarded to us last night. It did. Quote, I need to listen to a sports talk show that tells the truth. Here we have a 49er team that should have lost to New Orleans, the worst team in the league, some say, but win because a player from New Orleans drops a catch in the end zone.
In the first quarter, on the first drive.
Thank you. It's talked about as a great win. Then we have the Arizona game, where the Niners should have lost by at least 10 points, but won because of 2 dropped balls for what could have been 14 points. The Niners looked totally bad in the first half and not much better in the second half. The Niners should be 1-2, but you guys play up that they are 3-0. There is no mention that they won those 2 games due to 3 dropped balls for touchdowns by the other team. The Niners are a below-average team, just barely squeaking by these crappy teams. It's not for me. I want to hear an honest evaluation. I'll check in with you when the regular season starts for the NBA, but I'm sure I will hear the same BS. You take care, and I hope things work out for you.
So he's looking for honest assessments of the Warriors. Did you let him know that Mark Willard starts his shift at about 1:45 every day?
Steiny being the bastion of happiness in all of this. It's pretty good. And I'll give you a 4 for the Mark Willard right there. The notion he didn't even bring up the game that I thought they probably should have lost the most was that week 1 against Seattle. Quite frankly, if there was a game that they probably should have lost, it's that one. When you think about that pass Purdy had to Tonjes, they squeaked by in Seattle. But this is the thing. The Niners lost so many of these types of games last season, Joe, that you know what? They were due to win some, and some of these things go in their favor. And you know what? I'm not scoffing at the fact that they beat an Arizona team that right now is 2-1. I'm not scoffing at the fact that they went into New Orleans. Sure, Harry thinks they're one of the worst teams in the league, and they might be. Oh, they got blown out last week against the Seahawks. Yeah, every week is different. You know what? The Browns might end up being one of the worst teams in the NFL. Would anyone be surprised by that? What they do last week? They beat the Packers. So this whole notion of through 3 weeks, we know who all these teams are. And I don't know who the Niners are. They could not make the playoffs. They could make the playoffs. They could win the Super Bowl. They could not win the Super Bowl. We don't know who these teams are yet. I do know this. This time last year, they might have been 1-2 in these games instead of 3-0. Just judging how things went last season. Nick Sorensen is the DC, Devondre Campbell instead of D. Winters. The list goes on and on and on. They could easily be 1-2, but they're not. They're 3-0, and I am celebrating that fact, Joe. And I don't know why we as fans in today's society, I don't think it's Niners fans specific. I was listening to a lot of the different shows yesterday and the callers calling in. I was listening to Steiny Guru. A caller called in and said, yeah, the Niners are 3-0, but it's not the Bills 3-0. The Bills 3-0 is way better. That's a real 3-0. As if the Niners 3-0 is fake. I'm having a hard time balancing, this whole notion that I can't be positive about my team or Team X being 3-0 and fighting through a hell of a lot of adversity.
But being positive and then also taking a deep breath and realizing that, they haven't really played anybody who's a stiff test just yet. I think that's real.
I mean, the Seahawks and the Cardinals are both 2-1 right now. Are those not good teams?
Yeah, but if we were no, 1 second. The Bills beat the Ravens. The Ravens are considered on everyone's short list as, even though they're 1-2 right now, as a contender. Are they not?
Sure, right now.
If I polled 100 NFL fans across the country, all 100 would put the Ravens somewhere in the contender role.
Sure.
I don't think one of those people outside of Arizona Cardinal and Seahawk fans are considering the Cardinals and the Seahawks contenders. So I do believe there's a perception here. And we also know good football. Niner fans know good football. 2023, they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers 30-7 on the road. 2023, week 2, they won 30-23. 2023, they kicked the crap out of the New York Giants 30-12. 35-16 against the Cardinals, and then 42-10 against the Cowboys. That is a thorough domination to start a season, and against a bunch of teams that, weren't that great heading in, but they thoroughly kicked their butt, and they were humming on both sides of the ball. And Niner fans, as we've flown so close to the sun, being in 7 NFC championship games, 3 of those times going to the Super Bowl in the last 15 years, we know what a great team looks like. This is a good team. Maybe has a chance to be really good. We don't know. We're hoping out. And we also have this big damper, this wet blanket that got thrown on us that, hey, your best or second best defensive player's out for the year. So I think that this is just a byproduct of being a Niner fan. This is what we do. Joe, even when they were good in the 90s, you know what my buddies used to do? We didn't win enough. We didn't win our way. We didn't win by 15 going away. You're looking at me stunned.
Well,
I think Yankee fans act like this. I think Laker fans act like this. I think there are certain Ohio State fans act like this. There are certain fan bases in sports who, they're a little snobby. Yeah, we celebrate how you won. And I'm not saying that's good, right, wrong. It's just it's truth. It's the truth.
I guess what I'm having a hard time with, and I'd love the fans' participation on this, 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Also hit us up on YouTube. You can chat there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. I guess what I'm having a hard time is 95% of our callers, or 90%, whatever, before the season started said, I don't think this is a Super Bowl team, but I still think we could have a fun year, and it could be a success if we make the playoffs and maybe win a game. So if we all agreed, if 90% of the fan base agreed this isn't a Super Bowl team, and the team is 3-0 right now, that's still not good enough?
No, we could feel 4 or 5 different ways simultaneously. Can you not? Are you not allowed? Are you no?
Not after. No.
I think
you all told me that it's not a Super Bowl or bust year.
So the Bengals
and we're
right now,
scoffing at a 3-0 record.
Time out. The Bengals are 2-1. Should they just be feeling like doing cartwheels?
They don't have their quarterback for
George
3
Kittle
months.
And Nick Bosa right now.
That's not the same as Joe Burrow. Sorry.
Okay.
Nick Bosa and George Kittle are not the same as Joe Burrow.
No one said they were. But I'm saying there are levels to it, and yet you're out Nick Bosa. You're acting like, it's no big deal. Dude, it's your best player.
Yeah, but any other legitimate team and franchise, if they lose their best defensive player, they're not saying their season is over. If the Eagles lose Jalen Carter, which would suck, they're not viewing this as, we're done. We're cooked. We can't do anything.
The Eagles are better than the Niners.
Yeah, I understand that.
Significantly now.
I understand that. Right now, they're 3-0 and the Niners are 3-0.
Yeah, I think Niner fans are actually, some are just irrational. Yes, we're thrilled that they're 3-0 in the sense of we're really happy.
Are we thrilled, I guess, is my question.
No, I think we're tempering our expectations for the letdown that we feel is inevitable. That's probably more realistic. Niner fans aren't delusional. They're not delusional. They're not For example, like a Wisconsin football fan, they know they're never going to win a national championship, right? Niner fans know this year they're not winning a Super Bowl this year. So it does kind of like, oh, God. It kind of sucks. Like, Joe.
But wait, why not? Why can't they? I'm asking, no, I'm legitimately like, why can't they?
They're too thin.
It's 3 weeks into the season. We don't know what's going to happen to these other teams. The NFC, I think, is wide open. I don't think that's a hot take. I said it before the season started. It's wide open.
Okay, you're asking how people feel in the back of their heads. They understand that there are better teams that have better players, deeper, that are healthier than us currently. And you're trying to, I think most fans try to guard from the giant letdown that they know is happening. That doesn't mean they're not also thrilled that they're 3-0 and happy, but like to act like they went through 3 division winners and like boom, and we're doing cartwheels and the whole team's fully healthy. I think a lot of this is baked into the heartbreak over the last couple of years. You're looking stunned, and yet, like I saw this with Laker fans for many years. They had Anthony Davis and LeBron James. Yeah, but like there are certain fan bases that are different. I told you, the Arizona Cardinals right now are probably pretty happy that they're 2-1, their fan base. They haven't been to a lot of playoffs. The Niner fans have been knocking on the door for so long that I do believe that they're guarding themselves and trying to temper things down because they kind of know, like without Bosa, you could still have a fun year and it could be productive, but it's a big blow. He just got hurt Sunday. Ask me how I feel 5-6 weeks from now, right? He just got hurt Sunday.
888-957-9570. Niner fans, due to all these injuries, are you tempering your own expectations of this team right now? Are you not allowing yourself to fully buy in on this team because of all the injuries? And by the way, there is a new injury that popped up yesterday to the Niners. Currently, number 1 wide receiver and the number 3 wide receiver in yards in the NFL.
Why can't it just be perspective? Why can't it just be I have good perspective and being real?
Okay,
and
good perspective is also saying this is a hell of a 3 weeks that they've fought through adversity.
Who said it wasn't?
A lot of people are saying they don't think that's not impressive for them.
Well, I think that's too egregious. I think most guys that I know, gals that I know that follow teams, like, wow, how the heck are we 3-0? That's pretty cool. Love that, but gosh, we're going to have to get really lucky. We're going to have to get really lucky for things to fall in place to still win the division.
You know how you're 3-0, Joe?
That's called being pragmatic.
You know how you're 3-0? It's because you have a hell of a coaching staff.
Of course.
That's won at a high level for years and years and years.
Totally.
Because you have Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh. I will take that tandem, and you said it yesterday.
Yeah, but you still
every single week.
Yes,
you do.
You know, and do you know why the Bills feel the way that they do? Because they have Josh Allen. Right? Like, you know why Baltimore fans have felt the way that they felt? They have Lamar Jackson, right? Like, the reason why the Chiefs, even at 1-2 right now, why they feel so good, they have Patrick Mahomes. So I think there's different ways to build teams, and the way that this team was built, you were going to rely heavily on one of the most expensive players in Niner history, in Nick Bosa and George Kittle. And right now, one of them's out for a short period of time. We'll see what he looks like when he gets back. And the other one's out for the year. So no one is saying that we're not happy. It's just we're also being, I think, pretty pragmatic and looking around the league and saying, all right, that's a good start. It's a long year. We have a lot of injuries. We're going to have to weather the storm. Let's see where Purdy's at when he comes back. I think that's just being calculated.
That's fine, but I don't want to hear the mental gymnastics of constantly comparing yourself to everyone else. Worry about your own stuff. And this is the problem with society right now, in the workplace, not in the workplace, whatever. Just mind your own damn business. 49ers take care of business this week, 4-0 to start the season. That'd be great, right? You can agree on that? And then whatever happens next week against the Rams, and I get it. You might lose to the Rams on Thursday Night Football, and you're going to be 4-1. See, it's not real. That's what I don't want. Like that, like, this whole notion that I have to compare myself to the Bills and the Ravens, who would both kill to have what the Niners have had the last 6-7 years of actually going to the Super Bowl. Josh Allen has not been to the Super Bowl.
I think you're delusional if you think
Lamar Jackson has not been to the Super Bowl. By the way, the Chiefs and the Ravens, one of those teams are going to be 1-3 by the end of the week, Joe. Did you know that? One of those teams are going to be done by the end of the week.
I do not think Bills or Ravens fans would trade places with the Niners today. I'm sorry. I think that's ridiculous.
What?
They would stay. they would stay with their quarterback. Like, what are you talking about?
No, I'm saying the success that they have had as a team.
With the Niners,
the Ravens and the Bills have tried to gut over the hump forever, and they haven't been able to.
They would stick. Okay, you're talking about overall record. I'm talking about their situations. Like, they would take their situation over the Niners. Like, they just would.
No, that right now this season, yeah, probably you're taking the Bills. They look really good. They look really fun. They look really amazing. Let's get back to me in January. If both these teams sneak in there, all right. I've seen the Bills' shortcomings in the playoffs. The Niners, if they sneak in, they're definitely going to the conference title game.
I mean, who are the Niners to scuff? They lose in horrific fashion, blowing leads. And I love, I'm a diehard Niner fan. Like, who are we to scoff at the Bills and the Ravens? Ravens have won a Super Bowl in recent memory.
Yeah, with
against
who?
us.
With Joe Flacco, like 12 years ago?
Okay.
Stop it. This whole notion that the Buffalo Bills were anointing every single week, the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens are probably going to be 1-3 after this week. Them or the Chiefs. And I'm not. And then one of those teams will be done.
I don't think either is. No, I don't think they're dead.
No, I think one of them will be done. Whoever loses this week, I'm throwing dirt on them.
It's a long season.
It is a long season.
The Niners started 3-5 a couple years ago. I had no chance of them even making the playoffs. They had to come back in the fourth quarter after Jimmy threw the worst Jalen Ramsey interception of all time, and they found a way to win in overtime in Week 17 to get into the playoffs, beat the Cowboys, beat the MVP in without scoring an offensive touchdown, and we're up 10 points in the NFC Championship game. If you'd have asked me Week 7 if that was going to happen, I would have said, you're crazy and you're insulting my intelligence. It's a long season.
It is, exactly. And Matt Lively coming up 7:20, KPIX, all thing Niners. We'll get into what's going on. Ricky Pierce on his knee, popped up on the injury report yesterday, did not practice. Yes, another injury that they'll have to overcome potentially. Mia O'Brien, ESPN Radio, covers the Jacksonville Jaguars down in Florida. 9:20 with Mia. Get the lay of the land with Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, Liam Cohen, all that. Travis Hunter. There's a lot of juicy storylines in this game. What's coming out of the game is brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. We have a lot of people that want to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's keeping you from buying into this team, Niner fans, if you have not bought in yet? They are 3-0, 2 games without your starting quarterback. And will Brock Purdy be back this week? We'll have that info on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
I am fired up this morning, baby. You know what else I'm fired up about? The Oakland Roots. They're back at home Tuesday, October 7th against the Hartford Athletic at the historic Oakland Coliseum. And again, it's a great place to go out there if you're just trying to relax, you want to go with some friends, you want to go with some family, you want to bring a date there, you want to bring your kids there, you're single, you're not single. It doesn't matter. It's a great time to be at an Oakland Roots game. We've already seen football there. We've already seen baseball. It's all about soccer. You got to get primed for the World Cup, baby. That's coming up next year. What better way to do it than at Oakland Coliseum and watching a Roots game? Go to oaklandrootssc.com to get your tickets today. Plus, you can watch the game on KTVU Plus or ESPN Plus.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you are a loved one or in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results? Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
We're back. Morning roast, Bedoni, Shasky. We're rolling, baby. We're fired up this morning. 6:30. We got damn near full phone lines. Niners are 3-0, taking on the Jacksonville Jaguars this Sunday, Levi Stadium, with a chance to go 4-0. You're in first in the division, one of 6 undefeated teams in the NFL, Joe. And by the way, the opponent records for the 6 3-0 teams in the NFL. So the combined records of the teams you've beaten, right? The Colts, 1-8. The combined record of teams that they've beaten. Hold on, the Bucs.
Who the hell thinks the Colts are contenders?
Oh, you think the Bucs are? Buccaneers?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
Their combined record of the teams they've beaten, 1-8.
Okay.
Oh, well, the Buffalo Bills. Oh, they've looked impressive. Combined record of the teams they've beaten.
Well, you just don't like Josh Allen. I mean, that's just you.
1-8.
That's a you thing.
The Chargers. Their combined record of teams they've beaten, 3-6. And then, oh wait, the best record of the opponent records. The Eagles and the Niners, 4-5.
Blow it up! You have 2 kids, correct?
I do.
Okay. One day you'll understand when you're out coaching, or maybe you're going to be this parent. But there are some parents that are delusional. They think little Timmy should be playing shortstop, batting leadoff, and he can do no wrong. Okay? And my job at times as a coach.
I'm offended you even think I'm that kind of person, quite frankly.
Well, there are way more of those people than you want to admit.
I'm offended. I'm your partner, and you think I'm that guy? You know the kind of father I am. I'd never do that.
That's what you're doing to the Niners right now. You're kind of glazing them a little, and I think you need to be a little more.
They're 3-0. They deserve to be glazed.
But you can feel
DJ Glaze. Come on.
You can feel multiple things simultaneously, right? So I might like the kid. I might think he's a good player. I don't think he's a shortstop. I actually think he's a second baseman. I don't think he should bat leadoff. I actually like him in the 6-hole. You know, does that not mean that I don't like the player, that I don't like the kid?
So the Niners are the 9th hitter right now, and the Buffalo Bills are the cleanup hitter?
No, I think the way I'm looking at this is there are certain teams that come into the season as contenders based on status and perception, and then as the year goes on, they either increase their status or they lose some of their status, right? I referenced the Niners in 2021. Started off 3-5. Completely changed who they were. By the end of the year, I viewed them completely different. So I think you can feel many things all at once. I love my wife. There's some things that drive me crazy about my wife. Doesn't mean I don't love my wife. I think the Niners, their 3-0 start has been a great start. It's been awesome. The fact that they've navigated the injuries and all that, awesome. I do take a step back and I go, all right, well, you haven't beaten anyone that I would deem to be a contender. That's okay. That doesn't mean that knocks you off the list. It's just I would like to see how you stack up against, let's say, the Rams, for example, just as an example. Also, I think Niner fans, like other fans, we think we know football better than others. But I will say they know what a good team looks like. Like they do. They've seen 7 teams in the last 15 years get to the NFC Championship game or farther. So they do have a good feel of what a good team looks like. And within some of those seasons that they made the NFC Championship game, we swore off our own team. And then the season took ebbs and flows. Guys got hurt or came back. And then our opinion of said team fluctuated. That's okay. So right now, I think most Niner fans probably feel a duality. I don't think a lot of these, like the guy that sent the email, Harry, saying like, oh, they should have lost. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, you don't apologize for wins. But you also don't throw Super Bowl parades because you went 3-0 before September 25th. So I think the Niner fans understand it's a long season. We got 14 weeks to navigate here. And we've got some big-time games coming up. Jacksonville's a big game. LA's a huge game.
Yeah.
I would say Tampa Bay's a huge game. These are big litmus tests to see where we're at. I don't know where we stack up. All right? But I do know this. It's really difficult given you won't have George Kittle for 2 of those games and given you don't have Nick Bosa for 14 regular season games. Yeah. I don't think that's being a hater. I think that's called being reasonable.
No, I don't think you're being a hater at all. I think the hate is coming from when people are telling other Niner fans, it's Fugazi, you can't feel good about it.
There's always going to be those people.
I know, but it was dominating our airwaves yesterday, and I needed to talk about it. And what's going to dominate our airwaves is your calls next, Niner fans. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's start it off with our boy, Chris C. in San Jose. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Spadoni, Mr. Shafsky.
What's up, dog?
Talk. Yeah, what's happening? We're hanging in there. Man, like I'm kind of touching on points from both of you guys, but like you said, right, 3-0 NFL. You're never any sport, right? You're never going to complain about a win. The other team boots the ball in baseball. You get a walk-off win. We'll take it, right? But like from my perspective, they're a play away from losing all 3 games.
Sure.
I mean, you look at I'll just go recently. Marvin Harrison catches that ball. He probably or Kyler Murray leads him a little bit, whatever. That's a touchdown. We probably lose that game. So, for me, losing Bosa, losing Kittle, losing Purdy, all of that is fine. That's okay. We're winning games without them. But at the end of the day, the offensive line is still porous. You got Cosell coming on, yesterday, the day before, talking about McCaffrey's rushing attempts in the red zone. 13 rushing attempts, 7 yards.
Oof.
Our offensive line, the interior of it specifically right now, they're not run blocking. They're not pass blocking to the point now where we have 2 quarterbacks injured. And it's just kind of that, okay, we're walking an extremely fine line here. So from my perspective, positive, you're happy about the wins, but the underlying tones is like, oh boy, we're teetering on disaster right now.
I think teetering is a great word. Like It's very thin. It just feels very thin. And I think Niner fans have a big feel for how long the season is. You know, like it'd be one thing, Joe, if they've been so awful for 6 or 7 straight years or 3 straight years. It's like, hey, we're finally 3-0. I think Niner fans kind of understand that it's a long season. The other part of this is...
They were awful last year, though. Like, they were bad last year. It was a tough watch.
Okay.
Shouldn't we be happy that they're like these are the games they were losing last year?
But they were just so recently flying so close to the sun that their wings burned off. Like,
yeah, did they? But I guess they just didn't watch last season then. They just erased it from their memories.
Well, okay. It's not like the Giants. Like, the San Francisco Giants have been to 1 playoff in 9 years.
Yes.
Okay. The Niners in the last 4 have been to 3 and went to a Super Bowl. All right. They've been to 2 Super Bowls since COVID, like literally the week before COVID started. Think about that.
So regular season at this point doesn't matter.
No, it's not that it doesn't matter. It's just that, like, you know, when you're so high up there, all right, getting off to a 3-0 start, like I'm talking about high up there, like at the end of the year after year after year. Starting off 3-0, it's great. It's amazing. We'll take it every single time. But we also realize, like, you don't throw Super Bowl parades in September. No. Like, act like we've been here before. You've heard that term.
Absolutely.
Flip the ball to the referee. Let's get to the next play.
The Eagles easily could also be a play or 2 away from being 0-3.
Sure.
So, like, they're probably saying the same thing.
They have what we don't have.
What do they have?
Not just 1, 2 Super Bowls in the last 10 years.
They do.
All right?
They do.
So I think a lot of the frustration and the trepidation is boiled in the fact that we keep being the bridesmaid. The psychology of a Niner fan is completely insane.
Okay, so what we're talking about right now is whether or not to buy in on this 49ers team. What is stopping you? Is it this notion that, you know what, they're 3-0, but you have all these injuries, and it's an accident waiting to happen situation. Teetering is what Chris in San Jose said. The 49ers are teetering on disaster, and although they are 3-0, you're expecting the wheels to fall off. Is that how you're viewing this right now, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. I am celebrating the fact that they are 3-0, and they have won in gutsy fashion. No George Kittle last 2 weeks. No Brock Purdy. No Brandon Ayuk to start off this season. Now you're going to have no Nick Bosa going forward. There is a lot of adversity that they have fought through and will continue to fight through this season. But you know what? They're 3-0 right now. I am celebrating that fact, and I want to hear from the phone calls, from the texters, all of you. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, speaking of the 49ers, they're back at home this Sunday, and when the Niners are at home, that means you got to go down to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show. Great food, great drinks, great games, all in the parking lot. And the show at 10 a.m. starts with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal, plus watch all the early games right there. All that 10 a.m. slate, it's awesome. The red zone, everything. Get this. There's also a free shuttle to and from the stadium. That is the GOAT. A free shuttle, Joe, to and from the stadium. Park at Laughing Monk for free, and then reserve your spot. Because, again, spaces are limited for the shuttle. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link and sign up.
I can go deeper. You know, at one point they were 8-4 or whatever it was, 7-3 with Jim Harbaugh, and they ended up going 8-8 and not making the playoffs. That was the final year of Harbaugh. But just a couple years ago, I referenced that 2023 team. Were they the best team in football in regular season?
No.
They weren't?
Are you talking about 2022? Sorry. Are you talking about
2023? The year they went to the Super Bowl.
The year they won, okay, with Brock the full season.
Yep.
Yes. They were one of the best teams in all of the NFL.
They started off the season 5-0, and then they lost 3 in a row to the Browns, Vikings, and Bengals. And then they hit the bye week. We didn't know what they were. And they kicked the crap out of everyone to go 5-0.
Who was the team they beat after that bye week? Do you remember?
The Jacksonville Jaguars. And then they beat the Tampa Bay Bucks. Yep. Seattle, they're 8-3. Do you remember what the biggest game of the year was at that point leading up to that game?
What was it?
It was the Philadelphia Eagle game in Philadelphia.
And what'd they do?
Well, yeah, they went out and they hammered that team.
Snatched their souls.
That was the moment everyone said, all right, you beat someone real that we think is a legitimate Super Bowl contender, and you kicked their butt after they kicked your butt in the NFC Championship game the year before. And then that team took off, and the rest is history. But even in that season, like, there were ebbs and flows. That's how NFL seasons go. They're long.
And there's ebbs and flows in this conversation right now. I want you all to be a part of it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners 3-0 to start off this season. They've done it in incredible fashion. Is it something or is it nothing? Tony, Scott, Mario, we'll get to all of you on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. Winner, chicken dinner. This week's signature: select chicken, split breasts, boneless, skinless thighs, wings, value pack, or Foster Farms fresh and natural whole chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two.
Add some healthy sides with Hass avocados or green bell peppers. 4 for $5 or just $1.25 each, and wash it all down with Mix and Match Pepsi, 7-Up, Polar Seltzer, or Pure Leaf Tea. Various sizes and varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free when you buy 4 with your digital coupon plus CRV. Limit 2 free items.
As we say on the show, great, let's drink. All right, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details. And as always, we will see you in the aisles.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions, fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Are you ready to finally make that dream a reality? Maybe it's updating your kitchen, paying down high-interest credit cards, or covering tuition. Your home is more than where you live. It's also your most powerful asset. At Unlock, we make it simple to turn equity into options. With a home equity agreement, you can access cash today without taking on new debt or monthly payments. Imagine the freedom to invest in your home, reduce financial stress, or finally start that big project you've been putting off. It's your home. It's your future. Unlock it today. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Tulsa is my home now. Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rider! If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners, this all crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
Joe, good luck finding some friends.
I'm trying to find some friends right now. John Gambadoro. I'm trying to find Niner fans that are happy, truly happy, and feeling good about this team being 3-0 right now. I know it's difficult. There's been a lot of tough injuries. You lost your starting quarterback and Hall of Fame tight end in the first game. You lost I don't know if he's going to be a Hall of Famer anymore after this injury, but he was on the trajectory of being it. Former DPOY, Nick Bosa. He's out for the season with a torn ACL. There is a lot of adversity still to face for this team, but you know what? I am celebrating the fact that they are 3-0, and I am fired up about it. And the amount of people that get in my DMs, that are talking smack and saying I'm a Niners homer and that you don't speak truthfully about the team. No, I just call it like I see it. It sucks that they lost these players. They might not win a Super Bowl. They might not even make the playoffs. But I can only react to what I've seen at the start of this season, Joe, and it's been impressive. It's been inspiring. I am fired up about Kyle Shanahan. I'm fired up about Robert Saleh. D. Winters has been awesome. Ricky Pearsall's been awesome. There are so many things to be happy about with this team right now. But I understand the fans in us. It's hard to separate it from all the negative things that are happening, right?
Yeah,
it's
but if I came on here, all right?
I'm saying both.
No. I'm just
two
saying,
things can be equally true.
Losing Bosa doesn't mean a thing.
No one said that.
No, but to act like it doesn't, diminish their chances
sucks.
No. You would sound like a homer moron.
But I haven't said anything.
Payroll. You don't shed payroll and lose Brandon Ayuk for a good chunk of the year. All right, and reset. You have to reset with a bunch of rookies and think that we're as good as we were 2 years ago. No, to me, that's completely delusional and unrealistic. I think most people realize it's not necessarily like a reboot, but like they definitely were resetting their deck of cards, both financially and draft pick wise, so that they could go on another run. This is not the team that they want to compete with for a Super Bowl. That's probably a couple years away.
Were the 2022 Golden State Warriors, did you go into that season thinking
they had a top 5 player of all time?
Oh,
so that changes the algorithm.
Answer the question. Did you think they don't win? No,
I don't think you can.
Oh, you don't want to because
what are you
deep
talking
down
about? What are you talking about?
They weren't a championship team. People weren't saying that was a championship team heading into the season. Were you?
It's like saying when you have Mahomes or a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson, every year's your year. That's when you have Steph Curry in a 5-man sport in basketball. It's just different. The algorithm is different. It just is. And if you don't think so, then I think that's not being very realistic. You can't be serious.
Okay, fine. Not the Warriors. I guess you thought the Warriors were winning a title.
No, not that they were winning a title.
That's
but
fine.
when you have a top 5 player ever in the sport, that does change. Like year to, that just changes everything.
Sure. What about the 2016 Philadelphia Eagles? What about them? Did you think they were?
But look at that roster. Look how many All-Pro players they had in their prime. Go back and look at that roster. Look.
They had a backup quarterback in Nick Foles that looked god-awful on Christmas evening playing the Raiders at the time. I remember saying, there is no way in hell. They lost their MVP quarterback, Carson Wentz,
They had two Hall of Fame linemen on one side of the ball.
They lost their MVP quarterback.
Again, 2 Hall of Fame linemen on one side of the ball, Kelsey and Lane Johnson. So I think you're underrating that roster just in general. Like the Niners aren't that team anymore. They've got a bunch of expensive, high-paid players who are long in the tooth. Fred Warner, George Kittle, old-time players who are a little older, right? And then they've got a bunch of young guys, bunch of random young guys.
Fred Warner's going to go to the Hall of Fame. Trent Williams is going to go to the Hall of Fame. Chris
Trent's
McCaffrey
maybe on his last year.
He might be. Christian McCaffrey, he's borderline
Christian
Hall of
played
Famer.
4 games last year. So, yes, his resume speaks to being a Hall of Famer. It's a big unknown.
And you're going to get George Kittle back, who is going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but yes, but, I mean, going on IR is not great at his age.
And the 2016 Eagles had 1 All-Pro on that team. 1.
Look, read the roster. No. You've got to be trolling. I don't think you know sports if you don't think that Eagle team was good.
Hey, the producer in the back is getting my ear and said there was 1 All-Pro there. You get mad at Carter if you want.
I'm talking about a team of players that have Pro Bowls on their resume, okay? Like the Niners right now, on their defense right now, there's one guy with a Pro Bowl. A Pro Bowl. One guy who's healthy this weekend. His name is Fred Warner. There's not another guy. There's not another guy who's suiting up for them. I love Diamond Lenore. He's not there yet. He's not. He's just not, right? Then I look at their offensive side of the ball. Yeah, Christian McCaffrey was a Pro Bowler. He played 4 games last year. They're I don't know, are they playing a backup quarterback this weekend? We'll see. Trent Williams has been a Pro Bowler. Who else? Like, again, you have to be realistic, guys. Like, let's look at the team that they have. Let's look at their resume, and let's look at their NFL status.
Let's go to the calls. People have been waiting very patiently, wanted to chime in on this conversation. 888-957-9570. Let's start off with Scott. Scotty Don't in Fairfield.
Yo, it's Scotty Doo. What's happening, my guys? Happy Thursday. Shasky, you're killing me, man. I need you to eat a Snickers bar. It's not working out for me this morning. I don't like the energy. We should be celebrating that we are 3-0. The biggest difference that I see in this year's team from previous year's team is we're actually winning as a team. We're not going down in the fourth quarter like we did last year and previous years where I'm like, great, here comes the fourth quarter. We're just going to give everything away. We are finding ways to win games. Shoot, we kicked a field goal to win a game. Get excited. Yes, next man up is a great theory. Yes, both are getting hurt. Sucks. But we are finding ways to win teams. And that's what teams are going to be scared about. Not that we're some juggernaut and beating teams by 40 points, but they're going to be worried about, great, we're playing the Niners, who always are finding ways to come out there to scrap around to win games. Our defense looks fantastic. Thank you, Saleh, for coming back. You are what we needed. The energy on the field is great. We're out there winning games with backups. We don't even have half our team on the squad. We get Demarcus Robinson this week. Don't know what that's going to look like, but I'm excited about it. Stretch the field. Let's go. It's the beginning of the season. Last time I checked, Pro Bowl voting doesn't happen till the end of the year. I don't care who's a Pro Bowl, because if you didn't make a Pro Bowl this year, you shouldn't be talked about. All these guys that are saying, oh, we shouldn't be 3-0, that's just because they love to hate on the Niners. Look at the Giants. They won 2 Super Bowls. Nobody was scared of the Giants. Both those years they won Super Bowls. All right, guys, I'm out. Have a good Thursday.
Thanks, Scott. Scott in Fairfield.
I don't see how I'm saying that the season's over and they suck and they're not that good. I'm just saying, like, dude, I'm super excited, but I'm also tempering my expectations. I don't see how that's an egregious, thought process.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Are you super excited about this? I don't know. I'm not even trying to
I've been a sports fan for 42 years of my life, and I know how the season goes. You know what the Giants' record was after a month?
The San Francisco Giants?
Yeah, do you know what it was?
That haven't sniffed the playoffs in one appearance last decade?
What was it?
What was it?
They were almost 10 games over 500. What was the Warrior record after a month? They were almost 10 games over 500. So the Niners being 3-0, 3 weeks into the season, it's great. It's awesome. But I also know it's a hella long season.
It is.
This isn't my first rodeo, all right? So, yeah. And as the only season ticket holder here who's emotionally and financially invested in this team, for Christ's sake, maybe you should listen to what I'm saying.
I am listening to what you're saying.
I mean, Jesus.
You just don't sound very happy about the team being 3-0. I'm excited about it.
I have told you how this team psychologically has done a number on me. Okay. The trauma that this team has given me over the years, you guys, I'd rather be the White Sox. In some realm, I would rather be the Arizona Cardinals because of the amount of times I've had my heart ripped out of my chest at the end of the year. All right? Don't talk to me about what it's like losing in horrific fashion, not just getting blown out. Like the Commanders got blown out in the NFC Championship. The Niners have had leads we've been in 7 NFC Championship games, and 3 of those we went on the Super Bowl. 6 of them. The only one we didn't was the game Brock Purdy got hurt in the first drive. 6 of them, we had leads or the ball in our hand in the fourth quarter to win the game late. So don't tell me about trauma from a fan base. I've lived it. I'm allowed to be thrilled we're 3-0 and also have the perspective to know, yeah, losing Nick Bosa probably puts a ceiling on where this thing's going this year.
Maybe.
That's reasonable.
Maybe. They might make a big trade and might work out, and who knows? Like, again, it's too early to tell the lingering effects of all this. Are you a better team with Nick Bosa? Absolutely, you're a way better team with one of the best defensive players in the NFL. I'm not sugarcoating that at all. It sucks, and this is going to be a major test this Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And if you win this game, you're 4-0, and that gives you a hell of a lot of
Here, let's play
room.
the other side of this, Joe.
What's the other side?
Dude, we're 3-0. Look out, Philadelphia. Oh, my God. Dude, you see Jake Brendel? Start voting for him for the Pro Bowl. Did you see him? Yep. Hey, how about Renardo Green? I dare teams to test him. I dare them to test Jason Pinnock.
How about Upton Stout with a hell of a play to win the game?
No doubt. Oh, he's amazing. All rookie team, Joe. All rookie team. CMC, comeback player of the year. Forget Danny Dimes. It's CMC. Comeback player of the year.
Why not?
We have no holes. Have you seen our special teams? We hit the field goal to win the game. Can you believe that?
Better than last year.
Like, come on, guys. Like, that's what it would sound like if I came on and didn't have a little bit of, like, reasonable points of view.
No, it's okay to say that the Niners are 3-0 and one of the 6 remaining undefeated teams in the NFL. And for a team that's actually, been to a couple Super Bowls, I do think there is something to be said about that. The Indianapolis Colts, for me, that's a little more fugazi. That's Daniel Jones. I feel like I know more about him as a quarterback in the NFL. Not to say he can't be a reclamation project and do, what Sam Darnold did last year. He might that might be their season this year. And that's great. That's awesome. But I've seen Kyle Shanahan get to not 1 but 2 Super Bowls with 2 different quarterbacks. Yeah. And now he's winning with Mac Jones as a backup. And Mac Jones looked pretty freaking good. If he goes again this week, I have confidence that they can win this game with Mac Jones. I hope it's going to be Brock Purdy, and we'll see. He was limited in practice yesterday, so was Mac. We shall see, and we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan as he spoke to the media yesterday. Actually, we're going to do that right now as you're listening to 95% of the game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Talking about morale of the fan base right now, I do think it's all over the place, as you're alluding to. There's ups, there's downs.
We've been through trauma.
I understand. Kyle Shanahan talked and spoke about it yesterday on the morale of the team with all these injuries, specifically with Nick Bosa.
Kind of how we've tried to set the tone since we got here in OTAs. Guys haven't been thinking about expectations, good or bad. Guys haven't been thinking about playoffs, Super Bowl, anything like that. They've just been taking it one day at a time and enjoying football and going as hard as they can. And it's been that way since OTAs. It's been that way through training camp, and it's been that way through 3 weeks. So injuries shouldn't affect your mindset on that stuff.
You scoffing. What was so funny? Injuries shouldn't affect your mindset.
Yeah, but you can only coach up so much. I mean, you still need to have Jimmys and Joes. I mean, it's just the reality. Like, no one would scoff. It's just facts. Like if for example, if Aiden Hutchinson last year went down for Detroit, they went 15-2, but we all like, yeah, they're done. Like, it's literally what everyone said, and yet Niner fans can't like take the same perspective of how other fans are viewing us. They're like, yeah, that's cool. We'll see what you're like in December. I mean, that's the reality of sports now. You can't just have 3 weeks and be a champion unless you have championship pedigree.
I mean, the Lions didn't have Fred Warner or Deommodore Lenoir. They would kill for both those players on that team last year. They don't.
All right.
I think we are underselling Robert Saleh in this scenario and his ability to mix and match, to scheme, to do all of it. Michael Williams stepping up. He's going to have to step up even more, right? The Alfred Collins, CJ West, the Gross Matos, all these guys on the line, the Davises, Jordan Elliott's, everyone is going to have to step up to some degree. And I get it. They may not be able to do that. And that's, Trent Williams said after the game, you don't just next man up a guy like Nick Bosa. You don't. It takes 4 to 5 guys that I just referenced right there, each having to step up in some sort of fashion. I didn't even mention the guy that's going to be the guy moving forward on that edge. It's going to be Bryce Huff. And I heard Kyle Shanahan talk about it yesterday, that he's already taken somewhat of a leadership role in this first year, which is actually kind of crazy. That this guy they just brought over, flamed out with the Eagles, got paid, obviously had a cup of coffee with the Jets, and was great with Robert Saleh when he was the head coach over there. But Bryce Huff is kind of going to have to be that guy going forward to get some stops when that defense needs it. And obviously Fred Warner, this is what Fred Warner does. He's going to have to be the leader he's been through ever since he's been in the NFL, quite frankly. D. Winters going to continue to do what he's doing. Deommodore Lenoir, Upton Stout. Yes, can Pinnock and Renardo Green, can some of these other guys step up even more? They need to. Absolutely. And this is going to be a big test this week. By the way, I was looking, as you look at the opponents, the Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence and all that, 32% of the incomplete passes that Trevor Lawrence has thrown has been due to dropped balls. 32%. It's pretty incredible. Like, that is insane work. And they're 2-1 right now. And they probably feel like they should easily be 3-0. So it is just funny how we view these things. And I hear you when you talk about the trauma that you've had. I hear it in your voice. I see it in your face. You don't want to get hurt again. You don't want to fully jump in on this season right now.
And that's not it. No, we lost one of the best players to ever wear a Niner uniform in terms of like what he could be, Nick Bosa. So yeah, I'm a little damaged this week. Like, yeah, it's it. When Klay Thompson was out, we mourned him for a season and a half. Did we not? Wait 1 second. When Klay Thompson was out, how long did we talk about Klay Thompson's absence?
Oh, for a lot. Well, it was not only that; he got hurt again. It was like that was the double whammy right now. What was that? The day of the draft when they drafted Wiseman, he got hurt as a Achilles.
And look, people are going to say the year before they won the title that wasn't a fun year. Because why? Because the fan base had been so high for so long that, all right, getting into the play-in game, like we were used to big stakes, okay? And then that click down just a couple years later to the play-in game, I had fun. But I didn't think they were a contender at any point that year. I enjoyed where they were going. They were kind of up. They were kind of down. They had to fight down the stretch just to get in the playing game. And then they lost to the Lakers and the Memphis Grizzlies in back-to-back years. But I think most Warrior fans were like, yeah, there's a ceiling on the season. Doesn't mean you can't enjoy it game to game, week to week. It's just like, like just because you start off, like what were the Warriors last year, 12-3?
Something like that, yeah.
Did you take them serious?
They're playing well. They're playing well.
Yeah, but did you catapult them all the way to championship status?
Not yet, but 3-0
That's the equivalent of right now.
3-0 in the NFL is much different than the NBA, though. It just is.
There's 82
I disagree.
games.
I disagree. When we compare Giants after a month and then the Niners after a month, I think it's way different to be 3-0 right now. The Niners.
I think they're pretty similar.
No. I completely disagree. If you agree with Shasky on that 3-0 in the NFL is the equivalent to a 12-3 with the NBA. 888-957.
Pretty close.
9570.
By the way, Matt Lively, KPIX Channel 5 Sports, the fifth quarter with Vern Glenn, going to be joining us in about 15 minutes to get the lay of the land on what's going on with practice. And the latest from practice yesterday was that Ricky Pearsall was not practicing. Here was Kyle Shanahan talking about the injuries.
Injuries for today: Jordan Watkins, calf, he'll be out. Ricky Pearsall, knee, he'll be out. Juwan Jennings, ankle, shoulder, out. CJ West, thumb, out. Trent Williams, vet day. Christian McCaffrey, vet day. Yetur, knee, out. Nick Bosa, knee, out. Brock Purdy, left shoulder and toe, limited. Mac Jones, knee, limited. Renardo Green, neck, limited. Connor Colby, groin, limited. Demo, illness, limited.
And you wonder why I'm like, let's just take it week to week.
Yeah.
Did you hear how many, listen to how many starters. Go, play it again. I want to count. I'm going to count them. Play it again.
Injuries for today: okay. Jordan Watkins, calf, he'll be out. Ricky Pearsall, knee, he'll be out. Juwan Jennings, ankle, shoulder, out. CJ West, thumb, out. Watkins. Trent Williams, vet day. Christian McCaffrey, vet day. Yetur, knee, out. Nick Bosa, knee, out. Brock Purdy, left shoulder and toe, limited. 5. Mac Jones, knee, limited. Renardo Green, neck, limited. 6. Connor Colby, groin, limited.
7.
Demo, illness, limited.
8. I mean, it's like 9 guys, 9 starters.
The one that's the most concerning, though, Joe. The one that's the most concerning is one we haven't talked about yet. Ricky Pearsall and a knee injury. That's the one.
I don't even know.
Well, Shanahan was asked if it was after the 4th and 2 conversion. Remember when he came up a little bit and it was just not feeling good? I thought it was like his sternum or something, but apparently it was the knee. Shanahan was asked if it happened on that play.
Pearsall, he came up a little gimpy after that big 4th and 2 catch. Was that where he was injured, and is that a serious injury, you think?
I'm not sure which play it was on, but yeah, you can't go today, so hopefully he'll get better later in the week.
Hopefully. I mean, that's another guy that you can't afford to lose right now. 3rd in receiving yards in all of football. And by the way, the top 3 in all of football in receiving yards are all in the NFC West. Puka Nacua, Jackson Smith-Njigba, and Ricky Pearsall rounding out that list. So we'll see what goes on today, what goes on tomorrow. And Purdy and Mac, obviously heard there, both limited. And I would like for it to be not limited. I'd like it to be unlimited. Shout out Russell Wilson.
Is Juwan Jennings going to play at all? Does anyone know? Does Brock Purdy going to play? Did he practice yesterday?
He was limited yesterday, yes.
I don't know, but did he move? Did he run?
We're going to ask Matt Lively here in about 13 minutes. He was there. So I know. And speaking of the morale,
they squeezed the lemon on Mac Jones, and I just wonder when the
The shoe's going to drop?
Well, just like you're going to hit a wall at some point, right? Like, even great quarterbacks, I don't think he's great, but even great quarterbacks have a dud here and there, and it's like they can ill afford to have a multiple turnover game from their quarterback. I don't think that their margins are wide enough.
Here's what Shanahan had to say on asked if he addressed the team about Nick Bosa's season-ending injury.
I didn't. Everyone knows about it. I mean, it's, make it more than it is. I think everyone knows. I'm not going to sit here and say something and make it better. Everyone knows the deal, and so we got to focus on what we got to get done.
You got to put your head down and move forward. You can't talk about who's not here. I understand it. Everybody knows what's up. I felt bad for Fred watching him address everyone in the locker room. You could sense that was a blow. Again, they paid specific guys a lot of money on this team. They're very top-heavy, and you need those guys to perform at near what you expect them to be because you have a lot of unknown young players who are going to be up and down early on in their careers. Very few guys come into the league and play like Fred Warner and Nick Bosa did in their rookie seasons. It's tough. Most guys, are up and down early in their careers, like we've seen with Stout and Renardo Green. Like it's a little good, a little bad, blown play here, and then it makes up for it there. And by year's end, you're hoping to minimize the amount of mistakes and really stand out. Like they got a great year from Dominic Pooney last year.
Yeah.
Their guard. He's been up and down to start this year, right? So guys that you think are going to take a leap forward, maybe have more of a sophomore slump or whatever. That's why it's so important that the guys that are the Hall of Fame level players, CMC, Kittle, Warner, Bosa, Trent, those guys had to stay healthy and they had to stay good. Otherwise, all these other things, you're asking too much of them.
So Shanahan's talking about the team morale, saying, hey, they're moving forward. They can't, dwell on the past and all these injuries. Where are Niner fans' team's morale at, right? Where is your morale when it comes to this team? All these injuries. Ricky Pearsall, hell, how many did you count there? Starters? 8, you said?
9 maybe.
9
depends.
maybe? Depends on if it's Mac, right? We don't even know who's the starting quarterback
the
this
quarterback,
week.
I guess 8, 9. It's tough.
It is tough.
And he didn't even reference Kittle.
He didn't even reference George Kittle.
Or
Ayuk, who are obviously, when healthy,
or
Mustafa.
Starters.
Or Mustafa.
Dude, come on.
It is. And
but other than that, it's all pretty good right now.
Other than the 7,000 injuries and a little nightmare on special teams, we're good.
If you ignore all the negatives, there's nothing but positives.
Hey, I'll say this. It is the most impressive 3-0. When you put it into that perspective, it absolutely is the most impressive 3-0 amongst the 6 remaining undefeated teams.
They've weathered the storm. Yeah. It's been super fun. Like the last 3 games have been fun.
Niner fans, where is your morale at with this team? 888-957-9570. We'll talk with Matt Lively on the other side. By the way, Dub Nation. That's right. Warriors right around the corner. Preseason. 95% the game is tipping things off in style. Join us at Pier 39 on Saturday, October 4th for a Warriors preseason special you won't want to miss. Live appearances from Warriors favorites Festus Ezeli, Zaza Pachulia, Glenn Azubuike, Tim Roy, and yes, the king himself, Bonte Hill. Plus, your chance to win tickets to the first preseason game on Sunday, October 5th, as the Warriors host Dalton Connect and the Lakers. If that's not enough, Evan Giddings and Guru will be broadcasting live from 12 to 4. It's hoops, it's hype, and it's the season that's almost here. And your station for all things Warriors, well, it's 95.7 The Game. Plus, the preseason special, it's the preseason special Shasky? What is that? Last night? Well, I don't know what you're trying to say there, Sam. What was that?
It's a big deal.
It's the preseason special Shasky. It's a big deal. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford. Let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because the Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. Check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on the Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off of 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E Superstore. Tell them Joe Shasky sent you.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only, exclusions apply.
I'm not scared.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy Joe Spadoni and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
I'm feeling great about this Niners team. I am. Through it all, I feel great about them being 3-0. No Bosa the rest of the year. You haven't had George Kittle since Seattle. You haven't had Brandon Ayuk all season. You missed Juwan Jennings. You missed your starting quarterback the last 2 weeks. And hell, you might miss him again this week. You're 3-0. And yes, it is the most impressive 3-0. More impressive than the Eagles. More impressive than the Bills. More impressive than the Bucks. More impressive than the Colts. The only one that might be just as impressive is the Chargers, because all three of their wins have been divisional rivals. It's insane. And the Niners have beaten two of them. And a chance to go 5-0 if they win this week against the Rams next week, but we'll worry about this week only. We're going to be talking to Matt Lively here momentarily. Matt Lively, KPIX, Channel 5, and obviously the fifth quarter with Vern Glenn. Did a hell of a job all season long on the Valkyries as well. And we'll get the lay of the land. What's going on with Slick Rick Pearsall and the knee? What's going on with Brock Purdy? How did he look in practice? Should they play him this week? Should they not play him? There's a lot there with Brock in general, and that's kind of where I want to go on the other side of Matt here. Just, do you play him? Do you not play him with the short week next week? It kind of does throw a monkey wrench into the entire thing when it comes to the rehab process of the quarterback. And not only is Brock nursing the shoulder and the toe, you got the PCL injury with Mac, Joe. So really, it is everywhere through 3 weeks. 8+ starters potentially, if you want to include Mac, who's been a starter the last 2 weeks. Could be 9 starters that you're unsure about this week. So the hits don't stop coming. They don't stop coming. What is that? Smash Mouth? There you go. I've been watching a lot of Shrek lately, and the Smash Mouth music is great. I love Shrek.
Great soundtrack.
It is. Shrek 1 and 2, by the way. Not really a fan of anything after that, but it is what it is.
Best part of the first Shrek movie is the very end.
Which part?
It's like the outtakes or whatever.
Oh, yeah, when they're all dancing and stuff. Yeah. And I saw her face, now I'm a believer. Before we get to Matt Lively, this is a guy that's fired up about the Niners. We got Matt now? We got him? Oh, let's go to him. Nick, we'll get to you off the other side, or you can call back, buddy. We want to hear from Nick in Berkeley. But first, we got to get to Matt Lively. KPIX Channel 5 Sports, fifth quarter with Vern Glenn, and he joins us now on the River Islands guest line. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And Matt, let's start here. The quarterbacks. Brock's missed the last 2 weeks. He's been nursing this turf toe variant. He's been nursing the shoulder injury. How did Brock look yesterday? As Shanahan reported, it was limited.
Yeah, I mean, he looked a lot like how he looked last week. He's limited in practice. He's jogging around. The turf toe variant, it's funny that we have to call that because Kyle Shanahan won't call it anything else. So we've been calling it the turf toe variant. If it was truly turf toe, Brock would be out for a while. We saw what happened to Joe Burrow. He's out for 3 months. He's having surgery. Brock looked fine yesterday to me, but again, when we're out there, he's handing the ball off. He is throwing the ball, but that's how he looked last week to me. And you were talking about it. I mean, it's getting difficult now. You have Mac Jones, who has a potential PCL injury. Who do you play on Sunday? I know they don't want to play Adrian Martinez. I know that's not like option number one, but it's getting more difficult to say, okay, we'll send Brock out there because you don't want to hurt Mac Jones. But then you have the Rams on a short week as soon as Sunday is done. But Brock looked fine. He looked like he did last week, but Kyle Shanahan says he's making progress on the injury.
So last week he didn't roll out and he didn't move around a whole lot in terms of like scrambling. They did like a rollout drill. We talked to Jennifer Lee Chan. Did you see him rolling out or doing any of that stuff?
He did roll and he jogged. From what I saw, okay. He jogged down the field, which jog, roll out. To me, that's going to be the same thing.
Wait. I want to clarify. No. I want to clarify. He jogged, but did he roll out and throw a football?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yesterday he did.
All right, good. Just want to make sure.
Which I understand because you want to make sure he can roll, plant, throw the ball.
Yes.
Which with turf toe, would be the issue. I think last week, though, he wasn't as close to playing as we think. I think he would have dressed. I think he would have dressed if he was closer to be used as a backup QB in case Mac Jones got hurt. And then when you find out Mac Jones did get hurt in that game and you realize how close they were to bringing in Adrian Martinez, it's a little concerning. It's a little concerning if you ask me.
Hey, Matt, should they play him this week? I mean, they got the Rams next Thursday. The more I think about this, and we were talking about it off air, like, the more I think about it, just play Mac. And I get it. They're both kind of hurt, but you have one of those guys is making hundreds of millions of dollars, and the other one's making less than $10 million. Like, they should probably start Mac this week, right?
That's a great point. I agree with you. I think, too, when you look at the implications of what's happening the following week, you want to start hot in the division. They have 2 divisional wins. The Rams look good. Yeah, they had the meltdown. I get it. But they've looked good through 3 weeks as well. I would rather have a healthy-ish, the healthiest version of Brock Purdy I can get on Thursday Night Football to set the tone of this season. I think the Jaguars are honestly a tougher game than we're maybe hyping it up to be. It's the Jaguars. It's sort of a trap game. That's kind of how I feel about that. But I do agree. I think Mac's the better play right now. Send him out there. Let Brock heal. Be as good as he can get for this stretch of the season.
Matt, so Pearsall didn't practice yesterday with the knee injury. They're saying, or he said that he could practice, and there was no Jennings. So who were the 2 top receivers running with the ones?
You're not going to like this. Kendrick Bourne, which is great. Kendrick stepped up the first 3 weeks. Next to him was Sky Moore and Demarcus Robinson. Obviously, I mean, Ricky Pearsall did say, we have to say this. Ricky Pearsall said he would be fine if there was a game on Wednesday, he'd have played. He said he tweaked the knee. He just wanted to make sure it's fine. Ricky Pearsall, on all accounts, will be playing on Sunday.
Was it a hit where he tweaked it, or was it, He
said he didn't know.
Oh, gotcha.
I was standing right next to him when he was talking about that. He said he wasn't sure, but some point after the game on Sunday, his knee didn't feel 100%. He felt like he tweaked something. And this was out of an abundance of caution to work it out with the trainers. He was running off to the side, by the way, yesterday and running at Ricky Pearsall's speed. So
that's good.
I trust Ricky when he says, yeah, I would be able to play. And then you have Kendrick Bourne, and then you have Demarcus Robinson, and you still have Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Christian McCaffrey. I mean, Mac Jones, 80% of the time, his first look is CMC at this point. So, I think they'll be able to field a respectable group of receivers on Sunday.
Okay, similar question, but for the defensive line, with no Nick Bosa and no Gross Matos, who were your, I guess, number 1 defensive ends for that D-line?
It's going to be Mykel Williams and Bryce Huff. You're going to have to bring Huff up in the rotation, which he's obviously deserved. And Mykel is just going to take over probably on the right side, I would think. The only concern I have, I don't think they're making this big trade. I don't think they're going out and getting Trey Hendrickson. Let's look at what the 49ers did this past offseason. They got rid of Leonard Floyd. They got rid of all these starters. And they shed salary. They brought in more depth. They actually have a lot of depth if they need to get through some of this season without Nick Bosa before making another depth-esque move. I don't think they're getting Trey Hendrickson or Kayvon Thibodeau. I think I have people in my comments like, what's up with Max Crosby? The Raiders suck. They're not trading for Max Crosby, okay? But Mykel Williams is going to have to step up. Bryce Huff is going to have to step up. The only thing that concerns me, because the defensive line has looked pretty good through 3 weeks, is who's taking the double team. Nick Bosa takes so much of that double team that I don't know what's going to happen when he's not there to take the chip.
Talking to Matt Lively here on the Morning Roast, KPIX Channel 5 Sports, 5th quarter of Vern Glenn at 49ers practice yesterday. And, the conversation we've been having all morning, Matt, is, the Niners are 3-0 right now, and they've done it in kind of remarkable fashion. I think it's been the most impressive 3-0 amongst all the other teams. There's 6 teams right now remaining that are undefeated, and I think It's them and the Chargers, basically. Chargers winning all divisional games that I think have been the most impressive. What do you make of this 3-0 start, and how should Niners fans be feeling about it?
No, they should be riding high. Look at it. We made a joke yesterday. The injury report looks like a CVS receipt. And look at what they've been able to do. They haven't had their starting quarterback for 2 weeks. George Kittle's been out for 2 weeks. Juwan Jennings has been here and there in practice, have missed games. They haven't had Malik Mustafa. They haven't had Brandon Ayuk. What they've done is really impressive. It should not be understated that they are 3-0, but the most important part, they are 2 divisional wins. They were so bad against the NFC West last year. It was such a joke when the NFC West would come to town. It's like, God, they're going to lose this game. And they're winning games they would have lost. I even tweeted out halfway through Sunday's game, they lose this game a year ago. There's no way they'd go down on this game-winning drive and Jake Moody hits a field goal. That didn't happen last year. So I'm really impressed. I mean, there's some other teams that I think look impressive as well. That are 3-0, but the Niners are right in the mix. And I said this to you guys last week. Look at the back half of their schedule. It's so easy.
Matt, how sustainable is it, though? That's the question I think where Niner fans are at.
There's no such thing as an easy schedule, though, buddy. Like, come on, easy? Come on, easy?
I'm just
the NFL.
Look at who they play in that back half. I know easy, but strength-wise, okay? If we're going to look at strength-wise, they determine the NFL draft based on the strength of schedule. You have to give it a little respect. And on the back half, it's a weak strength of schedule, I would say. How sustainable is it? How healthy are you? They lost Nick Bosa this week. Brock Purdy hasn't played in 2 weeks, so it's pretty good that they've won the games without him. I think if they get Bosa back, you have Ayuk coming back, if you can patch up the defensive line, you're still a playoff team. I don't know how deep you make it in the postseason. Matt Mayoko and I talked about this yesterday. What's the ceiling of this team? Can they win through the divisional round? Maybe, maybe not. But they're still a playoff team in my mind.
You know, something that's maybe a little under the radar, but I guess Nick Bosa said that the on-field doctors said that his knee was like not torn, I guess. I don't know about good, but they said not torn. And he's like, no, it's torn. Was there any residual from that? Was there any follow-up on that? That seemed a little bizarre.
No. I mean, we don't get to talk to Nick Bosa. And I think that's probably the only guy, him or the team doctor, that would get to make the call on that. I mean, I do know that after the game, Shanahan's belief was that it wasn't an ACL injury. And then, I mean, I guess until you maybe I'm not a doctor, but until you go into the CT scan or the MRI or whatever it is that they do to determine that ligament is torn, it's probably hard to determine that until you see the imaging. Yeah. But I mean, that would have to be a question for Nick. Yeah. And the reality is we don't talk to Nick for a couple months, if we even get the opportunity to. They said he's having surgery in Los Angeles, will rehab in Los Angeles. So it's going to be a while.
Last thing, the Niners sold off another small stake of the team. Another 3.2% minority stake is being sold to Pete Bridger Jr. of the Fortress Investment Group. Okay, now they get another about $280 million from this deal. Did anybody down at 49ers headquarters bring this up, talk about this? I know that they put a big investment into the Jumbotrons, the TVs or whatever for the Super Bowl. I mean, I was there on Sunday. They've got to fix the shade. It's just, I mean, you're changing your uniforms and you're asking the league yearly to adjust the schedule because of the heat. Is there any, way that maybe this money that they're getting is going to be put into the roster or into the stadium? Was there any murmurs of that down there yesterday?
First off, congratulations. I feel like that's your alias of Fortress Enterprises. So I have to imagine you guys bought a share of the Niners. Congrats. No mention of it. What are they? How are they going to do the shade? You don't want flights crashing down there at San Jose Airport.
A little canopy, bro.
A tarp.
Amazon
just bring a tarp out there.
Amazon can get you anything.
I've been told they're right up against the airfield. There's nothing they're doing. The fans are just going to cook. And there, it was not a sold out crowd. People noticed that on TV. It was not a sold out crowd. Still pretty good that fans were like 100 degrees in the sun.
I was there with my
for
kid.
My 49ers.
I was there with my kid. You know, there's actually.
How was he doing? Well, I mean, you sunscreen him up, I guess.
Oh my God, he was lathered in whatever SPF 40 or 50 or whatever it was.
1,000.
Yeah, the guy was cooking, dude. We were losing it. But no, it's funny that you mentioned that it was not a sellout. Saturday night, I was watching TV, and I forget which channel it was. They were like, Niners Cardinals, tickets on sale for tomorrow. And I was like, you have tickets on TV the night before? So there is something to be said. Like, Niner fans are just a little, like, kind of wait and see, just in general, on the organization overall right now, it feels like.
No, I think I agree with that. Mac Jones was playing. It was one of the hottest days. And you're going to be sitting in the sun. The tickets that weren't sold were the ones where you're baking alive. So I don't blame them.
And it's the Cardinals, Matt. And let's be honest, I don't think any of us have met a combined 5 Cardinal fans.
I saw 4.
You saw 4 of them?
4.
Wow.
Saw 4 on Sunday.
They were bought for sure.
I went to school at Arizona State. Off the top of my head, I could not name you 5 Cardinals.
Oh, my God. Forks up, baby. Let's go.
I lived in Phoenix for 4 years. I cannot name you 5 Cardinal fans.
And your golf game's that crummy?
Oh,
I'm
come
teasing.
on.
I had to give you a joke there.
As a college student, you think I was able to afford Scottsdale golf?
That's
Get out
true.
of here.
That's a great point.
True.
Hey, Matt, great stuff. Hey, great stuff. We'll do it again next week.
Have a good one, Matt.
We'll be
Good
watching.
sport.
See you guys. Thanks.
There he goes. Matt Lively, KPIX Channel 5 Sports.
It is interesting because you're like, hey, why are Niner fans bought in? All this. Look, Niner fans, they come December, if the team's good, they'll come out roaring. And they've been really good for, what do you think? Closer to 8 years than they have,
Yeah, they've been, 8 years. I think that's 7 years.
Right.
Yeah.
So, let's say you're not a season ticket holder. You're not a sicko like me. You're going to pick and choose your spots, right, on when to go to games. I understand that. But it is like, whoa. Like, it was jarring to me to see on the television Saturday night them do a commercial, Niners Cardinals, tickets on sale. I was like, you didn't sell out week 1?
Well, it kind of just shocked me right there because I didn't hear any talk about that at all. Now, I knew the heat was a problem, so I thought maybe, okay, empty seats, start of the half. It's really freaking hot. Feels like 100 degrees probably.
There were a lot of people there.
Yes, but because you were there. That's what I wanted to say. There was a lot of people there. But you saw some empty seats.
Well, it's because they have standing room only. So I don't know what they were selling on the television the night before, but I don't remember a lot of 49er season tickets and single ticket commercials the night before the game of week 1.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
At least in the last couple of years.
Now the variables, it's a good point from Matt. I want to give it have both sides of this.
Well, there's discernment.
But it's the first week at home. That's usually almost always. It doesn't matter if it's the Cardinals, the Jaguars, the Bucks, whoever. You're selling that thing out, and they didn't sell out. Now you had a backup quarterback. It's 1,000,000 degrees.
Yeah, but you usually buy your tickets months in advance. If you're going to go to a game, especially the home opener, there's some gravitas to it. But I'm telling you, there's a combination of factors. There's hey, people are kind of in wait-and-see mode. That's number 1. The number 2 is it is the Cardinals. 3, it is September in Santa Clara. And number 4, it's that stadium in that location. See, the Niners brass can sell you on that location all they want because most of them aren't from the region, and I've heard Al Guido explain it. I've seen him around town. And,
eyes on.
Good guy. He doesn't understand the Bay Area kind of dynamic. People from the North Bay don't want to go all the way down to Santa Clara unless it's a major event.
Right.
And you would think the season opener, the home opener would be a major event. It's not big enough, and it's not big enough to also deal with that heat and that traffic and that parking situation.
Well, speaking of that, Joe, leads me to this. You don't want to deal with all that parking and all that crap going on? Well, just go to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show. Great food, great drinks, and great games in the parking lot. The show starts at 10 a.m. with Evan Giddings and Lo Neal, and all the early games will be on for you to watch. Plus, if you are going to the game, a free shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right. Park at Laughing Monk for free, join the party, and then take a shuttle back and forth to the game. All you have to do is sign up and reserve a spot. Do it now because space is limited. Go to 957thegame.com, click the kickoff show graphic, and then the Eventbrite link. Sign up. See you there. All right.
Wait, say that again, Sam, on air.
Oh, no, Carter was telling me that all the fans from the North Bay sit in the suites. That's why you don't see them in the stands.
Oh, Mr. Marin over there. Marina, whatever it is, you have Lake Tahoe, Carter, Cartier.
I just think that, each little borough in the 9 Bay Area counties has their own inconveniences no matter where they go, whether it was me going to Old Oracle, whether it was you going to Pac Bell or whatever. I don't think people understand that Santa Clara and where it's located, for anyone who lives in the city and north, it's a hike.
Yeah.
It is a hike. And so let's say even if you live in Sausalito, you're going to drive through the bridge, drive through the city on 19th Avenue, which is its own nightmare, and then drive either down 101 or 280 or the combination of the two to go all the way down. It's a long day. It's a very, very, very long day. Now, if you're coming from the Valley, a lot of people do come from the Valley, it's a little more accessible for you than it was when it was at the bottom of Hunters Point. And so there's so many little dynamics with that stadium. And with them selling, and I'll read it off for those that didn't know, that in May they sold about 3% of the team. The Niners did to basically, it's like going IPO. You try to get a cash infusion. It's like taking a cash out refinance on your home if this were a mortgage.
And a lot of teams are doing this, not just the Niners. The Raiders have done it. Obviously, the Tom Brady being a minority owner there. I think the Bucks, like a lot of these teams are starting to do this, like big shot teams too. Yeah.
And so you have this investment firm group, this one particular individual, Pete Bridger. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. He bought another 3% into the team. So he's basically giving you about $280 million. Now, they got about $280 million the last time in May, and I think most people thought it went toward the Jumbotrons or whatever, but a lot of people were speculating that the Niners were taking that money and using it for their soccer teams.
It's funny you bring up soccer now that we're talking about the field and the heat, because the World Cup is going to be played at Levi Stadium next year, the start of June. Yeah, it's going to be really hot there for some of those. I don't care if you're used to the heat, if you're a Brazilian fan, if you're, the Uruguay, if you're Argentina, you're going to be cooking if you're in that spot right there. And that's going to be something that's going to be talked about, because in the World Cup, if they have like these breaks in a given match where it's like water breaks, like they stop the play for like 10 minutes or so or 20 minutes just the players to be hydrated. Hell, they did that last World Cup. Where was it? It was Qatar or whatever, Qatar, however they pronounce it, the Middle East. They had to do that. All those games were played at night, Joe. So just imagine, I'm already picturing it now. It's going to be maybe Team USA versus South Korea or something, and they're going to stop 20 minutes into it because it's too hot.
Remember, they also moved it to November.
They did. They had to, because it was played in the desert. It was the first time.
So, okay, this is funny. Like, I mean,
is it a disadvantage for the Niners?
Just for a second. I remember, like, the Niners themselves get so mad when people bring up the facts. And the facts are, every year they beg the league to schedule a bunch of away games at the beginning of the year, which we would all acknowledge. Playing a bunch of road games early in the year, that's a challenge.
Yes.
Now, the advantage is by the end of the year, you get a bunch of home games, whatever. But that makes it tricky for your team. It just does. It makes it tricky. Travel back and forth early on in the year. They don't want day games early on in the year because of the heat. I know it sounds ridiculous. Right?
But now that I'm thinking about it, Monday Night Football last year at home, so you don't have to deal with the heat as much.
It's a Thursday night against the Rams.
Thursday night against the Rams. Yeah.
Right?
Why did they build it
Joe,
that
do you know what they're doing this weekend?
Why did they build it that way? I don't understand.
Look, so you're talking about, like, earlier, like, can you feel two things at once?
Yeah.
There's the duality of, I'm so happy and grateful that they're actually in the Bay Area.
Yes.
All right. And I can still go to games and take my son. That's great. That being said, of it being great, it was in the worst possible location of all time. And it's the worst, most poorly constructed in terms of keeping the sound, funneling people in and out of the stadium, the parking lot set up, the sun, the flight paths over the cross. You could not have picked a worse location. Like, staying in the Bay Area. If I just close my eyes and they spin the globe back in the old movies.
Right.
They would spin the globe and then put their finger on. You could not have picked a worse location. It would have been better if it was at Alcatraz.
All that being said, Niners in the playoffs, undefeated at Levi Stadium. Home field advantage, baby. Am I right? You're scoffing. I'm just saying.
Joe, this weekend, for the first time in 49er history, they are going to wear white tops with gold bottoms.
You don't like the look?
For the first time in history, at home, they're wearing white jersey tops in the regular season with the gold pant bottoms. Why are they doing that? They have to designate their uniform in April.
Yes.
And they weren't allowed to do the retro white on whites
back-to-back weeks.
Yeah,
which
or
I
whatever.
think is dumb. Like when we're in an era when the NBA gets to have like 50 jerseys and the NFL is like, no, you can only have one this week. It's pretty dumb, right?
Well, I think it's going to be pretty freaking stupid that the Niners at home are going to be wearing white uniforms with gold bottoms. Like, it's ridiculous.
You should have yelled at Roger Goodell last week. He was in the suite. Carter, I know he was in the suite with you. You should have yelled at him and said, let my team wear white bottoms. Right, Nick and Berkeley? Nick and Berkeley's been hanging on tight.
Most people probably don't even care, but like to me, I think it's the Niners are wearing white jerseys with gold pants at home. It's dumb. Like we could say, and this is where like the Niners, like, yeah, I'm glad you built the stadium in the Bay Area. That being said, you picked the worst spot ever and you built the worst stadium in the league. You're the only team in any sport. You built the stadium and it immediately was a bottom third stadium. It's name a sport. And I'm not, hey, look, both can be true. The Niners hate hearing this stuff, but this is the reality. And people dread the drive.
It's grown on me as a concert venue, personally. Now, I don't like that they have like the curfew built in there, which I think is...
That's a whole other angle.
That's a whole nother angle. But I've been to a bunch of concerts there. I think I've seen Coldplay there. Beyonce's been there. Taylor Swift's been there. They put on great shows, but the ingress, egress, I feel you on that. But also, I'm just an old guy, and I hate traffic in general. And we get here at 5 in the morning, and I don't have to deal with it. And I'm a little more jaded now than I was maybe a couple years ago when I didn't have this shift. So there's that.
So let me just tie one bow on this.
Yeah.
You got $280 million. I just want to know where it's going. And I want someone to ask the ownership group, where's that? Is that going back into my team? I'm asking.
Paying the players, right? I mean, he's got to go to Brock Purdy.
Well,
He's got to
go to whatever
Bosa.
they want. It can go to whatever they want. I want to know where they plan on putting that money. As a Niner fan, as someone who has season tickets, and are you going to put it into the stadium experience? Are you going to build us some shade? I bet it costs more than that. Are you going to build some? I doubt it. I doubt you're going to build us some shade. Well, are you going to put it into the players? No, I'm serious.
No. I'm waiting for you to say, are you going to put it into the soccer team that you also own?
Well, people are hypothesizing that that's where the money's going, or is it going into their pockets? It's a private business. It can go right into their pockets. It can go to whatever other investments they want. It can just sit in a bank account. They can do whatever they want with it. But as a Niner fan, I do want to know where it's going.
Nick, Berkeley. Nick, you're feeling good about the Niners being 3-0, right? You're captain positive this morning.
Yes, I'm feeling really up about it. And I don't like the idea of the gold pants. It's not WWE wrestling. I don't know what's going on with the gold pants thing. It's that's like Notre Dame college stuff. You know what I mean? We don't need the college stuff in the pros. And let me tell you something. It's cooking over there on my side of the field. Shasky sits down. He's got better seats. He's closer to the field. I'm watching him every game from where I'm sitting, kind of like.
Oh, really?
Kind of creepy. But anyway, yeah, he's just right down to my left, man. I'm up in 408, man.
Oh, okay.
It's great view and everything's cool. Like we see everything, you know what I'm saying? But it's like,
hey, Nick, you see Jesus, don't you?
Man. It's boiling.
Do you high five Jesus on big touchdowns? You're so close to the sun. I mean, it's like you're right there.
Oh my man, it's cooking. I wear like one of those old school leather football helmets. And I still put sunscreen on, man, because I'm up there burning up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you.
But I miss Candlestick. I miss playing, throwing the football around and the tailgating in Candlestick. I don't know why. Like in the first year of the Levi Stadium, we was over there in the golf course, and they was like, "Hey, you can't barbecue on the grass." We were burning like little patches in public course. But I'm like, "Hey, man, like why did they knock out the hotel and stuff that was supposed to go over there for and all the parking space that Eddie D and Joe Montana was trying to get, man? They're supposed to make an experience right outside the stadium, but that got shut down. And then they had all this other stuff that they had to make, to deal with. Well, if Great America's going to close, man, we need to just take over Great America and make that a parking lot. You know what I mean? If Great America's shut down in a couple of years. So, I mean, just peel all that stuff out of there, get rid of all the rides, and they got plenty of space over there for some cars. And, I just park. I park where I can, because even the outside little parking lots now they're $100. It's insane. It's insane because they get in there. And it's like you get trapped inside. Like the little. If you're up to the east of the stadium, you get trapped in this little bubble of traffic. For,
hey, but you know what, though, Nick? You know what, Nick?
Thanks, Nick.
I'll give them this. They upgraded the chicken tenders, and I'm telling you, they were delicious on Sunday.
They better have, because they have the Super Bowl there this year.
No, they were hella good. I'm being 100% authentic. The chicken tenders were off the hook. They upgraded them.
You know, they had to, because the commissioner was coming to town. They said whoever was
Adams and the commissioner.
Whoever was here was like, hey, the commissioner's going to be here.
Kay Adams loves her chicken tendies.
Kay Adams is going to be here. Oh, my God, YouTube TV. All the talent's going to be here. We got to make sure the tendies are good.
All these side-by-sides that I'm seeing on the internet of Luka fat and then Luka in shape and then Zion fat and Zion in shape. I need the old Kay Adams next to whatever she looks like now. There's two different people. It's been a lot of work done.
You could do that with Roger Goodell maybe, too. He's got a lot more swag these days than when he first came into the league.
Thank you, Offset. That was the moment we all loved him.
No, that was the moment, that whole draft when he was doing it from his basement and his eyes were bloodshot and he was eating the bowl of M&Ms and he was clearly miserable.
He had the dog with him, too?
Yeah, he did. I gained a lot of respect for the Goodell.
The best was when the dog...
Goodell has a dog, yay!
The dog drafted for Belichick. It was sitting in Belichick's chair.
That's why he's at
they cut to New England. New England's on the clock.
Yeah.
And it's just like a golden retriever.
That's why he's at UNC right now and failing miserably.
I remember when Trent Baalke was introducing Chip Kelly. We should find this sound. And he's like, Chip's dog sat in my lap, golden retriever. And that was when I knew Chip's a good guy. And I'm going to hire him. I was like, because of his dog?
And that's why Trent's out of the league and Chip's going to be on his way from being out of the league again, too, as the Raiders are 1-2. By the way, did you hear what Matt Lively had to say with us? Who just joined us about 30 minutes ago. Matt Lively, KPIX, Channel 5, was at Niners practice yesterday. He thinks this Sunday's game at Levi Stadium against the Jaguars is a trap game.
I think, too, when you look at the implications of what's happening the following week, you want to start hot in the division. They have 2 divisional wins. The Rams look good. Yeah, they had the meltdown. I get it. But they've looked good through 3 weeks as well. I would rather have a healthy-ish, the healthiest version of Brock Purdy I can get on Thursday Night Football to set the tone of this season. I think the Jaguars are honestly a tougher game than we're maybe hyping it up to be. It's the Jaguars. It's sort of a trap game. That's kind of how I feel about that. But I do agree. I think Mac's the better play right now. Send him out there. Let Brock heal. Be as good as he can get for this stretch of the season.
I like how he says Jaguars, by the way. He said it multiple times, Jaguars, but people like to do that. That's fine.
What is it? I call them Jaguars.
It's Jaguar, yeah. There's no wire. There's no I in Jaguar. But we like to say that.
Yeah, baby. It's the Jaguars, baby.
Yeah, exactly. But that's okay. He's Matt Jaguar.
What?
Jaguar. That's how
Give it to me again.
One more time, Sammy.
You never heard it like that? Jaguar. There was this SNL sketch years ago, like Will Ferrell was in it. It was like there's some like undercover spy or something in the code word was like, do you like Jaguars? And they're just saying that over and over again. That's just what I thought of in that moment.
You think this is a trap game, Joey?
Sam, you have some characters in you. Some very good.
He is a character. He is. You kind of have to be.
They're called personalities.
Well, I call him a creature. But.
What I love about you, Kate, you got a personality. Thank you, White Goodman. You think this is a trap game like Matt does?
I could see where he's coming from. Like, you can't look ahead to the Rams. I think the Bosa injury puts everybody on notice, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, like the whole notion that they're going to be sleeping on the Jaguars. You can't sleep on a team if you can't even roster a healthy squad at all. Like, there's that's why I'm not buying that you can't sleep on a team when you have a backup quarterback playing. Like, if anything, the Niners might sneak up on the Jags without Bosa this week, right?
Let me ask you this question. Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy.
Ooh. I knew.
Would either team trade for the other quarterback? Straight up. Forget money.
You were going to ask
that. Just forget money. I just wonder, because I'm so out on Trevor. Not that he doesn't show flashes. Not that I don't I think he's solid. I don't think he's good at all. I think he's solid.
If you truth serumed Kyle Shanahan on who he'd rather have, out of the 3, I'm going to give you the 3 quarterbacks. Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy.
Huh.
How's Kyle ranking them?
And finances don't play a part at all.
Doesn't play a part at all.
It's just who do you want?
Yep.
Gosh, that's a good. Can I think about it for a little while?
You absolutely can think about it. I think it's fun.
I want to hear from people, too.
How do you think Kyle Shanahan would rank these 3 quarterbacks? Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy. And remember, Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones were a part of the same draft class. Once upon a time, we all knew Trevor was going to be the number 1. Eventually, we found out Zach Wilson was going to be the number 2 to the New York Jets. And then it was, is it going to be Trey Lance? Is it going to be Justin Fields? Is it going to be Mac Jones?
What do you think of Trevor as a player? I mean, obviously, he has been dealt a really crummy hand. Urban Meyer is one of the worst coaches
ever.
Yes,
no, legitimately.
No,
it's him and who's my guy from Denver Broncos a couple years ago? What's his name?
Was it Vance Joseph?
No.
Offensive coordinator for the Jets when Rodgers was there.
Oh, Nathaniel Hackett. Yeah, he couldn't hack it as a coach for a year. He was horrible.
He thought they were going to get Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, my God.
Eberflus was pretty bad, too.
Yeah, but Eberflus at least he won some games where I was like, wow, that was he won against that monsoon week 1 against the Niners. Remember that one?
I mean, Tom Sula was better than Urban Meyer.
Urban Meyer kicked one of his special team players when they were warming up. You guys remember that? I know.
What was my favorite Urban Meyer moment? It was where the Jaguars lost and the team flew home without him, and then he got caught on video with some girl at a bar.
Yes, she's sitting on the lap. Oh my, he's married.
By the way, we have forgotten that he coached the Jaguars.
And then he had the audacity.
He's on college everything.
He had the audacity on College Game Day, the year after he got canned from the Jaguars and the dumpster fire and all the drama and scandals came out. He had the audacity on College Game Day. You need to have the right leaders in place within your program, and they need to be in there on time. They need to care about the team. They need to be leaders in there. Dude, you wouldn't even travel back with your team after you lost in London. You went to a bar on a separate flight to get drunk.
Dude,
get
his
out of
Florida
here.
teams were so wow. I mean, the Pounceys.
Oh, when you think
Percy
character, you think
Harvin.
those teams, right?
I mean, Aaron Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. Just leave it at that. Right.
Criminal.
What?
Cam Newton.
Wrong C, more like criminal is what I think of those teams.
Dude, and then hey, but we got Tebow at quarterback.
So
he'll mask everything.
And why are we talking about this? Because it puts into perspective, what Brock Purdy has been dealt when it comes to coaching and stability with the 49ers. And a guy like Trevor Lawrence, yeah, he has all the talent in the world, but if you don't put him in the right opportunity to succeed, you're going to get what you're getting right now, which is inconsistency.
Well, I don't think he sees the field. I think that's just my particular.
He does have some if you don't watch the Jags this week, I know we're up against it.
He's got arm talent.
He's gotten hosed by his receivers this year.
Okay.
He's gotten 32% of his incompletions this year has been literally because of drops.
Do you think that he is he's got some mobility? I don't think he's great in the pocket right now. I think it's also psychologically.
Yes. I'll tell you what I like about him, what I don't like about him on the other side. And how would Niner fans, not Niner fans, but how would Niner fans feel like Kyle Shanahan would rank these quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Purdy, Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones. Give them to me in order how you think Kyle Shanahan views them. 888-957-9570. In the meantime, injury report. And when it rains, it pours. And it was raining in the East Bay yesterday. Ricky Pearsall was added to the injury report yesterday, but should Niner fans be panicking? The wide receiver was held out of practice due to a knee injury. Shanahan did not offer much information on the injury, but Ricky downplayed the significance, saying that if there was a game today, he would be playing. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. How would Kyle Shanahan rank these three quarterbacks, contracts aside? Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy, Mac Jones. We'll discuss on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
So, your last job was, 5th century warlord.
Yes, I am expert at inflicting pain, just like your big bank.
Question, should we raise customer loan rates?
Raise customers' village.
Raise, as in make higher?
Raise, as in destroy.
At Star One, we remove the painful parts of banking with low fees, lower loan rates, and higher savings rates. Star One, in your best interest.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiberon decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions, fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger here with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. The start of the season has not done as expected for Kansas City, but they have a chance to right the ship this week as they host Baltimore. 2 of the league's best quarterbacks will go head-to-head as they hope to add another big win to their resume. Who will be able to secure a huge early season win? It's Your Journey. It's brought to you by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
It's time to wake on up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
It really is, and we are halfway home here on a Thursday, kind of a humid Thursday, here in downtown San Francisco. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. We are
this
fired
humidity.
up. I know, it's like East Coast weather. What's going on here?
I don't like it.
No.
Yesterday it was so muggy and hot, and then it started raining out of nowhere.
It's almost like we are becoming Jacksonville over here.
No,
because this is the same weather as Jacksonville, Florida.
Except crank it up 20 more.
Humid, and we just need alligators just roaming the streets, right?
Yeah, I'm good off that.
I just assume that's what happened. I've never been to Florida, so I just assume alligators.
No, it's about right.
Okay, thanks, Sam. He went to college down in Miami, so basically the same thing, right? Jacksonville, Miami. I'm kidding.
Well, one's civilized and the other is Jacksonville.
There you go. The U, number 2, right?
Sam, you are just...
He's on fire. He's on fire.
Wow.
By the way...
I'm like the weather, cooking.
The 49ers are on fire. I'll give you a 2 for that one. 3-0.
Like
they're awaiting
Dude, how
the Jaguars.
are the women not all over you? I mean, you are just a ball of fun today.
He is. It's the hair. He's like Samson, though. I think if he cuts his hair off, then Sam no longer becomes Sam. He's Samuel Lubman at that point. You'll never be back to Sammy Lubman.
Well, Samson still got his strength back anyway, so, you know.
Oh, okay. All right.
It worked out for him.
He worked out. It's working out for the Niners right now. They're 3-0. Mac Jones, looking good. Maybe he plays again this week. Who knows? Matt Lively said it's a trap game. I don't know if it could be a trap game. If you just lost Nick Bosa, you might not have your starting quarterback. I don't think the 49ers, and this is why a big reason they are 3-0, Joe, they're not taking anyone lightly. They understood last year that coming off a Super Bowl loss, they can't just waltz into a season and win off talent alone. Talent alone does not win you games. If that was the case, hell, the dream team of the Philadelphia Eagles, that Vince Young dubbed them, they would have won the Super Bowl off names and talent alone. And they didn't. They were a dumpster fire. That team didn't even make the playoffs, right? There have been more talented teams that have not gone all the way or gotten to the playoffs for whatever reason. But this team right now is winning because of their head coach, because of their defensive coordinator, because guys stepping up all over the field, because of D. Winters looking great, because of Fred Warner doing what he does. Diamar Lenore, I haven't even heard his name called during a broadcast, I think. He's been just shutting down the field whenever he's out there. And you look at offensively, they can't even run the ball. And you know what? Christian McCaffrey's like, sure, I can't run it. All right, I'll just be a wide receiver and be like a number 2 wide receiver on the team, be a top 15 wide receiver if you're just going off yards, and get the receptions there. And they've kind of supplemented it that way. And yes, Connor Colby stepping up for Ben Barch. He's got a groin injury. That has to do with it, not having your blocking tight end, your Hall of Fame tight end, George Kittle out there. That has something to do with it. But despite it all, they are 3-0, and they are playing the Jaguars this week. And a guy that has been bestowed upon us at a young age as the next greatest quarterback hasn't quite lived up to those expectations, and it's Trevor Lawrence. He was a part of that infamous draft class, that infamous quarterback draft class in 2021. He goes number 1 overall. Zach Wilson goes number 2. Trey Lance goes number 3. Justin Fields goes 9, 10, something like that to the Bears. And then you got Mac Jones to the New England Patriots. And he's the only one that has stayed on his original team, Trevor Lawrence. Now, he had Urban Meyer to start off, and we just referenced all the things that were wrong with Urban Meyer in the NFL. He had Doug Peterson, and in a year of stability with Doug Peterson, they did go to the playoffs, had one of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen in the playoffs against the Chargers, was serviceable against the Chiefs, and then they kind of flamed out since then, and now Doug Peterson's gone, and he's on his 3rd head coach, and Liam Cohen, and we'll see. They're 2-1 right now. But I asked you the question, I asked Niner fans, if you were to ask Kyle Shanahan, and how would Kyle Shanahan rank these 3 quarterbacks? Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones, Brock Purdy, on who he thinks he could be most successful with going forward.
Right now.
Right now, remove the contracts, just who he thinks he would be most successful with going forward.
I'm going to say Mac 3.
Okay.
I'm going to say Trevor 2. I'm going to say Purdy 1.
Okay.
And I think that he does love a reclamation project. That's one thing I've actually admired about Kyle. He'll take on random dudes that he thinks are good, but I do think he would have to work with Trevor. That could change over time. I think he would like to work with Trevor. I feel like I'm underselling Mac and how much he likes Mac in this equation, but I think he still goes with Purdy. I think there's something about Purdy's instincts that he loves. And I think his understanding of who to throw to, when to throw to them, the feel for how to play the quarterback position gives him the big edge in this one. Tools are great. But one thing I've learned with Kyle is that your tools are almost unusable if you don't have a good feel for how to play the position.
And Kyle, what he can't stand is why Jimmy Garoppolo's not here towards the end. It's just bad decision-making.
Oh, and injuries.
And for the most part, Trevor Lawrence has played for, he's started most of his career games that he's been up for. Last year he was hurt, and obviously Mac Jones started a bunch of those games. He only started 10. And then prior to that, 16, 17. So he's been healthy for the most part, but I feel like he is always on the injury report. Always something's bothering him, whether it's a rib, whether it's a leg. He is 6'6". Like, this is a big, strong quarterback. He probably has, and he does check all the boxes you would want in a quarterback, does he not? That's why he was the number 1 overall pick once upon a time. I think of great quarterback prospects, and again, I'm just saying prospects of this century. Trevor Lawrence is a part of that conversation, right? Like, it's Andrew Luck.
Yeah, I just think we overrated him as a prospect, but I hear you. He would definitely be in there. I just think overall, we really dramatically overrated how good he was.
Well, I think because it was that freshman year at Clemson. And I don't think anyone saw that coming. He was incredible. Yeah. They won the whole thing. It was at Levi Stadium, right? Is this his first time back at Levi Stadium since that game? I think it might be. I don't think the Jags have played. I think it's been in Jacksonville, right?
Niners played them at Jacksonville when Purdy threw that perfect ball down the field when he got blasted to George Kittle down the sideline. Yeah, I
think it might be. We'll get our crack staff on that in the back. 888-957-9570. By the way, you can also hit us up on YouTube where we are streaming. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Mia O'Brien going to be joining us in about an hour at 9:20. ESPN Radio and covers the Jaguars down in Jacksonville. So we'll get the lay of the land down there. And I'll ask Mia the same thing, how she thinks that Kyle Shanahan views all three of those quarterbacks. I'm going to go a little different here. I think Kyle Shanahan thinks, and you referenced the Don Nelson angle and all this, that he thinks he could take anyone and mold them into the next best thing. I think Kyle Shanahan said, if I had Trevor Lawrence to start off his career, we might have a Super Bowl by now. Like, I think he thinks that highly of the skill and the prospect of Trevor. Now, would it have culminated that way? We'll never know, right? And unless you go to a time machine, get to the DeLorean, we are never going to know how Trevor Lawrence would have looked in a stable situation, a stable organization, and one of the best offensive head coaches in the NFL. We'll never know that. But right now, given we've seen all these quarterbacks, I'm going to go Purdy, Jones, and then Lawrence.
Wait. So Lawrence is your one.
Yes, and this is how I think Kyle Shanahan views how he could be successful going forward. If he has all those quarterbacks to take, those three quarterbacks, how would I rank him? I'd be ranking it Purdy, Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence, which sounds insane. I know. I think Kyle just loves Mac Jones. I think he's loved him ever since Alabama. I think he thinks of him as the Kirk Cousins 2.0. I could mold this guy however I want. Now, I'm going to give Purdy the benefit of the doubt here because he's been so close of winning a title, and he does a little bit more of the intangibles. But there's something about Mac Jones. You're smiling right now.
No, it's just funny that you. So, okay, let's play this out then a little. And again, we're just talking. Say he wins this week. And now you got the Rams on deck, and Purdy's still kind of.
It's within the window, Joe. They gave Rap Sheet had the window. What was it? 2 to 5 weeks. So they gave himself. I'm just saying.
Now you kind of think that there's like not a quarterback controversy brewing.
No.
Could there be? Could there be a reason why Kyle might want to stick with Mac longer than you would anticipate? With Purdy coming back and being ready.
Absolutely. I think the reason that you keep Mac out there is so that Brock could get healthy. That's the only reason. Is that you don't believe.
You sound like you're contradicting yourself.
Why?
Well, because you're saying that you think that he likes Mac the most.
No. I said he likes Mac more than Trevor. Mac was number 2. It was Purdy, Jones, Lawrence. I still think that all things being equal, if he could only pick one of those quarterbacks to go forward with, he's taking Brock Purdy.
You still okay?
I still think
I had
that.
it reversed. Okay,
my bad. I'll explain it. How does Kyle Shanahan view these 3 quarterbacks? I still think he thinks Purdy is the best of that bunch, but I would take Mac Jones over Lawrence in this discussion. I think he feels that strongly about Mac because he's loved him ever since the draft. And I think he knew he was never going to draft Trevor Lawrence, so he probably didn't study up all that much on him because he's like, I'm not going to have this guy, whatever. But I do think it's a fun conversation to get into the psyche of Kyle Shanahan. And what he loves about quarterbacks is different than, what Andy Reid might love or what Sean McVay might love or what Liam Cohen, who's the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, what he loves in a quarterback. By the way, did you see last week when it was Cohen and Trevor yelling at each other and saying, just call my damn play, don't audible, all this stuff? I was like, Trevor, yeah, we don't audible Kyle Shanahan plays. I think that much we do know. So if Trevor was doing that, maybe that's already a negative in his column. Someone that wants to join this conversation is the Knight of Numbers, Alex in Atlanta. It's been a while. Alex, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Hi, gentlemen. How's it going? It has been a while. First off, to answer your question out there, I think the way I would rank them out is I'd have Purdy at number 1. I'd have Mac Jones at number 2. I'd have Lawrence at number 3, primarily because you guys talked about Kyle doesn't like a quarterback who's mistake-prone, makes bad decisions when throwing the ball. Lawrence has been pretty interception-prone since the start of his career. I mean, this year alone, he's already got 4 interceptions through 3 games. He's got 50 for his career. He tends to try to force the ball into places where he shouldn't be forcing it. As far as Mac Jones is concerned, Mac Jones fits the mold of a, prototypical pocket passer, stays in the pocket, attacks the middle of the field, very similar to what Kyle liked from Jimmy Garoppolo when he initially brought him in. So that's why I'd rank him number 2. And then Purdy, of course, is number 1 because you've been to a Super Bowl with Purdy. You've been on the cusp of winning a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. But looking ahead to this game against Jacksonville, I like that you guys were talking about injuries earlier because there's no defensive coordinator I'd rather have right now with the way the injuries are for this team than Robert Saleh. Because I remember back in 2020 when Robert Saleh was the DC here still, and the Niners, despite all the injuries on the defensive side of the ball and missing Nick Bosa for pretty much the entire year that season as well, they were 5th in yards allowed. I mean, Robert Saleh is probably the best defensive coordinator in the league, in my opinion, at getting the most out of the pieces he has when it comes to generating pressure on the quarterback with just 4 guys and making sure you're in a bend, don't break sort of mentality. I think this weekend's going to be a real defensive battle in the trenches overall. I mean, Jacksonville, they're number 1 in the league in turnovers so far this season. Their run defense is tops in the league. They're a bit susceptible to the pass, so I expect the Niners to come out throwing to start the game to try to open up the run. But I can see where people think this might be a trap game for San Francisco, just considering how sneaky good the Jaguars' defense is.
Thank you, Alex in Atlanta. That was Matt Lively, KPIX Channel 5, said with us last hour that this could be a trap game for them. And it's hard for me to say something's a trap game when your team itself is already feel like it's under a trap when it comes to the injuries. So can you have a trap game when you don't have a lot of your best players?
We brought up the injuries. Carter and I were just talking, and I was like, well, didn't they fire the strength and conditioning coach a couple years ago? And then Carter went down the deep dive. Carter, what ended up happening from this deep dive on the 49ers medical?
So they have the same team doctor as of 2014 that's still to this day, but the medical staff has actually changed, and the head of the medical staff changed when Kyle Shanahan came in.
So that person's been here 8 years?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know, but it is just crazy. It's crazy. They've been injured so much. I don't understand it. And it would be one thing if, they're middle of the pack in terms of injuries of the league. I mean, you're coming up on top 5, it seems like yearly.
We were joined earlier in the week by Dr. Nirav Pandya, UCSF Health. The guy lives and breathes all these soft tissue injuries, sports injuries, all of it. There's no one better and more knowledgeable than Dr. Nirav Pandya. And this is what he had to say with us, Joe, on the amount of 49ers injuries. And, is it just bad luck, or is there something more to it?
I think a lot of it does have to do with just bad luck, but look at what are factors we know that can cause someone to be injured. I think injury history coming out of high school and college, both had injuries when he was in high school. You talk about even the Trent Baalke era when we're drafting all these players that have prior injury history. So I think that's the most variable factor. We think of this as like, oh, you were injured in college and you're fine, but that carries risk with it. And I think the second thing we don't talk about as much is for West Coast teams, they do a lot of travel. That travel has an impact on your ability to recover. You're flying across the country. You're also playing on some fields that have turf. So I think all these soft factors do play a role as well, too. But I think the most important thing is injury history. And then if you actually do compare them to other teams, I know every year, first 2 weeks of the season, we're like, oh, the 49ers, everyone's getting soft tissue injuries. It's pretty consistent, early on in the season. But I think where we see the difference is those big season-ending injuries. And for whatever reason, the 49ers do have more of that happening. But those are most of the time things you can't control. So I think it's just a little bit of bad luck, heading into the season.
All right, so that's a scientist, essentially, a doctor.
He's a doctor. Studied this his whole life, yes.
And I know you're studying the science of medicine or whatever.
Correct.
You're practicing it.
Correct.
So this would sound ridiculous to him, but I'm going to throw this to you because you're not a doctor.
I'm not. No.
Okay.
Not even close.
I have friends that think the Niners are just cursed.
Oh. Well.
Do you believe in curses when it comes to these types of things? Like sports stuff. I'm talking sports curses.
How could you not sometimes?
That's what I'm saying.
The Cleveland Browns, and maybe it's just ineptitude sometimes, and then we mask it. The Jets might be. It's the curse of Joe Namath after they said he made a deal with the devil or whatever, and they called
Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. And they're never going to win again. They haven't even been to a Super Bowl since that. I do understand as a fan base, but it's hard for me to say that when the Niners have actually won at a high level, in my lifetime.
But they haven't won the big one.
But they have. So they have 5 of them.
Okay.
There's some franchises that would kill for that history, Joe.
You're gonna
Cleveland
roll
Browns
your eyes.
being one of them.
You're going to roll your eyes. I have friends that to this day believe that they're cursed since they left Candlestick. I'm just telling you. Almost like Bone Thugs and Harmony made a deal with the devil to be big. There's a group of my buddies who believe that the Niners made a deal with the Silicon Valley tech bros and they cursed the Niner franchise forever. I'm not saying I necessarily believe in it, but I'm not dismissing it either because I'm very superstitious. And as a sports, fan, even when I was participating as an athlete, I do the weirdest, most bizarre superstitious stuff because I do kind of believe in those weird things.
I do some superstitious things that is dumb, but I guess at the end of the day, it's the same thing if you believe in ghosts or not. For me, the ghost hunter stuff, no. Bad organizations will be bad because of the decisions they make. The Niners are not a bad organization. They are not. They are one of the class organizations currently of the NFL. I don't even think that is a hot take. Have they gotten hosed at times because of injuries and it sucks? Yeah. And that's really bad and hard to not just point to we're cursed. Whereas science and the medical professional, the Dr. Nirav Pandyas, and I choose to believe in guys like that in an era where it's a hot take to believe in science, Dr. Nirav Pandya is telling me, yeah, well, Nick Bosa had injuries in high school and you can point to that. Ricky Pearsall has had injuries through college. Herm Edwards told us about that. Coached him in college at Arizona State. He's had injury history there. So we could point to that and say, no, there's a history.
No,
there's
but
science.
Let's suspend that.
I can't, though, because
you don't believe a little in a curse.
What are the top curses right now?
Well, little B on Kevin Durant, right? Little B put the curse on KD and then lifted the curse.
Okay.
And then put it back on him. Tell me I'm wrong.
And are you putting that? So Fred VanVleet tearing his ACL now that Kevin Durant's on the team? Is that what we're saying now?
I believe
they're cursed because KD's a rocket.
God.
Oh my God, Dre and Lamore, talk some sense into these people. What's up, Dre?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Butcher Boy, you're right on point. I remember when they first opened up the stadium in Santa Clara, you weren't working for 95.7, but you would call D. Bruce from time to time and really complain about that stadium and the weather and the sun in your face. And I even when they're winning, I mean, you're out there, and it's unbearable. When they're winning, things are a lot more bearable. But I just do not understand that. And the other thing that I've really, really, really pissed me off, it's just not the Niners, it's concert venues and everything else. But I have plenty of fond memories looking through my old ticket stubs. They were embossed. They looked bad. Patrick Lewis knocking the snot out of somebody. After the first year, they took away our hard tickets. I'm a season ticket holder living in Lemoore, California. I could sell something tangible if I put them in their hands before the season. Oh, that looks bad. I want that. But for me to try to sell it to somebody where they can't even see it and it's on their phone, they look at me like, what are you trying to sell me? You know, and I go through my old stuff, and it was great. They took away Christmas Day. That was a Christmas Day for me when I would come before the season started, and you would fold through all those tickets. Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. The NFL makes too much money. The Niners make too much money for them to continue to make us go with, you know, a phone app to get in the stadium. Give us back our tickets and shade that stadium.
Thanks, Dre. I mean, that's everywhere, though. No one does printed tickets anymore. Everything's on our phone. I get the nostalgia factor. It's fun to have the hard paper ticket. You're longing for a different time.
It makes it entering and exiting the stadium actually is more difficult now because you got to load the app. You got to pull it up. You got to, like, I'm being real. Like, I do this every single week when I go to games, and I'm like, God, it like some places that have good Wi-Fi, like, for example, Chase Center, boom, you hit it, you come through. The old physical ticket was way quicker, way easier. It just was.
We're not going back to that.
No, I know we're not.
Let's save the trees. We don't need to do that anymore.
No, it's about expense cutting, and it's not about carbon footprint.
But we can't.
It's about expense cutting. Who are we kidding?
What are we talking about? It's also part of it now. You get carbon footprint. Like, we're in the Bay Area. We don't need to be wasting paper.
Look, let me tell you this. No. For a couple grand a year for my season tickets, okay, you can upgrade the wedding invitation from an Evite. All right, doggy? That's all I'm saying.
You're not going to be George Costanza? You're not going to have the old envelopes?
Because this is what happens. Not only do you have to show the ticket from your phone at the gate, then you got to go into the season ticket holder line to get your food, and you got to show the ticket there. Then you're holding all these things, and then you're going back to your seat. All right, I'm trying to get my son, like, come on, let's go. We're gonna go this way, and I'm like holding 15 different items, and they're like, can I see your ticket to sit in your seats? Like, dude, no one's sitting in the nosebleeds. No one's trying to sneak into my seats here. All right, dude, I sit right there every single week. You got to show your ticket again, and you got to pull it up out of your phone, and it is a pain in the neck. And I used to like having the lanyard around the neck where you just flash it. That's it. Just in and out.
You can now if you're media. Just go to be Mr. Media Guy. You can get your ticket that way. By the way, Dub Nation, preseason is right around the corner, and 95% of the game is tipping things off in style. Join us at Pier 39 on Saturday, October 4th, for a Warriors preseason special you won't want to miss. Live appearances from Warriors favorites such as Festus Ezeli, Zaza Pachulia, Kalina Azubuike, Tim Roy, and our very own Bonte Hill. A king's tale indeed. Plus your chance to win tickets to the first preseason game on Sunday, October 5th, as the Warriors host Austin Reeves and the Lakers. If that's not enough, Evan Giddings and Guru will be broadcasting live from 12 to 4. It's hoops, it's hype, and the season is almost here. On your station for everything Warriors, 95.7 The Game. And on the other side, we're going to talk red and gold some more, brought to you by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. And you know what, Joe? I know you're not quite believing in this team yet. What would have Shasky jumping all in on this team? What are the steps that need to be taken for you to jump all in on this season for the 49ers? You're going to answer that on the other side. And it's the Morning Roast, baby, on 95.7 The Game.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Here we go. This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs. Oh, my goodness. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions, fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby.
Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
It's science.
Absolutely is. By the way, I like what you're doing here with this rejoin. Cyclone, Iowa State, Brock Purdy. All right, maybe he's got a chance. Limited in practice yesterday. This is Brock Purdy's theme going forward, by the way.
I think his theme starts with like Morgan Wallen or, Stapleton or something.
I don't know about that guy, Morgan Wallen.
What's wrong with Morgan Wallen?
Don't look into that past. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh.
888-957-9570. By the way.
Wait. I want to. You piqued my interest here. Did he do something wrong? What did Morgan Wallen do?
Yeah, did something wrong. I'd say he said a word that you're not supposed to say as a white person.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I didn't even know this. I don't.
You never
Okay.
go Riley Cooper. We'll just leave it at that.
When did that happen?
You got to look it up. By the way, this Sunday, we're going back to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, baby. That's what I want to talk about for the kickoff show. Great food, great drinks, and great games in the parking lot. The show starts at 10 a.m. with E-Dog Evan Giddings and Lolo Lorenzo Neal. All the early games are going to be there for you to watch. Plus, if you are going to the game, check this out. A free shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right. It is free. Park at Laughing Monk, join the party, and then take the shuttle to and from the stadium. All you have to do to sign up and reserve a spot is go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link and sign up. See you there. I'm going to see you there, Joe? Laughing Monk Brewing. Are you going to be at the game this week, by the way?
No. Can't. I got some stuff that I got to take care of and can't in the morning. And so I gave him to young Jay McHale and his father.
Nice.
Kid I used to coach. Great kid, great athlete.
Awesome.
Good baller. Him and his dad, James, they're great people.
Trevor Lawrence versus Mac Jones, potentially.
All right, so I'm looking at Morgan Wallen here just for a split second. You guys, I went down the timeline. This guy's had a lot of things happen to him.
Yeah.
All right, so, I mean.
This is great.
Kicked out at Kid Rock's bar and arrested.
Oh, that's, you know what? That might be a positive.
Kind of hard to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Filmed partying without a mask during lockdown.
Oh, no, you can't do that. Hey, Justin Turner. There you go.
Okay. Then he's got a mullet here, and it says SNL appearances canceled. Drops out of a headline festival in Georgia.
Oh, you can't do that. I'm wearing a Georgia shirt right now.
Jokes about breaking COVID-19 restrictions during an SNL skit. I mean, who didn't break those rules? Caught on video using the N-word. Okay, I think I found it.
There you go. It was only the
Didn't
eighth
know
thing.
that.
There you go.
I didn't know that.
Shout out. Yeah. Let's, Morgan Wall. I don't know how we, there you go. So, yeah, the more you know, Joe.
Well, no, like, I think.
Oh, actually, this actually brings a conversation that I think we're going to discuss. It's actually in the rundown, so I know where you're going. Go.
Yeah, well, like, DeMarcus Robinson's coming back this week, and, he's suspended for a reason. What exactly are the reasons why he was suspended?
DUI.
Which is a very serious thing.
Yes.
And I don't take lightly. I also understand, as someone who's been given multiple chances in life and has tried to make amends for them, I always allow people the opportunity to not be judged by their worst moment. Now, are there certain moments that are so bad that I almost can't, look the other way? Sure. And I'm not going to list them all. You can use them in your imagination. If you're a repeat offender or someone who's been accused of not one, not two, but like 23 acts of egregious behavior, like Deshaun Watson, that's pretty comprehensive, you know? So I always struggle with these things. So like Demarcus Robinson's coming back, and, you know, a DUI is a bad thing, right? Like we all would acknowledge. I don't know if he's remorseful. You know, I think he's been, you know, earned the benefit of the doubt. We all earn some level of, I guess, grace to make mistakes and learn from them and come back. And so I'm willing to give him an open opportunity. I can't look inside of his heart. I also can't tell you what he said about said suspension and, you know, if he's learned from it or not. And time will tell. You know, my dad struggled with addiction for a long time, and he was good, and then he wasn't good, and then he fell off, and then he was good again. And so, like, everyone has their own path in life. But I know, like, for example, like Tyreek Hill, and I've looked at his like history and all the different things that he's been accused of, and I just don't think he's a good dude, and I don't know if I could root for him on my team. In fact, I feel like I couldn't root for him if he was on my team. And maybe I'm like pearl clutching to a degree, but again, I'm trying to give you some leeway here. I don't know what the line is for each individual on, you know, who do you root for and where do you draw the line and you don't root for them.
And to not try to be too cynical about this conversation, but it's hard not to be. It's almost always, when it comes to the majority of a fan base, it's talent versus tolerance. Always. So, like, if you're very talented, like, for example, Antonio Brown. There you go. Just you say the name, there's a lot there. Whether it's the Raiders, the Steelers, the Bucks, the Patriots, all of it. There was talent versus tolerance. And it got to a point where, and I know he ended up quitting on the team and taking off his pads and everything and waving goodbye. And now I guess there's a warrant out for his arrest still. He's in the Middle East. I don't know what he's doing. But there was a talent versus tolerance conversation, and it got to the point where everyone was just like, yeah, I can't root for that guy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. He had so many things that at some point you kind of drew the line.
Correct. And that was probably the most latest example of a guy that it's just gotten worse and worse and worse.
I remember not caring when I was in my 20s and when I was a teenager. I remember not caring about what anyone did anywhere.
Right.
And, like, I remember the exact moment for me where it switched. And look, as you get older, your perspectives change, your understanding of life changes. And Ray McDonald was accused of some stuff that was pretty serious. And I don't even remember whether it ended up going to trial and he got convicted or not. I'm not even sure. I just remember he was accused. And I didn't know what the Niners should do. You know, hey, he's been accused of something very serious here, but he hasn't been tried. Do you take him off the field? You know, do you suspend him? Like, what do you do in these situations? And I remember he got to play, and he made a tackle, and my nieces were very young. They're like, I don't know, 6 or 7. They, like, jumped up in the living room. We were all watching the game. They're like, yes, great tackle. And I was like, I don't know how comfortable I feel about that.
Yeah.
Now, if I was in a room full of dudes and I was in my 20s, like, I would probably have had a different perspective. But, like, being in the room with kids, it was like, And now, look, do I want any of these guys to be a role model for my children? No, not necessarily. I do wish they would all be Steph Curry, but I know that that's ridiculous. Well, they're not all going to be choir boys. That's ridiculous.
And that's why I always appreciated...
Nor is any of my family members.
Right, and that's why I always appreciated, and it's a good point. I'm glad you're open up about that. It's a very, interesting story, because when you're watching these things with your kids... It's very difficult. A kid doesn't know, if you're 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, they're just celebrating the play, not the person.
They don't even know.
They don't know who that is. But
it made me cringe.
Right. I always loved when Charles Barkley said, "Hey, I'm not your role model. Don't look up to me.
You're not.
If you're a kid." But I understand you guys
are.
Well, but he's telling you flat out, "Hey, parents, don't do that. Tell your kid, hey, it's great that they're really good at the sport, but let's look up to I don't know, Dr. Narav Pandya. Well, great. He's my role model for my kid. A guy that has worked hard, went to school, did it all the right way, a family man. Great. Stuff like that.
But even his child is not looking at, today I could say my dad was my hero. And I've heard Tom Brady talk about this, but there were many, many points in my life where sports heroes were my heroes, way more so than my own father. Now, again, as I got older and I had a lot of great people in my life, my grandfather, my uncles and stuff, my perspective changed, but I'd be lying if I didn't say that I had a lot of sports heroes growing up. So I guess where I'm going with this is, as everyone's listening to this, is like, hey, DeMarcus Robinson's come back, and we need him. And I want him to come back, and the Niners desperately need him to be on the field. And this isn't about him. I don't know. I'm assuming he is remorseful. Just as a sports fan, where do you draw the line on some of the behavior and things that people get accused of? I watched the Chiefs 2 weeks ago walk onto the field, and they were saying free Rashee Rice on these T-shirts. And I was like, guys.
Yikes.
Guys, this guy got in a major accident and ran away from the scene.
Left the victims. Again, victims in this.
Read the room. Had that been someone's family, that, like, wow. Like,
and again, this is coming.
And again, I'm not trying to judge him by his worst moment, but let's also have the perspective of what he did was really dumb.
It's really hard not to try to compartmentalize everything that's going on with all these different, receivers, athletes, whatever, with especially the speeding aspect. When just a couple of years ago, we brought the guy's name up when Henry Ruggs, like that whole situation that happened and killed a woman and her dog, and he's in prison for it. And we drunk driving right there.
But you know what?
And we did. I keep seeing it every single year. Jordan Addison's coming back this week. Same thing with the Minnesota Vikings. And it's like, and DeMarcus Robinson, it wasn't just one, it was twice, 2 times in a calendar year, Joe.
I know.
Like this happened back in January, and then last year, early February, it happened.
Like society, these athletes actually have a better citizenship rate in terms of not committing crimes, percentage-wise, pro athletes do than normal society, okay? That being said, like people in your family, they're going to make mistakes, and they're going to do things, and they're going to do it over and over and over again. And, everybody's got to draw the line somewhere. I'm dealing with some stuff behind the scenes, and it's just, there's a lot, right? You're trying to balance all these things out. I don't know. Like Henry Ruggs, I've seen him talk a few times. Look, can I judge what's in his heart? I don't know. But I truly believe that he has understood what he did. It was one of the worst things ever. And he has now gone away. He is going to serve his time at some point. Maybe an NFL team picks him up. And I think it's up to the individual to determine what their algorithm is on whether they want to root for him or not. And I guess then it becomes like, well, do you believe him? Do you think he's remorseful? Has he learned? And I always struggle with these things.
And there's always the situations where, who was my guy in Baylor? That was supposed to be a high draft pick, or first couple rounds. Sean Oakman, I believe, Baylor, who gets a false accusation against him that they've proved to be false, sexual assault, ruined his draft stock, damn near ruined his career, probably. And the person came out and they said they were lying about the whole thing. But once you say it, that's the stain. It's no matter what, someone's going to view, you're going to search his name and say about Sean Oakman, and you can't take it back. And there's legit ones too. That goes the other way. There are accusations that never get followed up upon, and I feel bad for the victim. I feel horrible for them, and then that person gets to walk away scot-free. So it's a double-edged sword always. And it's an interesting conversation to talk about where we draw the line with how we root for players, because I do believe it's different for each individual. But there are some things that I'm going to be honest. Yeah, sexual assault, domestic violence, harming people. When you hurt other people, that's where I have a very hard time, just ever wanting to root for that person. I like DeMarcus Robinson. I think early on, in college, it was for smoking weed.
I don't put that.
That's I think we've gone as a society.
What teenager hasn't smoked weed?
Exactly. I think we've moved on a little bit.
I'm not trying to virtue signal. Jalen Carter fell in the draft because he was a part of a vehicle that ran someone off the road and someone got seriously injured. That's why he fell. They died. Yeah, exactly. So now, and again, I don't know what his particular involvement was in that. But during the broadcast the other night, Chris Collinsworth, I think it was Sunday Night Football, they were talking about the Tyreek Hill. Maybe it was Amazon Prime.
No, it was Kaylee Hartung, who's the sideline reporter for Amazon Prime. We got Kirk Herbstreit and Al Michaels last week.
And they were just listing all these accusations for Tyreek Hill, and everyone lost their minds.
Well, they came back it was the start of the fourth quarter, and it was literally just panning to Tyreek Hill. It's all you saw on the TV. And then Kaylee Hartung just listing all the allegations against him, just listing everything. It was like, but like that's part of the conversation. Almost like you kind of have to relay that. It's part of the whole thing because he might get suspended, Joe.
I can't even look at Deshaun Watson.
Yep. There you go.
Like, I just can't. Like, the Justin Tucker stuff is...
And that's why I have a hard time, as we're talking about curses, too, in sports. No, you're not cursed. Your owner just made a stupid decision giving a guy like that $200+ million guaranteed.
So bad.
No, that's a dumb organizational move. You're not cursed. You're just stupid. Like, sometimes I just have to say, like, you're just stupid. That's what... Who's my guy? Jimmy Haslam. Stupid. Sorry. It's a stupid decision. You draft a guy in Baker Mayfield, top 5 overall. He's a first-round pick. Was he the first overall pick?
Baker was number 1.
Number 1. He was first overall pick. And he wins a game for you. The Cleveland Browns, a playoff game against the division rival Steelers, and you're too good for him because he has a down year.
It's just insane.
That's why you're not cursed. You're just dumb.
When you're in the public realm like they are, like if you were the CEO of Apple and something horrific happened, it would be in the public eye. And, you know, because you're a front-facing individual representing that company has, you know, their points of view on whether they want to keep you around or not. Like, remember that CEO that got caught cheating on his wife?
Coldplay concert. But you know what? That's like a domestic issue between him and the family. He hurt emotionally his family there.
No doubt.
He didn't do anything malicious.
No, but he was representing the bigger company, and it's a bad look for the company. So anyway,
and he had to deal with the ramifications of that. Yes.
I know this isn't normal sports talk. I'm just asking people if there is a line for them, or do they just only care about winning? Or is there somewhere in between? Because I feel like I jump through mental gymnastics just to justify rooting for someone that I might like or that might help my team more so than I would on another team.
Well, I know
admit it.
I know because when we were the flagship of this team and they were here, obviously, the Oakland Raiders, and Mark Davis has a zero tolerance policy. If you were linked to any domestic violence in the past, as you know, or if you're arrested for it or convicted of it, he has a zero tolerance. The Raiders aren't signing you. And that goes to Fred Biletnikoff and what his family dealt with and all of it. So he is very anti. And I know it was a big deal when the Raiders drafted in the first round. Remember this? Gary and Conley, once upon a time, who ended up being acquitted of everything, was found not guilty. And it was, you know what, good. Like, I'm glad that he was able to move past that. But it was still an awkward thing. I was like, do I cheer? Like, if I'm a fan of that team, like, do you root for them? I was like, I don't like, know. Yay, no, what? Like, one for me that I was never could root for a guy like this because of all the, it was on film and everything. Like, Greg Hardy, oh my God. Like, that guy, the amount of fans that said, oh, but, you know, he did his, and I was like, no. Never root, and I always rooted for against him in the UFC, and I'm glad he got his ass kicked multiple times. Yeah, I'm reading your mind, Carter. Like, that's a guy I would never ever root for.
I mean, I remember Leonard Little got in a DUI and accidentally killed someone and played against the Niners that weekend. It was like, wow, what are we doing? Maybe just take the weekend off.
Right. Oh, by the way, here we go. June 4th. Oh, my birthday, 2025. Greg Hardy was reported that was arrested for allegedly assaulting a family member. Specifically, the records show he was booked on a charge of assault cases, bodily injury, family member. Yikes. There you go.
Yikes.
Yeah. So people like that, I guess, is my answer, Joe.
But I struggle with, you want to give someone a second chance, a third chance, a fourth chance. You want to give them benefit of the doubt of, forget the word rehabilitation, because that acts like everyone goes to jail and, you know, goes through some sort of thing. But like, people can change, people can get better, and they can repent for a mistake. Like, I believe in those things. But there are also other things where I'm like, all right, now we've got a CVS list of issues, and now here's where I draw the line.
It's funny that we started this conversation earlier with Urban Meyer, right? Because that's a guy I think ruined his chance. And if he ever wanted to go back to coaching in the NFL anyways,
he's done.
He's done. He burned all the bridges. Sure. He did everything the wrong way. Zero accountability at times. It was awful. Awful. And as we're talking about the Jacksonville Jaguars coming into town this week, Joe, you know, Trevor Lawrence could not have been dumped into a worse position. Not only was
How many games? 7?
Not only was Urban Meyer his head coach, Joe, Trent Baalke was his GM. And they just...
How Trent stayed as long as he did and got a second job.
unbelievable. He almost survived this past year. Remember that? And then finally, Shad Khan, the owner, is like, okay, we got to clean house here. Liam Cohen, he bring in his own guy, offensive coordinator for the Bucs. Now he's the head coach, and we'll see. But it is interesting comparing these two franchises and what could have been with Trevor Lawrence, the number 1 overall pick, if he was in the situation that Brock Purdy was in, and he had stability around him, and Brock Purdy being the last pick in the NFL draft and the success that he has had over a guy like Trevor Lawrence. It's just interesting to compare the two.
Kevin O'Connell was speaking at length about this a couple months back. This is before the season started. And he was like, there are way more organizations that fail players than players fail organizations. And I was like, damn. And then I started like thinking about it, and I was like, he might be right. You know, like, for example,
I agree.
Everyone talks about like the quarterback position, right? But like, let's say you're Bryce Huff. They changed the scheme. Yeah. He doesn't fit the 3-4. That's not a knock on Bryce Huff. He's still a solid player. He didn't fit. And they won the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
He does fit Robert Saleh's scheme, right? How many guys around the league didn't get a chance because the scheme fit or whatever, and they drafted him or invested in him, and it, for whatever reason, didn't work out? And were forces outside of just his isolated play.
Absolutely. All the time. Hell, if Stephen Curry gets drafted to another organization, if he gets drafted to the New York Knicks, where he wanted to go, right? If he gets drafted to the Knicks, is he the same player? I still think he's really good. I still think he has Hall of Fame talent.
It's funny that you say that. Like, let's remember what the Warriors were when he got here.
No, I know. But I'm just talking situations matter.
Keith Smart was the coach.
I know, but ownership though, Joe, too.
Yeah, it was. I know it was a totally
James Dolan is one of the worst.
No doubt. But I'm saying, like, that's what makes the Curry thing even more incredible is he did it with Cohen.
I know. Originally, and then Joe Lacob take it. Like, situations and organizational stability also matters, as I'm alluding to Trevor Lawrence in this. Like, the fact that Steph was able to resurrect that franchise does not get talked about enough. The fact that LeBron James resurrected the Cleveland Cavaliers, brought that city its first championship in forever. Like,
well, that's why I view Josh Allen so high.
There you go.
Because I feel like the Bills for 25 years were wandering in the desert.
Right. Irrelevant.
They really were.
They were just mid, just to be like, like the Bills are the Bills. Like,
garbage. And the fact that he's done so much. I mean, again, that's just my particular opinion. It's why you're talking about Baker. I got a lot of respect for Baker.
I love Baker. He can be my quarterback. I will root for him any day of the week. Another guy who actually got a second chance, too. Right? He was a knucklehead.
And he's really
ran away from the cops. It was on tape.
But he's also like admitted that he was super arrogant and maybe didn't put in the right work and didn't have the right perspective and attitude. I think Bryce Harper has been this way too. I think Bryce Harper's changed a lot over the years. I'm just going across sports. Yeah. I think there's a lot of guys that you can point to that have had that evolution.
Hey, Joe, we got a Jaguars fan on the line. Do you want to talk to a Jaguars fan? Have you ever met one in your life?
I'm trying to think. No.
Mac Jones, we know he was one. He grew up in Jacksonville, Florida.
I don't really know a lot of Floridians.
You don't?
No.
Oh, interesting. Well, Taylor.
Matt Lively.
Matt Lively's from Florida, but he's more of a Tampa guy, right? I'm pretty sure he is. He's not cut from the same cloth as the Jacksonville folk. Taylor in Richmond.
Leonard
though.
Skinner is from Jacksonville.
Leonard?
Yeah, it's their old gym teacher.
Your old friend Leonard Skinner?
Free bird! Taylor, what's up? You're on the Morning Roast. How are we feeling about the Jags this year?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me, guys?
I can.
Okay, nice. Wasn't sure if I had to do anything different. Never called into a radio show before. So Jaguar fan, not from Jacksonville, though. I'm actually from California, not the Bay. But I've been living out here for like the last 4 years and really enjoy listening to you guys' show during football season. How am I feeling about the Jags? Cautiously optimistic. I think we're pretty lucky getting you guys with a little banged up with Kittle and Bosa out. I think we'd be in pretty deep trouble with those two guys on the field. But our defense has looked great. We've only trailed for 18 seconds this year. It was an important 18 seconds. But team's looking pretty good. Hopefully our receivers can catch the ball. If they do, then our offense will be looking pretty decent as well, I think.
I'm going to ask you the same question. Who are you taking, Purdy, Mac, or Trevor Lawrence? You, not the coaches.
Me? I'm taking Trevor Lawrence. And I think the conversation you guys had earlier, just a little bit ago about situation, that matters a lot. Of those three guys, Trevor is the most talented quarterback in terms of physical traits. Purdy's probably got some pretty great intangibles, smart dude, works well in the Shanahan system. But if you put Trevor Lawrence in Brock Purdy's situation, in Shanahan's offense, not having to go through Urban Meyer, that whole debacle, some of the worst offensive lines in football, I think the conversation around him is a lot different, and he's probably a little bit closer to living up to the hype that he had coming out of college. But talking about curses as well, Jaguars have got to be one of those organizations, because we've had some pretty poor luck, which I think stems from ownership. But now that Shad Khan's kind of taken his a step back off the trying to be involved in the football operations, or at least having his family involved in them, I think this new head coach and new coaching staff they've got with Tony Bricelli running more of the football things for the Jaguars we're pointed in the right direction. We'll see how it goes, though.
Wait, Taylor, real quick before you go, and I appreciate your thoughts as a Jaguars fan. How did you become a Jags fan in California?
Brunell. Fred Taylor.
So I grew up in Bakersfield, so I was like right in between the LA and the Bay Area teams, and I was probably like 5 years old when the Jaguars and Panthers became a team.
Yeah.
And 5-year-old brain, I did not like any of the mascots of the California teams. My dad was from Houston, so I didn't like the Houston Oilers mascot either. They didn't have a real one. Yeah. So I just remember my dad putting the sports page in front of me one day when I was a kid, and there's the Jaguar and Panthers helmet, and he just said, hey, pick one of these teams. If you don't like any of the other ones, and you can say you've been a fan for life. And I liked the Jaguar cap more, and little did I know it was going to be one of the worst decisions I've ever made.
Thanks, Taylor and Richard. No, that's a funny story because
very interesting.
One of my childhood friends named Brandon, his dad was a Pirates fan always growing up. And I just assumed he's from like Pittsburgh, right? It's like, oh, okay, Pirates. Like, and I was like, oh, so like you grew up in Pittsburgh? Like as we gotten older, he's like, no, I just like Pirates as a kid. So that was my team. I was like, wait, what? He's like, yeah. I pretended to be a Pirate as a kid, and I was like, that's my team.
LJ is going to be a Toronto Raptor fan?
He's pretending to be a Raptor. What is that?
He's obsessed with dinosaurs.
The dad and Step Brothers, he's like, when I was a kid, I always wanted to be a dinosaur. I was like, Dad, you can never be a dinosaur. He's like, don't lose your dinosaur, kids. I love that. I love that. He wants to be a Raptor, Velociraptor. But being a Pirate, poor guy. He's never going to know success ever in his life. In fairness, he might have seen
I have to get out of there.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's going to be the side.
No, I have to get out like now. Like now.
Right now?
No, now. I need $300 million now before my arm falls off.
They got great jerseys, I'll say that.
No, they have great uniforms, but I need mine. And I need to get out of there now.
Like Garrett Cole? Like he got out of there and he got that money from the Yankees.
He needs to leave now. He had a 1.97 ERA.
You'd love Paul Skeens.
Oh, my God. Every team in baseball would love him.
In a Giants uniform. Can you imagine that?
Oh, God. That would be the trade. Oh.
What would you give up? You give up Eldridge for Skeens? Straight up?
I would.
Yeah. Okay.
Even though I love Eldridge, like Skeens is next level. And it literally solves their number one need, starting pitching.
888-957-9570 is the number. Is this a trap game this week, Niner fans? People are saying it's a trap game. I can't wrap my head around that because there's too many injuries for this to be an actual trap. Like, it'd be one thing if like you were looking over it and you're like, oh, we got the Rams next week. You can't look over anyone right now with all these injuries, Joe. You just can't. And I don't think Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh are allowing the team to do so. And when you're coming off a season like you were last year, there's no. I'm not hearing a trap game.
Can I close the bow on something?
Absolutely.
Bonds and Draymond didn't have the off-field stuff, off-court stuff, but they're on the field, on the court, pretty problematic.
Yeah.
And I love both those guys. Who's the most problematic player you rooted for? Alden, too. Alden Smith is another one. Charles Haley.
Kobe Bryant.
Didn't even think of that.
That's like that is probably
Didn't even think
that's
of
like
that.
the one, right? Like it's, and now how we talk about him because he's since passed is like it's a totality. And I remember the day he passed and that whole week. It was during the Super Bowl, like leading up to that. Like that's when it happened. And the Niners were in the Super Bowl. It was, how do you talk about this guy? And I was very proud of our station, how we talked about it. It was, everything's not black and white. There's a lot of gray when we talk about people, the good, the bad, the ugly. I was not there in Colorado. I don't know what happened. Only he and the person that he was with that night know what happened. He was, married at the time. I don't know. And how do you, And for me as a kid, I was like 7 or 8, Joe. Like when that, so
you don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how, like
me with Charles Haley, like I had no idea.
You had no idea, right? So, but you were older when that situation happened. So you probably viewed Kobe a little bit differently after that. Like, and people did. And you know, what he ended up doing for women and women's sports and having all those girls in his family and obviously like, it's a very delicate situation. And I don't know the right way to talk about it at times, but it I think
it's to each individual to make their own guesses. I just wanted to close the loop on it.
Right. Yeah. No, it's an interesting conversation I don't think there's a right answer to your point. And by the way, Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. Get this. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Watch the new season of Tulsa King now, streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got Mia O'Brien joining us in 20 minutes, Joe. Mia O'Brien, ESPN Radio, covers the Jags, Club 904 podcast. She knows the lay of the land when it comes to all things Jacksonville Jaguars, as they are taking on the Niners this Sunday at Levi Stadium. You want to go to the phones? We got a couple callers.
Yeah.
Let's start off with Father Time, who, as we all know, is undefeated. What's up, Father Time?
Still undefeated. Hey, a couple things on this. You know, the big picture is sports fans, and then, of course, just regular people in society are willing to forgive if it's our guy, right? If it's your brother who got convicted of domestic violence and went to serious prison, well, he's going to deserve another chance. He's doing whatever. Whereas anybody else, the woman's family, he's persona non grata forever. To bring back to the sports world, you know, if it's you, like, not to say that Barry Bonds, don't get me wrong, Barry Bonds never did anything illegal, well, other than whatever. You know, he's our villain. Like, we love him. You know, he's the greatest. For everybody else, he's the worst. And
look at Lawrence Taylor.
Between those two,
you know, I couldn't stand Lawrence Taylor. You know.
So let's switch to Tyreek Hill for a moment, because I'm in a fantasy league just like everybody else. And if you draft Tyreek Hill, you get kicked out of the league, basically, because this dude, just hear me out. He strangled his girlfriend and punched her in her pregnant stomach over and over again, pled guilty to it, and got to keep on playing Division I football. Played NAIA for a year and then played Division I football. And yet people are like, well, he can run a 4.3 40 and you can go get it. In fact, there was talk about the Niners going to get Tyreek Hill. What do we need? Our receivers are depleted. That brings me to Demarcus Robinson. Again, same thing. We're stoked. He's coming back. He's going to help the core. Well, if he was on any other team, it would just be, well, that guy, you know, multiple DUIs. Why is he in the league? But he's our guy. He's our DUI guy. And that's the nature of being not just a sports fan, but just being human, is that we personalize this where our guys got a bad rap or can get better or anything else. And the fact is they can't, but we're going to look the other way.
Well, I do believe, you know, because I know my dad was one of them. I do believe people can evolve over time.
Yes. Well,
good and bad.
America's what? The land of what? Second chances. That's what we say.
Some people get 50.
Right? And to Father Time's point, unfortunately, we are in a society where it is talent over tolerance. And yeah, Tyreek Hill could run a 4.3 40 and great. Everything else doesn't matter, which sucks. And that's how it's kind of perceived. And that's why people are a little jaded when it comes to, you know, the suspensions, to the policies, to all that. There was a time where the stain on the NFL was bad, and Roger Goodell had to navigate it. The whole Ray Rice, the video there, remember that, Joe? It was bad.
That was one of the most graphic videos. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it was, and they didn't
Well, like, similar to P. Diddy, once I saw it, I was like, whoa. Like, whoa.
Exactly. And it's, you know, we're talking about...
video always makes it work.
We're talking about the Cowboys doc and all of this. Just think about how different it would have been if it was the social media era back then, right? Like, if you had social media...
Which part?
Thank you. Like, we are in such a society now where everything is at our fingertips, and as soon as you see a headline or something or whatever, that's going to how That's going to shape how you view that individual going forward, no matter what.
Joe, they kind of glossed over it in the Dallas doc. Eric Williams was so hammered, he drove his SUV off the freeway and almost killed himself.
Yes.
And they were talking about, it just ruined our chances to beat the Niners in 94. It's like, dude, he was lucky to be alive. And that was normal behavior for that entire team. And, like, I don't know, it was just very weird. He had scars on his face for life. It's like, wow, dude. Like, he was so lucky to be alive. And I don't think a lot of those guys, like, learned from that lesson.
Well, I looked up that guy because, again, I was 2-3 years old when all that happened. I was like, oh, Eric Williams, okay.
No, he was awesome.
Well, yeah, he was a great player, and then that happened, and then they glossed it over like, oh, nothing ever happened again. And then I look up at all the different accusations that happened with him when it comes to sexual assault, rape, they just, again, glossed over it. Just it was, oh, yeah, it happened that year. And the guy was a part of the documentary, and he was interviewed like it was nothing. Like, so... I don't know, man. It's a tough conversation to have, and it's a real one to have.
And this is why, and I want to stop.
Yeah.
This is why people like Steph Curry and Hunter Pence, who have, you never know what anyone's going to do down the line. But for the most part, you're just lucky to have them.
Absolutely.
This is why Steph's the best.
You see, Hunter Pence is going to be doing some ESPN broadcasting for their playoff coverage. He's going to be like in the studio. Pretty cool.
I love Hunter. I feel like he's gotten better and better and better. We could have a conversation about whether you like Javi more or you like Hunter more.
Or not both.
I go back and forth. I don't think any one person's going to be able to fulfill Kruko's absence one day.
Bobby in Los Altos, before we hit the break here and get Mia O'Brien, ESPN Radio on to talk some Jags at 9:20. What's up, Bobby? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. First of all, mad ups to that Jacksonville guy who calls into the enemy station just to get some intel. Super fan right there. But listen, I've been listening for a couple hours. I'm going to shotgun a couple things. But the main reason I'm calling is I absolutely do believe it's a trap game. I don't know why you're poo-pooing that. But first of all...
No, Bobby. I'm saying it can't be a trap game for a team that's like barely healthy. There's no chance that the Niners are looking past this Jaguars team with a backup quarterback, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I respectfully disagree with you on that point. Okay. But look, first of all, I know this is going to make Shasky upset, but I think, as my homie, what's his name, Mark Twain, Samuel Clemens said, golf is a good walk spoiled. I can't stand the sport. Sorry, Mr. Olympic Club, but Tiger Woods, I can't get behind that guy. I know he's the greatest ever, but I just cannot. I just think he's a bad guy. I could never get behind him. So, sometimes, and I've done much worse things to my family than he's done to his family, but I don't know. Just some things you just can't get past them, and you can't root for them, even if they're the greatest. But look, the reason I think it's a trap game is just traditionally, no one respects the Jaguars, or whatever you guys would say. And so I think they are looking ahead to their divisional opponent because, yes, maybe in reality, of course, they have a lot of injured players, but the Jaguars are still the Jaguars. They're still the AFC South. So from a mentality standpoint, I think they don't respect them. And I think they think, hey, we're 3-0. We got players that have gotten us 3 wins that were not our starters, that were our backups. And I think they're going to continue to say Jaguars going to Jaguar, and they're going to look ahead to the Rams game. So I absolutely think it's a trap game. You want to say from an injury standpoint, from a physical standpoint, I understand what you're saying, but from a mentality standpoint, which is what bad juju is, bad luck isn't ghosts and whatnot. It's mentality. It's the fact that you say, hey, I know I'm going to lose at the end, and so you lose. And that's what I think the mentality is that the Jaguars are just going to Jaguar, and we're going to beat them even if we're not at full strength. So I'm very worried about this game. And I don't care, and I'm sorry, no one loves Dr. Narav Pandya more than Bobby, but I just don't buy that Mac Jones, he was limping at the end of the game. I cannot have that brother coming out looking like he's limping. That is my most terrifying part of this game. And I know he's not on the injury report, but please, let's protect the brother because I don't want to see no Martinez guy, all right? Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Bobby in Los Altos. By the way, what do you say, my homie Mark Twain? Like they're tight? Well, and Bobby, I'm sorry, I don't mean to call you out here. Because I can't root for a guy like Tiger Woods. He's did some horrible things to his family. I've actually done worse things to my family, but I can't. I was like, Bobby, you're shooting yourself in the foot with this argument, my guy. But it's an interesting one, Tiger.
Here's what I'll say about Tiger. I do look at him, and there are times where I think I see a lot of guilt and remorse at what he's done. And I think specifically if you see how he interacts with his son and stuff in front of the public, like you could tell, like I think he realized he took a lot of that for granted. I mean, you can't look deep inside his soul, but I don't know, man. I see a lot of regret on his face.
As someone, I'm not going to, throw stones in glass houses, someone that has struggled in a prior marriage, I don't know what's going on with him in his own life. People go through stuff. People, and whether it's his childhood, whether it's the relationship, multiple relationships, whatever, that is their business. Again, I don't like rooting for people that physically hurt other people. Now, emotional abuse, that is absolutely a thing.
Well, he also was an addict.
He's an addict. There was
three different accidents.
There was drugs. There was DUIs. There was a lot of things. Pills. Exactly. So there's a lot. By the way, real quick on the Jaguars, Niners have won 5 straight against them, Sam. Did you know that? I wonder if Mia O'Brien knew that. She's up next. ESPN Radio covers the Jaguars. Club 904 podcast. We'll get the lay of the land when it comes to all things Jaguars, and it's going to be brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. And that means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek for just $239 per month. Just $239 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease, no security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Acquisition fee $650. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number JF2GU ABC 8SH271247. Stock number 1250885. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
Boost your day at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off all packaged coffee with Prime through September 30th. Grab your favorite beans for a delicious morning brew. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
1-877-CARS
Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger here with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. The start of the season has not gone as expected for Kansas City, but they have a chance to right the ship this week as they host Baltimore. 2 of the league's best quarterbacks will go head-to-head as they hope to add another big win to their resume. Who will be able to secure a huge early season win? It's Your Journey is brought to you by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We're rolling. We got one more segment. This was flown by. We're going to be joined by Mia O'Brien momentarily. Covers the Jaguars for ESPN Radio Club 904 podcast. By the way, did you know this, Joe? The Niners have won 5 straight against the Jaguars. Their last loss was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, December 18th, 2005.
Oh, my God.
Was the last time they lost. And that was at home in Jacksonville. This one's going to be on the road. So the Jags have never gone on the road to beat the Niners. And most of their matches have actually been in Jacksonville. But you have to go back to December 18th, 2005. David Garrard taking on Alex Smith. And the Jags would go on to be 10-4 after that game. The Niners would fall to 2-12. I know you remember it fondly. What? I just, hey, you've won 5 straight since then. It's okay. It's okay. We got her. We got to boost the mood around here. And no one boosts my mood like Mia O'Brien. ESPN Radio covers the Jaguars. Club 904 podcast, although she did dub me Joe 2, not Joe 1. That is you, Joe Shasky, not me, Joe Spadoni. Mia, good morning. We're just talking about the Niners' success over the Jaguars. Last time the Jaguars beat the red and gold was over 20 years ago. Get that.
20 years ago, I was in, I believe, the 6th grade up in New Jersey, and Duval was but a glimmer in my eye, so I cannot comment outside of David Garrard is still here in Jacksonville doing amazing things, and I want you to keep an eye out for his young son, who is a senior, I believe, this year at Fletcher High School. Garrard has made this, so I don't feel bad sharing it on the air. He and his wife, when they saw their son.
Hey, Mia, I'm going to pot you down real quick. Your connection is spotty. We'll try to get you back on a better one.
Us from 2005.
I thought she was calling us from Jersey, actually. That's where I thought she was right now, not Jacksonville. But I didn't know she was from Jersey. There you go. The more you know. I think she's my age then. If so, 20 years ago, I also would have been 12, 6th grade. Yeah, I think we're the same age.
We never talk about a woman's age ever.
I can't say we're the same age.
Yeah,
She said,
that's just,
I said 20 years ago, I was also in 6th grade. I'm saying we're the same age. That is okay. I think and honestly, the age thing, when it comes to women, I think we're past that as a society.
Well, I just
hashtag me too, Joe.
I have old school.
Me too.
No,
all right?
no. I have old school. Old school manners from my grandma, and there's certain things that you just don't discuss, and if they want to, that's on them. I just gonna leave it alone.
She discussed it. She said 20 years ago she was in the 6th grade. I also was. So there you go.
You just gotta let that sit there.
David Garrard, he had a moment in Jacksonville. Is he no, seriously. So it's Mark Brunell, as we're talking the Jaguars. We'll get Mia O'Brien back in a second. It covers the Jacksonville radio.
Blake Bortles.
He's the one who got to the AFC Championship. Joe, I kid you not, they should have won that game. They should have.
No, they shouldn't have, because they didn't go for any kind of moving of the ball with a lead in the first half against Tom Brady and the Patriots.
No, they had a Fugazi DPI call in that game by someone that gifted the Patriots that win.
I'm convinced Miles Jack was going to be one of the greatest two-way players we've ever seen. I know Travis Hunter is trying to do that now. Miles Jack at UCLA was a sweet running back in certain situations and linebacker, and he was sick on those teams.
Leonard Fournette, once upon a time. Yeah. He's same draft class as who? Christian McCaffrey. Remember that?
Yeah, I believe he went higher than him.
He did. He was top 4. I think he was number 4 overall. I could be wrong, but definitely a top 5 pick out of LSU. Won a Super Bowl, obviously, eventually with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tom Brady.
He looked sneaky old. Like Greg Oden, certain guys look sneaky old.
Well, because he was also bald at a younger age, too. So, that ages you. I mean, we're not all blessed to have that hair, that beautiful, luscious golden hair that you have over there, Joseph. So we're not all blessed to have that. By the way,
man, it's getting thinner and thinner and thinner.
No, you look good, man. You look good. This Sunday, we're going to be back at Laughing Monk Brewing, Sunnyvale, for the kickoff show. Great food, great drinks, and great games in the parking lot. The show starts at 10 a.m. with E-Dog Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. Plus, you can watch all the early games on that 10 a.m. slate. Plus, again, there's a lot of pluses here. Plus, a free shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right. Yes, that's right. Park at Laughing Monk for free. Join the party and then take the shuttle back and forth to the game. All you have to do to sign up and reserve a spot is go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link and sign up. See you there. But you're not going to be at the game this week, and you'll be watching from the couch.
Yeah, a couch. I don't know which one yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It was too hot for you last week, so you're just like, I'm out.
No, I told you, dude. I got things I have to take care of. We got a lot of family stuff this week. I got this journalism thing that I'm doing on Saturday.
Oh, okay. Journalism. Big journal?
As a big journo myself, Big J journo, I'm going to talk to the kids. Actually, my particular segment is Be Yourself.
Be yourself.
That's the name of my thing.
That's what Mia O'Brien always is. She is herself. Mia, we got you back. Sorry, we cut you off. We were just talking about, you said you were in 6th grade 20 years ago. I had the gall or the audacity to say I also was in 6th grade 20 years ago. I think I was 12 years old then. I'm 32. And then Joe over here is like, you can't talk about a woman's age. You guys both being 32. Like,
I didn't say any age.
Mia,
no,
are we past that?
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Most people think I'm 12. Most people think, and I know I just got a fresh haircut for those of you watching on TV.
Nice.
Shout out to Sam, who thought I might be getting a mohawk. Most people think I'm 12 when I have my hair pulled up, or at least a 12-year-old boy. So I appreciate that we are the same age, and that you are concerned about flattering me with my age. Like, I'm in that weird middle ground. I'm sure you feel the same way, Joe, too. Like, you're not old, but you're not young, and you're like, I don't really know how I should feel about this.
Yeah, I got 2 kids and a bunch of problems. That's aged me about 20 years, so we'll leave it at that. Speaking of problems, what are the problems going on with your wide receivers dropping all these balls in Jacksonville? Not helping out my guy Trevor Lawrence.
Hey, listen, I'm the one who went on every program over the summer and said buy stock in Brian Thomas Jr. And up to this point, it has not looked like a productive wide receiver, let alone a top 10 wide receiver. Like I told so many people that he could be in his sophomore season. And ultimately, I think that the Jaguars are now at a point where through the first 2 weeks of the season, it was, all right, they're just trying to get chemistry. But then to see Parker Washington, who, while yes, was a 6th-round pick out of Penn State, he's a returner, but has become a very capable number 4 wide receiver for this team. And also one of the most sure-handed receivers between the wide receiver room, the tight end room, and the running back room, and he drops 2 passes on Sunday. I know there are those who want to point at Trevor Lawrence and say, oh, well, look at him. He misthrows the ball. It's too hot. I was at practice yesterday, boys, and during the open viewing portion of practice, Seth Hennigan, the practice squad quarterback from Memphis, he threw a ball that went off Brian Thomas Jr.'s hands. So consider me concerned too, because after seeing that yesterday, that was all the validation I needed. And I know it's a 1-rep sample size during essentially a walkthrough individual period portion of practice, but it's got to be a mental block at this point. And the concern is you hope it doesn't get in the water and seep into the rest of the receiving core.
I mean, I have him in fantasy in every league, dude. I'm not. This is not good.
Hopefully
this is not good.
PPR.
I'm going to ask a very simple question. You have watched every snap of his career. Is Trevor Lawrence good?
Yes, I do think he's good. I don't know if he's great, but he's good. Okay. He is at minimum. Like, I think that when it's a functional organization that he's within, he is a top 12 quarterback minimum. That's my belief. I do think that we severely overestimated when he was coming out of Clemson the idea of he had the ACC's all-time leading rusher in Travis Etienne in the backfield with him. They had a capable run game. They also had 3 future first-round picks along the defensive line. And so I think we underestimated the operation around him at Clemson, and we thought that he was this cure-all. But at the same time, he has Travis Etienne here. He has 2 first-round defensive linemen in Josh Hines-Allen and Trayvon Walker, even if they didn't go to little old Clemson with him. And so the hope is, all right, well, he has those pieces now. So we need to see proof of concept. And I think a lot of that stems from, again, the operation, the offense that he was asked to run at Clemson versus the lack thereof under Urban Meyer, and the de-evolution, the regression of the offensive structure, not just the offense itself, but the offensive structure under Doug Peterson once he handed the remote control to his adopted son. Not adopted, but you know what I mean with regards to the Chicago Bears passing game coordinator, Press Taylor. And I do think that Liam Cohen is a representative of not only the Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan offensive tree, but also where the league is headed. And an offense that, well, yes, it has challenged Trevor up to this point because it did require him to rework his footwork, tie progressions to his footwork, and essentially, much like Tiger Woods did in 1998 to 2000, reinvent his swing. This was never going to be perfect from the onset, but I don't think he is the reason we're seeing those drops. I also think he's had one too many miscues to say, oh, he's undoubtedly a top 12 quarterback at this juncture.
So the video that we saw, most Niner fans are just, scrolling Insta, TikTok, X, whatever the hell it's called, and they see the video of the head coach and Trevor Lawrence going back and forth. Much ado about nothing or something?
It's much ado about nothing from the takes that I saw on Twitter, to your point, that everyone thinks they're infighting. I think it's a good thing. Trevor told us afterwards it was a good thing, and Liam said it's a good thing because, again, I go back to not only that offensive structure, but I go back to, and I said this on my podcast, I said this on the Patreon, and I will say it to you guys live on the radio in the Bay Area. I don't know, with all due respect to Dabo Swinney and Trevor Lawrence's high school coach, if he has ever had a head coach ream him out and rip him a new one. But as he told us after that Bengals game, he needs to be ripped a new one. And he appreciates, perhaps for the first time in his life, my words, not his, actually being coached hard. And I think that is huge. And that's where you look at the Baker Mayfields and Jared Goffs of the world and you say, who's to say with Trevor Lawrence turning 26 about 10 days from now that we don't see him turn the corner that we always thought he would? Because he finally has a coach who is not only holding everyone in the organization accountable, but is also continuing to evolve with where the league is going.
Talking with me, O'Brien, here on the Morning Roast, covers the Jaguars Club 904 podcast and also on ESPN Radio. Mia, last time we had you on, we were talking about Mac Jones and who is this guy? Like, what is he at this point? He's on the Jaguars last year. Some spot starts in place for Trevor Lawrence. And it looks like he may be able to start again for the 3rd straight week. Both of them limited in practice yesterday, Purdy and Jones, that is. If it is Mac this week, how motivated is he going to be? And obviously, you referenced this was the childhood team that he grew up rooting for, right? He had the Blake Bortles jersey. Can we be looking at a revenge game scenario for Mac going up against the Jags?
1000%. That's why I asked Trevor yesterday at the podium if he had spoken with McCorkle. And it did take him a second to be like, oh, right, Mac. Forgot that that's his birth name, or his government name, I should say. No, and he said he texted Mac as soon as he won that first game against the New Orleans Saints and said how proud he was. They have a really interesting relationship, having, of course, been in college, been Heisman finalists through that same class, and being drafted the same year, then working together in Jacksonville with everything else going on around it, to the point of Trevor Lawrence is willing to take the coaching from Liam Cohen because he's never been ripped a new one before. I would also say that as things devolved last year in the second half of the season, especially after Trevor Lawrence was done for the year, combined with the shoulder injury, coupled with the concussion he suffered at the hands of Azeez Al-Shaair, I think that you saw Mac Jones, and I could even tell you I saw this in training camp too. Mac Jones had no issue calling Press Taylor out on his ish. That maybe sometimes Trevor Lawrence would just kind of be like, okay, and find a way to work around it. Mac Jones is the type of guy where I know everyone wants to mic him up and hear him laugh and goof off, but he's going to hold you accountable. And to give respect to his high school coach, the late Corky Rogers, I think that was instilled in Mac at a young age. I think it's instilled by the fact that he was handed nothing when he arrived at the University of Alabama. He had to work for every single thing he had to rehabilitate his image after some off-the-field transgressions in his early years in Tuscaloosa. And I think that adversity has built him to the point where now you see that he can handle just about anything, whether it's a 4-13 Jaguars campaign or being thrust into a starting role in San Francisco.
So this trade for Travis Hunter, right? I mean, he's just mesmerizing in college. I mean, he was dynamic. I was like, I don't know, man. Abdul Carter taking a guy who's, a real deal pass rusher who had a foot injury, but they traded up and they went after Travis Hunter, right? And time will tell. But when we go to practices, I know every team does it a little different, but the way the Niners do it, they've got 10 or 11 periods, at least during training camp. And sometimes you'll have cornerbacks working by themselves, sometimes wide receivers by themselves. Sometimes they come together and they're doing individual kind of like group sessions, DBs versus wide receivers, et cetera. Then they get into 7-on-7, 11-on-11. How has it looked at practice for Travis Hunter? Is he just going back and forth between DB and wide receiver?
Literally. Yes. Like yesterday was a great example of it because the Jags, once the regular season began, actually relined and reconfigured their practice outdoor facility in that they moved the uprights to a different position on the field. And so the way that we are situated in the media, where we stand along the end zone line behind the two uprights, we actually saw it like full throttle. He was first at the start of practice working with the defensive backs coach, Ron Milas, and some other defensive coaches, one-on-one walkthroughs, despite being in a wide receiver jersey. Then he went over and caught passes with the wide receivers and individual drills. Then he went back and did individual work with the DBs. And that's what we've seen throughout training camp. We'll continue to see it, whether he puts a penny on or not. They're just going to keep doing it. But what's really cool about it, Joes, is this idea of they have every minute of his day predetermined, calculated down to the second of where Travis Hunter needs to be at a given time for the next 3 months. They already have it planned out. And yes, it fluctuates week to week, depending on what the game plan is, depending on what his availability will be, i.e. when he missed the 10 days during training camp, or at least was limited. And I think that it's flexible, it's malleable. They've had this plan in place since they drafted him, and it's been really cool to see it put into action.
What do you think he's better at? Or do you think he should maybe give up one side or just keep doing what he's doing? I'm just curious. I mean, you're there. Everybody's got opinions on players. Mm-hmm. What do you think he's better at?
Yeah. I think he's at his best when he plays both, if I'm being completely honest. And it's tough because Liam Cohen told us this in training camp, and he admitted it yesterday, and I know it obviously, made the rounds on Twitter. They are only right now having him play the slot at wide receiver because this is a long-term play. Next year, they will be teaching him the Z and the X. Not that he can't play those positions, but because he's also learning a defensive playbook, they are not trying to overload him right now. And so that's where it may not be perfect. It may not be beautiful year one. And I think that's okay because this is such a long-term play for the Jaguars, and they're so invested in keeping him healthy for the long term in addition to the short term that it's one of those things that I know it's not going to live up to the fantasy football community's high aspirations for him in year one. But I do think come year three, when you are seeing him play every single snap on offense and defense, you'll be much happier. I'd also encourage you to go back, look at his freshman stats at Jackson State. He played both ways, but it wasn't at the rate that we saw at Colorado. So it's okay to say, we may not see him playing every single snap at both positions until year 2, year 3. But to your point, I do think defensive back is his more natural position. But I think that's because he has such great ball skills. And so that's where you can't deny the talent he can be, especially in open space at the wide receiver position.
Talking with Mia O'Brien here, covers the Jaguars, Club 904 podcast, ESPN Radio here on the Morning Roast.
She's one of the best people who cover football in the entire country. We talk to people from everywhere.
Absolutely.
And Mia, you just, I love it. Opinions with some facts, it's just incredible.
And she is very tapped in on all
The
things.
Brandon Ayuk thing didn't deter you guys? I'm glad.
No.
I thought that I was like, I know we're cool. I'm worried about the Niners fans, the Niner faithful. I just hope, I wasn't wrong. He was trying to get out.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I have a bone to pick with the Niner fans right now. They're not even excited about a 3-0 start, so there's that. But that's something we can talk about another time. No. Real quick, Mia, I want to ask you this because you are tapped in on everything. If we gave Kyle Shanahan truth serum right now, and he had to give us his ranking of these 3 quarterbacks, how would he rank them? Mac Jones, Brock Purdy, Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence, yep. I knew it was coming. Are we talking about them in their current form or when they were coming out of school?
No money attached to any of them.
Right now.
Right now.
He probably puts Brock 1, and then he puts Trevor 2 and Mac 3. And that's just because Trevor has the best God-given gifts of the 3. But in terms of processing speed, in terms of recognizing his role within the offense, but having sneaky athleticism, Brock trumps Mac in that department. But I do think, and I know it's probably being discussed in the Bay Area and it's discussed here quite frequently, if Trevor Lawrence was to ever get with Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay, look out, people, because yikes. I mean, I know everyone wants to question his processing speed, but I trust Nate Tice's opinion from Yahoo Sports. And Nate Tice said, if you actually go back and you watch the All-22, and even in talking to Liam Cohen these last few weeks, he's been so complimentary of some of the plays that Trevor has killed at the line, which last year it felt like every other play that was killed at the line then turned into a dud. But this year, including some third down conversions against the Texans, including the Brian Thomas Jr. cover 0 first down throw that then resulted and set up the Travis Etienne touchdown to win the game against the Texans. That was all Trevor at the line of scrimmage. And so that's where I don't think this notion of, well, he goes to his first read or we can't see the field. It can't be true. I do think a lot's been put on his plate, and a lot more than was put on his plate in the Mickey Mouse offense in Clemson, South Carolina. But I also think that we have to remember he's turning 26 next month. Like, again, you got to be patient. I will leave you guys with this. I think I said it last time. Derek Klassen of the Athletic Football Show said it. The comp for Trevor with Liam Cohen, if everything goes well, is Matt Ryan with Kyle Shanahan in Atlanta. And year 1 of that duo, they went 8-9-1, and there was a lot of headbutting because Kyle Shanahan challenged Matt Ryan and forced him to change much of his operation. I don't think that Trevor is nearly as stubborn as Matt Ryan was. He also hasn't been in the league and doesn't have as many pelts on the wall as Matt Ryan did circa 2016. And so that's why I hope it's an even easier learning curve than it was for Matt Ryan with the Falcons and Shanahan once upon a time.
He does have way better hair, though, than Matt Ryan. We could all agree on that. I mean, that lettuce, Mia, let's be honest here. It is the best hair in sports, is it not? Come on.
It has to be. I've thought about it, especially with Patrick Mahomes cutting his hair. Like, I wouldn't know it's Trevor if he cut his hair. Like, I truly do. And I spend like a lot of time around the guy. And like, I don't know if I would know it was him.
We're sleeping on Trey Lance and Trey Young?
Oh, stop. Don't be mean to those guys. Come on. Stop it. Hey, Mia.
KD?
Mia, really good stuff this morning. We really appreciate your time.
Hey, I appreciate it. And do you want to tell the folks, Joe won? The fun's going to continue in a little bit if y'all want to hop on YouTube with us in about an hour's time.
Oh, bearing the lead. What's going on?
I'm going to jump on our podcast.
You keeping secrets?
I want Joe too to come on too, but you may have a meeting. I was told. I want all of you guys on. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Your people didn't reach out to me, so now I'm offended. You know what? I don't even. I'm not even gonna check in.
Sam Lubman, your producer.
Oh,
well, the bouncer at the Club 904. We don't let Spadonis in.
It's fine. It's the mustache, isn't it, Mia? You can say it. It's the mustache this week. I cut off the beard, and it's the mustache. It's funny, fine.
I can't even see you because my face is actually covering you in the interface. So. Right. I still don't know what you look like. It's very sad.
You're missing nothing.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just a
Mia,
bit.
You do
it's
a great job.
Nose,
I can't
Mia.
wait to talk to you again.
Thanks, Mia.
Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate you, Joe. Talk soon.
She's
excellent. There you go. That's Mia O'Brien. Covers the Jags, ESPN Radio Club,
Mickey
904 podcast. Well, it's true.
She's right.
Everyone is awful last year.
I mean, it's like, hey, no, I'm talking about in Clemson too.
Oh.
She's like, I watched a lot of Clemson, and I remember thinking like,
y'all did. They were on. It was national everything. Yeah.
And my boy, this is back when they had Deshaun Watson. We were like, hey, dude, it's all slants and go routes. That's the entire offense. And then they got ATN, and it was all underneath, and then slants and go routes, and that's it. And there just wasn't a lot of what I would call like NFL type reads and throws and concepts. And you're kind of seeing Dabo might need to take a hike from Clemson.
Oh, I thought Jesus fix everything, Dabo. Oh no, he doesn't. Can't fix that offense. Yikes!
She does a great job covering the team.
She's one of our favorite guests, Mia O'Brien. She does a great job. And it's funny you bring up Deshaun right there in comparison to Trevor Lawrence, because everyone was crowning Trevor early. After that freshman season, Joe, you just knew whenever Trevor was coming out, it was like Caleb Williams more recently. It's like, all right, this guy's going to be number 1 overall. Doesn't matter. Lock him in there. He's locked into place. That's going to be the guy. There's a lot more questions around Deshaun Watson being a number 1 first-round pick coming out of that draft class once upon a time, and he shut up people very quickly. You saw the arm talent almost immediately when he was on Houston. And then obviously he gets hurt. All the allegations come out. But he was that dude coming out of Clemson early on there. I'm still waiting. Like, he had that one really good year, Trevor Lawrence, and that's why I'm still holding on to that season. What was it 2022? 25 touchdowns, 8 picks, 4,100 passing yards. He was great. His completion percentage was 66, the highest of his career. That's still the high watermark for him. Can he get back to it? I mean, that was his first year with Doug Peterson, and it was clear, like, there was a grown-up in the room. Doug Peterson, Super Bowl winning coach, offensive guy. They just could never get back to that level for whatever reason. And I don't know if he can, but I do like the comp that Mia brought up, that like they're hoping it could be like a Matt Ryan situation in Atlanta, that Kyle Shanahan, when he was the offensive coordinator there. And it took a little while. They were 8-9-1 as he referenced. And then maybe next year they take that next step. But I do think it's always a fun exercise when we have these number 1 overall picks. Like, man, what if Caleb was with Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay, or like, we thought Trey Lance was supposed to be that, did we not? And it kind of
anyone can bust.
Exactly, anyone can. Cut that, please. But like, it's true. It's absolutely true. What?
It's science.
It is. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm not viewing this as a trap game. I refuse to. This is not a trap game.
This is coming from the same guys. You better beat the Saints going away.
Well, they should have. They almost did. They kind of let him hang around in that game, did they not? They did, in hindsight. What? You're looking at me like
it's the NFL.
Mouth is agape.
Guys, hello, newsflash, guys. This is not the NBA where they're just like, we don't care about tonight. We're partying in South Beach. We don't care about tonight's game. It's the NFL.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This team is too hurt to be sleeping on anyone, Joe. They're not sleeping on this team. They're not saying, you think Mac Jones is being like, God, we got the Rams next week. He doesn't even know if he's starting. Like, this whole notion is insane that this is a trap game to me. I'm not buying it.
That soundbite from me is going to live on for a while, huh?
Which one? Oh, the one that I just said to cut. Oh, they'll grab it. They will. Do you want to
stop? Pause. Just pause.
Do you want to hear what the opposition's saying? Liam Cohen, the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
He's a goofy guy. Yeah, let's hear what he has to say.
How's he prepping? Because they don't even know who's starting this week for the Niners. Here's his thoughts.
Preparing for everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
We're preparing for both scenarios. Obviously, 2 different style quarterbacks. Brock has been able to operate that offense at a high level, obviously. He's off schedule. He can make plays. He can escape and keeps his eyes down the field really well. And then if it's nothing there, he can take off and go a little bit. So, we're preparing for both scenarios as best as we can. And whichever way it kind of plays out, I think our guys will be ready.
And this is another interesting one. How do you prepare now, or do you prepare differently with the loss of Nick Bosa and being out for the rest of the year?
Huff and Mykel Williams, correct? He's those 2 guys specifically on the edge. I mean, they're good players. These guys Huff has affected the game in multiple different ways with his speed, rush, being able to go on the edge in those known passing situations. And then Williams is an every down player right now for them in terms of, he's big dude. The way that they coach them up front is to roll off the ball, and they're kind of stopping the run on their way to the quarterback. He fits that model, does a nice job playing violent against tight ends. Yeah, it's still a challenge. I mean, it's for us, obviously, with Bosa, you never want to see that happen for any player, especially somebody that is so dynamic for them. You don't want to see that happen, but it's not, those other two guys are going to be able to go too.
What's so funny? What are you laughing about over there?
The YouTube chat
the
is
YouTube
just
chat.
hilarious.
Oh, okay.
I'm like crying. I guess Goo had an explosion mouth comment at some point. Do we have that drop?
Yeah, it's right here.
I just like the explosion of when it goes in my mouth. I will never get duped again. Donut butt. Black Mets. You're a natural, Richard.
What?
The noise shook me. 3 career farts in my 12 years on
I can
air.
just keep going. I'd cut most of these. Like, so there you go.
My guy has an all-time hits. This is like Draymond Green's mixtape of just like messing with people on the court. That's guruisms.
I thought you were laughing at Liam Cohen basically trying to gas up like Bryce Huff and Michael Williams, who have been great, who've been awesome. He didn't even know Michael Williams. He's like, Michael, wait, is that who that is? Huh?
You got to do the explosion in my mouth.
I would run around this studio naked.
The context in all of these is just, it's out of control. But he knows.
I might go viral.
He knows. And that's why he does it. So there you go.
I was drunk.
He goes, I mean, there you go. Yeah. But this is Steiny ones for me.
Blake Snell, he stinks. Lamar Jackson stinks.
It's those ones for me. Trevor Lawrence, that one actually kind of works. But
he'll just show that opinion.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. What is this one?
I am Jake Paul. Okay, there we go.
Never in his life.
Could he point out Jake Paul in a room full of Jake Pauls?
Oh, I'm Steph Curry. Don't interrupt me.
You feel better now? You got your laughs out? You feeling good? How do you
It's just the drops, dude.
What do you think of Liam Cohen and how he said they're going to,
I don't care about Liam Cohen. What I do care about is Bryce Eldridge. Last night, he finally got to get back into the game. And
what a segue.
I just don't care about Liam Cohen. I'm going to tell you this right now. All right, you guys, right now.
Hey, he raised his batting average up like 75 points yesterday.
He ripped one off the wall. You throw this guy a fastball, he's going to crush it. They threw him nothing but breaking balls and then finally finished him off with a fastball on the first at-bat. He was sitting, first pitch fastball, second at-bat, ripped one off the wall for a double. This kid's a stud. He's an absolute stud. We just got to keep playing him.
He's just only fastballs, though. He throw him anything off speed.
Now I'm getting to the third at-bat. Third at-bat, they're shifting him over, and it's a breaking ball away, and he did what took Jung-Hoo Lee like 4 months to do. He hit a line drive ground ball down the third base line for another single.
So he's better than Jung-Hoo Lee.
No, I'm just saying. He's
basically
showing
kind of what you were saying right there.
He's showing you how to adjust in real time.
Exactly. Hey, and Jung-Hoo Lee adjusted on this season, ended up salvaging it. Was he batting around 260 now? It's been a pretty good year for Jung-Hoo Lee, all things considered. It's also a good time and a good year for Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
You are all cards on the day. You're all in on Bryce Eldridge.
He's
all
fun.
In.
By the way, did you see what Rafi Devers did last night?
Splash hit.
It's freaking amazing.
My brother was at the game with two of his sons.
My mom went to the game. She had a good time.
My nephew Noah and my nephew Blake. Yeah. They had a good time. Noah, huge Giants fan. Huge.
Turn the music down just a little because I do want to get serious for just a second, if you can, Carter. I want to say that I'm going to miss Tom Farnham, one of my dad's older friends, great man. He recently passed away, and the LaRocca family, I love you. My family loves you. And it's really sad to hear one of my dad's buddies growing up having gone on. I know he's been struggling the last couple of years, but when I think of like vitality and strength and humor and how to be a man and to be a good person and just someone who was so gentle to me in my life and in so many different ways. Tom, you were a great man. I love you, and your legacy lives on forever. And to the LaRocca family that's out there, I love you. I'll see you soon. And I know he's up in heaven right now playing ball with my dad.
Well said. Didn't know the man, but if that is how we are remembering him, it sounds like he had and lived a good life, and it was full of love.
One of the great joke tellers.
There you go.
Great smiles. He would put me in a headlock. He was like a big, strong man. And, God, he was just a good dude. Just a freaking really good dude.
Well said.
I love him and I miss him.
Sam, your final thought this morning.
My final thought is with 3 games left, is Willie Adames going to get these 30 home runs? And what kind of, I don't know what I would say is nervous, but he hit his 28th home run earlier this month at Oracle. And afterwards, me and the rest of the press contingent went to approach him about hitting 30 home runs. And he stopped us before we can ask any questions because he didn't want to jinx it. And he hasn't hit a home run since. So, yeah, I hope we didn't jinx that.
Carter. Oh. Wow, you just fading yourself out there, getting double serious?
I don't even know what I was thinking
there.
there.
What are you doing, dude?
I don't
Something
know.
explode in your mouth over there?
It's science.
Okay. Yeah, my final thought of the day is this is going out to Steiny's friend. Just relax.
Oh, Harry?
Yeah, Harry, relax. They're 3-0. Your record is what you are.
Thank you.
I mean, period, in this league. You can say a guy dropped a catch here and a guy dropped a catch here. That's the NFL, pal. That's the way it goes.
Thank you.
And I'm not saying they're going to go to the Super Bowl or any of that. I'm just saying they're 3-0. Enjoy it.
I'm going to give Sam credit real quick here, Joe. Sam credit for this one because Harry wasn't cherry picking his stats. He was Harry picking them. That's a 5. I'm giving you credit for that, Sammy. It's a good one. He's giving me a thumbs up like, great, thanks. Congratulations. You know what my final thought is today? Dude. This is a belated Fast 5 final thought. I'm all in on Bad Bunny. It's the best. He's the best. I'm all in.
The best.
Reggaeton. I am locked in. I am jumping all in. No.
Not
Bad
Mozart,
Bunny.
not
The
Michael
concert.
Jackson.
I streamed it on Amazon Prime Saturday
Not
night.
Madonna.
All in.
Not the Stones.
Bad Bunny's better than all of them.
All of them.
All of them. It's not even close. I need to go to Puerto Rico just to go to a concert. Carter, we going? We were talking about that. You want to go?
I'm down.
Let's go.
He's the best musician ever.
Currently he is.
No.
He's currently the best.
Ever.
No. I said I'm all in. I said I'm better than all those other.
He's the best.
I'm not a big Beatles fan or Madonna fan, so that's an easy bar to clear for me. I'm not a huge fan of those.
But you can respect.
I can respect what they did, but I'm not like that's not my music that I listen to. I'm in on Bad Bunny. That is the music I'm listening to right now.
You might not be a Beatles fan at all. Their catalog is goated. So like I know you guys all love Bad Bunny. I'm not hating on Bad Bunny.
Hey, this is my final thought, not your final thought. So Bad Bunny, I'm all in. How about that?
All right, we'll see.
And
we'll see how long
the
it
Latin
lasts.
American audience is with me.
I'm not denying it.
Tomorrow. We'll put a poll on it.
I'm not denying it.
If you're just in or out on Bad Bunny.
Can you guys at least like Mozart's been around hundreds of years, like some of those things.
You're going to go Mozart on me. Amadeus? Wolfgang?
What?
You're going Johann Sebastian Bach? You want to go Ludwig von Beethoven? Is that where you want to go?
I'm just saying, you guys like
Vivaldi?
Like I get that the thing I just saw last night is the greatest thing of all time. There are some artists out there that are still selling.
Dude, you just went Madonna. You don't listen to Madonna. Stop.
You can hate on Madonna all you want. She had a hit in every decade.
Great. Congratulations.
Going back to the early 80s.
Is she on your Spotify playlist or Apple Music, whatever you're on?
You've got to have a couple of Madonna songs. Are you kidding me?
Zero chance. I'm putting Madonna.
You literally have Madonna beds on your bed sheet.
That's not mine. I didn't put them there.
Like what?
It says Spadoni's beds.
Yeah, I haven't been a producer for a minute, Carter. That means someone altered it. All right?
No, those were there when you were on the board.
I didn't put those in. That was Sterling, probably.
No, that was me. I think Bonte wanted them.
Exactly.
But I'm blaming you, so that's how this works.
See, Bonte would be in on Bad Bunny. I'm going to ask Steiny.
I'm not saying he's not good, but stop. Best ever.
I didn't say he was the best ever. I said I'm all in. You're putting words in my mouth again. What is wrong with you?
The radio. You
these
can't
days?
do that.
No, Joe. You hear things that you want to hear and you get mad about it. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee, one consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Steiny Guru next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Bad Bunny is also here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Evan Giddings, and I want you to join me and Mark Grandy at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill on Saturday, September 27th from 12 to 3 p.m. for their fall clearance sales event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Now is the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Partner with the business that's ready to work for yours. The Home Depot. We supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. Streamline operations and get more done with the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Hey there, cats and kittens. It's Brian from The Commercial Break, the mediocre comedy podcast where my best friend Chrissy and I attempt to make sense of the world. We talk about the absurd, the ridiculous, and the stuff no one asked for, like internet weirdos, pickup artists, and why everyone is obsessed with crystals and colonics. It's all gotta stop. The show is free, it's frequent, and it's probably not for everyone. You can go to tcbpodcast.com, subscribe at youtube.com/The Commercial Break, or check out the show wherever you listen to podcasts. We'll see you on the next Commercial Break, and best to you.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
You oughta.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
You want to stick around? You can stick around if you want. We're starting the show. It's all good, buddy.
I would love it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on house, Joe.
Pull up.
Yeah. Good morning.
Now, yeah, this is what we need more of. Pull up.
We'll do it formally tomorrow.
Yeah.
The crossover.
Hey, guys, I know you've planned for an entire show. I'm doing a mark here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's why you're wrong before you start. I'm teasing.
Oh, that's great.
Have a great day.
That's it. That's what it's about.
Bryce.
Steiny, House of Prime Rib?
What about it?
You getting fancy on me.
Oh, the longtime owner passed. A guy named
rest
Joe
in peace.
Betts.
Okay.
96.
Oh,
legend.
he had a good run.
Institution.
Wow.
Back in the day, you used to go on. They used to have a sports talk shows late Sunday night, and if you'd go on as a guest, they'd give you a House of Prime Rib gift certificate.
Come on, man.
I remember going there way back in the day, and it's all you can eat.
Yeah. How you like your steak? I'm medium well.
I like it pink in the middle.
All right. So
medium,
yeah, you're medium well. Yeah.
A little medium. Medium is more cooked than medium rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like medium.
Yeah. I like it a little raw too.
You like it raw? Like you want it run it through a warm room with a leash on it?
I'll give you a one.
Something like that.
How you doing, baby?
I'm thinking about this game on Sunday between the Niners and the Jacksonville Jaguars, and we've got two quarterbacks who clearly aren't 100%, and now the question is, what do you do? What do you do if you're Kyle Shanahan and the Niners?
Well, I'll do this. I'll take a page out of Keanu Reeves' book and Lawrence Fishburne's Steiny. It's like The Matrix.
How so?
They're right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Controls. One of these quarterbacks is more important than the other, right? So that's where you start. So I got to send my guy. If both of them are iffy, wouldn't you protect the starter, which is Brock Purdy, and run Mac Jones, who's been swell through 2 games, not perfect? You run him out there rather than risking the biscuit with Brock Purdy if you're rushing him back.
I'm starting to think that without knowing the severity of the injuries, because Kyle Shanahan's clearly, being coy about it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to assume that neither of them are healthy right now. So I'm going to take a different tact. If neither of them are healthy, I can't start either of them. I got to start the other guy.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I do. And I'll tell you why.
Martinez?
Yeah, I'll tell you why I would do that.
Scotty, come on.
I'm telling you. Here's the thing. Okay, if it's as simple as you got 2 banged-up quarterbacks and you've got a starter and a backup, and if they're both hurt, well, let's start the backup. Here's the issue that I have with if you start Mac Jones, because the reality is whether you start Brock Purdy or Mac Jones, the question's going to be, what if they get hurt?
But you can't live like that.
Right, but to me, if you have 2 guys that are, not healthy, and you go ahead and play Mac Jones, and he gets hurt, then I think you're in real trouble. And the reason I say that is because then Purdy's got to stay healthy all year long.
But you can't control that now, partner.
So why? I guess so. Basically, what you're saying is, if both guys are hurt, just play the backup quarterback.
To protect the most important investment, which is Brock Purdy for now.
But my concern with this team right now is if you have Mac Jones, I feel like if something happens to Purdy, you could still withstand that and continue with your goal of trying to make the playoffs.
Facts.
If you put Mac Jones out there Sunday and he gets hurt, then to my way of thinking, Brock Purdy's got to stay healthy, obviously, all season long, because if he doesn't, your season's over. So I still like the idea of Mac Jones being a healthy backup because I do believe that you can withstand some more weeks of Purdy being out if you have Mac Jones out. I'm sorry, if you have Mac Jones on the roster.
But what about my saying that I like? And
I would rather lose the game with Martinez than win it with Mac Jones and he gets hurt again.
Wow, Steiny. I disagree, but I'll say this. Tomorrow's not promised, and I always say it, right? So the fact that you're willing to, because we don't, it's 3-0, and we talked about Harry. It might be 0-3 or it could be 0-3. It's not. You've bought yourself some time. You've afforded yourself some time, but to run a third stringer out there for his first snap ever, I'm not doing that. And Steiny, you can't control, these guys come in with a finger issue and then tear something in their knee. You can't control that.
But here's the thing with this kind of situation. I'm consistent. If a guy's not 100%, I'm not going to play him. And so
nobody will be on the field.
Well, the reality of the situation is you're worried about Brock Purdy getting hurt, but you're not worried about Mac Jones getting hurt. So that's fine, and I get it. Purdy's more important than Mac Jones, but I'm of the opinion that you may need both of them over the course of the season, and I like what I've seen in 2 games with Mac Jones.
So play him.
But
isn't it Operation 4-0? You worry about this week.
To me, again, I'm assuming that the injuries are similar in terms of their severity, whatever it is. So we got 2 guys that might not be 100%. Let's just say they're both at 75.
Yeah, one's missed 2 games.
At that point, I don't think I'm playing Mac Jones. I just don't think I am. And it doesn't mean I'm conceding the game because we're still at home. We got a shot at it. But
You're talking about a quarterback who's never played an
that's
NFL
fine.
down.
And you know what else we got? We got the Rams on Thursday after that on a short week.
And what if you're 4-0 going to that game as opposed to 3-1?
I would rather
you lose that game and you're 3-2.
I'd rather go into that game knowing that I'll have Mac Jones and/or Brock Purdy available at 3-1 than we're 4-0, and now all of a sudden we're down to 1 quarterback.
Now I see what you're doing, but Steiny, you're assuming, okay, Goo, I'm gonna protect both, but they'll be greater and 100% going into that Ram game.
Exactly.
I'm not so sure.
What do you mean?
What if they're not? What if this thing lingers? And what if there's still fear?
So if it's lingering, you're going to play him now?
No, it's football. We've had guys, Baldy and Low Neal, saying what Brock's dealing with could last or linger this whole season.
Okay, so then he can't play.
No, he can if he says he can go. Like, you got to be careful because I just feel like you're acting like they're 6-0 and not 3-0. You do not want to lose.
I'm not putting Mac Jones out on the field if he's hurt or if he's not 100%. I mean, obviously, they're going to make a decision whether who's good enough or healthy enough to play.
Because one of them are playing.
Well, okay, then if one of them plays, I'm going to assume they're healthy. But I'm just telling you, I wouldn't play Mac Jones if he's not healthy. Right. I just wouldn't. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, I get it. If the way we look at it is if you want somebody to get hurt, you want Mac Jones to get hurt. There's no doubt. I mean, let's just put the rat on the table. But Mac Jones gets hurt this Sunday.
Thank you.
Now, we got no choice but Brock Purdy better be healthy all year long.
Wow.
Because we don't have a guy who can come in and kind of keep us progressing.
But with that, just a minute ago, Steiny, you said you're not conceding if Martinez were to play. No. But I feel like now we're talking about miracles.
Did anybody think they'd go 2-0 with Mac Jones?
I didn't, but I didn't think they would go. I thought it was possible. And I ain't hating on the kid Martinez or something. But, Steiny, I think there's no way. Like, they're far from that. One of these two, in regard to Brock Purdy or Mac Jones, are going to be, are going to go out there. And, they won't be 100%. But I'd be, like, you talk about the injury thing, and we did all day yesterday, but if one of these both these quarterbacks can't go, then my gosh, it's just like, wow.
I mean, the other thing is the idea that, okay, if they're both 90%, okay, then play Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Play Brock Purdy.
I can see it happening.
But why, we got to worry about him getting hurt then.
Yeah.
with the turf toe.
Jedi Knight 2020 in the chat says, Steiny, this isn't the playoffs as Mac is hurt. If Mac is hurt, he should sit just like Brock.
I kind of agree. And I get it. They're not 6-0. And that's one of the reasons why I would not take a risk 4 weeks into the season, because we're 3-0. It's still early. If something, big would happen, now we got big problems for the rest of the year.
Yeah. And Brock's missed too, so you would think that toe, if it's treading in the right direction, he'll be ready to go this Sunday.
888-957-9570 is the number. We've got two quarterbacks, and it sounds like both of them are a little banged up, Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. So what do you think Kyle Shanahan should do? Let's assume that neither is going to be quite 100%. Let's put them at 80. Put them both at 80-ish, and we'll play some Kyle Shanahan sound. He seems to I get the impression from Shanahan that both the injuries are similar in severity in terms of, one guy's not noticeably healthier or, less healthy than the other. So what do you do, 49er fans? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Pier 39.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger, because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Are high-interest credit cards or personal loans weighing you down? Unlock gives homeowners a smarter option. With a home equity agreement, you can tap into your home's equity for cash today. There are no monthly payments and no added debt. Here's how it works. Unlock provides funds upfront and in exchange shares in a portion of your home's future value. That means you keep control with the flexibility to use your equity your way. Pay off bills, invest in home improvements, or set aside savings for peace of mind. For thousands of homeowners, Unlock has been the key to moving forward without the pressure of another payment. Put your equity to work for you. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No! Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock, crossover at 1:45. Now back to Steiny and Goo. I know, guys, I'm super intimidating, right, Steiny? You don't need to be scared of me. I'm a teddy bear.
Yeah, I'm not anymore. I'm not scared of Willard anymore. I'm jealous and envious of him. Did you hear that Joe Thomas interview? They took
Give me
my
a
guy.
nugget. I missed that one.
Oh, we got to get that sound.
Right.
Joe Thomas was. I'm going to play. Joe Thomas gave a 3-minute answer that was unbelievable. We'll play it a little later.
All right. And they also had our guy on that we found out is a hooper. Greg Cosell, Steiny, your boy getting buckets. Who knew?
D3.
Hey,
he's D3. Give me a break.
matter.
Amherst?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about Amherst. That's an academic school. Franklin and Marshall would have taken him out to the woodshed.
You wouldn't say that to Greg.
Of course I would.
6'4", by the way.
Of course I would. Of course I would. I want to know about the Amherst. I don't know their nickname off the top of my head. I got to tell you, I'm a little surprised. This is all speculation, and we're trying to figure out what to do. And somebody said, what would I do Sunday at quarterback for the Niners? And I said, if they're both hurt and neither of them are 100%, I wouldn't play either of them. And I feel like Carter comes in here and he's like,
on you. I had to get him off you.
Dude, what are you doing? I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, one of them's going to play.
I'm with you.
Purdy or Mac Jones is going to play.
You're right.
And
I'm with you.
Now I wouldn't bet against that. And what I also would say is, if one of those guys play, that means they've made a determination that they're healthy. That's or healthy enough.
Yeah.
And then that's their prerogative. I'm just telling you that if I had any lingering concerns about playing in that game having long-term effect with the Rams coming up on Thursday, I would start the third-string quarterback.
Man,
because
I think you can't control what you're trying to achieve, though.
Well, here's what I don't understand, and because I don't I reject this. If their injuries are similar, but you're not going to play Brock Purdy because you're afraid he's going to get hurt, you're really going to play Mac Jones because he's a backup, and if he gets hurt, he gets hurt?
Well, he re-aggravated something in his knee.
Right.
but his injury is newer than Purdy. So I'm thinking Purdy is like a loaf of Wonder Bread. He's fresh at this point. And you had Matt Lively come on and join the Joes this morning, and he was talking about Purdy practicing, rolling out. So I got to believe, Steiny, my man Brock Purdy's itching to get back. And if we did this, let's just do this. Guys couldn't play because they're not 100% across the league, then nobody would be out there. I got to believe Brock is trending to get back.
Well, I think it's unbelievable that 2 weeks ago, everybody's unbelievably careful with Brock Purdy, and now, even though it's a turf toe and we have no idea the severity, we're making a determination that, well, now he's itching to go, so he should play. I don't know. I also heard Matt Lively say that that he looks that he's doing exactly the same thing as he did last week. We didn't play last week, so.
But more days have gone by the time you think a decision should be rendered.
But what happened when we heard 2 to 5 or 6 weeks, and everybody said, "Oh my God, what if he's out for 6 weeks? What if he's out for 5 weeks?"
Mac Jones can hold it down.
Well, how do we know right now that Purdy's ready after 2? I don't know that he's ready after 2. If he plays, I think that means he's ready.
And you got to see, if there's any re-aggravation of the toe once he does come back.
888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy is banged up, and Mac Jones is banged up. This is what Kyle Shanahan said about both these guys' injuries, and you guys determine or try to translate what this means.
Is one of them farther ahead than the other in terms of health?
No, I don't think so. I think they're both limited.
How is Brock progressing with his toe?
Good. He's better today than he was on Sunday, and hopefully that'll keep continuing.
Yeah, and Matt Lively again, Sonny, had the nugget, though. He looked like he did last week, and that resulted in him not playing. And I told you guys last week, and I stood on it. I wanted to see Mac for another game. I scratched that itch, and now I want to see Brock back.
Let me ask you this: what would you think if Martinez starts on what would your
chances of the offense continuing to function and mirror what it has with their starter dramatically, just because he's never done it, Steiny, dramatically decreases their chances of winning. And then if you want to roll that dice and they might play that card, I think is wild. Then you're telling me in 4 days you got a game against your rival? Like, I guess are both quarterbacks, Steiny, really going to use those extra days to be 100% for the Rams if you were extremely cautious and either one of them didn't play? I think it's going to be the same thing, basically. Like, what are you really gaining from holding them out Sunday till Thursday? And if you happen to lose the game,
4 extra days and not only that, you avoid the wear and tear of something happening on Sunday.
Yeah, you hope.
But it's funny because
you hope.
I said, what would it tell you if Martinez starts? And you go, well, they're probably going to be harder to win. What it would tell me is both quarterbacks are hurt. If Martinez starts, are we now going to say, well, he should have started Mac Jones? Well, we don't know the severity of the injury.
Well, yeah.
And
it happened at the end of in the fourth quarter.
Right. And all I'm saying is if there's any doubt, I'm not playing either of them. That's all. Yeah. I think Mac Jones could end up being a really important part of this season.
No, he's been already.
So I don't want to lose him. 888-957-9570. Devin's in an Uber. Where you at, Devin, on this one? What should Shanny do?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing this morning?
Doing well.
So this is mainly for Goo, right? But Steiner, I want you to hear it. 5 questions, Goo. I need you to answer it pretty quick, right?
Oh, wow.
How many games do you see the Niners? How many games do you see the Niners winning this year?
10.
Okay, so that means there's a chance that they could lose roughly 7. At this stage of the season, do you think the Niners can make the playoffs?
I do.
Okay. Are division games more important than non-division games?
I believe that.
Okay. And I've been hearing how good or how good teams, like that doesn't really matter any team can beat any team in the NFL any given Sunday. Do you believe in that?
I do. Cleveland and Green Bay last week.
I love this, by the way.
Okay, so based on those, why is it far-fetched to have the third-string quarterback play based on that information, right? If you lose a game, you're still up 3-1. You rested your quarterbacks a little longer. You could possibly win the game because it's any given Sunday, and you're showing the true depth and strength in numbers.
Hey,
so why is it crazy?
No. I'm going to give this to you, and I love it. Real quick here, and Steiny. I just think the fact that Kyle let Mac finish the game and hand the ball off and throw it with what he was dealing with that gimpy knee, I just find it hard to believe, and I could be wrong. My intel is Purdy's had time to mend. Okay, it's about how he's feeling. And if Mac Jones finished that game, again, I'm guessing, Guru guess, is that knee injury that bad or that severe to where they would be that cautious and have Mac sit out as well? That's what I'm going against. Like, I think one of the two are going to be able to answer the bell.
Well, to conclude real quick, as a former player, look, man, I've never wanted to say it, but I messed around with the practice team with the Seahawks, right, in 20, just a little stint before the Achilles there. Right. So I know how it goes in there. I believe that's closer to, I'm not in the locker room, so I don't know, but that's closer to you got to have him tough out that game, because you can't throw in the third stringer in that situation at that time, cold, no reps, you know what I'm saying? But this is where he's possibly getting reps with teams. He's throwing the ball. And granted, Purdy could play. It's possible. Matt could play. It's possible. But if we're saying you can take care of both, I don't like and I don't think you're saying this, but I don't like the where it's like, oh, we don't care about Mac Jones. We don't care about your health because you're a second stringer. You should care about the health of everybody on the team. And if they're both equally hurt, you go with the third string.
Okay.
That's why you got three QBs.
And I'm going to leave you with this parting gift. I'm going to leave you with this one. It will be done. I just believe if you're doing this because you think there's a greater chance for them both to be healed and 100% by Thursday against the Rams, again, with my little intel, I don't feel that way. And I guess that's why I'm like, one of them have to play now, because, Steiny, if you could tell me, Goo, they're both 100%, if you do what you guys are talking about, I would be okay. I could see it. But I think this thing is just, this is the new reality for them. Both, moving forward. Like, if you guaranteed me Thursday, what I mean? Yeah, that's all.
I understand. And the beauty, and look, this is the beauty, and I'm gonna hang up after this. The beauty is we both don't know, and we're gonna wait and see.
Right.
And we love the game. All three of us love the game. So thank you guys for taking me.
Appreciate it, Devin.
5 questions, Steiny. Deposition.
Yeah, I again, I'm not here to say that if Mac Jones is healthy, he shouldn't play.
Right.
I'm just saying that I do agree when he said every player's health is important. It's like,
and I hated to sound like that, but yeah.
But the reality of the situation is that's a fact. Right. Hey, who do you want to get hurt less? Right. Well, probably Brock Purdy.
I got you, right.
But that's not why. Like, I'm not playing him because of that, or I'm not playing him because that's the least awful of two situations. I'm just, here's the way I feel. Like, it's Jacksonville, it's week 4. They're going to make these decisions on Purdy and Mac Jones like they make every single decision. And
correct.
It's not, they're not going to say, boy, in another circumstance, we wouldn't play Mac Jones, but because Purdy's hurt, we've got to play Mac Jones even though he's not 100%. I don't think they would do that.
Now, where are you at on my premise of, let's say they do what you guys are lobbying, but Steiny, I just feel like that turnaround, this thing is good. It could be the same thing for the next 4 to 5 weeks. And
then don't play him at all.
I'm asking you this. Do you have a feeling that Mac Jones' injury is more serious than I think it is?
This is where I have no idea.
And neither do I.
I have no idea.
But
I'm just assuming.
The game.
I'm assuming. Well, so did Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
So did Brock Purdy when he had turf toe. That's all adrenaline, I got to believe. So, what are we doing, 49er fans, on Sunday?
Man.
And again, like I we're going to talk about this because it's important to see who's going to play at quarterback. But I just think, like, whatever the 49ers are going through now, making that determination, it's the same way they go about making a determination on anybody, whether it's a quarterback or Bosa being ruled out. And I just think they're looking at these two guys and saying, if they are not fully functional, we can't put them out there.
All right. I'm going to say this to
and
you.
Who's to say Martinez at 100% isn't better than Mac Jones at 60? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this. As far just from a fan perspective and viewership, I told you, and I meant it, Kenny, last week I told you in the same studio, Steiny, I kind of was enamored, curious, and intrigued about seeing Mac Jones for the second time. And you know what, Steiny? I got it, and I'm not saying he was bad. They won the game. But what if I told you now I want to see Brock back, just so I can compare it, the game plan, the throws, just the offense, the ability to run, if it's greater, if they continue to still have the same. Like, I want to see Brock back, but that's neither here nor there. I just got to tell you, Steiny, this is a team and the coaching staff that allowed one Fred Warner to play on a broken ankle half the season. So I got to believe Kyle and the way he thinks, or that staff, or medical staff, if one of these guys say, hey, I can go, and you put a number and it's 80, 82, they'll be out there before the third stringer. That's why I think that's highly unlikely. I get your thought process behind it.
Then they better not get a guy hurt.
And at this stage,
they bet
can you even?
Sorry, but
I would take the
point,
bet that somebody's going to get hurt. I'm not wishing that, but that's just how this thing is out of control. The injury thing with the Niners.
Well,
it's like peanut butter and jelly.
So why would you play a guy who's not 100% if you have injury problems? Like I look at it the opposite from a lot of, I guess, from other people. Like the way their injuries have gone. If you're telling me on Thursday that both quarterbacks are limited.
Yes.
They're both limited. All right, well, what does it even mean if Mac Jones is limited? The guy can barely run when he's healthy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is crazy, though, because I want to sit here and say, Steiny, you think we're doing too much? But every time we're at the cafeteria, you and we complete a week, and I'm thinking Juwan Jennings is good to go, or somebody we didn't even know was dealing with something, and just Guru, me going third person, oh, Steiny, they'll be out there. We're eating this chicken Caesar salad, and then there's a report, Steiny not available for the Niners, and I always look at you like, damn, where'd that come from? So I gotta be real cool here on saying this is a nothing burger. Because there is a chance that what if you're right and both of these dudes couldn't go?
Well, then we'll see Martinez. Like, I mean,
what I'm saying is that's crazy.
Why?
When does it stop? That's what I'm saying, partner. You got your backup now got an issue? Ain't we been through enough? Haven't we?
I
got you.
We
man.
start blaming the team for those injuries if we're so frustrated.
But where would that get you, and how could you fix it if you don't know what you're doing to get guys are dropping?
Maybe understand that it's going to be tough to win when you have guys getting hurt left and right, and that's just, again, part of who the 49ers have become.
Yeah.
I hate to say it.
I got on the YouTube chat, Snotty, Jeff Malago, start Martinez and have Purdy suit up for backup just to make Snotty happy.
What's that?
It was a joke from Jeff Malafaso.
Go, give it to me.
Start Martinez and have Purdy suit up for backup just to make you happy.
No, I mean, why would that make me happy? Like, again,
that's why I read it.
Like, again, I'm not making any prediction. And if anybody out there can tell me why this is a crazy thought, if neither of them are healthy, they shouldn't play. Like, why is that a controversial take? Fine.
NFL, though,
fine. Now it's NFL. But a week ago it was, we've got to be very careful with Brock. Have to be careful with Brock.
Because you had Mac.
So you don't have to be careful with Mac?
Yeah, you do, but the drop-off from Mac to Martinez,
we don't know that.
Could be as big.
Who knows? You're probably right, but who knows? But maybe you got to lose a game because your two quarterbacks are hurt.
Playing the Rams.
Okay.
And
then maybe you got Purdy back.
But does that make?
But
okay,
see, here
you got
again,
Purdy back, but
you're
what if you
saying
lose
4
the
extra
game?
games. Like, I don't know if 4 extra days is going to do
right.
Mac Jones or Purdy any better.
That's where I'm at.
Okay, but I'm not going to play them because if you're unsure if they're 4 days will help them, then why would you play them on Sunday? Is what I'm saying.
But I guess, Steiny, do you believe this happens? You tell me. Hey, Steiny, can you go? How you feeling? Because there's not going to be no test or blood test. It's going to be, hey, how you feeling? And at that juncture, I think both these dudes who are tough as nails.
So
Brock
what happened last week when Purdy how did it come about that Purdy didn't play last Sunday? Well, how do you think it came down?
Okay. Hey, Brock, how you feeling? Man, feeling on something with the toe. Mac was so good. You know what? Let's just one more week. I should be good. But that stemmed from the confidence in Mac Jones. But now, if you're talking to Mac, how you feeling? Well, you know, my knee is a little.
Yeah, your knee's a little.
But who's behind you? Martin. Oh, boy. That might.
Okay, so you said it. You that's fine. That's fine. You just said it. You said, well, my knee's not great, but, you know, Aaron's a third string.
Yeah, that's a part of it to me.
That's fine.
But
listen,
when Brock to Mac, we're okay.
And all I'm saying is,
But Mac
if you're equally worried that by putting Purdy out there, he could get hurt, and putting Mac Jones out there because he could get hurt, and they're both at 80, I'm not just going to be like, okay, let's play Mac Jones because he's the backup, and because it's risky, we'll need to lose him before we lose Purdy. And, you know, here's the other thing. Okay, you play Mac Jones. And this is kind of always my frustrating part with injuries because I have no idea how Brock Purdy feels.
Right.
Brock Purdy might know right now he's playing. I mean, I don't know. But what happens if, guess what? They're still, neither of them are really 100%. And now you put Mac Jones out there, he gets hurt. And now you got a short week heading into the Rams, and you still don't know if Purdy's 100%. But now you don't have Mac Jones. And again, I get it. It's football. Things can happen and guys can get hurt. I'm just saying I wouldn't risk it at this point. 888-957-9570 is the number. But this is also one of those things where, like, I'm not here to say I understand how it's all going. The way I always just say it's about the team. If Purdy or Jones plays on Sunday, then they're healthy.
Okay.
If they don't, it means they weren't healthy enough to play. So that's like, I got to just rely that the team's going to make that decision and it'll be the right one.
Yeah.
But if it's Aaron Martinez, well, that tells me that both quarterbacks are hurt more than we think, right?
I want to say right, but I'm going to steal from our girl Lori Matthews, Steiny, on the chat. She's also saying what I've said to you earlier. My metric or my number is 80%. Do you believe in a perfect world if either Brock is 80 and Mac Jones are 80%, they will start at 80 over Martinez at 100?
I don't know. I have no idea.
See,
what was Purdy last Sunday? We don't know if he was 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, or 20.
But not good enough to go.
Exactly.
I got to believe that's below 80. You know what I mean? If I had to put a number on it.
You know, I mean, like, the other thing is, if a guy's 80%, you know, we throw that number around, that to me, and he's got a turf toe, to me, that's fair to say, well, maybe he won't quite be as mobile as he, I don't know if I'm playing him then.
Oh, that's a factor.
Yeah, I mean, I got to have Purdy's mobility.
And maybe he didn't play because of that.
Hey, speaking of football on a Sunday, we are going to be back at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show. Great food, great drinks, and great games in the parking lot. Here's what goes down. The show starts at 10 a.m. with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal, and all the early games are going to be on for you. And get this, if you're going to the game, just park at Laughing Monk Brewing, and you can take a free shuttle to and from the stadium. So you drive to Laughing Monk, have a couple, take the shuttle to the game, and then jump on the shuttle, and it'll take you back to Laughing Monk afterwards. That's all free. That's all free. Here's what you have to do. Just sign up and reserve a spot. That's all you got to do. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link and sign up. We're going to see you there. Laughing Monk Brewing, Sunday at 10 a.m. That segment was also sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Pro Savings Days at Lowe's means up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances.
Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall, did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
My nephew Gavin Newsom.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty.
It was Gavin Souza, Steiny, not Newsom.
Trying to think how I want to start this segment. So, you know what? I'm going to bypass Guru on this one. I know what he's going to say. I'm going right to Carter.
Who
Carter.
jumped to?
Hey, Carter. Why are, how do I put this? Why are you so mad? Why are you so angry? Why are some 49er fans so perplexed by the following statement? I think if Mac Jones and Brock Purdy aren't healthy, neither of them should play. I mean, is this where we're coming to now, that is a hot take? The floor is yours, Carter.
I just have a question, Steiny. Did you watch the preseason quarterback play after Mac Jones?
Oh, no, of course not. I would never watch a preseason game. What happened? Tell me.
Well, Carter Bradley.
He's not on the team.
I
right
totally
now.
understand.
Okay,
and
sure.
Tanner Mordecai.
I like him.
Were really, really painful to watch.
Okay, what about Marty Martinez?
Who knows?
I like him.
Who knows?
I like him. He can win you a game.
Well, I think that there's a lot of fear for Niners fans when it comes to the third-string quarterback. I think there's confidence in the first two.
Okay.
And I think it's a really, really drastic fall-off then. And I think a lot of people feel if Purdy or Mac are even 50% that they would take those two over the third string. That's just my thought.
Fair enough. But why are you mad is the question. Isn't what I said...
I'm an irrational fan.
Isn't what I said somewhat logical? We can bring Goo back in now.
No, I'm here. No, it's. I get where the fans are coming from. Like Steiny, as a fan and a civilian, we both are. Come on, what's the old adage in the NFL? Nobody's 100%, and we're approaching. What did you say yesterday? Was it 18%? After this week, it'll be a quarter of the season. There is no way in hell the third string quarterback is going to play if either of these gentlemen, Mac Jones and Brock, or you know what? I'm ready to decrease it 75%. You just don't want to play with fate that way and try to be cautious when you really, truly can't control it. Shout out Janet Jackson. And then if something were to go bad with your third-string quarterback,
that's the guy I want.
The message
that's the guy I want to get hurt.
That Thursday game.
I want to get Martinez hurt in this game.
But you want to get
somebody's going to get hurt.
That's what's
I
more
want to be
important
healthy.
than everything.
I'd rather be healthy going into the Rams.
But
what about 49er
hasn't that
fans?
Escaped you?
What?
If any team has escaped health, it's the Niners. Like, you can't control anything. Anything could pop off, and it already
So because they're so terrible, because they've had so many injuries, they may as well throw out injured players.
No, I'm saying
they'll make
Brock
this decision
Purdy
right.
Just
They'll make the right
toe.
decision.
This happened weeks ago, and again, it could be so severe he's still not feeling good. But I gotta believe he's on the come in regard. He's trending towards playing.
All right, let's just put the hypothetical rat on the table, sponsored by Atco. What would you rather do? Lose with Aaron Martinez, and I get it, it's not lose with Aaron Martinez Sunday, but both quarterbacks are looking good for Thursday, or you lose Mac Jones Sunday, but you win, but he gets hurt. And now you're just down to Purdy and Martinez.
I would take Purdy and Martinez because
would you really?
Then I would feel better of this is all we got. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh.
We're
I would
4-0.
not.
We got our starter, and if that guy gets hurt, we got to just wear it on the chin. Hope we can win. But that's all, partner.
Okay.
The birds in the hand are better than two in the bush.
Okay. I got to be honest. When I asked that question, I thought you were going to say, of course, Steiny, you'd rather be 3-1.
Oh, no.
So I cannot believe you answered that.
I'm being
and I got to
real,
believe that, I phrased that to be like the kind of a worst case scenario, and you still said you would take that. I wouldn't. I would much rather go
with two guys. You can could end up being right, but damn it, we got to continue. Operation get win number 4. Then we play the Rams. But Steiny, you're moving and talking as if they do this or they go down this road. There's a guarantee they can control both quarterbacks and their health moving forward. And either one of them, something could go bad. Somebody misses a block. The first play of the game Thursday against the Rams. So this thing is a game of attrition. Anything could pop off.
It feels to me like you think that that if neither Mac Jones nor Purdy plays Sunday, that Thursday becomes more risky for them to play. That's kind of what it feels like.
No, I'm getting that from you to where it feels like if they don't play either one of those gentlemen this week, that Thursday they're going to be in a bubble, and you know for a fact that they're not going to get hurt or re-aggravate something. That's how I feel like NFL teams operate. But I feel like you're throwing one back to the football gods of the 3 wins that you got by saying, you know what, we're cool, we're 3-0. Let's run Martinez out there. If we lose, we're 3-1. But still, you're 3-1 without really knowing or avoiding something happening again to either quarterback.
So I'm looking at it from the other way. If you're telling me there's no guarantee they'd be 100% by Thursday, then the answer's clear. Neither of them should play on Sunday. Like if you're worried on Sunday that they might, if you're worried, if they don't play Sunday, it's because they must assume that one of the quarterbacks will be healthy by Thursday. Otherwise, we're looking at Martinez for the next 2 weeks.
And that's why I think it's ludicrous that Martinez is going to play. I believe 75%, 70, one of these two dudes is going to be under center, Mac Jones or Brock Purdy.
I also believe this, and this is where Kyle Shanahan comes in, and he really does, am I confident with Aaron Martinez? No, I don't even know who the guy is. But this is where I got to give Shanahan a crack at it. If they're worried about both those quarterbacks, if there's any, here's the way I look at it. Right. If they have any concern about both those quarterbacks, I got to believe Kyle Shanahan's the kind of guy who'd be like, give me Martinez for a week. I can get us one with Martinez for a week.
But why, when we look at how he was going to deal with McCaffrey and he just blows past it and is like, hey, if the dude, and I'm saying the dude being McCaffrey is out there, I'm going to not run him into the ground, but I'm going to use him. And if something happens, oh, well, and I'll deal with the people on the sideline like Steiny and Goose saying, oh, you should have cut his carries. Hasn't Kyle shown us that he don't operate like that?
I think that Kyle looks at Christian McCaffrey right now as he is healthy. He was healthy week 1. He's been healthy. So when he plays, he uses him any way he wants. But I think he looks at these two quarterbacks right now and's got to say, are they healthy? Are they healthy enough? If they are, then he's going to use them like he'd use them any week. But if he doesn't think they are, or he thinks they might be limited, I think he might go in another direction.
Yeah, and I'll throw this back at you, Steiny. I feel like, as great or as good as Mac Jones has played, and he is not their franchise quarterback. You can't protect both. And his rank And right now, you want to be more cautious with Brock Purdy than Mac Jones. That's just it. But I don't think you can be overly cautious with both quarterbacks.
That's fair.
A third-string quarterback and on any team with any, and I love Kyle, and he can do it and draw it up. But if you're asking him to do that with Martinez and try to beat the Jags, I just think that's like, now you're telling me you better be for sure that Mac and Brock after week 4 against the Jags are going to be 100%, because now you're tempting fate.
Well, but if you're saying they better be 100% by Thursday, well, then there's no way you can, then we're looking at something that maybe it'll be more than 2 weeks. So we might be looking at Martinez for a little, more than one game.
Now, have you ruled out the possibility, because we've talked to people and heard from people, Lowe and Baldy, I keep going there, and others, Rappaport saying it was a 2 to 6 week injury. Have you ruled out, Steiny, that this turf toe issue, however severe and however Brock Purdy is feeling, is something that's going to follow him the rest of the season if he sits out 3 weeks, 5 weeks, or one more week?
I have no idea.
See, I think that's a cloud that's probably going to follow him the rest of the season. That was just about pain tolerance.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. But what I would say is here's what, and I'm going to get to some calls in a sec. Here's what I completely understand. If you have, I'm going to go with you the whole way here.
All right.
You can't protect two quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is if they're both 80, you go with Mac Jones.
Correct.
Okay. And what I'm saying is I understand your theory there, but I think at this point of the season, if you were to lose Mac Jones, that would be a herder. I really do.
Unless something happened to Brock, that's the only way it hurts, because you're assuming Brock is going to go back out.
That's right. But that's what Mac Jones has showed me. Mac Jones has shown me that if Purdy would get hurt for 6 to 9 weeks, worst case scenario, you know what? They can still make the playoffs. Yeah. They could still win the division. But if they lose Mac Jones, then Purdy better stay healthy all year. And he can't miss 2 or 3 games. That's all I'm.
Yeah,
but
there's so many
understand
football teams where if Mahomes goes down or that guy,
but they're not
done.
one of them now. That's a thing. I think most 49er fans would say if Brock got hurt today and's going to miss the whole year, I'd say I still have a shot at the division.
I would too.
Okay, and that's the safety that I want. I want that opportunity. I want the opportunity to compete if Brock gets hurt.
And I hear you, but I'm on the side of the street that says, Steiny, and you obviously you disagree. I want to play my third string. It's LeBron James right now. The Niners, it seems like they have a decision to make collectively on, do we want to save both these guys and have Martinez go out there? I'm coming from the vantage point of I want to be forced into playing my third string quarterback. And if something happened to Mac, okay, oh my God, please not let anything happen to Brock. But if something happened to Brock, I could sleep good knowing now we're forced to play our third string quarterback. I just couldn't feel good running the third string quarterback out there if I had 2 guys that were at 80, one at 75% to try to get me to go 4-0.
I mean, the other thing is, when we talk about 75 or 80%, are we talking about 75 or 80% of their skill level? In other words, Purdy will be 80% as fast. Purdy's arm strength will be 80, or are we saying if you put him out there at 80, then you risk injuring them more?
And I think with Purdy last week, that probably was the theory that kept him out.
Let's go to Matt in San Francisco. Get us started here, Matt. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Going well.
So, first off, the thing I don't know why more Niner fans aren't talking about, and you guys touched on it a little earlier, is this strength and conditioning staff. So I worked as a strength and conditioning coach, not in pro sports, but a lot of these injuries, these are things that are completely avoidable, especially if you're in OTAs and training camp doing the things you're supposed to do. They're not William Floyd freak shattered femur injuries. Like a pulled hamstring to the point where he's out for weeks for Kittle. Where are you mobilizing? Where are you warming these guys up before the game, stretching them out and getting them ready? Bosa's already blown his knee out once. Why is he not wearing a knee brace already to protect that knee? And also, I know we love the fact that, Bosa's so jacked. Look at Bosa. Looks like, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah. That's not functional muscle. They needed to get him flexible, and they needed to get him ready for football movement. And all these injuries he has, the oblique, the knee, these things that Bosa's been tweaking are because he's over-muscled. So I don't know how you promote the strength and conditioning coach after last year when we have everybody's got a high ankle because apparently we can't tape anybody properly. No other team had that going all over the place. And now we're right back here again. And a turf toe is a soft tissue injury. If Purdy's ready and mobilized and ready to go, these guys aren't doing their job because it's week 3 and we look like we just we just landed on Normandy. It's crazy. So why is no one asking what these guys are doing?
That is wild, Steiny.
Matt, I don't know how to answer that.
But that's a phenomenon. I've never heard over muscle.
Why doesn't Nick, I don't know why Nick Bosa wasn't wearing a brace.
But I had never had the thought until now.
I never looked and said those muscles are non-functional.
But what about the tape job?
I don't know.
I've never thought about the tape jobs.
I'm not saying caller's wrong.
Yeah. Nobody has the answers, man. I've never heard that, though, with Bosa, overly muscled.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco.
And I know everybody's body's different, but I just went to Myles Garrett. He's standing in the streets. When you got a good body, they say you're swole. So he's got the physique of a Bosa, so I don't think that's it, but I hear him.
Joe Thomas called him the best defensive player in football. It's not even close.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Because it ain't Micah.
Not yet. After Sunday, though, we'll see.
They lost to the Browns.
He's going to get about 6 sacks on Sunday.
I bet you he doesn't get one.
I'll bet you. I'm not betting you on Micah Parsons. This is Doc Panja, Dr. Panja.
And I wouldn't take that one either. He's getting a sack.
Our Odyssey medical advisor. He was simply asked, should Brock Purdy play Sunday?
I think anytime you have additional time to recover for something like turf toe, which can go from feeling great to feeling bad, I think it's beneficial. So I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that how is he feeling? I think the key with this is how quickly can he move around the pocket for his own safety. I'm not worried about performance. He can throw with a turf toe, but the issue is, can you avoid that sack? Can you make sure you're not getting hit, which has been an issue for him in the past when that's how he hurt his elbow, et cetera. So if there's any concern for him not having that same mobility, I would rest him for another week and have him play that Rams game. But if he's looking like he's moving fine and he clearly is going to be throwing okay, I think it's reasonable for him to play. But it's about his overall safety, not necessarily his performance, I think, at this point.
The doc, I get that. But that's why Mac Jones, 75, Mac? Get out there.
Sacrifice. Yeah, I get it.
No sacrifice. We need to win the game.
And listen, this is where mirrors are so important. It's okay to look in the mirror and say, let's use Mac Jones as the sacrificial lamb this Sunday. I get it. He's the backup. That's what you do.
Right.
But just be honest about it. Just say, we'd rather have Mac get hurt than Brock, which is a logical
Jones would answer that. Yeah, I get it.
Just know that there's a lot of malice in that. That you don't care about the backup's health.
Stop.
It's fine. It's fine. Listen, most coaches don't care about the backup, so throw him out there.
Yeah, Kane style.
See if you can end it. I'd like to see if you could end Mac Jones's career this Sunday.
Just trying to win a game and not have the imminent drop-off that I believe would be from Mac to Martinez.
Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, great topic, guys. I love it. Okay, first off, wasn't Brock Purdy a third stringer? Hello, yeah. And then he became the starter. Okay, fine. I'm not saying Martinez is on that level because he had 4 years, of college football, whatever. But Martinez apparently wouldn't be on the team if he didn't show Shanahan something, right? How did he beat the other two guys out that were cut? And, I mean, not that it's any big deal, but I think he was the league MVP of that other league that, they took him from. I don't forget what the name of it was. USFL, I guess.
So you're saying start him.
Anyway,
You're saying start Martinez, it sounds like.
No, I'm saying if the two guys can't perform, I agree with Steiny. I'm saying, yeah, set him out there. If he can't handle the first half, get Mac Jones in there or whomever is healthier, or healthy, So I would say, just as a rhetorical, rebuttal or whatever, yeah, Brock Purdy was a third stringer, and now look at him. So give this kid a chance if everybody can't perform. That's all I'm saying.
Appreciate it, Bob. Thanks for the call.
And again, you said what day of the week it is. We all know it's down here Thursday, but the bottom line is what I must be missing if Mac Jones can't go is whatever ailed him, that knee, whatever's going on, has really took a turn for the worse this week because they already, I believe, would know if it were that bad that he wasn't an option to go out there.
Mac or Purdy?
Mac, MJ.
I mean, he was limping.
No, it was bad.
I mean, he was limping after that game.
But Kyle Steiny, he had to dive to get McCaffrey the ball on the goal line. He was limping that bad. But now I'm thinking the fact that Kyle didn't, yank him out the game.
Or it was late. That was really late.
But, man, I'd rather have Martinez than a guy on one leg. Because it seemed like Mac was on one leg, at that juncture of the game.
Yeah,
I got to believe Mac will be, if it's not Brock, it's Mac. But, man, would I be shocked if somehow this Martinez kid got the call? I would be.
You'd be shocked.
I'd be flabbergasted.
Now, and that's where I would just say, well, if Martinez plays, it means, your top two quarterbacks are hurt.
Now, what about?
I mean, that's what it would mean. Yeah. And
okay, but what
then
about
we would
this
say,
I got something for you.
We've got a quarterback that's been out 3 weeks and a quarterback that's been out 1 week. Now it's like, well, who can get healthy the fastest to play against the Rams?
Now, we have a coworker here, Steiny. We've had the pleasure to work with him, Lorenzo Neal. And I don't know if you remember one of his low-isms. Are you injured, Steiny, or are you hurt?
Well, that's what the 49ers decide. I don't decide that. That's the 49ers
the player and the has some input in that.
49ers and the players decide that. And if Brock Purdy says, I got to believe last week he said, you know what, I can't go.
Yeah, I feel something.
Okay. And now Sunday will roll around and they'll ask him the same question and he'll either say, I don't think I can go, or, you know what, it's good. Okay.
But Mac Jones is also auditioning, for other jobs, trying to do a Sam Darnold, Steiny. I'm sure if he's at 70, he'll say he's at 75 to go out there. That's how I'm looking at Mac. That's how I think he's thinking. If I'm 74 and I'm a backup and I got an opportunity to start my fourth game and enhance my highlight reel, let me do it. I'll go out there.
Well, all I'll tell you is this, is if one of those guys plays, Mac Jones and Brock Purdy, and gets hurt Sunday, I think, that to me obviously is the worst case scenario.
How it could be second guess.
So do you? If Mac Jones goes out there, starts to scramble, can't push off, and he gets hurt, yes, I think Kyle Shanahan would take a beating.
Wow.
I do. Don't you?
I don't. And it just sounds like, again, you're saying, and you're comfortable if they were, because both dudes got something going on, Kyle and Brock, Brock and Mac, you're comfortable with going with the third string.
It's not comfort. I'm not comfortable doing it, but I'm also not comfortable running a guy out there if I don't think he's
now I'm really 100%. Intrigued on how this thing's going to play out.
But
because we don't know how severe Mac is.
The other thing is Mac Jones might play and be fine. And then the other thing is, okay, Purdy's not quite ready. Now we go Mac Jones. He plays Sunday, and he's fine. But what are we doing Thursday against the Rams?
You got to hope, though, that you're keeping an eye, which they are, all eyes on Brock Purdy. You got to feel like at some point he's going to be ready to come back. And hopefully it'll be that Thursday game if he doesn't play this Sunday.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, okay, I'll do that later. Dub Nation, preseason is right around the corner. That's Warrior season, people. And the game, we're tipping things off in style at Pier 39 on Saturday, October 4th. That's not this Saturday, it's next. It's a Warrior preseason special, and you won't want to miss it. Live appearances, Festus Ezeli, Zaza Pachulia, Kalen Azubuike, Tim Roy, Bonte Hill's going to be there. Plus, you're also going to get a chance to win tickets to the first preseason game, which is on Sunday the 5th, the day after. Warriors hosting the Lakers and LeBron James. If that's not enough, we're going to be doing a show also from Pier 39. Evan Giddings and Goo broadcasting live from 12 to 4. It's hoops, it's hype, and the season is almost here. 95.7 The Game. You know what it is. It's your place for Warriors basketball, and we'll get into a little bit of Kuminga later on because
it's hoop season.
Yeah, there's one little nugget from Sam Amick in The Athletic today about Kuminga, and we'll talk a little bit about it. I mean, this is now in uncharted waters with training camp starting on Monday, and guys Warriors have not made an off-season move.
Yeah, and I want to know what kind of off-season Pods had. Moody, QP3, Santos. You know, we hadn't been talking about the rest of the game.
I can help you there. They're all going to say, they're all going to say they had great summers. They're all going to say they've been working on their games. They're all going to say they're better players now than they were last season. And what you'll find is every single player in the NBA will say that too.
Well, are their bodies going to have transformations like Zion and Luka? I mean, Zion looks great.
Are you buying him?
I am. I'm buying that team.
You buying Doncic?
I'm worried about him.
Why? He's in shape. So let me get this straight.
No,
we got to get in on the other side. Got to get in on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Hey, Steiny here, and you're going to want to come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, and special pricing on floor models and convenient financing. Save on new appliance from trusted brands like Miele, Electrolux, Bosch, L6, Maytag. The store is huge with appliances everywhere, and the vignettes. Oh, the vignettes. This is where I go off script, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to get to Friedman's. The showroom is absolutely unbelievable. It's the best showroom in all of California. Hundreds of vignettes. You go there, and it's like walking into real kitchens, real laundry rooms. It's unbelievable. It is incredible. My favorite store in the Bay, certainly one of them. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, that's the clearance sales event. And we're going to be broadcasting live there on Saturday from 12 to 3. It'll be Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy. I'm going to be there from 12 to 2, so come say hi. Saturday, September 27th, that's when we're broadcasting. Again, I'll be there from 12 to 2. Grandy and Evan, they're going to be broadcasting from 12 to 3. Here's the address, 2304 Monument Boulevard. We'll see you there on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm all right. If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky, and football season is here, and you know what that means. It means Baldy, Brian Baldinger, every Tuesday, 7:30, all season long. Now back to Steiny and Goo. Yo, Steiny, get off the fence, Humpty Dumpty, and start spitting some of that real.
Shasky, the real Steiny.
Something about a grown man saying real. Not a great look.
JoJo. Oh, boy. I got to look. Oh, man.
All right. 888-957-9570. Which quarterback we getting hurt this weekend for the Niners? Which one do you want to get hurt?
I got to believe.
I want to get Martinez hurt.
If you had to take a poll, who's in your camp right now?
I think I've got a lot of people. Morning guy, 415, Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Morning guys, it's way too early in the season to risk injury to our number 1 or 2. If it was the playoffs, it'd be different. Ace. You can't blame it completely on the training staff. 650's talking about injuries. So?
What if you're facing this going into the Ram? Like, Steiny, if you told me this thing goes away by doing this, I'm with you. But this might be your new reality. Moving forward. Week 4, week 5, week 6. So
What's the new reality? That you got a quarterback, you got to
risk
wait.
one of them. And you know what you want to risk your backup more than you do your starter.
I'm with you, but I'm not prepared to risk the backup right now. I'm just not. There's too much season, and also
the record has nothing to do with this.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. Let me ask you. No, it doesn't. Let me ask you this. What if internally, they're worried about Purdy? They're saying, you know what? He's already missed 2. He's going to miss Sunday, and you know what? He's going to miss another 3 weeks.
Now, if you had that intel, I might look at saving Mac from himself.
So maybe,
but we don't have that yet.
Well, we don't know
because he could play this Sunday. But Brock,
and he could miss the next 3 weeks.
Because that antidote or that nugget, everything's different to me in regard to how I look at this equation.
What about the fact that the Rams game's more important? It's more important.
That too.
Yeah, I don't know.
And every game's important. I hated our guy that called in and gave me the questions. But division games, shout out Bonte, they're more important, but I mean, man, Steiny, I want you to be able to tell me 100% goo. If we do it this way, we're guaranteed 100% health with one of these two guys, being Mac or Brock. But I feel like you can't get that. And by all reports, again, I keep going to Matt Lively, who joined the morning show, Steiny. Brock was rolling out at practice.
Matt Lively.
I think, too, when you look at the implications of what's happening the following week, you want to start hot in the division. They have 2 divisional wins. The Rams look good. Yeah, they had the meltdown. I get it. But they've looked good through 3 weeks as well. I would rather have a healthy-ish, the healthiest version of Brock Purdy I can get on Thursday Night Football to set the tone of this season. I think the Jaguars are honestly a tougher game than we're maybe hyping it up to be. It's the Jaguars. It's sort of a trap game. That's kind of how I feel about that. But I do agree. I think Mac's the better play right now. Send him out there. Let Brock heal. Be as good as he can get for this stretch of the season.
All right, that was Matt Lively, KPIX.
Yeah, our guy.
He was out of practice yesterday. I don't know. What are they going to do?
You know what's crazy about sports is we came into this season, and we even talked about it at the summit. What did we hear all offseason? The Stafford's back was just, that thing was hanging on by a thread, disc or what have you, the wrong hit, it still could happen, and he'll be out, and he's the older quarterback. And here we go. The Niners quarterback has missed 2 or 3 games and possibly 3 or 4. Go figure. And Matt standing upright. The thing that you were super concerned about Stafford.
This on the YouTube chat from Theodore Rand. Steiny, if they weren't planning on starting one of the 2, they'd have a new guy in the building by now. Really? I mean, couldn't they just make Mac the backup at that point and hope Martinez can stay upright? I'm just asking.
It doesn't sound like that person has much faith in Martinez.
Yeah, I
don't want to see him. I ain't hating on the kid.
I mean, the only way I want to see him is if the other 2 guys can't play.
Yeah, this would be Martinez's first start in the league.
Let's go to GPD's on 680. What's up, GPD? How you doing?
Grandpa.
Hey, my 2 favorites, man. I love you guys.
Hey.
You crack me up. But look, Goo, I got for one thing, they ain't going to tell you, oh, man, let's sacrifice the backup because we want to keep our $1 million man. But they will do it, but they ain't going to say that.
Yeah, right. Gotcha.
So here's what you do. But you better believe it, Steiny. They will do it, but they ain't going to say that.
Yeah, no doubt.
But they're going to say, Mac, can you go? How you feeling, bud? And if he says, yeah, I can go, coach, get out there, buddy. And we sacrifice him. And if he goes down, then we bring in the third string backup, man. Purdy, you got to save him for the Rams, bro. Got to save him for the Rams.
Wow.
Thanks, GPD. Appreciate it.
He sounds like a guy that could have a good time by himself. My man.
For sure.
Yeah.
This is more Matt Lively from KPIX. This is how 49er fans should feel. Oh, now we're telling people how to feel. Okay.
No, they should be riding high. We made a joke yesterday. The injury report looks like a CVS receipt. And look at what they've been able to do. They haven't had their starting quarterback for 2 weeks. George Kittle's been out for 2 weeks. Juwan Jennings has been here and there in practice, has missed games. They haven't had Malik Mustafa. They haven't had Brandon Ayuk. What they've done is really impressive. It should not be understated that they are 3-0, but the most important part, they are 2 divisional wins. They were so bad against the NFC West last year. It was such a joke when the NFC West would come to town. It's like, God, they're going to lose this game. And they're winning games they would have lost. I even tweeted out halfway through Sunday's game, they lose this game a year ago. There's no way they'd go down on this game-winning drive and Jake Moody hits a field goal. That didn't happen last year. So I'm really impressed. I mean, there's some other teams that I think look impressive as well that are 3-0, but the Niners are right in the mix. And I said this to you guys last week. Look at the back half of their schedule. It's so easy.
A lot of people do love Snyder. They're giving him a 5, Matt, for that CVS receipt. That's pretty good, the injury report.
The other thing is let's continue the conversation this way. So depending on the starting quarterback, whether it's any of the 3 guys, Purdy, Jones, or Martinez,
yeah,
what does it mean for Christian McCaffrey? In other words, are you likely to use him more with a certain quarterback than another quarterback? And the reason I'm asking this is because, and ordinarily I would just say, hey, these guys are football players and they got to play football. But since everybody is concerned about injuries and now you have to take them into account, Christian McCaffrey leads the NFL in touches.
That's amazing.
By over 10%. He's got
amazing.
77 touches. Bijan Robinson, 70. Nobody else has as many as 70.
Man.
So, you've got a guy who leads the league in touches, and now you may have to use a backup. Does that mean you would need to rely on McCaffrey more or as much as you how to use him in the first the first 2 games with a backup?
I'm going to say status quo, just like we saw 27 touches, 29 touches this last week after 31 in the first week. I know that was with a starter, so it just goes to, I don't want to say Kyle's gangster, but he's telling you and us, Steiny, he's showing us with this play calling, he's not thinking about McCaffrey and McCaffrey being, a car that's got some issues. He feels like everything under the hood is good to go, and that's why, to answer your question, we'll continue to see the Niners feeding what they deem and what I think they think is their best offensive weapon. But that's crazy. Health was a concern. We got that, I won't say erroneous report right before week 1 about his calf, McCaffrey, and, man, he looks healthy. Forget the burst. The fact that, Steiny, you talk about his workload, it's been heavy, heavy, heavy. So I don't expect anything different.
And that's, we're talking a lot about injuries. I mean, that's one thing where, we got to talk about this. I'm telling you right now. I'm not going to tell you anything.
No, I liked it how you said it.
I'm going to ask you this. Okay, right now he's on a pace for 400 touches. over 400, which would be absurd.
Okay.
But he's basically, 31, 20, and 25. Or 30, 31, 19, and 27. Those are his touches.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I'm going to tell you right now, something's got to change. Something's got to change.
Now, what if I told you it is? Kittle's coming back. You got DeMarcus Robinson, Jawan Jennings full-time, you would think moving forward. So I'm with you. Ayuk at some juncture. Well, I'm starting to think,
I don't think he's coming back.
Dude, Steiny, I heard, hey, you know what? We can talk about that later. I'm rooting for Brandon, but Steiny, I'm with you. That was a severe injury, but neither here nor there. What if I told you I think when those guys, the rest of the gang gets back, maybe we see something dialed back. But then something's in the back of my mind telling me, Goo, maybe you don't.
I don't think he will. And I think that's a
But we know he's healthy, though, through 3 weeks, right? I think for the people, forget the burst and Evan's theory, because it's out there. But can you look at me and say, Goo, through 3 weeks, McCaffrey's healthy? We can talk about whatever, 40 times. He's healthy.
Right. Okay, and I'll just say it.
You just said he's leading touches, and it ain't
right.
Even
He's going to
close.
get hurt. He's going to get hurt if you keep this up. And, here's the thing. They played 3 weeks. He's averaging 25 touches. That's 77. You multiply that by 5. And I get it. It's man. It's right now, if you extrapolate it, it would be absurd. Okay? So that at some point, we've got to cut him back. Right? Or that's my question to 49er fans. Or do we? I mean, obviously he's not going to have over 400 touches.
But talk to me now.
But he's going to have they're going to try to get him 350,
but if
325.
But real quick, Sonny, I feel like we're an episode of True Detective. I'm Woody Harrelson, the black version. If he's doing this with Christian and a backup quarterback through 2 weeks, what makes you think that ideology is going to change when he's looking at two quarterbacks that might be 80 or 74, 75%? To me, that leads me to believe he's okay with one of those dudes going out there at 70, 75. The way that he's using McCaffrey, and it seems like he's telling us, I ain't scared, y'all. Dude's healthy.
Okay. So, and this is the other thing. Get off me with the injuries. Why is this happening? Well, because McCaffrey's on a pace to carry the ball 380 times or touch it 380 times.
But you won't be proven right until he gets hurt. But if he doesn't.
You really want to take that bet?
I'm wondering if Kyle's telling us he's willing to.
If he has 300, he won't get to 300 touches.
That's you don't know that, but
I know I don't. But you want to risk it?
And what about this? If McCaffrey hadn't been used as much as he had, you telling me you feel like the Niners would still? I'm asking, be 3-0.
I don't know.
Because his impact's come in the passing game.
Yeah. So far. Is
that a good thing? I don't think it is. You want your yards per carry. I think it's 3.4 for McCaffrey on the ground. Steiny, if it were up to me, I want McCaffrey and our running game to be the best version of McCaffrey in this offense. And maybe he's a substitute out wide because who's not out there? Kittle, Ayuk, and Jennings every now and again. Well, and Robinson, who will be back this Sunday.
This would be, to me, similar to a guy who would say, yeah, we're 3-0, but I don't think we're very good because we cannot run the ball. I don't think our offensive line is great. McCaffrey may have lost a quarter of a step. And so maybe there's concern about the running game with fans who are skeptical about the Niners' chances to make some kind of run.
What do you make if I tried to make a correlation between the Niners' offensive line being better at pass blocking than they are run blocking? Or would you say, Goo, you're stating the obvious? I mean, Mac Jones, he's been under some duress, but for the most part, Steiny, he's gotten the passes off.
He's thrown very quick.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
he's reading.
He is not really laying back there.
Comfortable. I get you.
Taking his time.
But my point is, I think this unit is better at pass blocking than they are run blocking.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where I'm still. I don't know. I don't know how good the offensive line is. And I don't know, I need to see more of McCaffrey to see if he's, quite frankly, like getting better or building up, or if he's going to start maybe wearing down.
Are you shocked at how less we've seen of Brian Robinson Jr.? Because you got me thinking about that with McCaffrey's touches when we, played the breaking news sounder and we found out B-Rob was coming to town. I did think, maybe he'll get 10 to 12 touches a game. Hadn't played out that way, Steiny. Are you at all shocked that we're seeing as little of B-Rob as we're seeing?
Not yet. I'm not worried. I mean, he just got here. He's new.
Worried is
I think
I just thought he'd be used
along
a little more, but Kyle's telling us, Goo, I ain't worried about McCaffrey.
Good. I'm glad. And I hope that works for you all year. I mean, I'm not into, I'm not into protecting players, but by the same token, I'm not into being irresponsible with them either. And I do think it's like, I'm just asking 49er fans from a practical standpoint. Something's got to change with the way they're using McCaffrey, right?
Well,
that's what I meant, right?
Did it change in 2023? I would say no. They rode him like a Ferrari. Yep. So if he's
healthy, a couple years ago, before this past injury,
okay, I got you.
Like to me,
but that wasn't on the Niners. Well, yes, it was. Last year was 4 games.
Exactly. Exactly.
I was going back to Carolina, but man,
and I guess
now you got me wondering. I don't think anything's going to change.
Well, it has to. I mean, it has to. He's on a pace for over 400 touches.
I wonder how Kyle would answer that if you asked him, like, "Hey, could Niner fans expect?"
I think it's a fair question.
Possibly.
Yeah, we're almost 20% into the season, and he's on pace to touch it 400 times. Okay, well, that's crazy, right? Can everybody is that crazy?
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay,
if he's healthy, no, because this is his norm.
Who led the league in touches last year, and about what number?
Okay, what McCaffrey? Before you tell me, I'm gonna say Derrick Henry. I'm saying D. Henry.
Okay,
what's your guess, Kenny? Who led the league in touches last year? I'm guessing
Barkley.
Henry.
It was Barkley.
God dog it.
Saquon Barkley.
Henry, but okay.
He was.
Where was Henry? Tell me second. Just lie to me.
I don't know if I can find it. I just have the league. Okay. So Saquon Barkley had 378 touches.
Not even 4.
Okay. Well, that's a lot.
No, it is, but it wasn't 400.
God, 380. That's 17, 340. That's over 20.
He ain't doing much
a lot of passes
year.
in the flat that year.
Yeah, he did.
All right. So right now, McCaffrey, let me get my let me do this right. 17 times
right.
25.5 equals. Okay, he's on a pace for 430 touches. Okay, can we all agree that ain't going to happen? Now, you say you...
Well, now the bar set so high.
Exactly.
I would say 430 is not going to happen.
All right, what about 380?
I think that's what we're yeah, I would bet you.
Yeah, and that's...
You want to bet?
That's too many.
Well, you would win if he got hurt, and I don't want to win that way.
Yeah, I'm not going to make a bet on how many, but...
If that were to happen, though, Steiny, my question is does that mean that they're not utilizing guys or guys are still hurt? Like, is Pearsall, DeMarcus Robinson,
honestly,
Kittle? I mean, Ayuk hopefully comes back this year, but does that mean because some of these guys are in and out?
No, I actually think Guru's got it nailed.
Cut that.
I'll do it again. No, I do think Guru's got it right in a perfect world. They start getting guys back, and then Kittle starts making a few more catches, and everybody just does a little more, and McCaffrey comes down from 25, 26 touches to, I don't know, 19 or 20 maybe?
I don't like Ken's voice.
But something has to change with McCaffrey.
Well, they got to get healthy around him.
And let me, again, right, 49er fans? I mean,
you got to ask the guys in the afternoon.
My question is, you do agree something's got to change with McCaffrey or not?
Yeah.
And then if you agree, what is it? How's it going to change?
Some stuff they can't control, though.
You know who you can't control? Kyle Shanahan.
He's a gangster.
So,
what do you know about Kyle's growth?
Here's the other thing about the injuries. Yeah, I can't stand talking about them, but when they do become so prevalent, then we got to talk about how we got to use guys because we don't want to run them into the ground.
Yeah, Kenny, I wasn't being mean, but I know what you're doing
that
when
hurt.
you talk. That lady, hey, the sexy voice.
This is just my voice.
I know what you're doing. It's KBLX.
That's right. Saquon didn't even play the last game of the year, so he could have 400.
He's doing nothing. And I'm not saying he's playing bad, but
he's and here you go.
No, he's
Eagles are 3-0.
Boring offense, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
His usage is like it's
Eagles are
different.
3-0.
I'm not making
Eagles
any
are 3-0.
disclaimer. I'm just telling you.
Eagles are 3-0.
If you would have said, "Hey, Guru, Barkley gonna surpass his touch total as last year," I'd have been like, "Now I'm ready to say no."
Of course not.
Yeah,
they can win without him.
Kyle ain't playing.
What do you do with McCaffrey?
What you been doing?
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And I got something to share with you all on the other side, Steiny. It's super hashtag random, but I used it last night, and I just got to give somebody love on the other side. Some entity. You guys will be shocked.
Can you give us a little more of a hint?
It's the best deal in the United States right now by any entity in the United States.
You mean like
right
buying
now.
something?
Yeah, it is. And we don't give them enough credit, and I'm going to do it today.
You're going to tell,
is incredible.
On the other side, you're going to tell me what the best bargain.
Oh, my gosh, in the States. And Kenny, put it on social, plaster it. Because when
I'll
I
have
say
a better
it,
one.
Okay.
I know what the best bargain is in the Bay Area.
I'm about to tell you.
And we'll compare. We'll compare on the other side.
Yours won't come close.
Yeah, you want to bet? Oh, yeah, I got a great one.
Kenny, I can't wait. Yeah.
888-957-9570. I see nobody's calling in. I guess you're happy with Christian McCaffrey on his way to 459 touches. But no, he'll stay healthy, right? Steiny, you can't bubble wrap him. All right, that segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever. With our theme, Legacies Under the Lights, step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank.
We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first serve. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Kohl's Cash is turning 20, and to celebrate, Kohl's is giving you the gifts. All month, you can enter our sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 Kohl's Cash. Plus, get epic deals on cozy favorites, home must-haves, and more right now. Yep, we were gonna throw a party, but this is better. Cue the confetti and the savings at Kohl's. Offer in September 28th. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes and September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit one prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set, right.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
San Jose, light morning rain with a high of 80.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, get your boy, would you?
Who is this right here?
Get your boy. He's got to pack it in. You know, McCutcheon.
Oh, yeah. Well,
come on, Goo. He's done.
But this is what we do. I mean, the dude loves the game.
Yeah, but
he's a mentor.
He's denigrating his legacy.
Oh, are you there?
He's too old.
No, you're not
what kind
kidding.
of year? I have no idea what kind of year McCutcheon have.
It's pedestrian. It's not a bad year.
Was it as bad as Adamas?
No, Adamas stays damn near it. Come on, Steiny. Yeah. Put some respect on my man's name. Why would you go at Kutch just because you're son?
Nah, he was at bat.
Hey, you
all
were.
Right, so you.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, I'm ready.
You claim
this. Oh my God.
So let me get this straight and correct me if I'm wrong. But we went into the break and Guru appeared to tease that he has established what one of the greatest bargains is in the Bay Area.
Yeah, no, just in the world.
Okay, because
in the United States.
Okay, because I have one that I think is very impressive too.
Okay,
but you go ahead because you brought it up.
I mean, Kenny Carter, like it's time we just say thank you to this institution. And when you think about it, inflation
I'm excited
and all
here.
the people that don't. That are, it's hard out here for a lot of people, okay? Jack in the Box, thank you. 2 tacos for 99 cents, Steiny. You got to be kidding me. And the tacos are good. 2 tacos for 99 cents. Tell me there's something better than that. And I just was thinking last night, like, it's time I give them 2 tacos for $1. Steiny, tell me. Come on, man.
That's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
Now, they're paper thin.
But they're
paper
with
thin.
that hot sauce on it. Oh, I said, you know what? They get it. Give Jack in the Box his credit, man. 2 tacos, 2 good tacos. Steiny, I'm sorry. With the soybean meat, I like it, man.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
All right.
Dude, we live in California. Why would you get tacos from a burger?
Because they're 99 cents.
That's it. That's the only reason why. That's disgusting.
Gas is $9. Taco, 2. Hey, and what if you get 6? That's $3.
$2.97 technically, but
Come on, man. Tell me I'm wrong. I said I'm coming in. I got to
think
give
you're
them
wrong.
love.
I think I got one.
Okay.
I think this might be the best deal in the Bay Area. So, a wonderful establishment in Oakland, California. Very classy place. It's called Schmitty's.
Okay. All right.
Schmitty's on Grand Lake.
Not Casey Schmidt. Yeah.
24 ounces of Montucky. Montucky's a beer. It's a 24-ounce beer in a can for $6.
That's too much for me.
What? That's $3
You know,
a beer.
I ain't a beer dude. I can't even, I don't know how that's hit. I mean, $6. That's a $6.
That's $3 a beer in the Bay.
But you're eating for $1. Steiny, 2 tacos for 99 cents.
But you're gonna need. Here's the thing: you pay $6 and you drink a Montucky that's 24 ounces, you're gonna get full. But if you spend $5 on those paper thin tacos, I don't think you're getting full.
Please, then you don't know the struggle, man. 2 for I ain't mad at that, but $6, that's a lot. Steiny, 99 cents in those 2 greasy tacos. And they don't get you fat either. They're paper thin.
That's because there's nothing in them. Nothing in them.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, if anybody can beat that taco price or my Montucky price.
Ken, what did you think?
888-957-9570. It's 24
is that a bargain
ounces.
to you for $6?
Absolutely. That's a deuce for $3. That's a
$6,
actually
though.
$1.50 a beer, right?
Yeah. No. It's 3 because 24 ounces is 2 beers. And it's $6, so it's $3.
I got you.
But see,
we can always get both. Combo it up, beer and tacos.
But that's luxury when you're drinking. I'm talking about eating, and you get them hunger pains, and you ain't got a lot at your disposal. Give me 2 tacos for 99 cents, Steiny. I'm a beef fan.
What's the best bargain in the Bay?
It's got to be the 2 for 99.
I mean, that's
going
to be really, really, really hard to beat.
I appreciate you saying that.
I mean, that is going to be tough to beat. There's no doubt about
that's
it.
That's a deal.
And that's Taco Bell?
Yeah, Jack in the Box.
Oh, Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box coming out with tacos, but
well, Burger King has them too.
You know what happens when you go to Taco Bell?
Some call it Taco Hell.
You get Taco Belly. Taco Belly.
That's an occasional 5. I've never heard that one. Some people call it Jack in the Crack, but still, Steiny, it's not the most healthiest, but 2 for 99. I appreciate. Salute. Yeah.
When did you go? Yesterday?
Yes.
How much? Don't tell me what you got. How much did you spend? Did you spend $4?
$3.39. Yeah, $3.39.
With the tax?
Yeah, got a small soda.
All right, so you got 6 of them.
Right. Oh boy. Little curly fry. Oh, man. Steiny, and I was really, truly happy after it was over. I was like, $3.30.
Oh, boy.
What we got?
925 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line says those tacos are deep fried, meaning they're, might put on a little weight.
Well, the beer, too. It's, yeah.
That's true.
24 hours.
Never mind. Let's go real quick to. All right, we'll go to Dustin in Petaluma. Hey, Dustin, how you doing?
Doing well. How about you?
Doing well.
Ernie's Tin Bar on Lakeville Highway. They have a $1.75 Rainier Ale.
Say it again, please. Ernie's.
Ernie's Tin Bar on Lakeville Highway has a $1.75 Rainier Ale.
That, of course, is from Washington. So,
yes.
Lakeville, that's like up around Ukiah?
Petaluma.
Petaluma? Oh, it's not that far. So, Ernie's Tin Bar is in Petaluma.
Yeah, it's on Lakeville Highway in between like 37 and Petaluma.
175.
See, I can't I don't know. You know,
Dustin, thanks for the info.
Good beers that cost more money. Not that Rainier isn't good, but I love the price.
Yeah, me too.
The drinking, eating is you have to eat. So you get those 2 tacos, Donnie, and don't get 4. Spend only $2. Come on, man.
Somebody's it. Well, B in San Jose. What's going on, B? How you doing? What's the best bargain in the Bay Area? Ernie's Tin Bar going to be tough in Petaluma.
Steiny and Guru, you're both doing a great job.
All right.
As always. Now, this ain't just the Bay, but this is everywhere.
Okay.
And I would say this is pretty dang hard to beat no matter where you go. It's the 99-cent Arizona iced tea at any gas station, any corner store, any bodega. Where you go, inflation has hit everything from 20-ounce Pepsis, to 6-packs of beer. But now, the Arizona iced tea, unbeatable, under $1.
And that's the one with that's the one that like the can looks like the Southwest colors, kind of that Southwest pattern.
Yeah, exactly. But there's flavors galore, right? You could get the Mucho Mango, you could get the Arnold Palmer, right? It's 99 cents, no matter. Take your pick, $1.
All right, man. All right, thanks, B.
But that's fluid and liquid, Steiny, and alcohol. I'm talking about food.
God, I got the opposite of the best bargain.
Which is?
At the Oakland Farmers Market. Get this is no lie. The Oakland Farmers Market on Saturdays. There's a dude who sells fresh squeezed orange juice and grapefruit juice.
Oh, whoa.
And it's like the pink grapefruit juice. It's got pulp in it. It is... I'm
getting excited.
12 ounces, and it is. I paid $10 for it, almost $1 an ounce.
Okay,
it's so good when
now,
it's cold.
Wow, man!
When
it's cold, I get it.
Every Saturday, I walk down. I just walk down the street to the farmers market. I go see my guy, give him a 10 spot, and I have one of those pink grapefruits. Oh God,
and it's good. Already chilled.
Oh yeah, it's on ice.
Oh boy, oh nice.
It's on
Martini on ice.
I got one that because he mentioned Arizona made me think of it. But how about Costco? All beef hot dog and a 12-ounce Pepsi free refill for $1.50.
Here's the problem.
I don't get my food from Costco.
Yeah, and here's the other problem with Costco. Sure, you're going to get the dog and the soda for $1.50, but you're going to end up spending $300 on the other stuff. You know what I mean? You're not going to Costco just for the food.
Well, you stock up for the apocalypse there, of course. But, yeah, actually it's 20 ounce. I was wrong.
Oh.
But then you have to be in Costco.
Last time you had a dog. A hot dog.
Oh.
I like this. Now I've had a hot link.
Probably a baseball game. I like hot dogs and baseball. I love hot dogs.
Last time you went to the Giants, last year, did you get one?
I went this year. I've gone to 3 Giants games this year. Careful.
Did you get one?
Yeah, I think I did.
Just asking.
I think I did.
Eating hot dogs is not a sport. God. Dude, what about the morning show? They did drive-bys on us.
Well, they were running out of material.
I didn't look at it.
Now, what does this mean? Steiny, juice is way overrated. Go to Rico Rico. I have no idea what that is, but
Rico
is a taco place. I actually just had that last night. I don't know about their juices,
you had it
but the
last
tacos from there, I think they're out in Berkeley, man. They are delicious.
With cheese?
Hell no cheese.
Oh, my God.
No, they're really good though, and they make their own salsas, and they come in packs, little packs.
Gotcha. I mean, at the old ship, Narragansett, $4. But
see, I have no.
That can't touch
as much
Montucky.
As I'm there, you would think I'm just clueless to that. $6. That's a haircut.
You never drink beer. You've never had a beer at the ship?
No, I do. I'm a street dude.
But you just drink one, and that's
like Big Mouth Mickey's. My boy G. Galen, I'd go over his house, he'd have Mickey's. That's about it. But you guys do it like it's a sport. Like,
hey,
wow.
Careful.
Yeah, we do the Mickey's. 40 ounce Old English back in the day.
Oh, this I remember. This used to be the best bargain. This guy's right. 510 Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Golden Gate Fields used to have Dollar Day. That's right. Every Sunday.
I'll give you that. But that's not right. Every day, though, Steiny.
$1 to park, $1 hot dogs.
No, that's great.
$1 beers. That's right.
One day.
I've gone to a couple of those.
Yeah, Jack in the Box is there 7 days a week. But you are right. That's a good one.
Let's go to JC in Sacramento. But first, hold on, JC. JC, hold on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Steiny would love Ernie's Tin Bar. Okay, let's go to JC in Sac. He doesn't feel bad for Christian McCaffrey. What's up, JC? Me neither.
Absolutely, I do not.
Yeah, me neither.
You gotta stop being soft, fellas.
Steiny brought it up. It ain't us.
Hold on. Hold on. No. I don't have a strong opinion on him carrying the ball so much, but I do believe you risk an injury if you're going to keep him at this pace. That's all, JC. But I don't feel sorry for him.
And you are absolutely correct. But I feel like this. He knew that was the possibility when he demanded an extra couple $1 million in the last offseason. See, we could have used that money, and we could have kept Jordan Mason, gave that extra $2-3 million to Jordan Mason. He didn't want that. He wanted all the money. See, he knew he had an injury, and he fleeced the team, and he withheld his injury, and he got more money, and then he proceeded to miss 90% of the season last year. I don't know where you can demand a certain level of compensation, get the compensation, and then not adhere to the certain productivity and production standards. No, homeboy. He won't the money. He won't all the carries. I don't mind it. We're not going to the Super Bowl. That's just kind of how I see it.
Hey, JC. Hey, I'm with you.
Here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I kind of like that one. I mean, the dude
JC made you back off the take, and I was about
what
to
take?
About he could get hurt.
I like JC's point about this is the guy who had a contract extension last year and didn't play a lot.
That part, yeah.
And you know what? That's JC. Well, I mean, it's here's the other thing. You got Brian Robinson. Maybe the plan is to just run McCaffrey into the ground this year, and
it's not run him in the ground.
He's on a pace for 433 touches.
That's where he might end, but the coach is telling you this is what I do.
He won't end there. Trust me.
Well, 2023 he did.
Not 433. He's not going to make it to 433.
But they get healthy. But here we go. When they get healthy. But, man, can you even rest on that? We don't know. And I got to give Willard credit here, him and Dibs, about Harry yesterday. Was that not the greatest just response to Harry about when Willard said, have you truly, Harry, seen the Niners at full strength? And we haven't. Like, that was I was like, damn. I was driving thinking that, like, they're 3-0, Steiny, but they have not been whole.
Right, and here's my question.
So Harry
why is it okay?
A little overzealous in saying what's so bad when you haven't seen it all put together.
I guess what I would say is, why is it okay for you to say, in my mind, the Warriors have won 6 titles, but Harry can't say the 49ers should be 1 and 2?
Hey, when you go there, you got me.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, if you think about it, Steiny, they would have 6.
Who?
The Warriors. If Durant doesn't tear the Achilles and Draymond does what he did.
No chance.
Those are sick.
Yeah, it wouldn't have happened. They weren't good enough. They weren't. And they got hurt. That's the other thing. It became a brittle team. Do you remember what happened in 19? 2 guys got hurt. You know why?
We were there.
Because you can't play 6 straight years into June.
Durant didn't.
They got hurt. No, he got hurt in that. Both of them got hurt, Clay.
No, I got you, but Durant hadn't been there playing those long seasons with the Warriors for that to happen.
Yeah, but he went deep.
He
went deep with Oklahoma City.
Because it was, I was watching NBA Today, Steiny. He really did veto a trade to come back to the Bay.
Of course he did.
That bothers me the more I think about it.
I love it.
And now I feel like he's cursed your point guard out.
They're still
Van Vliet. You think, who's their point guard? Fred can play.
I don't care who it is.
Monte's a twin. They do look alike.
The, what was I going to say? You said something. Well, what are you down on Durant for? Why are you down?
Why wouldn't you want to come back?
Because
I know, seriously. There would be no Jimmy. It would be KD. But I'm happy Jimmy's here. I'll take Jimmy over KD. There's a dark cloud.
When are you going to get it through your head that some players don't think that the Warriors are all they're cracked up to be?
Oh, you just love saying
I mean,
it.
think about that for a minute.
He had a
think about that for a minute.
We made you a champ.
2015, Draymond Green is crying into a telephone
this allegedly
after Game 7, begging Durant to come. And then 5 years later, Durant says, I wouldn't come to Golden State at gunpoint.
Dude, just hearing that.
I'm just saying, something happened. Something happened to Kevin Durant here.
Yeah, just how poetic would it been had he been the one to come back here, man? And he was first choice. Shout out Willard. He was the first Dibs. They wanted him.
650, Boxer and Gerson, work injury attorneys text line. Katie didn't want to come back because he knew the Warriors are cooked.
As if his team wasn't cooked and he was in the kitchen.
His team was cooked. He's not. KD's not cooked.
Oh, so
remember they had a better record. They had a great record with him.
No, that's why I'm holding his feet to the fire. Phoenix should have never not been in the playoffs.
What do you mean?
With Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. As much as people want to laugh at him.
Blame those guys. Don't blame Durant.
What happened in
when Durant played, they won. So go ahead and blame Booker. That's fine.
You're just giving this dude a pass.
Who?
You're just like everybody. KD. What about Brooklyn?
What about him?
What happened there?
He lost by a sliver.
I didn't ask that.
He had a foot problem.
You're so enamored with his game and his ability to score.
Kevin Durant?
You don't hold him accountable. Phoenix was a mess.
Because of him?
Partially.
Yeah, sure.
He's got some blood on his hands.
Who cares? So what? Team stinks.
Don't sleep on Phoenix. Look, you didn't fight me on that. I was thinking that.
I'll fight you on it.
I got two dark horse teams.
Who are they going to start? Just give me their starting lineup, Phoenix's.
No, seriously?
Yeah, give me, what scares you about it? What makes them so good? Go ahead.
Dylan Brooks.
Okay.
Booker.
Okay.
We got, who came on along with him? He's starting.
Amon Thompson?
No, Green.
Jalen Green?
Yeah. Okay. That's 3. Then we got our guy I just talked about, Beal.
He's on the Clippers.
Oh, hold on. Let me get to starting 5.
Grayson Allen.
4.
Yeah, he's.
And then the big that the Warriors were trying to get. Light-skinned cat that could play.
Valanciunas?
No.
He's in Denver.
Yeah. What's my other guy? I like his game.
Nurkic?
No, he's a brother.
But he's light-skinned?
Yeah. Got the braids. I like his game. I'll get you in a minute. Hold on. Just give me a second.
All right.
Talk.
That's fine.
And then my other team is New Orleans. Oh, boy. Looney.
He's talking about being high on the Pelicans, and Looney's the first name he mentions.
But you know where I was getting to. They're gonna Zion in shape with Poole. Just watch out. Trey Murphy the third. Man, what's my boy's name? Light skinned cat Carter.
The guy from Duke. I have no idea. Is that who you're talking about?
What's the name?
A big guy from Duke who was drafted this year. He's got a hard name to pronounce.
No, he was on the team.
You're talking
last
about
year.
like Keith Richards. That guy Keith Richards.
Hey, I like him.
Yeah, he used to be in the Rolling Stones. He's going to try to make
Aman Maluak. He was Duke center this year.
Yeah, it wasn't him.
With Cooper.
Yeah.
The guy I like is Knuffle. The guy from Duke. Yeah, I think he's talking about Nick Richards. I think. But I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
Is it Mark Williams or Nick Richards?
Nick Richards. Yeah. I like him.
He played for Charlotte. He was the guy in Charlotte that was supposed to go to the Lakers. And then that trade got reneged, right? What's Williams' first name?
Mark.
Okay.
No, Nick wasn't the guy supposed to.
So Mark Williams was the guy on the Hornets that was supposed to get traded.
Nick Richards is Steiny.
Who's Nick Richards?
He went to Kentucky.
Yeah, Kentucky.
Okay, there is a Nick Richards,
245. You ain't watched him play? Averaged 9 points last year. Nick Richards.
He stinks.
I want to show you the picture. I can't turn the monitor around. But I like him. For my two teams. Just watch out for him.
I'm trying to think who my team's going to be this year.
What happened to? Oh, your boy. I got you. Minnesota's your team.
Yeah.
What about Edwards said he's adding some moves to his game? Grandy and I laugh.
He is.
What's that mean?
I don't know if I
Go
can.
in the post and do get your Mitch Richmond and Isaiah Ryder on. Get your J.R. Ryder and Mitch Richmond on, and you'll be more unstoppable.
I don't know if I can come around Anthony Edwards.
What do you mean?
I need him to be a little more of a leader. I'm a little worried about his off-the-court stuff.
Wow, Steiny, you defended him when I tried to call him out last year. He's a personality.
Yeah, he is.
And
I'd call him a piece of work.
And is he the best American-born player right now with the highest of his powers? Yes. He's the best American-born player in the NBA right now. I would say Steph because he's
Anthony Davis.
Now, when are you going to laugh? Dude can't even say healthy. Stop.
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
I didn't say where he's not going. I'm just saying right now, Anthony's in his prime.
Well, we got to get out.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're looking for the best bargains in the Bay Area.
No, we got it. Jack in the Box. You did say it's okay. I appreciate you saying that.
That's one of them.
So we need 3 more spots for Mount
looking
Rushmore.
to stack bargains.
I didn't like yours, though. $6. That's a little lot. A lot of people ain't got 6.
It's 2 beers.
Yeah.
But this is vintage you. You have an opinion about something you know nothing about.
No,
you know nothing about beer.
$6 for a beer.
It's 2 beers. It's 2. It's 2.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by Pier 39.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh, my goodness.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Notorious.
You think I don't know what you're up to at times, and the reality is I know exactly what you're up to, and we'll go ahead and do it.
You're talking to Kenny.
No, I'm talking to you.
What?
I'm talking to you.
Please share with.
I will.
Now I'm like, who dined me out? I don't know where you're going.
So there's this piece of sound out there that Guru is now over the last 2 days said, we got to play this sound. We got to play this sound. And there was no malice in why we haven't played it yet. We've just been talking about other things, but now I'm going to play it. And here's the reality. Guru and I have been going back and forth about a certain topic, for the last couple months. And there's a piece of sound here that I know he thinks validates his point.
Oh, my gosh.
And it's about the San Francisco Giants. And little does he know that I'm more than prepared to respond to what I think he's going to say because I know who he is. This is Logan Webb. He's a pitcher for the Giants, and this team didn't make the playoffs. And he's talking about it.
Every year's different. I think for this year's probably the most frustrating. I definitely, no offense to the teams we've had before, but this is the most talented team I've been on. And yeah, I think there's a lot of expectations, and yeah, it sucks. You know, you trade for, looking back at that, was it May or June? When that first came in LA to go up. And it's June, right? There's so much baseball. I mean, you see what happens happening all around baseball right now. It's a crazy sport, but we trade for a guy like Devers, and we were excited. It's not that it's kind of hard to pinpoint. You know, when things go wrong, it unfortunately just seems like we've let it stay wrong for a long time, and that's not a very good recipe for success. And unfortunately, it seems like this is 4 straight years where it's been the exact same thing. So yeah, it just sucks.
It has. It's been 4 years. That was Logan Webb.
Yeah, and he did like a parking ticket validate my point of,
which is what?
The talent is way there.
Okay.
So why are they 3 games under 500 and out of the race and went 2-9? Like, why did they fall off?
Because even though they've been the most talented Giants team in the last 4 years, they still ain't good enough to be a top 6 team in the National League. No, they are more talented, no doubt, than Giants teams past, but they still ain't a top 6 team, even with more talent. It tells you, wow, did we underestimate how far we were?
No.
Sorry.
The Reds are not better than this year's Giants.
I
The
think they have a better
Diamondbacks
record.
They do. The Cardinals. Yeah. And get this, the A's are only 2.5 games behind the Giants.
Well, the A's play hard.
Dude, it constitutes change for me. When now, let me ask you this. I'm being real, Steiny. Giants wasting Logan Webb?
I don't even know what that means.
Are they wasting his prime?
I don't know. Is Pittsburgh wasting Skeensy?
No, it's too early. He ain't old as Webb. Webb's been great for how long? But come on, man. That 107 outside
Arizona wasting Zach Allen?
No, they just went to the World Series a couple years ago. Answer that. We're talking about Webb, Steiny.
What about him?
You can't keep expecting this dude to be your ace.
He's not an ace. He's a 2. That has to be a 1.
No, Steiny, he's pitched like an ace, man. He got to the All-Star game.
He didn't even have a great year.
Well, he got tired.
Oh, well.
My point is he's your ace, and he's been your stud, and that's just another part of this lethargic run that they've been on. And he talked about the last 4 years, but you're telling me, Steiny, outside of 2016, all you got is a Gabe Kapler 107-year postseason appearance. Like, that stinks. But I'm just telling you, I'm looking at Logan Webb. He's not getting any younger, and I do think it's fair to ask, are the Giants wasting his prime? And I think that's an easy answer, yes. But now Buster went and did something to help, dispel that. But this team just fell off it too many times. And to not be even in it or remotely in it this last week.
Oh, boy.
That stinks.
No.
We're watching the Reds and Pirates, and the Reds are living the Giants' life.
The Giants, I believe, what was it, a week ago? When did they take over the wild card for 7 minutes?
2 Saturdays ago.
Well, I thought you said that would add excitement. That extra wild card really added excitement.
Yeah.
Oh, Giants fans are excited right now? Giants fans never got excited even when they tied that team.
They had the lead half game.
Right, but
they fell off after that. They lost that game and they lost the next. But why?
Because they don't have enough pitching. Their bullpen depleted. Their hitters
the offense
mediocre.
has been hibernating after that. Like, why wasn't and that happens, ups and downs. It's a long season. But this team offensively has been sleeping too many times. They don't go the other way, Steiny. They don't make adjustments. Just me talking. I'm no hitting coach, but there should be some nervous-ass managers or coaches with the Giants moving forward. And I can't wait to see what Buster does. They showed us what they can be.
When?
But why couldn't they keep the electricity on?
So funny how you and I look at things differently. The reason they couldn't keep the electricity on for 162 games is because the season's long and you have to put together more than a good month or two, and their players overall, to a man, weren't consistent enough over 162 games to even win half their games.
And why Buster Posey chose to do what he did to the bullpen, because in real time I was like, nothing to see here. But now I think it's fair to just second-guess that. Like, what if you would have kept that bullpen? Because Buster, obviously, making the moves that he did, Steiny, he had to think they were done.
They were.
But then they got just super hot.
Let me tell you something.
Come on now.
They don't make any moves at the deadline. They ain't in the playoffs. I don't think.
With the bullpen intact?
No.
Oh, Steiny. I mean, you lose Rodriguez
okay,
regardless.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm going to be, and this is where, it's every chirp, chirp, chirp. If you're really telling me that this should have been a playoff team, but for Posey's moves at the deadline, that guy's got to be killed for that. Then Buster Posey's got to be raked over the coals for that. For a team that's made the postseason one time in the last 9 years, if he gave up on a 25% chance, that's on him. He should be raked over the. If you really believe that if he would have sat tight at the deadline, they would have made the postseason, you got to rake him over the coals.
And who knows? That could come. I'm just saying now that I look at how this season flamed out and what the bullpen became when you needed it most, I think it's fair to bring up, damn, did you have to gut it like you gutted it? But you did what you did. But, again, my question is, this is what I've seen, Steiny. The offense got hot. I get that. It happens. But then for it to just go ice cold again, that's maddening to me. And then what happened 2 Saturdays ago, it might be 3 now, for Logan Webb to get that ball and the team down a run in the bottom of the first, score 4, and Logan couldn't hold the Dodgers. That was like, and now the offense has been missing since.
You know why? If he's a 1, where does he rank among the 32 teams when you compare Webb to every other team's number 1?
I won't fight you on that. I get you. Okay. And I've said some things about Webb, but he's been your steward. He's been your ace, man. And he ended up
But see, this is exactly what I mean.
He got tired.
When you say, well, Webb's been good, he's your ace. That's right. He is the Giants' ace. But he's not as good as other teams' aces, some other teams. So you're worse than those other teams' aces. And so if you go up and down your lineup and you realize our biggest home run hitter, Rafael Devers, how many he hit? 30. Great. Cal Raleigh hit 60. Schwarber hit 58. So it's like your biggest home run hitter hit half as many as another team's biggest home run. Like, I'm not saying these guys are useless but or terrible, but if Devers is your best player and he's a 30 home run, 100 RBI, 250 guy, then there's going to be other teams' best players who are better than Devers.
And sometimes
then we go
no
to the
shade
second
in that.
Right. But then if you start going down the list and you realize, so Devers is the Giants' best offensive player, but he's not as good as most other teams' best offensive player. Okay, now we go to number 2, Adames. Well, I bet you a lot of other teams have better second-best players than Adames.
Yeah, but
so
I don't
when you
believe the Reds in Arizona do. Like, I'll take Adames and Devers over anything. And then just about Webb, Steiny, who, come on, man, dude's a stud. We both love Hunter Green from the Reds. Andrew Abbott, Brady Singer. Like, Webb is better than all those dudes.
He's not better than Hunter Green.
And
He's not better than Hunter Green. No chance. I don't think he is.
I mean, one's got a head start on the other, and one's older than the other, Steiny. But if your life depended on it right now,
Hunter Green,
I'm taking Logan Webb.
All right.
Where are you at on that, Ken? In regard to Hunter Green, who's got an upside, he's younger, I know that. But a game with your life on the line, Webb or Green, who you giving the ball to?
Honestly, I would pick Webb right now just because he's more reliable. Yeah. I mean, Green has the more electric stuff.
Oh, there's no doubt.
But Webb can get you, what does he go, like 7 innings every single game? Maybe more? Right. I mean, I think Webb kind of has the edge. Yeah. But Green is definitely more electric.
Now, if you
with
said for the future, I get you with Green.
If I had to win a game right now, I would definitely pitch Hunter Green.
Well, today, because my boy's tired, and Green got Logan Webb's had a gap.
Well, okay, and I get it. Hunter Green missed some time, but you're telling on yourself again because you just made it clear that your number one wears down. Number ones shouldn't wear down.
Yeah, and that's how I see it right now with Logan Webb. But you look at his career and what he's done, Steiny. This dude should be
great number 2
in multiple postseasons.
Does he have a playoff win, Logan Webb?
No, he lost against the Dodgers.
Did he win one against the Dodgers?
No, he lost that one. But he pitched his ass off.
So really, if you're saying, hey, who do you want to win a big game? You say, neither of them have pitched in a big game.
Not child support, run support. That's Logan Webb's issue is run support. So
I'm saying
when
is,
he mowed the Dodgers down here a couple years ago, Steiny, he pitched his ass off.
When did he mow him down?
When they lost in that game with the check swing from.
So he doesn't have a postseason win.
But he pitched good enough to have won that game. That's all I'm saying.
I can't even remember that game.
Oh, dude, it was a great pitch game. He got no run support. And your boy, late night Lamont hit one foul. Remember that?
No, I don't.
But he
5 years ago.
Come on, do you Hunter Green for the future? I got you, Steiny, but Logan Webb. Man.
A lot of people are agreeing with me on that.
On the Green?
Yes.
Well, see, you're Mr. Liberal. You're going today, like
that's
Thursday,
right. I'm going today.
Before
now.
the season started, who would you take?
Hunter Green.
Okay, I just got a text from Pasta, a.k.a. Steven Risotto.
Okay. Pasta.
You know what?
No, hang on, Steiny, because you said today. So apparently, Logan Webb might lead in the NL in strikeouts and innings.
Talk to me.
And he might have a top 3 Cy Young finish.
Talk to me.
And also, Webb does have a postseason win.
Okay. I'd take Hunter Green. I'm just, I'm looking at the Hunter Green.
No, he's great, Steiny.
Dominant.
But you're making him seem like Sandy Koufax compared to Webb.
He's better than Webb.
And you can make the playoffs in sports, even if, your number one is not Michael Jordan, but let's just say he's Clyde Drexler. Like, it's about the depth. And I just think Logan Webb, he wasn't lying. This Giant team is talented because that's the core essence. That's the essence of this conversation. And when I hear the captain or one of the captains say that, I believe it. And if I'm the manager, I just feel like for whatever reason, we left some meat on the bone. Now, Steiny, you can ask me, Goo, you think of a guy that had better communication would have the Giants still in the playoffs? I do believe there's something to that. But we'll see what Buster does. And I get the people right now, Sam Love in Texas, I get the people right now saying that, the Reds, they're all coming, they're saying Logan Webb, Steiny.
Yeah, that's great. And the last 2 years, Hunter Green is ERA. Hunter Green's ERA is 2.75, and Logan Webb's over the last 2 years, 3.4.
But he leads this year. Logan leads in innings and strikeouts.
Okay,
and every other metric over the last 5 years, he's damn near leading in every other metric.
I'm a big ERA guy, and he's almost a full point better.
But how reliable and healthy is he being? You know what I mean? Like Logan's a stud.
Yeah, to me.
He's a
Hunter Green is a 1. Logan Webb's a 2. To me.
I want to fight you, but
that's just me.
But that goes to the upside in the arm being more electric. Hunter Green does have that, but he's not, to me, right today, a better all-around pitcher than one Logan Webb. And that's why I just brought up the last 4 years, which Logan brought up. Steiny, I think it's very fair that the Giants are wasting Webb.
Yeah,
and I think when Posey broke off that chicken for Adames Endeavors.
What does that mean? They're wasting Logan Webb.
Like if they
is he so good that you're wasting him?
He's been a great story.
Okay, so but what does it mean? I don't get it.
We all get old, and we're getting to the point now where all these innings are going to catch up with them. And if you keep having seasons, at some point Logan Webb is going to take a step back, or fall off a tad bit. You want to get your club into the postseason so he can pitch in his prime.
Right, but they're not
if it's
good
3
enough.
more years from now before they get there, well, let me tell you, that ain't going to be the same Logan Webb as of today.
Okay, so
or the last
so the
couple
Giants
years.
haven't won a playoff series in over 10 years.
Oh, that man.
Okay, should we run down the list of all the so-called players who they wasted over the last 10 years?
Well, that list wouldn't be that, but Logan Webb's at the top.
It'd be huge.
Like, give me a name.
Give me who was the catcher before Bailey?
Oh, Steiny, but Joey Bart? I'm just saying, come on, man. There's nobody with gravity in regard to name recognition like Logan Webb.
I got to tell you,
in regard to this Giants now getting to the postseason or not. Dude is a stud. He's a one, Steiny.
Okay. And he's been your one for 4 years.
And you've kind of wasted him.
Okay. I don't see it that way. I don't understand.
And what everyday player would be on the list? Like, I'm being for real. That you don't hear the last four. Darren Ruff. Crawford at the end.
Ramos has had 2 really good years.
Well,
have they wasted his 2 years?
And I'm a fan, but I'm not saying really good. I'm not saying really good. So I'm saying there's been some promise. He made an All-Star game.
How long's Robbie Ray been? He's been here 2-3 years.
Yeah, but no.
I'm just
this is his first season.
Yeah, and Steiny, there's no tragedy there with Robbie Ray. He's a hired gun. I get it, and he's pitched his ass off, but he also too is tired. You get my premises. I mean,
just hate
you got to get this thing going sooner than later before Logan Webb turns into Santa Claus.
And I fought this with Steph Curry. So I'm certainly going to fight it with Logan Webb. Like, the idea of they're wasting Steph Curry makes it sound like, nobody's trying to get any better. And
no, come on now.
I'm just saying, Logan Webb he's good, but he's been on 500 teams for the last 4 years, and he's good.
And if
he's
you
been
look
their
at
best
his
pitcher,
job, he's done his job.
Yeah, but I don't look at that as wasting.
Hey, Steiny, let me ask you a question. How many?
Is every guy that doesn't win a title they wasted him? I don't get it.
Well, if you're not even getting, go ahead, Kim, but if you're not even getting to the postseason, that's what I call wasting.
Okay, so
get to the postseason, then I wouldn't use that.
Then I'd much rather talk about a guy like Mike Trout. That's where it's fair.
Yeah.
Logan Webb,
I would say that almost be on the same level right now, just because of the way Logan Webb pitches year in, year out. But I was going to ask you.
You think Logan Webb has had a comparable career to Mike Trout?
Not to that degree of him winning Cy Young every year, but I'm talking about his talent-wise. Yes. Absolutely. My question was going to be, though, how many people do you think throw 200 innings per year?
Not many.
There's 2 right now.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know who they are?
Webb's one. He's pitched 200 innings in the last 3 years.
Garrett Crochet for the Red Sox right now. He's got 205. Logan Webb has 201. Yeah. He kind of stands alone with maybe just one other guy, but he does that year in and year out.
And that's why I was saying,
I'm taking Hunter Green. That's all.
Yeah.
It's fine.
But forget that.
I like Webb.
Webb not in the postseason is
I don't
what
care.
I'm saying.
Like that.
But
that I could care less.
That constitutes waste.
I don't feel sorry for a pro athlete who can't break through
well, you just
and
said
make
Mike
the
Trout.
playoffs.
You brought up Mike Trout.
Well, that's what I mean. That would, to me, would be if any team is wasting a guy, it would have been California or the Angels wasting Trout for 12 years?
And that's
different.
And it's hard to do this, so we're not comparing Trout to Webb because obviously it's a pitcher and everyday player. But what Ken said to me, and he don't even know he said it, Logan Webb's perfected his craft. So has Mike Trout. And when you look at those Angel teams and they hadn't had success, you know for a fact, Steiny, it's not Mike Trout's fault. Just like this giant drought is not Logan Webb's.
No, I don't think it is either. But I don't feel sorry for him.
You lose some MPHs on your pitches, and you regress. Father Time kicks in. But I'm like, man, I really thought this season was going to be one that had the Giants, at least this week, playing meaningful baseball if they did make it. But for Buster to kind of break up the bullpen when he did, he was probably like, this horse needs to be taken out to pasture. And then they get hot, and you're like, damn, you had that bullpen.
Every team gets hot.
And cold.
And again, for the 9 millionth time, if somebody can tell me why this Giants team, as opposed to the previous 4 years, is so much different, but yet they're a 500. They're
better.
I don't believe, just because
man
of the
for
names.
Man, they're better. What you mean?
Then what?
Than what they've had previously.
Right, but so they've gotten better,
right?
But they're not good enough. And you know what?
They got one of the most expensive payrolls.
They got marginally better, and it didn't show up in the standings.
Yeah, I would say they got marginally more expensive, and it did show up in the standings. That's a conversation to be had.
Well, then the conversation
why?
The conversation's not why. The conversation is maybe Buster Posey is spending too much money on players who aren't bona fide superstars. Chapman, Devers, and Adames are good players. They are good players. I think Devers is really good. But again, look at other teams' big boys, and they put those two guys to shame with like the numbers. So like the Giants may be the most talented version of themselves, but everybody else has gotten better too. And maybe they haven't made the incremental gains that they hoped.
Besides you saying, Goo, everybody gets hot, because you're right. When the Giants were tearing the cover off the ball just this last hot spell, Steiny, you got to be. That's what it was supposed to look like
all year.
No, we were supposed to have more of that.
Okay, well then Devers needs
less of.
Well, then Devers would have needed to hit 300, and Adames Here's what baffles me when you're like, boy, why all these dry spells with the offense?
Oh my gosh!
Have you looked at the batting averages of their starting lineup? They have so many guys at 230. Just figure it out. If you have so many players hitting 230, you're gonna have. You're not going to be able to string hits together.
Let me throw this at you.
And you don't have a ton of power. We can get on to more on the other side. I see Pete, Philmo, Dave. I'll get to you all on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, actually, I got a minute or two here. 12:42. You know what I can do?
Oh, I could.
You know what I'll do?
Yeah, all right.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, on a scale of 1 to 10, how disappointing to you is this Giants season? To me, it's an 8.5, 9 because of what they added. And
sure,
but honestly, because you say some things, I'm like, he is lightweight correct.
I'm disappointed. I'd be disappointed.
All I was looking for
at the season, but I would be disappointed in the season.
And your payroll, when you look at what you've paid, invested, and what you got, that ain't Jack in the Box 2 for $99. Like, I'm paying.
So blame Posey. Get on Buster Posey for signing a 230 hitter who came up with 1.5.
Devers figured it out, and so did Adames.
All right,
if
they figured it out, then why aren't they even a 500 team?
If I had those answers, I wouldn't be
I have the answers. They need to get better. That segment brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly.
At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credit is on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
I have a new favorite Giant, and I'm not ashamed to say it. His name is Raphael Devers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So, wrapping up the Giants season and talking about what went wrong, what went right, and here's, to me, what it all comes down to for the Giants. And I said, you're going to go through dry spells when you hit 235 as a team.
Yeah.
And someone on the text line said everybody hits 235 now as a team. That's wrong. You're wrong about that. That's incorrect. The Giants, right now, this is the problem. Right now, the Giants are What do you think they are in batting average in the league?
Okay,
average.
I'm a guess, but I would love for you to tell me to guess what their average is with runners in scoring position. But okay, for the sake of you said their average.
It's probably near the same as their overall average. Anyway, they're hitting .235. That's 25th in the league. So they're 25th in batting average.
Gotcha.
Okay. What do you think they are in home runs?
28th or 29th?
They're 20th. They're 20th in home runs, and they're 25th in batting average. So I'm even looking at a team like the Angels. They're hitting .226 as a team, much lower than the Giants, but they hit more homers.
Yeah.
So I look at a team that doesn't hit for average and doesn't hit homers. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'd love to know where they rank in walks in baseball, because I got to believe that's pretty low. But
they strike out a lot.
Right, exactly. So, like, that's to me their explanation for why they went through long dry spells.
Yeah, and look, you make some valid points, but there are some people in this business, Steiny, where I care about their opinion and some I don't. But I hate to do this, but Mark Abanyas agrees with you. He texted me this, Steiny. Hunter Green all day. Are you kidding me? Okay, Webb and Green. Okay. But, dude, he's saying imagine if the Giants went in the playoffs, Webb and Ray are out of gas. And that happened this year, Mark. But it didn't happen last year, or I didn't see it as much as it is in regard to Webb. But he's saying you need horses like Bumgarner and Kane. But I'm just saying, we've seen Webb finish strong, and all you got was, hey, good season, go home. You know, and that could have been the year 3, 4 of what he was talking about. But I just feel like, as man-to-man, Steiny, when I look at the Reds and I look at the Diamondbacks, whatever their warts are, and compare and contrast to the Giants, I look at the Giant lineup and I watch them play, and there have been bonehead decisions on the bases by the players, and Bob's not doing that. But I really feel like there's been no, what's the old saying, grown up in the room to kind of reprimand some of these dudes. And, oh, Steiny, how many times did you say, Guru, they're not good enough to sit Ramos? Send a damn message. You didn't make the playoffs, so I'm just saying maybe there's a different way to skin the cat. But nobody is above reproach. Nobody is that good to where, you know what?
That's right. You've been
making bonehead decisions. Your ass needs to sit. Maybe I'll put you in after the 5th inning and I'll pinch hit. But I just think Melvin missed all those signs to send a message. And then the one thing that really let me down was, you couldn't figure out more often than not why your club was not doing this or that.
The slogan,
though, but real quick,
what needs to be figured out?
The slogan was, why are we making blunders on the base pass? Why are we not fielding the ball? Why are we throwing the ball to the wrong cutoff guy? Okay. Why are we not hitting? All we kept hearing all year long was, I don't know. Well, lie to me then. But don't tell me as a baseball skipper in charge of your team, and then the players start saying, I don't know.
Well, they don't.
I don't know. They don't. Somebody needs to pay the price, because if nobody knows and the skipper doesn't know.
What do you want them to say?
I got the wrong skipper. Give me something. I want Melvin to say, this is the worst coaching job I've done. And you know why, Steinmetz?
Why?
Because everything I told them, they didn't do. It went in one ear and out the other. Everything I tried, it didn't work. This season's on me, man. I would appreciate that. But
that's
to
great.
say,
that's
hey,
great.
it's just another season in the books.
I know. Listen, here's what's going on here. And I get it, and we all want to back up our opinions.
All right.
You think these guys, these Giants players, are better than they are. You absolutely think they are better than they are. And like I would do, well, then you got to blame it on the manager. You just do. If you think these players are really better than they are, then you must fire Melvin.
So the big three.
But I don't believe that.
So the big three, because they're on your books, of Chappie, Adames, and Devers. That doesn't, no, seriously, Steiny, because I know where you want to go. Well, give me all the other 29 teams. That's a good core. It's not the youngest core.
Is it better than the Dodgers?
No, well,
but
that's
you're
like
in
saying,
the
you're prettier than Halle Berry.
Well, you play the Dodgers 20 times.
All right.
Is it better than the Padres? So,
All right, but boy, it ain't that one.
So you couldn't have expected them to win the division because the Dodgers have better hitters and pitchers.
I think it's better than the Diamondbacks. I think it's better than the Reds.
Well, they're close to the Diamondbacks. But they're close.
I mean, but you also know, Steiny, again, we talk about hot and cold. Too many times this team was lackluster. They weren't playing good fundamental baseball. It's one you can lose, but when you're getting picked off third with the tying run in the ninth inning on the road, somebody
you're picking a few games over the course of a season. I get it, and maybe they turn those games around. You get 5 more wins, but
you really think I'm overrating even the Adames endeavors?
Yes,
huh?
I do.
Wow.
I do. They're good. I'm not saying they're not very good. I'm just saying, if you look at it practically, let's just be honest. The Dodgers have more talent, hitting and pitching.
No shade in that at all.
Well, there is shade because you can't win the division then.
Okay, so we got 5 other spots.
But you can't beat the Padres either. They have better players. Like, I'm not saying they couldn't have a good year and surprise, but when people say they've underachieved,
like that
means you think they should have been better than the Padres.
I have no problem saying that.
Well,
you got Tatis and Machado.
Well, and that's
Ralphie
where I got.
Devers was,
I'm out.
Okay,
I'm out on that.
All right, now
I'm just
Jim
out.
Bowden joined us, Steiny, a former GM, joined this same program, and at different junctures.
He was wrong.
No doubt.
Okay.
But he wasn't the only one that had expectations
right.
after that move.
Right, and nothing
this
happened.
Team was going to be.
They made a move.
And there it is.
And nothing happened. You know why?
Tim.
Because they have other players than Devers who weren't good enough, and so that even when he came, because the other players were completely mediocre or half the lineup, his acquisition didn't make a dent.
So do you think it's – okay, let's just say Melvin comes back. Do you think it's fair for how the Giants season went that you look and review what you got from the manager in a season that I think 99.9% of Giant fans will say was disappointing, Steiny? For whatever reason, it's in disappointment city.
And I've said this, I don't care if you fire Melvin or not. I could care less. It's not going to change my opinion that this was not a managerial issue. It was a talent player issue. And if they hire a new manager and they have the same team next year and they win 90 games, I'll say I was wrong.
Okay.
Simple as that.
Hey, I am not trying to be a smart ass. Why do you think Gabe Kapler got fired? And he took the team to the playoffs.
Because nobody liked him. They didn't win, and nobody liked him.
Well,
and
they
nobody
did
liked
win.
Nobody
they
liked
won
the
107 games, Steiny.
Okay. Okay. So then that winning 107 games once every 7 years, like that year was an outlier.
Yeah, it was
a total outlier.
I mean, but it counts, and he got them to the post. So you just think Kapler got fired because they didn't like him?
They didn't want to play that platoon ball. They were tired of that. Posey, when the minute Posey was hired, he said, treat everybody we need to treat players like humans. We can't put them on the human shuttle back to Sacramento. Nobody likes this platoon system, so that's why we're firing Kapler.
So what
now
do
you got Melvin in here, and he tried to do things a little different. And guess what? Anyway you cut it, they're 500. So that tells me they're not good enough.
I am fast. It's like the Giant version of the playoffs for me this offseason, and it's about to start after Sunday. Because we'll find out and I hear every time I talk Giant baseball with different people, oh, Posey loves Melvin. I'm not saying he doesn't, but I do wonder if there's going to be a price for what I deem a disappointing season. Steiny, you could tell me all kind of, hey, good, what's your read on this and that and the quarterback? You're thinking about, McCaffrey and Kyle. Well, obviously he's not cautious about McCaffrey. He's giving the touches. But when it comes to Buster Posey, just new on the job, spent that money, got some players in here who now when you look at the numbers,
you're like, spent that money like he should be praised for it. If he spent money and they don't produce, that's on Posey.
But the two dudes did produce when it was all said and done. Because now you're telling me they didn't make it, and I'm not saying you're wrong. It's because of what was around them, Adames endeavors. When you look now without watching the movie, they hit the back of their damn near baseball card to me.
Right.
So, okay, they didn't get enough help. Now what's Buster to do to go get that help? Or is this an instructional issue to where I really believe the mental game of life in sports, there is no separation.
Okay, right.
Some guys can get the most out of others with work.
Has
with
Willie
words
Adames earned his money this year? 225, 28, 84. 225, 28, 84. Did he earn his money?
I'm in a heated argument with you, but
if you say
I want to say yes,
okay.
Steiny.
And I'm not.
And hold on,
it was
just real quick.
close.
I almost want to say hell yes because he was down on the mat like Frazier.
Fair.
And he got up.
Yeah, he got up to 224.
I got you. But Steiny, how many guys are hitting 300 in the baseball? Like the average thing, I hate to say it, that's like that thing doesn't carry as much weight as it used to.
Okay, so it doesn't. It carries no weight that the Giants.
I'm not gonna say no.
No, I gotta say it. So to you, it carries no weight that they're the 20 that only 6 teams hit worse than them. Okay. Batting average, and they don't hit for power.
It carries
like,
weight.
There's your answer
but
to
why
questions.
when I say Pat Burrell, everybody laughs like,
go ahead. I'm not saying go fire him. Who cares?
He has a job, and there's a way to judge his job. And when I look at the Giants on paper, why they strike out, why they stink with runners in scoring position, even the studs. I got to feel like collectively the instruction might not be the best. And, hey, it happens. Maybe we need another hitting coach. Okay. Just a thought.
Okay, and here's just a thought.
Okay.
Bob Melvin didn't do a good job. You want to get rid of him? Bailey's got to go. Bailey's got to go.
I wouldn't fight you on that. Okay.
Jung-Hoo Lee, what are we doing with him? He's an ordinary player. Ramos, what are we doing with him? He's average. Who's playing right for us now? I bet he ain't any good, and he isn't. Whether it's Matos or the Wild Man. Yeah. You know, it's like, okay, now let's go to their pitching. Yeah. Well, it looked great.
Exactly right now.
Guess what? The back half of their starting staff was very bad.
And I'm telling you
what. They were bad. So what is the mystery?
I'm bringing Verlander back.
What's the mystery? That's what I don't get.
Oh, the mystery is why are we 3 games under 500?
I just told you all the reasons.
Why has every pony in the race lapped us? Why are we done and the last week means nothing?
Because you're not as good as these other teams. And if you want to say, Steiny, this is the best, this Giants team has more talent.
Because Webb said it. Yeah.
That's fine. But first of all, you can stick that up your rear end. That's just talk about a guy. That's just a guy talking. But guess what? Yeah, maybe it is the most talented. But you know what?
What?
Other teams got more better than you over the last 2 or 3 years. Yeah, you improved. You got better. This is the best Giants team. But guess what? Padres got even better. Arizona's even better. And the Dodgers, Steiny, you still can't touch.
I'm not saying the Diamondbacks are better than the Giants. And I know for a fact the Reds are.
Who finished higher last year? The Arizona Diamondbacks or the Giants?
Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay, so now that's 2 years in a row. Arizona's been better than the Giants, but the Giants are better. Then maybe that is a Melvin issue.
Last year you didn't have Adames nor Devers. And I guess that's what's got me triggered.
And
so I'm asking,
and they also lost,
are you just going to run this thing back?
They lost Conforto's home runs. They lost Solaire's home runs.
Please.
You want to know why they're 25th in home runs, or 20th rather in home runs? Because you got a catcher who can't hit any. I got to do legal. Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Brewden City.
You're going to laugh, and a lot of people will, and I had old jokes about him, and I said this about Verlander. I think you got to put on the full court press to bring him back, especially with what happened to Roop. Like, Steiny, it was ugly as all. I was like, he's 42, Ronnie Lott. Mm-hmm. But my goodness, if I'm Posey, we might have to bring out the champagne, strawberries, and red carpet for Verlander. I'm being real.
Yeah, that's great, Guru. That's great. And so your big move's bringing back a 3-11 pitcher with a 3.88 ERA.
No, we got other stuff.
But that's my point. Like we got to bring Verlander back. He's average. He was terrible the first half of the season.
Your second baseman moving forward, or
exactly?
Exactly. Like those, I get it.
That's my point. If he's your second base moving forward, okay. How many second basemen is Casey Schmidt better than? All of them? Half of them? Let me take a call or two here. Filmo, Mike.
Mike.
What's up, Filmo? Hey! Cut it out! Get him off! God, Filmo, you're done.
Hey, he was
Hang
working.
up on it.
He ain't done.
That's
working.
That's the cardinal sin.
Kitty, get your boy. He was working, man. You can't you got to get that taco money.
Pete in San Ramon. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys, poor Filmo, but at least I am paying attention.
There you go.
Hey, look, Guru, about wasting Logan Webb. Do you want to just cut him loose so he can go flourish somewhere else?
That's a great question, but I don't think the Giants are that far off from making a wild card to where you should say bye-bye, especially with this Dever and Adames additions. So I'm just asking the question, why are the Giants where they're at in the standings? I think that's disappointing. That's my whole premise. It's disappointing.
Okay, well, Steinmetz is right. Devers and Adames ain't enough, and they got to get more better players, not replace Logan Webb.
Pete,
not his fault.
No, you're right, Pete. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, and I wasn't. Come on, Snotty, I wasn't. I was. Not that he needs me to do it. I was propping Webb up and what he stands for and what he means. But my thing is, this is disappointing.
I mean, the thing that I'd be willing to talk about is okay, they're going 80 and 82 again, right? 81 and 81, whatever it is. It's the same old story because it's 4 straight years where they've had 500 talent.
But this is different.
No, it's not.
You got 2 dudes in Adames and Devers.
Baseball takes 9 players, 5 starting pitchers, and a great bullpen. And if your 2 best players are 2 guys that combine for fewer homers than a guy like Cal Raleigh, you're going to be starting from behind in terms of offensive baseball.
I'm not mad at you on that one, but this is why I love myself in this take. Throughout the history of sports, if we just went and looked at the books on the highest payrolls, wouldn't you think those the highest payrolls don't equal championships all the time? But with the highest payroll, Steiny, that's natural expectations. And the Giants, once they got
Posey,
Devers,
then get on Posey, but you're not.
You're
not. You're getting on Melvin.
No,
you're saying that Posey's put together a team that should have been in the playoffs, but the manager's the reason why.
Beat the Dodgers apart. Now listen, it's twofold to that. I'll get on Posey's neck if he shows us that he's going to bring Melvin back. Then for me, that's when that starts.
Okay. All right.
But Steiny, with payroll comes expectations, and the Giants.
You got to get on Posey. I'm sorry. If you are saying this payroll should be doing more, then you better come down Posey's road.
But what's that look like as far as the team? He's in his embryo stages of running the Giants.
Well, then don't expect him to be a 90-win team.
He did his part spending the bread,
according to you. He spent bread. He spent it wrong, maybe.
But we just both said that he didn't.
I didn't say that. I asked you if Adames.
Would you give Adames this season?
I asked you if Adames earned his money, and you didn't answer for 5 seconds.
Okay, just real quick, a letter grade on Adames this season.
C.
Wow.
What do you mean? Wow.
What about Devers as a Giant?
C+.
Now this is Kenny, help me. I'm asking you. I got you. But I feel like that's private school grading. Like that's whoa.
No,
they haven't both been perfect.
So that's my point. If you're saying look at the back of the baseball card, it's about where they've been. Then they get a C because they had Adames has had the same year that he's had in the last 3 or 4. Like he didn't pick it up. He didn't hit 36 homers and hit 250 or 260.
How would you answer that, Kenny, on both those? Just a letter grade on Devers as a Giant and Adames this season.
I think Devers' grade is a little lower than I would go.
Don't be scared of Steiny.
I would say like a B- for Devers.
Okay.
Especially, but he also had to play first base, something he's never done before.
But that
with
was
Adames had a down year though. Go, I mean he in every and last year, last year was the year that got him paid though, right? Because it was a contract year. Finished 10th in MVP voting. I mean, all the numbers were up. It was down here, and he struggled very early on into midsummer. So I kind of give the same letter grades. With Devers a little bit higher.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. With Adames, and did he truly impact winning this year?
Okay. What if I told you that?
I didn't see it.
Nobody did.
Well,
you know what I mean?
No, I think when Devers got hot that stretch, he kind of carried him.
And Adames was going off too in that stretch. Now he got hot before Devers.
They didn't win.
So is that all on?
No, it's not.
Fault?
No, it's not on him at all. He put up the numbers that he put up.
Hey, are the Giants a young or old team to you, or in the middle? How would you say that if I just threw that at you? The San Francisco Giants moving forward, would you say they're relative?
They're old. They're older. You just talked about their core. Their core's Adames, Devers, and Chapman.
And
they've all been in the league for 9-10 years. Now they got Eldridge. Obviously, he's a young player. They got young players. Ramos.
Can you give me one more offseason or two for Posey? I really believe that we did it for Farhan. Can't we?
Posey's not going anywhere.
I know that.
They're
but
not
just
going to
as far
fire
as
Posey. They're afraid of him.
And that's why I was
They're not going to fire Buster Posey.
I'm not saying that at all, but I'm just talking about the job he's done. And I believe landing Adames, spending to get Devers, halfway, he did the deadline way before the deadline. That's something Giant Brass was not doing.
Okay,
now, it didn't pay off in year one, but I can't
You're
wait
afraid
for
of, I get it. You're afraid of Posey.
No
Yes,
way.
you know why you're afraid of Posey?
No, I'm not.
Because he extended Melvin, your boy.
But that could
and,
mean, that could
and that's just, well, he did, so he's done
like
4
dressing,
things.
Steiny, that he could still get ran. That was an option.
Okay.
He could still get ran.
Do you think he will? I don't.
I think it's on when they were knocking the cover off the ball, I was apologizing. He ain't going. Now I think with this latest edition of we don't know what we're doing and why we're not hitting.
If a guy ends up hitting 230, but for 2 months he hit 280, but he ended up hitting 225. He's not a 280 hitter.
Well, that's the Klay Thompson.
He's not a 280 hitter. He's a 230. Well, he's not even 230, Adames.
And you tell me this, and I know, do you feel like I'm giving Adames extra credit for when he was batting 190 and it was so bad that now that he got to those, I'll say pretty much his standard, do you think I'm acting like he hit 50 homers because of how low he was at the beginning?
His not necessarily. His numbers are his numbers.
And it looks like he wasn't going to get there.
Well, but just because he put together 2 good months doesn't take away from the first 4. Look, the numbers are the numbers. Are you happy with 225, 28, and 84? Are you happy with that? I don't care.
I'd like to see the average be 240. Give me 245, 250.
And if you want to say that's baseball these days, then that's good enough, and that's fine. But then we got to get better around those guys.
But you really believe the Diamondbacks, I know we're up against it, are a better baseball team than the Giants?
Well, they have been the last 2 years.
Fact. But
what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Pepsi, 7-Up, Polar Seltzer, or Pure Leaf Tea, various sizes and varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free. When you buy 4 with digital coupon plus CRV, limit 2 free items. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Ryan from Fresno. Chris and Chuck did an amazing job installing the roll-up door in my workshop. Marlon did my quote and was more knowledgeable than any other company that came out. Prices were affordable. I highly recommend R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oakland, it's time to pack the Coliseum. The Oakland Roots are back home Tuesday, October 7th, taking on Hartford Athletic. Experience the energy, the community, and the beautiful game right here in the town. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it to the Coliseum? Watch live on ESPN Plus or catch the action on KTVU Plus. That's OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's moment.
Save on organic best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Get organic Honeycrisp apples for $3.49 per pound with Prime through September 30th. Try them in a fall apple tart or spiced morning oats. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Can I tell you briefly something? It was weird that happened to me this morning in the office.
What?
So you left the room, the green room, is Kenny and I. Dude gets excited over a coffee mug, raises the coffee mug and goes, Guru, isn't this a cool mug? I look at him as I'm looking at the mug like, what are we doing here? But it was weird. And then I told him as much, and he goes, yeah, I'm into coffee mugs.
I like coffee mugs.
I don't see the problem in that, Goo. Plus, it was from the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I don't know who brought them in. There's a few of them out there. There's an octopus on it.
As if it was the Golden Gate Brit. It's a cup.
Steiny, take a look if you can.
I like it.
Oh,
it's a good mug.
I like it a lot.
How about keep it to yourself?
It looks like a great camping mug.
Exactly. That's what
Get
I'm talking
game,
about.
Dude.
Hey, you don't have to share that with thy neighbor. That's all. That was a waste. Like, it's a mug. Sip it and shut up. Right?
All right.
Yeah,
I've been making...
my bad, Kitty. I'm glad you liked mugs.
All right. Can I articulate one of the big issues with the San Francisco Giants? And we're talking about Willie Adames.
Yeah.
And I simply said...
I forgot his middle name. I was about to say it.
Did Willie Adames earn that contract this year? $225, $28, $84. So I did another deep dive. Okay, so get this. And I'm going to preface this by saying, I'm not saying this is all Adames.
So this is not a smear campaign?
No, but it's an indication of why this team didn't get it done offensively.
Okay.
How many homers does Adames have?
28.
How many were solo?
Wow. I would say the reason you're asking me, it must be 14 of them.
21. 3 out of 4 of his homers were solo. Now, I'm not saying
he's on a bad offensive baseball
That's my
team.
point. I'm not here to say he doesn't hit in the clutch. I'm here to say,
damn, that is
those two things combined.
He might have 110 RBI.
You can't win like that.
Yeah.
He's hit. This is unreal. He's hit. This is incredible. Willie Adames has 28 homers. He has 27 of them were either solos or 2-run shots.
All right. That's bigger than him, man.
Exactly. You're exactly.
Pond, but
that's right. Yeah. And that's why overall they weren't good enough.
Yeah, and I won't hide from it.
21?
A lot of people are like, hey, Goo,
my God.
Hey, we get you, but you can't ignore the fact that Adames started off bad. And nobody is – I'm not doing that, but I think when you look at the 2025 Giants and you say what went wrong after acquiring Devers, the answer is we don't know. And somebody needs to know.
Well, I would say that Willie Adames hitting 3 out of every 4 home runs and they're solo. We've got to address trying to get more runners on base.
I got you.
Because you don't – like they didn't get enough runners on base.
They're
also
the reality
slow as molasses. They're slow.
Do you move
doubles don't score guys from first.
Do you move Ramos to right field?
Sure.
But then who's your left?
Why not? Let's go to Rich in San Jose.
Richie.
What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, good afternoon. I wanted to talk about a few things, but listening to you guys over the past 15 minutes on hold. Why are we talking about the Giants like they're not in a rebuild? What happened at the trade deadline was Buster sent proven talent from a depleted bullpen and got nothing but prospects and I believe a pick or two back. Maybe some cash considerations, whatever they do with the crazy baseball trades. But it takes luck to rebuild, and it takes guys in the middle of your order doing more than what our guys did. Chapman's been playing hurt. I don't care what anybody says. Chapman's been playing hurt for 3 months. He's just been toughing it out. He should be batting 280 while Adames couldn't pick up that slack. Adames could hit 280, but he didn't. He thumped more and hit 28 home runs, which would be 40 if he stayed in Milwaukee and 50 if he'd have gone to the Reds. So this team is in a rebuild. That's exactly what Buster is doing.
But their payroll's almost $180 million. How can you that's an oxymoron. How are you in a rebuild and you got a payroll at almost $180 million? I'm just asking you that. Help me.
I got 2 words for you on why they're spending that much money and they're in a rebuild. Farhan, he's the one who put them in a financial hole, and Buster needs more than 1 season. Devers needs more than half a season. Willie needs more than 1. They extended Chapman. The locker room, or I'm sorry, not the locker room, the dugout loves Bob Melvin. What they need to do is wholesale the entire rest of the coaching staff, let Melvin and Buster work together and go find some guys that have maybe been on other teams' staffs and go pick and choose and throw bonkers amount of money at them and say, come fix us. Make mid-game fixes for these guys who are not putting the ball in play when we have guys on second and third with no out.
Hey, let me ask you this, Rich.
That's what needs to happen. But this is a rebuild.
Rich, let me ask you this. If I said, and because we're talking a lot about Adames, if you ask me, and somebody said this on the text line, how was his year? I would say underwhelming. Fair, not? What do you think?
A huge hole. He dug himself a huge hole hitting a $180, a $190 in the beginning of the year. But he got back to almost the back of his baseball card.
There it
on
is.
A team where he's batting 4th. Are you kidding me? Willie Adames batting 4th? He's a number 2 or a number 7 hitter at best. But he's swinging for the fences because nobody else besides Devers even tries. Devers, even when he gets out, unless he rolls out or walks 1,000 times, hits 110-mile-an-hour laser beams all over the place. That's what he was brought in to do. He's not supposed to hit 280 for the Giants. He's supposed to hit 40 home runs into the water.
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to do. He swings like Jong-Hoo Lee, but his helmet stays on. I don't understand that. That bugs me. And every single time Jong-Hoo Lee does anything, his helmet falls off.
That's pretty good.
Thanks, Rich.
Yeah. I don't buy the rebuild, Steiny, and I've never defended Farhan, but Posey went and got Adames. Posey went and made this trade for just in regard to the payroll, which went up after those 2 transactions. That wasn't on Farhan. You can't put that at the doorstep of Farhan, Steiny.
I agree with the last caller. Like, I don't think for a minute when Buster Posey got Devers in the trade, he was like, we're good. I think he's like, okay, now we got Devers, we got Adames, we got Chapman. We need about 3 more guys like that. How many? 2 or 3. We need 2 or 3 more players that hit 25 homers and knock in 75 or more runs. Like, we need,
if you're right,
3 of those like okay players, pretty good. You need 2 or 3 more of them.
I'll tell you
maybe
what,
one's Eldridge. Maybe one turns into Ramos. And then maybe there's another outlier here or there.
Well, good luck with that and having Eldridge pop this soon. But my point to you is, if we don't hear the post-game presser from Buster say he's disappointed in this season, then I'm blown away. We've already heard. I'll give Melvin his credit on this.
Sure, he's disappointed.
He said as much. So,
right, he should be disappointed. But I'm wondering, but why specifically should he be disappointed? Is Buster Posey, if he's disappointed, is he disappointed in himself? Is he disappointed that
player?
Is he disappointed that maybe he thought Adames' endeavors were different than they turned out to be? Does he believe that they let him down, but he thinks after a year of being here, they'll settle more in and be better next year? They could be better next year, those guys. Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob. How you doing, man?
Hey.
How are you?
Great. First, I really enjoy your lively repartee most weekdays, so thank you for that, guys.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so just before I get to my main point, I do want to mention that the Giants have a lower ERA than the Dodgers pitching staff, so that's just one thing to look at. But the reason I call is I'm sitting watching most games in my den screaming at the television set because I have the sense that the Giants look at, they have strike three looking. It seemed like a lot. And I looked it up, and they lead the league in strike three looking.
Wow.
And that's a little concerning, right?
Of course.
Put the ball in play,
Yes. Thanks,
So
Bob. Go ahead.
Right? That speaks to, overall batting approach. And I just think it's like, maybe it's overstating it, but the hubris of these professional baseball players that turn around and argue with the umpire instead of protecting the plate and getting their hacks in, which is something that you two and I was taught starting at 10 years old, right? Like if it's close to the plate, like get that ball in play. So, I mean, I think that speaks a lot to the Giants' hitting approach. I don't know what happens in the end, but, all the stuff you guys are talking about. By the way, I really agreed with the last caller, too. But it's like, get that ball in play a little bit more, guys.
No doubt. That's a fair point. Hey, Kenny, and I'm also now interested in where the Giants in walks. I wonder where they're at in walks.
Where you think they're at. Why are you asking? Because I believe they're in the bottom.
And now I got to ask, what about walks and strikeouts?
20th or lower, Steiny. I believe in walks.
Let's go to film. Well, hold on, Filmo. We'll get to you. But then we're looking at they don't hit for average. They don't get on via walk. They don't put the ball in play enough. They strike out. And they don't hit a lot of homers.
And they strike out.
But we're wondering why they haven't.
No, but the wonder
through.
is, Steiny, Pat Burrow's not long for this job. I got to believe. If Melvin comes back, it's with a new hitting coach.
All right. Let's go to Filmo Mike. What's up, Filmo?
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's crazy. First of all, the best bargain is the Gold Club, $5 on Fridays. But listen, man.
What do you get for that?
$5?
You get thighs, breasts, a couple of wings.
But, Mike, who eats at a strip club? Who eats it? I couldn't.
Man, you got to live a little, Guru, and you done lived a lot. You got to live a little bit more, brother. But with that being said, man, why are we spending a whole hour talking about the trashness, the whackness of the Giants? Wow. Buster Posey seen that hot garbage and said, man, I'm not finna invest in these guys. These guys don't even have the fundamentals. Let's start with the fundamentals. We're not even talking 200 batting average. Patrick Bailey can't hit to save his life, right? Fundamentals. Run hard to first base. Don't jog. Hustle. Nobody want to watch that, man. These guys ain't Barry Bonds. You can't just walk to first base. Who the hell you think you are? They're trash. Logan Webb needs what Adames got. Somebody to come in better than him to knock his pigeonhole down. Boom. Then we get set up. Maybe somebody needs to come in with Devers and knock his pigeonhole down. So then we're all aligned where everybody is in their proper position. So that's why we're trash, because like Steiny's trying to tell you for the last hour and a half, you can't hit. Then you can't pitch. And then when your pitchers, when crunch time comes around, because they've been laboring all year just to be 500, at the end of the year they have no juice left because everybody is trash. And Logan Webb he's right. He is a number 2 on our team. On the Giants, he's a number 1. He's a hell of a pitcher, but he's not no number 1 on the grand scheme of things. You feel what I'm saying? We're trying to be number one on the grand scheme of things, not in the Bay Area. It's a lot of local rappers. I want to be a national rapper. That's what we're trying to be, a national brand. Not no cool little local story. Oh, he's a cool little local rapper. Oh, he had a hit or two, woo, one hit wonder. Nah, we want longevity, man. This team is boring. They're trash. They don't hustle. Adamas smiles. Okay, big deal. He can hit. Adamas had a nice season. Is he good on the grand scale of all the shortstop in the league? No, he's trash.
All right, Mike. I wouldn't say he's trash.
And he made the All-Star game, and he's leading in innings. The dude's a bona fide stud, man.
Okay, and there it is. If you're calling Adamas a bona fide stud,
I was talking about Webb.
Then don't ask why.
I was talking about
Then
Webb.
don't ask why you're 500 team.
No, I was talking about Webb.
Okay. I don't think you were, but I'll let you go.
Now, I got some trivia for you.
All right.
Adamas' 28 home runs. How many do you think were at home of the 28? Or if you know, tell me you know.
I think at least 23 were in Colorado.
Nobody saw that coming. You're ready for Carson. Of the 28, how many at home?
11. I'm guessing. Am I right?
11. You guessed. You saw it.
No, I didn't.
What made you say 11?
It was a lucky guess.
Ken, what you think?
Because I'll tell you why.
Look at Kitty looking like.
Because I knew it wasn't going to be as drastic as we might think.
Yeah.
So then I was like, okay, so it's not going to be 22 on the road and 6 at home.
Let me tell you what you can't do, and you're trying. And it's like a rat trap. You're setting it up for later. Don't you dare say I'm afraid of Posey.
No, you are.
No.
And that's rightfully
if
so.
Melvin comes
He's an
back,
institution.
That's when the file is started for me. Okay.
I was going to say, Goo,
I'm sorry.
So he had 11. He had 11 at Oracle Park. Is that what you're saying, Willie?
Yeah.
So you know his expected by each park. He has 28.
Yeah, got
24 would be expected home runs at Oracle. So if he had hit all his home runs at Oracle, he would only lose 4 of those. So it would be the same.
I got
Meaning,
you.
like he could hit.
Okay,
he could hit home runs at Oracle Park.
Yeah, there we go.
Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, an afternoon when it's 92 degrees, no wind.
That was pretty funny. How many did you say it?
Pitcher throws one right down the middle. Sure.
That was good.
Sure, he can tattoo you for a solo job in the 6th inning to cut the lead to 7-1.
But I can't wait for Willard and Dibs because let me tell you, Steiny, let me tell you.
Oh,
what
they're going to
this
say
ain't.
that the Giants are
this
sitting
ain't
pretty.
no rebuild. You don't got $180 million payroll. You rebuild.
First of all,
you ain't rebuilding.
Of course they are. And you know what? You're using this money, they'll spend another $100 million.
You can retool, but you ain't rebuilding.
Yeah, too bad. It's a rebuild.
Please.
It is.
You said that to Posey, thought something to somebody.
Posey believes it's I think he thinks it is. You cannot tell me Buster Posey, who's seen championship baseball and he's been a part of a championship team, thought for 1 minute that when they got Devers, they were going to.
They had action.
They were going to win it all.
Beat the Dodgers. They had action.
Well, I don't think he was like, we're done now. There's no way he was like, we're done now. He's
the
like,
Giants,
we kept
after that
Chapman.
trade, were the biggest dud. Yeah, that's the firecracker that don't go off.
But let's not.
That was the biggest dud of Major League Baseball after they got Adames and what happened.
Right, but let's not say dud because that might reflect on Buster Posey. His move didn't work. The bottom line is he traded for Rafael Devers, and the team was 15 games under 500 in his tenure.
That is crazy.
Because I think they were like 10 over when they got him, right?
And everybody thought.
Let's go to Jonathan in San Jose. Hey, Jonathan, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, man. I want to say, if anything's trash, that last phone call from Filmo, that was a trash take, man. You want to call a team trash, the Colorado Rockies are a trash team. That's fitting. You cannot disrespect these hitters because you're new to baseball, maybe. Not you guys, but I think a lot of Giants fans don't understand. And I love that FP brought this up as soon as we got Devers. As soon as we got Rafi, he said the expectations are going to go bananas. I can already see in the comments you guys think that they're suddenly going to be World Series bound, and we're still rebuilding. And he was going off about how Willie, he was saying Willie's a great hitter. People were calling him, trade this man. He's trash. He's trash. And that piece had put some respect in the guy's name. And you guys are trash because you don't understand baseball. You got to give more than a half season to a full season for some of these guys to adjust. That's not me. That's not you. That's just baseball. And I just think that next season, I agree with that phone call a couple of phone calls ago. He nailed it on the head. We're in rebuild, Goo. As much as far in the rebuild as we want to admit we are, that's a different story. We are in a rebuild. And I think anybody that sees what we're going through could understand that. And I think that the pitching towards the end of the season showed that. We need some extra hands. I agree. We're in a rebuild. Next season, we play like this, then yes, we can call all those names, those phone callers. They can feel justified. But until then, let's pump the brakes. Let's pump the brakes. Let's see how this offseason goes.
Exactly. Thanks, Rod. Anybody who thought this was come on.
And
Rod,
how
you're
dare
right.
you say
you're
Philmo
right,
Mike,
Rod.
you felt that way. And then when Philmo was saying it, you was cackling.
What?
And then when Mike's gone and he says Philmo Mike, you're like, I agree with you. But you didn't say nothing to Mike.
I didn't
You
really...
laughed at Mike's material. Then when he's gone, yeah, I disagree. Anyway, this ain't no rebuild.
Yes, it is.
You can't. Not when your payroll's as high.
Well, you keep talking about your payroll being
Dude,
this
it ain't
high.
going nowhere. Adamas, Chappie, and Devers are here to stay.
If they were done spending, then that would matter. But do you think they're done spending?
No.
Okay, well then they've got more money to spend. So
But it doesn't ignore the fact that it's high already and you got nothing.
Guess what? The Warriors have the second highest payroll in basketball. They're rebuilding.
That hamstring don't go out. We're in Western Conference Finals.
This team is so far away. They're 3 years away from being 3 years away.
Warriors or Giants?
Both.
Now stop. Warriors had action last year.
Yeah.
Dude, they won that game one, man. Damn.
Well, it's all right. In your mind, they won the series. They got to the Western Conference
I cannot
Finals.
wait to ask Willard and Dibs two things. The best bargain and then this mess that I'm hearing about. You never miss me with that.
Well, you miss me with this team's underachieving. They're not underachieving. They achieved. They achieved what they deserved. 500, 4 straight years. 500. And that's why you're right. The last caller was right. The problem with the Giants is they aren't trash. They're simply mediocre and have been for 4 years. They just have. And you know what?
I'm going to do Dibs.
And here's the other thing.
Relax.
Here's the other thing. God forbid we take out the greatest outlier in the history of outliers, the 107-win season, because you take that out, and this team then is pathetic.
Yeah, but you can't.
Stop thinking this is some storied franchise with top shelf talent. No! It's not. It's not. The reality of the situation is you're in the division with the Padres and the Dodgers, and the only way you are going to beat either of those teams over 162 games is you have to overachieve.
Yeah, Steiny, the Padres were lost for a lot of this season.
But it doesn't matter. Where did they end up? How many wins?
I got you.
All right. 888. We got crossover coming up on 95.7 The Game. That's brought to you by Frontier Ford.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions, fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today. It's time to trade in and trade up during Lazy Boy's Trade-In Day sales event. Save 20% store-wide on recliners, sectionals, sofas, and more. Plus, get an extra $100 off when you upgrade your comfort. Trade in the old, bring home the new, and save big at Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
It's Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances and save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt Max tool. Get the job done for less at Lowe's. We help. You save. Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Jack in the Box, thank you. 2 tacos for 99 cents, Steiny. You got to be kidding me. And the tacos are good. 2 tacos for 99 cents. Tell me there's something better than that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibs.
The fellas.
Yeah.
What's going on?
What's going on, fellas?
What's better than 2 tacos for $90? Well, give me a better bargain.
It was good, and I heard your beer pitch.
Montucky.
And you had me at Schmitty's because I haven't been to Schmitty's.
It's actually Smitty's. I got it wrong.
Did you tell the story about how that used to be Don Nelson's post-game spot?
No.
You didn't tell that part of
Wow.
it. Because I was in the car and I had to run to Bart, and so I heard you talking about your beer deal, and I'm like, oh, my God, Smitty's. You and I, Steiny, once upon a time, pre-divorce, pre-second marriage, pre-baby, we had some times now in Smitty's. There was the one bartenderess who was the tall, blonde, I can't remember her name. I mean, you do.
No clue.
I'm already uncomfortable with where this is going.
If you close your eyes, you remember me, you, and the big fella and a certain local TV celebrity. We'd go on the occasional run at Smitty's, and Mark, this is one of the few places where you can still legally or illegally smoke indoors. Like
you'd love it, Mark.
If you want to fire a lung dart, you can fire one at Smitty's.
This is the best advertisement I've ever heard. What's the address? I can't wait to be there.
Hi, I'm Dan Dibley. If you want to be indoor with people firing lung darts, go to Smitty's.
I got to tell you, one of the most, one of the most wonderful smells is when your clothes get that cigarette smoke on them.
Oh, yeah.
It's just wonderful.
No, the best.
Isn't it?
You
wake up the next morning and you're like,
no,
I love it.
You're underselling it. It's not one article of clothing. It's when you get back from 3 days in Vegas and open up the suitcase, and it doesn't matter if you wore it or not. The whole thing smells like burnt chips.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Reminds me of my childhood. Shout out Sue Dibley, rest in peace. Firing the Pall Malls back in the day.
Wow.
And then I would look at the windows in our house, and I'd always say, Mom, why are they like all clouded over? I can barely see outside. Go to your room.
I love it. That's called secondhand smoke.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm Mark, you probably know this off the top of your head. Giants payroll, 14th in the league. Does that sound about right?
I think it moved up when they got Devers.
174.
I thought they were sitting at about 11 or 10, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, they got a long way to go. They got more spending to do.
I told you.
I don't ever worry about the Giants and money. I don't. The only thing I worried about with Giants and money as it was whether or not the ownership group was going to be willing to spend it, which is why, to me, the Devers deal was so significant because it showed the willingness to put some of their Mission Rock money onto the field, and so. But they've got plenty of money.
We've taken 3 calls in the last hour. Oh, the Giants are rebuilding. You're not rebuilding. Help me.
Of course.
Thank you, Dibs. I have Willard.
Like, what does rebuilding? What does rebuilding look like? Rebuilding looks like in baseball. It looks like you take your high-priced guys at the deadline and you sell them, and you get a bunch of 18 and 19-year-olds, and you get international money and the rest of it. They might have sold at the deadline, and they did, but they added a very high-priced guy. They signed their biggest free agent contract in history in the offseason, and you've got one more year of Logan and Robbie. Logan's here for longer, but Robbie Ray will be here. And, when you get to this offseason, I would bet that they go out and they find another pitcher, a starter, who is $25 million a year and up. So you come back next year with Logan, Robbie in an expiring, and probably one more guy who's making that big money. They're going to go out and spend more money. They're not rebuilding.
I agree with the theory in general. I don't know about big money long-term starting pitchers.
I didn't say long-term.
Well, I mean,
you had Carlos Rodon, you had Kevin Gausman.
Yep.
These
How
are guys
about Verlander? I'd like him back.
Well, that was do you really? For age 44?
I think so.
I don't know. By the way, I guess there's 2 ways to look at payroll. There's total payroll and then there's active payroll. They're 14th in total payroll. They're 8th in active payroll.
What's the difference?
Total payroll includes all of their allocations. In other words, that's money that's being spent, that's being blown into the wind.
The answer is my friend.
Yeah, previous contracts that are no longer there, et cetera, et cetera. So it's actually a good thing to have your active payroll be lower than your total payroll, but depends on how you want to look at it. But they're 8th right now in terms of who they're paying on their actual active roster.
This all started because I told Steiny, and I believe it. I feel like the Giants are in the they're wasting Logan Webb's, his best days. Like, you got to get it going. The fact that he's only got a couple playoff appearances, I don't think that's ludicrous. And a lot of people agree with me, but then we're getting the rebuilding. I'm like, what?
Well, I mean, define the word rebuilding.
Yeah, what Dibs just did when you got your core.
I think the word choice doesn't really do it for me. Like, I think they're building. That's what I think they're trying to do.
Retooling.
Aren't you always?
Yeah,
are they trying to win?
But here's what
I think they're trying to win. They're just not doing a very good job of it.
I do too. I think when this is just my thought. I think when Buster Posey took the job, I think he told him, we got a lot of work to do. Like, we got a lot of work to do here. And I think you could say that when he looked at last year's team, he saw one like legitimate major league veteran player that he wants on the team, Chapman.
Mm-hmm.
Like, other than that, it's like, okay, they have Bailey. All right, well, we can't get a better catcher right now. He's a young guy. We'll see what he's got. My point is, then he had a chance to get Adames. Gets him. Another upgrade. Then he gets Devers. But I feel like after he got Devers, there's no way Buster was like, we're pretty set. I think Buster Posey now looks at the roster and says, we may have to upgrade a catcher. Is second base good enough? Eldridge, we're going to have a runway for him next year. But what about like the whole outfield? Are we happy with Matos, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Ramos? Could we upgrade one of those and move Jung-Hoo Lee to a fourth? That's the way I think he's gone about it.
I agree with you completely. Like, this is a year where he set the table with some things, but then is still in evaluation mode. I mean, if you look at the acquisitions that you just talked about and go back to Buster Posey's opening press conference where he said, I believe that running a baseball team is about making memories. Don't you feel already, forget the fact that they totally disappointed and they lost, well, I guess they could still end up 500, but whatever. They at least lost as many games as they've won, and they missed the playoffs. But don't you already feel like you know the Giants better than you did the last 4 years? Last 4 years, you'd get to this point, you're like, I don't know. Like, who is the second baseman? Who is the first baseman? And there's multiple answers, and then you have to qualify it and explain what happens in the sixth inning, all these things. Now, what Buster's created is most of the positions on the field, you're like, that's our guy. Whether you like that person or not, that's different, and then you can upgrade from there. But I think what he wanted to do was establish the core of the team and then evaluate the rest. And I think that's what he did this year.
You think Schmidt's the second baseman of the future?
I mean,
I think
at the moment, what do you consider the future?
Yeah, he gets first crack.
The next 2-3 years.
He gets first crack if they don't. Unless they
start second baseman next year.
Sure.
All right, opening day.
Starting second baseman, he's not going to play 162. Right. Like, if you want to talk about your 162 guys, you've got Chapman, Adames, and Devers. End of list. Like, Elliot Ramos, he's probably 140 if he hits the way he hits.
Could he be in right field and you need a left field?
He might be. And Jung-Hoo Lee, Steiny, as much as you might want him to be a fourth outfielder, he's making 22.8, followed by 22.8, 21.3, and 21.3. So I don't know if you are willing to spend that kind of money on a fourth outfielder if you're one of the various Johnsons until he shows you another year that he's not good enough to be a legitimate guy.
They also made him the key to their marketing arm. I mean, that'll probably change coming up next year. This is prior to Rafi Devers being on the field, but I mean, they built their entire marketing structure the last 2 years around Jung-Hoo Lee.
I also look at it like, okay, who's the Giants' best outfielder?
Their best overall outfielder?
Yeah, almost.
Right.
Probably Jung-Hoo Lee.
No, stop.
He can actually play defense.
One made an all-star team.
Elliot Ramos needs a red and white striped cane in the outfield. He is awful.
Let's just for the sake of argument, say it's Ramos.
Okay, fine.
So
who wins above replacement? Jung-Hoo Lee versus Elliot Ramos. Who do you think it is?
Well, he's been so bad this year in the field that.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? I'll pull it up.
Probably
so you hadn't.
Ramos.
I thought you were at least.
It's Ramos, but it's close.
Yeah, I got to say Ramos.
Okay. Jung-Hoo Lee is 1.8, and Elliot Ramos is 1.2.
Yeah.
Oh, there you have it.
Jung Hoo Lee.
Score one for the Dibber.
Is the better player.
It's not like that.
But one's made an all-star team. I know you don't care.
It's not like that's going to ruin my point. There you have it. If you're telling me that Jung Hoo Lee's your best outfielder, then compare him to every
that's
other.
What the numbers say.
But compare, okay.
My eyes tell me something
Your
different.
1-2 are Ramos, Lee, Lee, Ramos. Now go to every other team's best two outfielders, and I think if we could get 2 years down the road and we realize Ramos isn't good enough. He just happened to be the best outfielder right now when their outfield was kind of weak.
Well, their offense is, quote, kind of weak. They're 23rd in baseball in OPS. They're below 700. So if you get a full year of Adames, Chapman, and Devers being as good as they normally are, well, then you can kind of get away with having Jung Hoo Lee be subpar offensively. Elliot Ramos offensively has been good, but defensively, he is a nightmare.
That's why that war is not where it's at.
Right, and so, I mean, there are different ways to go about being a, quote, good team. The one thing that this team didn't do that they need to do going forward is be consistent. The defense was bad. The base running is bad. And the bullpen was good until you gutted it.
And putting the ball in play.
Right. And you don't do that situationally. You strike out too much and all the rest of it.
We threw this to the callers, but you and Willard, I'm curious to hear. What letter grade would you give Adames for his season?
That's a B-. It's a solid B-.
Love that.
Willie Adames. I mean, I'm looking at his numbers right here. There's a lot to be said beyond the numbers for Adames.
Am I giving him too much credit, Willard, for getting out the hole that he dug?
Did he really get out of it?
What grade did you give him?
B-.
Oh, I don't.
Which is really an A to where he was at.
I don't think that's too low at all. I was actually thinking B, just because I give someone a little grace for their first 2 months when they change teams.
So Devers,
that's
for sure.
lot. That's a lot. Yeah. I know nobody out in sports fan world wants to ever give anybody any grace when someone's giving them hundreds of millions of dollars. They're like, bleep you, gussy up, get yourself out there and hit the ball hard. But it's a lot of mental pressure, I would think. That's a
Dibs
lot.
kept saying that about Devers,
That's
and
a
I
lot.
would be
And
listening is it really? But
it was clearly weighing on him. He had no protection in the lineup, and then he got protection in the lineup, and he started playing much better baseball. His defense also got a lot better.
A lot better.
Yeah.
And if you want to be fair
I'll give him a B.
about Willie Adames, he's only making 13.1
this year.
Exactly. So, and we do this with Brock Purdy. Oh, he's making 53. No, he's not. No, he's not. Jordan Poole never made 27 with the Warriors. They signed him to that, but by the time he was ready to earn that chicken, he got dealt. Willie Adames next year, you know what he's making? 13.1.
Next year?
Yeah. And then he goes 31, 31, 31, 31, 31.
Wow,
so
man.
if you want to judge him against his contract, you have to be honest with yourself, people, about what he's actually making. He's only making 13. So this year, with a war of 3 point whatever, and they say that every win above replacement's worth $8 million. This year he was worth $24 million. He way out-earned his contract, my friends.
Can you guys guess of his 28 homers, how many were solo dolo?
Probably 16.
Give it to
You're
us.
listening
boy.
to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. And yes, and when I brought this stat up, I said this is not all on Willie Adames, but 21 of his 28 homers are solo.
Yeah.
Damn.
Solo.
Damn.
And you know what? Then there were 6 that were 2-run homers. So he only had 1 3-run homer.
I was there for it. It happened just a couple of weeks ago.
Padres?
No, it was...
that's a stat.
I don't remember who the hell they were playing, but he hit a 3-run homer in the first inning.
So he got one late.
We just got... It was first inning, 3-run bomb.
Wait, so you're saying it was a week or two ago?
A couple 3 weeks ago.
Okay, so you're saying that he went 80% of the season with only hitting a solo or 2-run.
Correct. Yeah.
Led the team in RBI. So And that's always one where, is that his fault that he
No, I'm not
happens
saying
to?
that.
I know you're not saying that. The other one for me is a stat that I like to look at, and it's really hard to find. It's how many of your home runs came when you were down by 5 runs. Like the who gives a bleep home run, where you're down 8-2 in the 9th, and swinging a drive. Adios, pelota. Great. It's 8-3. Let's drink.
I had a Yankee friend, Yankee Mario. He said that about A-Rod. He's a 5-5 guy. I go, what the hell is that? He hits his home runs when we're up 5 or down 5.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a little harsh, but that's how he sees it. That's
It's
what
super
you just
harsh,
described.
especially when you're talking about doing what they do, where Adames has 28 home runs. I thought he might get to 30 and end this long reign of terror. He still can. He's allowed to, but it's not as easy as, okay, it's a clutch spot. I'm going to hit a home run now. You're trying to hit 99 miles an hour with movement. Sometimes the situation is, not as much as an import as it is. You're just trying to hit the ball, right?
Yeah. We've been having fun. We've been all over. We got to get the Niner thing in here. Steiny was sure. We started the show with, if Mac is 80 or Brock is 80, one of those dudes are going because Martinez is not seeing the field.
Right.
Proceed with caution was the title of the jam, but Steiny's like, you ain't saving both, right, Willard?
Well,
you ain't saving both.
The first thing, because I didn't hear, this is the only part of the show that I heard today because I was on the ferry and had other things going on, but did we all, because I messed this up earlier this week too, did we all get to a spot where we're now actually calling Martinez by his correct name? Because I called him Adrian Gonzalez.
Couple times.
It's Adrian Martinez, but then I'm listening this morning and you called him like Aaron Martinez or like some other, and I
didn't even pick up.
I'm like, if you're going to advocate that he play this weekend, can you at least use his name?
I think I called him Aiden Martinez earlier this week.
It could be an Aiden, whatever. Yeah. Anybody have some A names out there?
But he will not play.
Do you think Kyle Shanahan even knows his name?
Probably not. But I always.
Questionable. Well, we're going to go with Andrew Martinez, and we like possibly. Chances. Yeah.
This might be an annoying way to answer the question. I never know what that means if a guy's 80%.
Thank you.
What does that mean?
I do too.
That he's going to go out there and play.
Well, right, but what? I don't know how we throw these percentages out. He's 80%.
Well, you're hampered a little, but you're not. What did Lowe say? Are you hurt or are you injured?
Right. All I want to know is, are you hampered enough to where you are now hurting the team? Are you less effective than the next guy?
Right.
But if you're cleared by doctors and you're more effective than the other guy, you play.
Yeah.
You play. I always dismiss this idea. I've heard people do it for months leading up to the season. I've heard callers on your show do it today. This idea that, it's all good if you go 3-1. This game is you're up 3-0. And you got November.
Stop.
You got this. No. It's a damn football game, and it's urgent.
With another one in 4 days.
It's a must.
Yep.
But all of them.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's why the way I look at injuries is, if they don't play, then they're hurt.
Yeah.
If they do play, then they're healthy. So, I look at it from the back end, not should they play or shouldn't they play. I have no idea. The only thing I can do is rely on the team. If they put him out there, they think he's healthy enough. If they don't, he's not healthy enough.
But what led you to Martinez being? Because you talked about putting him out there.
If both Mac Jones and Purdy are debilitated to a point where they think they're too hurt, we got to go with Martinez.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
And again, I have no intel, shocker, but I don't think both injuries, one happened 3 weeks ago, so Brock's on his way back, whenever that is, or maybe he needs longer. And Mac didn't get pulled out the game. What was going on with his
different.
Brock didn't get pulled out of the game, right?
That's Steiny pointed that out.
That's different. When you're in the second half of a close football game, and who knows what you even said to the coach, to the sideline. I mean, Mac, I think, got hurt on that drive.
Right.
And then, you could see that he was hurt.
But Will,
how hurt?
What part of you and Dibs right now think it would be on brand for Martinez to go out there and somebody's
for God's sakes.
But in my mind, I'm like, there's no way he's starting that game.
Chance.
I wouldn't think so.
Okay, no, and that's what
the 49ers have certainly insinuated that Brock Purdy will be ready to go this week.
And I believe that if Brock was not close last week and then Mac got significantly hurt on Sunday, they would have done more between then and now to bring somebody else in. I don't think that they're looking at Adrian Martinez like, you know what? Your QB 2.1.
We had a caller allude to that.
If they really had doubt about Brock or Mac, they would have brought in whomever is out there to come in and start.
The only thing that I think comes into play with regard to the calendar, I never would think, oh, you don't need this game, so let's save you for later, because what the hell does saving you for later do? You get hurt on the next play. But I do think that, like, if you get to one and done scenarios, like if last week were a playoff game, does Brock play? Probably.
I got you.
You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm with you, Steiny.
No, I think that's fair.
Yeah, the doctors say what the doctors say, and off we go.
The interesting one for me is if Mac, and I'm going to play percentages just because you brought it up, but if Mac is at 80 and Brock is at 60, like, what do you do then?
No, Mac's going.
I mean, what if it's 80-70? You know, and
what if it's 88 to 67?
I do think that
you got to protect.
Well, who came with a 74? What if he's 74?
I mean, we do analytics.
We do.
Doctor analytics. He's a 74.2.
But you got to protect the guy right now is Brock Purdy.
Probably.
This is his show.
Probably.
So if we can let you get as much time as you need, I'll go with Mac Jones.
But you don't protect anyone, and this is where, Steiny, I was listening on my way to Bart about the idea of McCaffrey and his touches. You don't know that if on touch 83 he falls apart, or if it's 144 or 217 or 339.
Correct.
If he's healthy, he plays.
Right.
And you don't look at the numbers.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is,
when he gets, if he were to,
he's extrapolated to have 433 touches.
That sounds like a lot.
Yes. So I just said, can we all agree something will have to change?
No, I don't agree with
Robinson's
that. Really? Like
back.
You think he would break the 400?
Saquon Barkley last year, 378.
And he missed the last game.
He missed it because they already were all.
What I'm saying is he could have gotten to 400.
Right, and so he didn't fall apart. No. And this year he hasn't gotten hurt yet. He may not be as effective. So there's no rule of, all right, 381, and that's when your whole body blows up.
No, I get that, but I got to believe if he's carrying 25 times a game, it would be one of the highest usage rates in years.
Well,
right?
I don't want to pick any scabs, but we asked Joe Thomas about this yesterday, Steiny. I hope it's okay with you. And his answer was interesting.
Was that the 2 minute and 42 second response? That was unreal.
I don't think it was. I think this was one of the ones where I took the under. But anyway, what Joe basically said was that's a weekly conversation that happens between the player and the coach in terms of like how your body is feeling. Does this mean if you like Christian's healthy now, and if you keep pushing him, does it mean that there might be almost a de facto load management thing for 1 week that happens later in the season? Maybe, but you have a bye week, you have a mini bye week coming off of the Thursday game.
New Orleans, it was like it wasn't.
Well, I also
you
think
manage it, but they're also always in pain. Like that was Joe said. His last season? Did you hear him say that he had to scoot down the stairs on his butt?
No, I had turned it off.
Couldn't walk down the stairs.
It's
a cold game.
Yeah, I get it. Well, I didn't mean to.
No,
Joe Thomas, by the way, next time you talk to him, winning percentage of 300. 48 and 112.
Poor guy.
He's one of the all-time greats to never appear in a playoff game.
Oh, that's got to
Calvin Johnson and Cortez Kennedy and Orenthal Simpson.
Also, did Joe ever miss a game?
His last year, he got hurt, and that was it.
Okay.
He played 5 games.
OJ never made the offs?
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah. Joe DeLamelure, Barry Sanders, Archie Manning. All among Hall of Famers who never got to the offs.
By the way, I don't think Arch Manning's going to ever play in the playoffs either.
Might not play in the league.
No, it ain't looking that good.
Before I go,
we got a meeting, bud.
I want to congratulate you guys on getting just an absolutely phenomenal nugget from Greg Cosell that he played hoops at Amherst.
We had a ball with
pretty
it
good
this morning.
That
6'4". I always see him sitting down.
He can shoot.
He ain't no
how
small
old do you
dude.
think he is?
Greg?
Yeah.
He's older than us.
I think Greg.
Yeah.
I don't think Greg has had his 70th birthday yet.
No.
He's
still young.
Yeah.
But he hoops.
67. What is it?
Yeah, Amherst did not have a good program back in 75.
Did you look it up?
No.
Oh, how old do you think he is?
I have no idea.
Google says he was born in 1956.
He's 69. So
Oh, he
he's about to have a 70th birthday.
Wow.
Amherst might not have even been Division III back then. Might have been like one of those NAIA.
He was hooping.
It's a weird Wikipedia deal. They usually give you the birthday.
Yeah.
With Greg, they just give him the year.
I saw that.
You can ask him next Wednesday.
He has had his birthday already this year. So he, at some point next year, he will turn 70. And we will celebrate him.
I'll try and find some box scores for you, Steiny, for tomorrow. Some Greg Cosell. And back in the day, they weren't box scores, they were line scores. Where
they could be.
How many field goals, what the free throws were, and the total points.
Dibs, 3-3-9.
That's it. You had 9 points. That's right.
Hey, before you guys leave, do you have anything you want to say about the rebirth of talks with the Sacramento Kings? Anything? Sam Amick?
Yeah.
Sam's
my guy.
We're tabling that for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need.
But wink, Willard. He'll be a warrior. He ain't going. He'll be.
Okay.
I'll
make one.
Oh, there's no doubt.
You're so stuck to your desires. Like,
desires.
Oh my God. I can't.
I'll make one prediction.
No, they need him, and he'll be here for one more.
The Sacramento Kid, whatever the offer is with this protected pick, they will not take those protections off.
Will they move them? Still protected,
My
but not
sources
as
say
protected.
I don't think so.
Okay.
On 95.7.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. The game.
All right.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I've never been more excited for a pick in my life. I've never been more excited for a pick in my life. Honestly.
I mean, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about you and your campy little 12-2 record.
That's more than campy now.
I know it is.
Yeah.
Listen, people, this is an elevation sensation, which is the actual Asian that started this. So thank you. We are elevating Dan Dibley's status to like, normally we're like, yeah, we'll do the pick.
Fake.
Like at some point before the game starts, we'll do this. But forget that. If you like money, you'll be listening to this show at 4:50.
Okay.
Exactly. 4-5-0. Because Thursday night football is upon us, and my man is 12-2. This is not like cute anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, nice little start. 12-2.
Ferocious.
12-2. You threw the Lions in our face on Monday night, and now two 49er division mates will battle in the desert. It happens at 5:20. 4:50. You better be here. The pick will be in.
Oh, the pick is already in.
Very, very exciting.
Yeah, I'm actually excited about this one. It's
Me
one
too.
of my, because I pick all 16 games, as you know, and this is my third most confident pick of the week.
Ooh.
So I like the pick.
Ooh.
I like the game, and I like the pick. So
I have a prediction. This is the way I'm going to start picking games.
Okay.
I'm not picking the games.
You're going to pick the pick?
I'm going to pick the pick.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to pick the pick.
So I'm going to write it down.
Yeah.
I'm going to write it down, and then I'll show it to you later. We'll find out if I got it right on what you are going to pick.
You're going to get this one right.
I'm going to pick the pick.
And when I make the pick on the Niner game, that might be a little bit more complex for you to pick the pick as we get closer to Sunday at 1:05 at Levi's Stadium.
Stock -3, right?
Right.
Stock
I believe
-3
so,
for
yeah.
the Niners.
Yep.
Yeah. Tonight, the Seahawks are giving 1.5 on the road in Arizona. All right. So that's coming up at 4:50. Also, in exactly 1 hour, TK, That's what we call him. He's our friend. That's Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. Nobody more tapped in, dialed in. Niners, will they make a trade? Kuminga, how's the thing going to get figured out? Tim Kawakami, 3:15. 5 o'clock today, Adam Amin, Fox Sports. He is calling the Niner game again. He was calling the Niner game last week. So all those great highlight clips that you've heard Grandy play throughout the show all week long, Adam's going to line it up and do it again, but he did the Niners last week. He's doing the Niners this week. He knows the situation well. We'll talk to Adam. Other than that, we're going to talk to you. And a friend of mine earlier today texted me. And you ever do this? You ever do this with your people? You'll text something to your people because you're like, they're my people, so they will agree with me. So I'm going to text him. I'm going to be like, can you believe what Bob down the hall did? Can you believe what Bob said to me? And you text your friend this, and your friend is like, yeah, I would have done the exact same thing.
Oh.
So are you coming to me for support? Because I'm here to support you as a friend, but ooh, maybe not your opinion, maybe not your take. Apparently, I don't even know which Joe it was, but one of the Joes this morning got a friend of mine going because the comment was made that Niner fans absolutely would take Brock Purdy over Trevor Lawrence. And this friend could not believe that somebody would say that the Niner fan base would rather have Brock Purdy over Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is the number 1 pick in the draft.
Right.
Brock Purdy is the last pick in the draft, which in theory says that Trevor Lawrence is much more talented. Brock Purdy has the quarterback whisperer as a coach, and Trevor Lawrence has whoever Jacksonville found 3 days ago as his coach. That's been his whole career. So let me throw this out to all of you because I want to run a little bit of a test based off of this idea, because I think that this is the absolute latest version of draftism, which is to say basically, no matter what we see and no matter what we experience, we cannot divorce ourselves from when someone was picked. I don't know about you, Dibs. I've completely divorced myself from where Trevor Lawrence was picked. Now, he is the best of those 5 quarterbacks that got picked that year.
Yep.
So he still would go first if you redrafted it. But is he worthy of a number 1 overall pick? Not in my opinion. Not in my opinion, not even close. So you tell me. I get what Trevor's been through, multiple coaches and some of them with no clue what to do on offense. Also know the guy he's got right now is supposedly an offensive genius.
Yep, from the McVay tree.
Which is also kind of adjacent to the Shanahan tree.
Yep.
They came up together, and they do it really well. So, yeah, Liam Cohen, who says Duval very awkwardly, but is an offensive mind, and so far he's got Trevor Lawrence and his top receiving target batting about the same as Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, 2-1 though.
Yeah, they're 2-1.
Put some respect on the record.
But they're also yelling at each other. They've already had sideline interactions, barking at each other. Greg Cosell said to us yesterday, Trevor Lawrence on play action so far this year has been downright bad.
Yep.
So, Trevor Lawrence or Brock Purdy? In a vacuum.
Right.
What are you doing?
In a vacuum, you probably would, it would be tough in a vacuum. And this is where I have a hard time with this conversation because you can't really do in a vacuum. And if you want me to do in a vacuum, then I'm taking Trevor Lawrence because Trevor Lawrence has been, his struggles, I believe, have mostly been a byproduct of his situation. He has a lesser roster. He's on his 3rd different head coach. And he's had 3 games with the new head coach, who I think is going to be the best of the head coaches. And Brock Purdy, if you take him outside of the Niners and you put him in a vacuum, it's impossible to really judge him in that vacuum because he's been coddled, and I'm not saying it's his fault, but he's been coddled by the fact that he's on a really good team with a really good play caller and a really good head coach and amazing talent around him. And Trevor Lawrence has not had that. So it's hard for me to do the in a vacuum thing. And I thought about this on the way in. If you gave me Trevor Lawrence with Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy with Liam Cohen, I'm taking Trevor and Shanahan.
Okay,
but I wouldn't do that with every other swapperoo.
But it's one way to look at it. What if you're just starting your team? Because I think what I got from your answer there is just you want Kyle Shanahan. we could probably sub in a lot of different quarterbacks in that conversation. If I had to draft
the 4 of them as human beings, I would go Kyle 1, and then I'd have to think about number 2.
All right, what if we don't know who the head coach is? Which quarterback do you want?
Probably Trevor Lawrence.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. I will surprise no one by saying that I will take Brock Purdy, and that's because I'm not someone, and you know me, God, you love the pick, and I hate the draft. I can't stand the draft.
Right.
The draft brings out weird things in human beings, my opinion. That's what I hate about it. I don't have any problem with the draft. We have to have it, and I'll watch it, and people make picks, and then if you're from Philly or New York, you boo. And if you're from the West Coast, you cheer. And then you seem to forget everything that happens after that. And then you wait 2 years, and then you rip your team if they were wrong. And then you sort of maybe come around and praise your team if they were right, but not usually. You probably just forget about it. You lock in on those misses when it comes to the draft. That's why I hate the draft. It brings out the negativity is way louder than the positivity, and the stupidity is actually what wins, because everyone will go to the web the very next morning and go, oh, my team got a B+ in the draft. And all you know is that there are 7 names sitting there.
Right.
The way I look at sports, the second you're drafted, now that's gone. You're a human. Come play. Let's see it. I don't care where you got drafted. And I understand that a first-round grade or talent, if you will, what have you, yes, your batting average in the first round is going to be way better than in the 5th, 6th, or 7th. I don't think that assessing talent out there is a completely erroneous way to do it. I'm not trying to say that. I just think that all these things matter. Your motor, your emotional side, who you are as a person, the team you land on, the coach you get, the situation that team is in.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Jonathan Kuminga for a second. Would he be different if he got drafted somewhere else? You all think yes, so do I. But life is life, and you end up where you end up. And at a certain point, that's on you. So, for example, if I hear another person say, all right, Brock, $53 million man, well, now it's on you because you make $53 million. So you can't talk to us anymore about, oh, I've got an injured receiver or George Kittle's not healthy. Too bad. You make $53 million, you do it. Why don't we say that about Trevor? Come on, $55 million man, do it. They give you good receivers. He's always had good receivers.
Well, I don't know about always.
And I think he has.
You look at year 1 when they go 3-14, and that roster was terrible. And there was a reason why you went number 1 overall. It's because you were the worst team in football the year before. So we can look at all the different things. I do look at Trevor Lawrence now, and the contract, yeah, you make a lot of money, and you now have a good offensive mind, and you now have a lot of weapons around you. You got Travis Hunter, you've got Etienne, you've got Thomas Jr.,
TJ.
You've got everything you could possibly want, and a coordinator and a head coach who are really good at what they do. So for me now, for Trevor Lawrence, I judge him differently than I did in his rookie year, for example.
Can we run a little test? We'd love to take your calls right now. 888-957-9570. Forget everything that's going on around them. You're starting a team. Would you rather have Brock Purdy or Trevor Lawrence? First pick in the draft or last pick in the draft? 888-957-9570. We'll take your reactions on this right now, and I'd really look forward to hearing from you. I'm curious how people will respond. In many ways, the question is, would you trade Brock for Trevor? Would you do it? Would you? It sounds like you would. Would you trade Brock for Trevor Lawrence straight up?
If I get to keep Kyle Shanahan,
it's just a trade.
Then, yeah, absolutely.
We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Hey, everybody, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and they are so committed to contributing to their clients' goals. And as a client myself, I can speak to it because I love what they do when I deposit my money with Fremont Bank because they reinvest it into home ownership and philanthropy and businesses and everything else that makes the Bay Area so great. They started this bank in 1964, which is quietly even older than I am, and they wanted to build this local ecosystem that is created around customers and employees and bankers and tellers and all the rest of it, all the people pulling together to work hard to make the Bay Area so good. And that reinvestment into the community is what I love the most about Fremont Bank. If you're a part of a big box bank, you don't get that. Your money goes into the big box and it goes who knows where outside of your community. And that's not what I want with my hard-earned money. I want them to support nonprofits and philanthropy, and I want them to make meaningful grants for the betterment of the Bay Area communities, and that's exactly what Fremont Bank does. Go into one of the 21 branches and see for yourself what I'm talking about. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Just announced, get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get low APR or an incredible 3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with Premier-ready credit cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers since 9/30/25.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the Baron of Brioche, the Sultan of Sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're going to take me on, it's going to be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we're having a good week. Today's going to be good. It already is. Tim Kawakami in 45 minutes. Adam Amin at 5 o'clock. Dibs, the pick, 450. Don't miss it. The pick, 450. Fade the Dibbers if you want to still call it that. He's 12-2. You like money? You like them apples?
Oh, I love them apples.
All right.
Cash me out one time.
450 today. All right, we're going to take your calls here in a sec. 888-957-9570.
Rain dance.
Let's see if I can split the difference a little bit.
All right.
I see a lot of the comments on YouTube and whatnot. Here on our Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We'll go to the phones in a second. Sure. Kyle Shanahan's presence matters. Yeah. Christian McCaffrey's presence matters.
Yeah, a lot.
It does. Here's another fact. Y'all are stubborn about draft position. A lot of you are freaking stubborn about what you saw on Saturday.
You sound like Kapler. You're so stubborn.
Dude, I know that Trevor Lawrence has not had an ideal situation above him.
Oh, you think?
I'm very well aware. But good Lord. Number 1 overall pick in the draft. We knew about it for a year and a half before it even happened. He's had 4 to 5 years since then, and a brand spanking new last year $55 million per year deal. I would think that a lot of you would expect more from him. He has not been good, and that's just a fact. He has not been good. Would you rather hear Greg Cosell say it? Because he did. He has not been good. So a lot of you who think that this is some sort of, oh, we've got a crush on Purdy thing. Well, maybe you have a crush on Trevor's hair. He's not been good, but you're stuck because he was the number 1 overall pick.
For me, it has nothing to do with the pick.
Maybe not for you, but for a lot of people, I'm looking at these comments, and it's like, I don't know what you saw him do at Clemson that gave you some sort of a reaction, but like, he's here. He's here in the NFL, and he has largely, I won't call him a bust. I won't do that. But disappointing? Hell, yes.
He's been a little bit less than you would hope, and I do think a lot of it comes down to where you are born. And he was born into Urban Meyer, and then Darrell Bevell took over. So his rookie year, and I'm just looking at it here, he got a chance to throw to a 31-year-old Marvin Jones, Laviska Shenault Jr., and Laquan Treadwell. Brock Purdy came in, and he got to throw to Kittle, McCaffrey, Debo, and Ayuk. So slightly different situations.
For sure.
He had Urban Meyer, who was an absolute flat-out joke of a head coach. And then you get Doug Peterson for a couple of years, and things are okay. He makes the playoffs with a slightly better roster, and now you go to Liam Cohen. So now you've got Liam Cohen, a guy who has never been a head coach before, and it's 3 games in, and I will not look at his roster now and say, well, you don't have anything. He's got a lot. He's got multiple first-round picks as weapons. He's got an offensive-minded head coach who is young, hungry with a plan. And so, yeah, for me, this is the year where you look at it and you go, all right, Trevor, time for you to be good and be better. And 3 games in, he's not been great, but they're 2-1.
It's funny. I feel like we do this every year. Okay, Trevor, this is the year. Oh, okay, next year's the year. Like, we've been doing this for 3 years with Trevor Lawrence.
9 and 8 years, not a disaster.
If we're going to only adjudicate what's going on around them, then yes, the Trevor Lawrence side of the debate is going to win. There's no question that Brock Purdy has had a much, much better landing spot than Trevor Lawrence. I just feel that because of those surroundings, we're ignoring some things that are very, very clear about Trevor Lawrence. You said one of them to me during the break.
Yep.
The dude holds on to the ball too long. It's the worst thing that a quarterback can do. Okay? His decision-making out there has not been great. I can give you tons of examples. If you want to make this solely about coaching, then why was Tom Brady good in Tampa? Like, are you telling me that sometimes the player to a degree doesn't help? And I'm not saying it's the case here, but doesn't the player sometimes help make the coach? Why is Bill Belichick Like, the Patriots and him didn't get along once Tom left.
Well,
now he's at North Carolina.
Tampa walked into a roster that was amazing. They had an amazing defense, and they had like Hall of Fame talent around him.
And Tom is next level, maybe has a level to his own. I fully understand that, but the examples are often out there. We can definitely find more where just because your coaching isn't ideal, isn't a franchise quarterback at $50-something million a year asked to elevate that a little bit. And I would ask Trevor Lawrence to do that. Dude, you were the bee's knees. Everybody knew you were the number one pick in the draft the second you showed up at Clemson and started playing. And then, well, how many coaches do we go through and it's not Trevor's fault? How about that question?
Well, how about we wait until we find a coach who's actually really good? And this is where you and I were getting into it on the text thread earlier today, because if you go around the league and you find established head coach who's been there for a while and quarterback who's been with that head coach for a while, you have 6 or 7 or 8 examples of guys who have gotten better, played well, and been successful. And so he hasn't had that. Brock Purdy's had that. Brock Purdy's never played for anyone other than Kyle Shanahan.
I don't disagree with that.
You and Joe Thomas both think that he's the absolute creme de la creme. And so Brock Purdy, he walked in and he got to play football around Hall of Famers and for an amazing coach who had been in the system for a long time. That matters.
It does. But
matters a lot.
It does. But it's also largely about winning. Like, I'll give you another example. What about Matt Stafford? Matt Stafford kind of had this situation, and he went to the Rams and won a Super Bowl. But if you do go back to his time at Detroit, they didn't win a lot, but he played well. His numbers were there. You could watch him and go, that's a good quarterback.
And he had the same coach for a lot of that.
He did.
Yeah, Jim Schwartz was there forever.
Well,
I actually
not
looked
all
it up.
of it.
I looked it up earlier, and I think he had 6 years with Jim Schwartz.
Okay.
And he played well, and they didn't win a lot.
Who's a defensive-minded coach, by the way.
Right, and they had the same offensive coordinator for a lot of that as well.
So, I mean, look, obviously none of these things are the same, but you can bounce around the league, and I would just say, like, wow, I wish all quarterbacks got this kind of grace that it seems a lot of you want to give Trevor Lawrence. I don't mind if you're in a bad sort of landing spot, your organization's not great, you're in middle of nowhere, Florida, and you're not winning games. Okay, I'm not going to put that all around your neck, but he's not even playing well. He doesn't even play good quarterback. His numbers aren't good. He looks like he's getting worse over the last couple of years, holds onto the ball too long, the decision-making's bad, his coach is yelling at him on the sideline, and he's waving him off. Sure, BTJ's dropped a couple balls. Like, let's not make it about. Yeah, he's had a weird start to the year. But
I think he has a wrist injury, but you know, that's if you're out there playing, then you got to play through whatever you have.
Trevor should be better. Trevor absolutely, unequivocally should be better.
Well, they're sitting at 2-1, so I don't
but
look
that's
at
this year. I'm talking about
look at the Niners.
Career.
The Niners are 3-0, and they probably have no business being 3-0.
He hasn't even played in 2 of the games
because he hurt his toe.
Oh, don't start that.
I just did that for you. He hurt his toe. He couldn't play through a toe, and they won 2 games without him. And you know, last year Trevor went 2-8, and Mac Jones went 2-5. So if you want to talk about like what Jacksonville was last year, everybody's favorite Niner, Mac Jones, who's 2-0 here. He couldn't win with that team last year any more than Trevor Lawrence could.
Look, nobody's denying that the 49ers are a better franchise and are better coached than the Jags. I will freely admit that. But I just think that at a certain point, especially as you start to get 3, 4, 5, 6 years into a career, like sink or swim. And one guy has done a lot of winning and the other one hasn't. And especially when you run it through the prism of where they were picked, it's fascinating to me how many people think that this is an easy answer. I won't sit here and tell you I think Trevor would stink on the Niners. That's not even what I'm getting at. But, like, once you're picked, now you're just a person. Come on in here and succeed. And so
for me, it's not about where he was picked.
I divorce myself from that as quickly as possible.
It's about what he was paid. And you could look at Dak Prescott, I think, as a decent comp, and even Kyler Murray. So Kyler Murray got to that spot where, do we pay you or do we move on? We're going to pay you. And, well, you had Kingsbury, and now you have Gannon, and now Kyler Murray looks actually better than he looked before. And Dak Prescott, what do we do?
Yeah.
We're going to pay him. And now they've had coaching changes, and now they got rid of their best defensive player, and their owner is kind of a moron. And so every situation is different, and Trevor Lawrence is he's not a victim of being the number one pick, and he's not a victim of his contract, but forget where he was picked. Now you're making this much money. Now you have a coach who's competent. Now you have talent around you. Okay, I'm not saying the first 4 years don't matter because everything matters, but now you have no excuses. If you don't come out and play well now with Liam Cohen and Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter and Etienne, now it becomes more of a spotlight on you and your ability.
Let's go to JK in the North Bay. Hi, JK. We appreciate your call. What's going on?
So, yeah, I would take Trevor Lawrence, and a couple of reasons. I think his natural ability is there. I think you're not wrong in that he hasn't played well where he's at. But, again, that situation, and has it gotten into his head where he's going into it knowing he's going to get his brains beat in on a regular basis, and you don't play your best. The example that I want to use is Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, most people would say, was a bust his first several years. He goes to a better situation, and right now he's one of the best quarterbacks in football.
Well, situation matters. I certainly would not argue otherwise, JK. I don't know if I buy your premise that Trevor knows when he goes out there he's going to get his brains beat in automatically right away. I don't know that Jacksonville's offensive line has been that bad his whole career, and I don't know that Brock Purdy's offensive line has been that great his entire career, I would argue.
No, and again, you're not wrong. And it's not just offensive line. Is it a situation where when you know that your talent is lacking and that guys are going to drop balls, and is that part of the reason that he's holding onto the ball too long is when you don't have receivers who are on point and making that cut when they're supposed to, and they're a step behind, that puts you behind. And we've talked about this, or you guys have talked about this, that's a Shanahan thing. Everything is system, and, you count to here and the ball comes out, and that's when it works. And when you're in a system where that doesn't apply because people aren't doing their jobs the right way, it puts the quarterback in a situation. Now, I've done a little quarterback coaching at the high school level, so I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I do know that that attitude goes a long ways. And when you feel like your guys have your back, you play better. You will run through a wall for your guys. And when you don't feel that they do, and they're just out there going through the motions, you end up being the same way.
But do we have evidence that that's what it's like in Jacksonville? Like that the guys don't have his back and they're not playing hard for him?
Well, I'm going to say when you have a quarterback and a coach going at each other, it tells you that there's definitely an attitude problem.
Huh. Okay. Hey, JK, thanks for the call,
Thanks,
man.
JK.
Yeah, really appreciate it.
I just look at the ever-changing situation that he's been in, and if he and Liam Cohen are going back and forth at each other, and I didn't see the clip, I don't even know what that looked like.
It was one time.
And that's, grown men playing professional tackle football. And
he blew him off.
Right.
Trevor was
he's
like
3 games into it.
Yeah.
I'm sure, Trevor's out there trying to do what he can do, and interesting about him holding the ball too long because Brock Purdy has a higher sack percentage than Trevor Lawrence on dropbacks. Now, Lawrence is asked to do a lot more. He's asked to throw it a lot more often, regularly, than Brock Purdy has in his career. So you would figure his sack percentage would be higher, and it's in fact lower.
Yeah, they both move well. Trevor's obviously got a stronger arm, but that's part of kind of what I'm getting at. Boy, do we fall in love with this stuff. You know whose name should come up today? And it always comes up in this situation. Actually, there's 2 options I could bring up. But, the falling in love with measurables leads you to Jeff George and Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah.
Why? Someone just said, you're in Kyle's offense, and therefore we know how that offense runs, and it's based on a quarterback being able to see it and anticipate. Well, okay, that's a skill. And quite frankly, I would take that as my number 1 skill for any quarterback I draft. You can have Johnny Strongarm. Give me the guy who sees it. That's what I want. I want the guy who sees it. Now, the best quarterback is the one who does both.
Sure.
Obviously. But to me, if we just...
Maybe Josh Allen, probably.
Yeah, if we spotlight that characteristic, to me, that's where my head goes. If I can only have one, and I got a quarterback who sees it, and I got a quarterback who's got all the measurables, give me the quarterback who sees it. And I think Brock sees it better than Trevor.
Probably, but I think that Trevor Lawrence is in a spot where he's now in his 3rd or 4th system in his 5th year, and he's probably trying to figure out what this new offense is going to be and the way Liam Cohen runs it, which is ironically or coincidentally rather a lot like what Shanahan runs. And he comes from the Rams tree. He also spent time in Minnesota. And so these offenses now are becoming much more copycat. And if you're Trevor Lawrence, you're running a whole different scheme than what you ran before with Doug Peterson. Certainly what you had back when Urban Meyer was your coach. So he comes up with Urban Meyer, and this is why I made the Alex Smith comp on our text thread.
This is an interesting player
Alex
to talk
Smith
about here.
Went from Mike Nolan to Jimmy Tom Sula.
Good Lord.
And then he went to Mike Singletary, and then he got to Jim Harbaugh. And if you think about those 6 different coordinators in 7 years and all these different schemes, it's hard to get comfortable.
So which one of them's a good quarterback coach?
Of all those guys?
Yeah.
None of them.
None of them? Wait a minute.
Harbaugh had Greg Roman. So Greg Roman is the offensive coordinator.
Right. Jim's a quarterback. I mean, like...
Right, but if you remember the way the Niners ran their offense when he started with the 49ers, it was like, hand the ball off.
They like to run the ball a lot, no doubt.
Right.
But Jim Harbaugh also famously said just 2 weeks ago, my job here with the Chargers is to get Justin Herbert into the Hall of Fame. And he does. He has a very good resume.
But Greg Roman was an awesome offensive coordinator. Yeah. And the other ones he had were Jimmy Ray, who was a guy who ran a bed and breakfast. And we can run through all the rest of the names. I can't even think of them all off the top of my head.
Larger point, though, is that Jim's a good coach.
Yes,
and what did
Jim
do with Alex Smith?
Jim got Alex Smith to a point where he was good. Alex got hurt, and he replaced him with Kaepernick.
Yeah,
and then you're off to Kansas City.
They benched him.
And my point was when he went to Kansas City, and, Mahomes wasn't yet Mahomes, Andy Reid took Alex Smith and figured out how to make him not great, but good.
Yeah, Alex is a good quarterback.
Right.
I always thought Alex had
he was
the opportunity
better
to be
when he had good coaches,
well,
is
who
my
isn't?
point.
Yes, of course.
And that's 100%. My point about
100%.
Trevor Lawrence, is he hasn't had that really up until now. Like, Doug Peterson's been a good coordinator.
Right.
Last year that he got hurt and that whole thing went sideways.
Wasn't Doug Peterson the coach who somehow got Nick Foles to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback?
Yeah.
Same guy, right?
And also, as I went through my deep dive on coordinators and coaches, Doug Peterson's been a coordinator forever.
Yeah.
But last year, Lawrence got hurt and they were terrible. And then Mac Jones came in and they were still bad.
Yeah. I mean, D. Lou has been giving it to me on YouTube all day and said, in all caps, Mac Jones would have a great career under Kyle Shanahan. Disagree. I mean, I know you're all excited because he went 2-0. They won 16-15. I don't know what it is you've seen the last 2 weeks from Mac Jones that suggests, wow, we're talking Pro Bowl level dog now. If he had a full year with Kyle, disagree hardcore. Can he win some football games? Yes. High level backup, sure. Great career? Calm down.
Would they be 3-0 if he started all 3 games?
Don't know. Don't know. That definitely was the hardest assignment of the 3. Would you not agree? Week 1?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
At Seattle in the opener?
Yeah,
Sure.
it's the hardest assignment of the 3. How about this one, 650? I really want to address this and see what you think. And you can weigh in. Would you trade Brock Purdy for Trevor Lawrence if you could? Mythical conversation, obviously. But 650 says, I hardly, all caps, ever call someone a homer. But you saying you'd rather have Purdy over Lawrence, definition of a homer or delusional. I don't know who you think you're homering for, Willard, but it ain't us Niner fans with that take, LOL. All right, here's my question for you. What would it take for you to get to the point where you're like, maybe Trevor Lawrence wasn't worth the number 1 overall pick in the draft?
What does that matter, though?
It matters to this conversation because...
Well, it doesn't, because the Niners took Trey Lance at number 3 in that same draft.
Well, so why don't all of you still cape up for him, by the way?
Cape up for Trey Lance?
Yes.
He's shown himself to not be capable in multiple systems.
Has he? I thought he hasn't gotten a chance. That's what I'm told on the internet. He hasn't even barely played in this league.
That's fine, but no team that he's been on has looked at him and go, whoa, Shanahan missed on this one.
Well, but the point is that if you're going to go by measurables, there's nothing you can fall in love with Trevor other than measurables. I'm with you that you can feel sympathy for the landing spot and the situation. But what I want to know is, what do all of you football experts see when you break down the film that suggests, no, Trevor is a great quarterback? You haven't seen it. And the only reason you feel that way is because draftism. Number 1 pick in the draft. And I swear I'm going to put my flag here and I won't leave. no matter how much evidence I get. I'm not saying he sucks. He's not the worst quarterback in the league, and I'm certainly not saying he wouldn't be better in San Francisco, but good Lord, you've got a QB who's taken you to multiple NFC title games and a Super Bowl, and y'all want to flick him for somebody who was the number one pick in the draft, who has shown through 5 years to have major limitations with his decision-making on the field.
Your use of taken you is, I think, an over-dramatization because he's been around an amazing team, and Trevor Lawrence has not. So you can flick off Trevor Lawrence as being not very good because
we're back to Purdy
he has
being
to throw
dragged?
to Laviska Shenault.
Are we back to Purdy being
Purdy
dragged?
gets to throw to Kittle and McCaffrey and Ayuk and Debo, all of whom are making 8 to 9 figure salaries, and you're going to say that he took them. Yeah, he's the quarterback, and you get credit for that. But Trevor Lawrence has been playing with guys who most of us have never heard of the majority of his career.
Well, that's not true. That's not true.
Well, you play. You're in 5 fantasy football leagues, so Laviska Shenault.
That was his rookie year.
888-957-9570.
That was his rookie year. How about Calvin Ridley? How about Christian Kirk? How about Brian Thomas Jr.? These are good.
Zay Jones and Evan Ingram, who's never had the year that he had with Trevor Lawrence. So what's Evan Ingram doing now?
Evan Ingram's a good player. He's hurt.
Right, but even beyond that, he had 73 catches.
Evan Ingram's
with
a good
Trevor
player.
Lawrence.
Yeah.
So Trevor Lawrence gets credit for that, and he took a team that was really bad, and he took them to a 9-8 record, and then they went 9-8 again.
Again, if we want to get to the end of the year and simply do that, like we're going to grab the tight ends catches, and we're going to say he took this team to 9-8. If he took them to 9-8, then Brock Purdy took them to 12-5.
And I would say him taking them to 9-8 is more impressive than Brock Purdy taking that team to 12-5.
And I don't think that's a crazy take, but what I'm more talking about is the actual decision-making that we see on film. And Greg said it to us yesterday. That's, to me, forget my take. Forget my take. Lucas, text Greg. Ask who's a better quarterback. Who's performing better as an NFL quarterback? I already know who will say.
Who's performing better, that is within the system. And Greg has told us many times that they're all system quarterbacks. So why don't we wait and give Trevor Lawrence a year with Liam Cohen, and then you...
Sorry, I'm laughing.
Did I miss something?
No, well, Lucas said there's no way in hell Greg would answer that question. His head would probably pop off and roll down the street. That's probably true.
Yeah, and to me, it's fair to look at what the quarterback is doing within the construct of the system.
Of course,
and so now he's got 3 games with Liam Cohen, and it's not been absolutely super smooth so far through 3 games. And Brock Purdy now is in year 4 with Kyle Shanahan, and Kyle Shanahan's been there for 9, and he's got Hall of Famers. I don't know who on the Jacksonville Jaguars is a Hall of Famer. Anybody on that offense?
Anybody on that offense is a Hall of Famer.
Probably not a one.
No.
Not a one.
No, because you have to be good and win.
Because they're all 23 years old.
No, because they have an underperforming quarterback.
Because they've got a bunch of second and third year guys, and they're all trying to figure it out together.
Yeah, they always have second and third year guys because they're always not good because they have an underperforming quarterback.
There you go.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, sponsored by Ceremony Ford. We'll keep taking your calls. And Tim Kawakami in 20 minutes on Willard Dibs.
Serramonte Ford has hundreds of cars in stock for you to choose from before the federal EV tax credit runs out at the end of the month. Do not miss your opportunity to save big at Serramonte Ford in Colma and Daly City, or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com, your Bay Area Ford store.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. Winner, chicken dinner. This week's signature: select chicken, split breasts, boneless, skinless thighs, wings, value pack, or Foster Farms fresh and natural whole chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2.
Add some healthy sides with Hass avocados or green bell peppers. 4 for $5 or just $1.25 each, and wash it all down with mix and match Pepsi, 7-Up, Polar Seltzer, or Pure Leaf Tea. Various sizes sizes and varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free when you buy 4 with your digital coupon plus CRV. Limit 2 free items.
As we say on the show, great, let's drink. All right, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details. And as always, we will see you in the aisles.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions, fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Pro Savings Days at Lowe's means up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances.
Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh my
my goodness! Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed in San Francisco and also in Sunnyvale, the site of all of the pregame festivities again this weekend with the Niners playing a home game, 10 o'clock a.m. It'll start with Evan Giddings and Lo Neal. Be down there because there's games and fun and food and drink in the parking lot and all the early games on. And then, of course, as we've been telling you, the shuttle is free to and from the stadium. Go to 957thegame.com and reserve a spot. You click on the kickoff show graphic, click on the Eventbrite link, and then sign up. And space is limited, so do it now.
I think bus one already got sold out.
Yeah.
And the great people down at Laughing Monk are getting a second bus ready.
Second bus.
If you want to get a spot, do it now.
They're like Bob Barker when somebody misses the first putt. This is bus 1 or 2. Yeah, let's go. Get yourself a bus.
Congrats to Lorenzo Neal, our brother, friend of the program, for, again, being nominated for Pro Football's Hall of Fame. I think 151 nominees came out again today, and he is among them. And in addition, as we're praising Lo Neal, he's also been nominated for the Chargers and Saints Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
Both of them.
He might make the Charger one.
He might make the Saints one too now. I mean, it's tough to... I think the Chargers, his Charger career was probably his most prolific.
That was the heyday, yeah.
But then again, when he was in Cincinnati, the Dirty Natty, as he calls it, he blocked for Corey Dillon in his only 1,000-yard season. His time in Tampa with Mike Allstott was very prolific. And, of course, he was a big part of the Music City Miracle in Tennessee.
Yep.
He actually caught that kickoff and handed it back to Frank Wycheck, rest in peace.
Nice job.
Who then threw it to Mason, who took it to the Heezy. It may or may not have been a forward pass. We've debated that ad nauseum. But Lo Neal's career is prolific, many stops. But congrats to the Big Grilled Cheese, who has been nominated again for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Love it. Love it.
And I know you're not big on Hall of Fames, but...
Well, no, but I am if he, I bet he really wants it.
Yeah.
That's a hell of an honor.
It's incredible.
No, but, I'm not, not big on Halls of Fame from the perspective of the players.
Yeah, I said that wrong.
Yeah, what I don't like is the stupid debate about, Bob on his couch who wants to keep someone out. You know what I mean? Let's go down to San Diego and find if there's some dude named Steve who's really pissed that Phillip Rivers might make it someday. Shut up. Let him in. Get him a statue. Who cares?
And he is actually on the ballot for the first time.
Yeah,
he deserved it.
Let him in. Why did that always blows me away when people are like, it's not good enough. He's really good, but not good enough. Who drew a line in your sand?
Well, they did.
And who spit in your Cheerios? Whatever. Go to the hole.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame did, because you can only have between 4 and 7 get in.
Right. But there's no stat or line or whatever. I mean, one of the things I love, this is a very quick aside, but doesn't golf do it based solely on your number of wins?
I believe so.
Or they did.
I know the LPGA does.
Yeah,
for sure.
You get that's kind of it's almost like the conversation we were having yesterday about all you college football fans who want the Niners to have style points. You don't need to worry about your stupid style points. Win 30 times, you're in. Win the division, you're in. Yay! I would love that in the Hall of Fame so that people could stop yelling about keeping honors away from other people.
A couple of former Niners on the first-time list, Alex Smith, the aforementioned, and a guy who's definitely getting in, maybe not first ballot, Frank Gore. Frank Gore is going to the Hall.
Yeah, he'll get in.
And I don't want to get into the weeds of how they do it and how many holdovers get automatically put to the finalist level, but Frank Gore is going to be a Hall of Famer.
Where is he on the all-time rushing list?
I think he's 4th.
Yeah, that sounds right.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah.
All right, 957-9570. This is very, by the way, I'm like only reading the ones who are taking all of these live wire shots at me. There's a lot of debate going on in our engagement circles on both sides. 925, whoever thinks Lawrence is better than Purdy hasn't watched many Jacksonville games. Purdy is better in every aspect aside from arm strength. I don't think people realize that Lawrence is a terrible decision maker, doesn't see the field well, and is not a very accurate passer. That's what I see too. And if you want to blame that fully on coaching, you can. Free country. But Trevor Lawrence, while not a bust and not a terrible player, has been a disappointment. And I don't care that he was number 1 overall or that somebody likes Clemson or that somebody thought once upon a time that this was going to be the next big thing. He's not. He's not. He's very mid-plus. Well, is kind of what I would say about Trevor Lawrence so far. Would he be elevated here? Sure. I'll buy that.
And would Brock Purdy be downgraded there? Of course.
No doubt. But would, I guess the question we're asking is, if you just sub Trevor straight into what Brock has, would you be elevating the Niners? And I think no. That's what I think.
Yeah, I don't think that you would be downgrading per se. I do think that, and I was thinking about this earlier with Lamar Jackson. If Kyle Shanahan had Lamar Jackson as his quarterback, how would that look? Well, Lamar is really, really good. You probably wouldn't do a lot of 21 personnel with the fullback, and you probably wouldn't do a lot of what Shanahan does. You would do a lot of like read option and zone read. And all right, Lamar, you do your thing.
It'd be super
You're the best athlete on the field.
Yeah.
You go ahead and go crazy. And that's where I look at Trevor Lawrence. And I'm not saying that his first 4 years don't matter. He opens up with a 3-14 record, much like the Niners under Shanahan. They started 0-10.
Sure.
Jacksonville was as bad as the Niners were. You had Urban Meyer as your head coach, for God's sakes. And
everybody gets a rookie year.
Right.
Everybody gets a rookie year.
After that, he goes a couple of 9-8s, and then last year he gets hurt, and they're not very good again. So I look at this year as the big defining year. If Trevor Lawrence can take him to a 10-7 or an 11-6, and he can be a little bit better than what he's been, then you're trending in the right direction.
TK, in about 6 minutes, we'll get into, are the Niners going to make a deal for a pass rusher? When's the Kuminga thing going to wrap up? All kinds of stuff with TK here in just a little bit. Paul is in Oakland here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Paul. Thank you for the call.
You're welcome. Hey, you guys do a great job. Enjoy your show on a regular basis.
Thank you.
When you get into these topics, when you get into the topics like the one you're dealing with today, Trevor Lawrence, it really, as a sports fan generally and a football guy, I really resonate with it. And it just caused me to go back and I think a real palpable comparison for Trevor Lawrence would be Jim Plunkett. If you go back and you look at Plunkett was Heisman Trophy, number 1 draft pick, went to just an abysmal organization that didn't have a clue on a concept, on an identity. They couldn't protect him. He left there, shell-shocked, probably the early definition of post-traumatic stress. Went to the 49ers for 1 year. That was the year they brought Monty Clark in. Monty Clark was an offensive line guy in the NFL, understood the importance of pass protection, and essentially resurrected Jim Plunkett. 49ers were decent, and then franchise got sold. Joe Thomas came in as a GM. O.J. Simpson showed up, and we know where that went until Bill Walsh came. And then Plunkett ends up with the Raiders. Al Davis still has his wit about him, and we know 2 things about Al in his heyday with the Raiders. One is he had an eye for plucking offensive linemen, and we could spend an hour talking about all the great O-line guys. He also had an eye for bringing in receiver talent. So you put Plunkett in that situation with a good coach, Tom Flores, in a good system. Now, granted, it's still before Walsh's impact on the passing game and the way the football was going to be moved in the NFL. But nonetheless, Flores was solid, and Plunkett ends up winning a couple Super Bowls. And, there's strong case for him going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I think if you look at Trevor Lawrence with his measurables where he was picked in the draft, where he's been, and where could he be, maybe that's a more cogent comparison.
Well, maybe. Yeah, Paul, that's very well
Paul,
said.
yeah.
Thanks, Paul. I mean, of course, I'm acknowledging absolute pieces of everything that's being said kind of on the other side of the debate. There is absolutely some of that. I freely acknowledge that. I guess I certainly get confused, though, at a certain point. Some people sound like it doesn't even matter who your quarterback is. If you stick him with Kyle, we're good to go. Like, that's what some of you, just so you know, that's what some of you sound like. Mac Jones, Super Bowl. Okay, like, if you really think that, I'm not sure why C.J. Beathard didn't go to a Super Bowl. I don't know why Nick Mullins didn't go to a Super Bowl.
Right.
Like
Jimmy Garoppolo went to a Super Bowl, and now he is nowhere, my dude.
That's correct.
Now he's somebody's backup.
Absolutely.
And same thing with Beathard, and same thing. I mean, Mac Jones will be a backup.
He was a backup here, too. Like, I get the Jimmy thing. There was a lot that obviously his body went through, and yes, there are pieces of, I acknowledge that if you're with Kyle, you're in a really, really good spot. But at a certain point, we also got to look at talent. I mean, I do think there are players where talent travels.
Yes, and there's also, players where, like Sam Darnold's a great example, where he goes to Minnesota and all of a sudden now he's amazing after seeing ghosts and having all those other things. I think that you can look at situation and look at talent, and sometimes the talent you see may not be percolating based on the situation they're faced with.
We're sponsored by Moderna. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, topped in more than anybody, joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Hey, it's Mark Randy, and I want you to join me and Evan Giddings at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill on Saturday, September 27th from 12 to 3 for their fall clearance sales event and to take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Now is the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo, No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, an exciting moment. Yeah.
Always exciting when we get to talk to TK.
But we don't get to just talk to TK.
What is he? Is he showing up here?
Yeah, we get to see TK.
We get to see TK?
Yeah, just open up your internet, dude. Just open up your window.
That's all you had to say, Willard.
TK's in there. Tim Kawakami on the River Islands guest line, SF Standard, and all of the podcasts, right? The Warriors Plus Minus and TK Show and all of the stuff that brings the inside information around the Bay like nobody else. Hi, Tim. How you doing?
I'm just doing fine. Mark, how you doing today?
We're doing great, man. Let's start with, first of all, come on, give us your intel. Is Brock Purdy starting?
Yeah, I mean, you listen, the easiest way to see if someone's starting is if he's practicing during the week. And he practiced limited last week. It was a pretty sure sign that he was probably not going to play. The way the roster works out is he couldn't really be the backup because they needed Adrian Martinez to rise up from the practice squad, very technical. So he didn't play at all. Brock Purdy's practicing this week. He's taking the first reps. I haven't been down there this week, but all signs, even last week, where they were kind of pointing to this week against Jacksonville, seemed a little bit rushed last week if they were going to push him to do it. We know turf toe, even if it's not exactly turf toe, is an injury that can be aggravated, and why make it worse in a game that they didn't desperately need to win. And if you could possibly win that game with Mac Jones, you're that much ahead of the game, and then you get Purdy back for this game. So he's going to start Sunday. Okay. I would have every belief. Unless something happens from right now until Sunday at 1:05, I think Brock Purdy's going to start. I have told friends of mine who are checking for probably unknown fantasy football reasons that I try to be careful with that, because when I'm wrong, I get yelled at a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So that's even worse than the Twitter yelling. You can't have the friends yelling at you. I'm pretty sure Brock Purdy's going to be starting on Sunday.
Okay, let's talk pass rush. And loved what you wrote about sort of the possibilities that are out there, including Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals. How realistic is that? How do you see the 49ers handling that in the weeks to come?
I think they're going to monitor, see how they're doing. Mine was more like, I think there's an urgency. They might not feel the same thing. I think at 3-0, possibly 4-0, I think I'd want him on the team to play that Week 5 game against Rams, but it's not likely to happen that quickly. I feel like they're defending something here. Like, they've got a good start. I don't think they're going to win a Super Bowl with whoever they got. I didn't think they were going to win a Super Bowl with Nick Bosa, but I think they got a shot at doing some things in the playoffs. I think 3-0 is a good start at that. I would do it as soon as I can, but I don't think they feel that urgency. Maybe the pick would be too high at this point. I think he fits them really well. There's other names out there, Arden Key and all these other names, Kayvon Thibodeau. I just think Trey Hendrickson, for a lot of reasons, fits kind of the now and possibly the down the road. I'd give up a second-round pick for him. Conditionally, they could change to a first. Maybe that's a little high. They probably don't want to give up a first. They do have to keep their draft picks, most of them, because they got guys they need to replace down the road. But if you know the 49ers, they've always liked Hendrickson. That's a guy they like. They would have liked him 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Cincinnati was not trading him back then. I think Cincinnati would be very motivated to move him at some point this season, because I think he's not going to be on their team next season. So it's just going to be a matter of, when are they going to start talking about a second-round pick? When's that going to be on the table? It might not be something the 49ers want to do right now. I would do it right now, but I'm in a different mindset than they are. I think when they get ready to do this, if their season is still, successful enough, if they're 5-1, if they're 6-2, whenever that deadline's coming, it's right in there. I think he's going to be the first one on their list. I would get in on it now, but again, that's me. I would say maybe in a week or two, they'll kind of assess where they are, where the market is. And they do tend to make their deals around the deadline. McCaffrey was around the deadline. Emmanuel Sanders was around the deadline. Garoppolo was around the deadline. This could be similar to that. I would just, if it was up to me, I'd want him as soon as possible. But, that might cost them an extra round in a draft pick, and maybe they don't want to do that. But, man, if you have to go over what's the best out there and what could fit their moment, it doesn't get any better than Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, Cleveland Farrell, a guy also who's out there on practice squads if they want to go to more of a bargain shopping mindset.
Yeah, little drop there.
Yeah, it's a big time drop, Tim, but that's what I'm thinking about as far as my question goes. Is it more smart for them now to go wait and see what you have and see if Mykel Williams is really going to be a difference maker? Is it possible that they have enough in the building now to where they can get by without having to spend big capital to bring somebody in?
Sure, it's possible, but what I'm always going to say is you don't know who's going to get hurt. You don't know. You always need another pass rusher. You always need someone else in case someone gets dinged up, in case somebody struggles. Mykel Williams is a rookie. He's not an edge rusher. He's just not. Bryce Huff's been a good edge rusher, but you can always use two of them, and then you bump Mykel Williams inside. Yes, theoretically, do they have enough? They do have enough. With a soft schedule, they already got 3 wins in the bank. Can they get to 10? Can they get to 11 if they don't make a dramatic move? Yeah, they can, but, man, they might lose someone else. They probably will lose someone else. Maybe not on the defensive line, but somewhere else. They might go more games without one of their stars. Christian McCaffrey could miss some games. I never have a problem saying, let's just make sure we're taking care of it, this one position. I will also mention that Leonard Floyd could have been a good option if you had kept him. They did not keep him. I never understood that move. I believe that guys get hurt in the NFL, and you try to accumulate as many good ones as you can. Hey, if they trade for Trey Hendrickson, he could get hurt. That's always possible. Certainly with the 49ers in the last few years. But I just think you got a shot at it in one of Trent Williams' last prime years, one of Christian McCaffrey's prime years, one of Fred Warner's prime years. You're paying a lot of money to this roster, even if guys are hurt. I'd go for it. And I think the one significant way you can go for it, man, head and shoulders over most of the other options is Hendrickson, and he's not going to cost you 2 first-round picks, that's for sure. Maybe won't even cost you 1 first-round pick. In that moment, feels like a Christian McCaffrey moment. They gave up like a 2, a 3, and a 4, I think, for McCaffrey.
And a 5,
And a 5, I don't even think it would cost that much for Hendrickson, just because he's older and because it's a situation where the Bengals probably are not thinking of him long term. I just feels like that to me, and I don't need to know if I'm going to be 5-0. I don't need to know that. If you're asking me, they might need to know that. I think they're a pretty good team. I think they're a pretty good team with a chance to win a game or two. I compare this to the Rams last year. The Rams were not a super roster, but who played the Eagles the toughest in the playoffs? It was the Rams. They could have won that game.
Yep.
Can the 49ers do something like that? I sure want to see, I'd want to push that out there. They're not 1-2. They're 3-0. They're winning these tight games. I just wrote something for tomorrow. I mean, they're 3-0 without having really played a great game. They played some good moments. They have not played a great game. They needed 3 plays at the end to win 3 games. 1 by Nick Bosa, 1 by Bryce Huff, and 1 by Eddie Pinero, if you want to count a kick. This is a team that's winning these games that did not win them last year. NFL seasons are valuable. If you got a shot at it, I go for it. That's me. They decided not to go for it in the offseason. I sort of understood the mentality. I didn't understand how far they went for it, but 3-0 changes that, in my opinion. If you don't have to change everything that you've planned for, your entire payroll structure, I think you don't have to if you go for Trey Hendrickson. There are a few other names out there. Arden Key is one I keep mentioning because he's been with them. I don't know how much he really, changes who they are, but there's a few names out there that I wouldn't, I certainly think at least help their depth. Hendrickson doesn't just help their depth. He lifts up everything. He's your closest Bosa replacement. He might be better than Bosa right in this moment. Don't tell Bosa I said that. But 17.5 sacks last 2 years. No one else has done that. And he's got 3, I think, already this year. So he's on pace to do it again. That's a special player.
Tim, I'm totally with you. We're talking with Tim Kawakami here on Willard and Dibs. I'm wondering if the Bengals need to know that they're not going to have a good record before they're willing. I get it. Joe Burrow's out. They're 2-1. They were embarrassed last week, but they have those 2 early wins. They go Broncos, Lions, Packers the next 3 weeks. Maybe they need to get their you-know-what's handed to them before they're willing to deal?
I guess it's possible, but they don't want to pay Trey Hendrickson. They've already They've gone through this tussle with him for 2 years. They're not winning a lot of games with Jake Browning. They're just not. We've seen this story before. You lose a starting quarterback. You lose Burrow. They've lost Burrow before, and it hasn't gone well for them. Maybe they do need to see it, or maybe they need to tell their fans, we pushed as far as we can. I wouldn't need that if I was them. I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be good. If you're them, you're not trading Jamar Chase, right? You're not trading good players, players that that you're going to have on the roster for down the road. But Trey Hendrickson is a Christian McCaffrey for Carolina right now. They were not going down the road with Christian McCaffrey anymore, so they traded him. Maybe it wasn't a great trade for them, but that was the mentality. I understood it, and 49ers jumped on that opportunity. Get ahead of the line. Do it for Hendrickson. Again, it's urgency that maybe the 49ers don't exactly feel right now. But, man, if in 3 weeks you might feel it, I would 49ers would like to have him rushing Matt Stafford on Thursday night, October 2nd. That's just me. It's probably not going to happen by then. But when you have that clear call, that clear chance, which they've felt and acted on for Jimmy Garoppolo, for Emmanuel Sanders, for Trent Williams, for Christian McCaffrey. Now, that's a few years ago, more than a few years ago for most of them. That's when the 49ers were going for it. Well, Garoppolo was when they were just trying to get a quarterback. But the other ones, they're going for it. I'm not saying they got a Super Bowl roster if they plop Trey Hendrickson in there, but I think you kind of owe it to the roster for getting you to this spot. Like, try to go for, like, this is a shot. This is a shot to get in, win a couple games. We know when they make the playoffs, they get the NFC Championship game every single time under Kyle Shanahan. If they make the playoffs, they get to the NFC Championship game at least. This would give them a shot at it. I think seasons are worth it.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that about 3-0, and therefore you've earned it, because when they picked up McCaffrey that year, you remember they were 4-4 coming off a loss to Atlanta, and they couldn't run the ball, so they got a running back, and suddenly they took off. Just looking at this team, right now through 3. When you look at them, what is their biggest shortcoming right now as a team, even though they're 3-0?
Yeah, well, I mean, it changes with every new injury, because you're just like, okay, they might be okay here, and then they lose Juwan Jennings at receiver. We'll see. He might be back this week. We'll see. The defensive line had been relatively healthy. Then they lose Bosa. So I'm not going to say one specific area. It's just they're thin at a lot of places. They've gotten hurt at a lot of places. They got Purdy coming back. I think that was, Mac Jones was a really nice signing to make sure they're okay there. I don't think they win 2 games with Brandon Allen, let's say, who was the backup last year. I can't say exactly where I think, I would say offensive line. I've been saying offensive line for a year, and then they thumb their nose at me. They don't take offensive linemen in the draft, basically, except for Connor Colby in the 7th round, and they just slop him in there, and he does fine. I think talent-wise and age-wise, it's offensive line. I think that's the one that might get them in the end. If they lose Trent Williams, I don't know what they're doing at left. It's Austin Pleasance, I think, at left tackle. And again, injuries are going to happen. More injuries are going to happen. Guys are going to come back, and other guys are going to get hurt. This is going to happen. That's the one thing I think, big picture, I might criticize John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan for, is they get over optimistic about things. They think that, okay, when we're all healthy, everything will be great. When we're all healthy. And what do we know about the 49ers and the NFL and sports in general? You're never all healthy. It never happens like that. Nick Bosa will not be healthy this season. That's now, part of history. So offensive line was where they could use a few more talent, a little more youth. But they go their own way on offensive line. I've had this discussion with Kyle Shanahan. I'm not, he's going to do it the way he's going to do it. I think it'd be really nice to have a 3rd-round tackle who's been sitting around for a year, ready to plug in at either spot. If anyone gets hurt, they do not have that. That's not who they are. But that, if you ask me, big picture, where the holes are, I would say offensive line. And they would disagree with me quite violently, by the way. And they would point to, look at the stats, look at our guys. They have they've been solid this season. I do think when they go up a level, let's say when they play the Rams. So listen, Jacksonville's got a pretty good defensive line. So maybe we see some of that there. They stopped the run. People are not running on them. I don't know that the 49ers are going to run on them. They have not run very well this season. Isn't that the way it usually works? You struggle running the ball, then you go up against the best run defense you're going to play, and then you run the ball.
You take off.
Kyle Shanahan's going to want to do that. But this is not, a bunch of Pro Bowlers on the offensive line. I know they don't think they need that, but I would say if you down the road in week 14, what we might be talking about, I think we might be talking about the offensive line.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, with us here, Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, TK, 6 days till October 1st. How is this Kuminga thing going to end? It sounds like both sides are completely dug in, and so the Warriors, you tell me if I'm wrong, they're kind of looking at Jonathan being like, do what you're going to do. But I know no one wants that qualifying offer situation to happen. We heard the report yesterday about the Kings. How does this end, do you think, and when?
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be trade. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. It does not. The Kings thing's never made sense to me, and other than the Kings like him, but the offer doesn't make sense. The Warriors would have to put another player into this trade because of the whole salary cap rules. Let's just say they're not going John Kuminga and Moses Moody and getting a player they don't want, even if you put an unprotected first-round pick in there, and I don't think the Kings are doing that. So that aside, yeah, I think Kuminga has $48 million guaranteed on the table, and does he take it or does he not take it? And around the league, people are stunned it's gone this far. Doesn't mean that that's what Jonathan Kuminga has to listen to. But There's some, like what exactly is the thought process here? He can get $48 million, whether it's a team option as a third year or whatever, it works. It's $48 million. It's guaranteed, as opposed to 7.9 guaranteed if he takes a qualifying offer. If the qualifying offer is as great as the agent continues to talk about, then you should just take it, right? You should have taken it 3 weeks ago. You should have taken it 3 months ago. Have them take it because it's not a great option for them. There are, reasons he would take it. I get it. And you become a free agent next year, but then you would have to have somebody with a ton of cap room who would be happy to pay you $35 million, $40 million to make up for all the money you've lost, and you're still probably not going to make up for that. So, if the Warriors moved on this, and I was surprised they moved, but that's okay. They moved to a fair number. They were getting a little tough on him in that 1 year with the team options, a little bit tough. I would have understood if they kept there, but it was you could say that was a little bit stingier than they needed to be. So they went to 2, $48 million. They want to keep that trade slot. I think what's happened is kind of what often happens is Joe Lacob really likes a player. Everybody knows he likes a player. If it doesn't work out, the agent is still pushing for it because he knows Joe likes a player. At some point, Joe's going to let him go. At some point. Now, I don't know that to be true, and it's going to get aggregated and whatever. That's great. But I'm just saying that's what happened with Wiseman. And the sense I get, other than we know that Joe Lacob likes Kuminga, is that they're not like completely saying this is our greatest player and Joe loves him, so we're never, they're not doing that. They're doing let's maintain the trade value. And the way they maintain trade value in their minds is to stay at 2 years, 48. Now, could they go to a third year guaranteed? Yes, they could. I don't think he'd be on the team in 3 years. So they're not paying that salary, but I can see where they're saying he has not earned this. And he's certainly not earned a player option because they've only given one player a player option that I can recall. They have not given Steph Curry a player option, by the way.
Right.
They gave 2, Kevin Durant and Draymond Green. And Kevin Durant, you did it because you had to do it to get the guy. Draymond Green, you did it because he's never gotten the max. He's gotten his extension max, but it's been 22, 24, 26. It's not been 44, 48, 40. So because he keeps taking below the max, they gave him a player option this year. So you didn't give it to Steph. You didn't give it to Iguodala. You didn't give it to Clay.
Right.
And then you're going to give it to Jonathan Kuminga. That doesn't sound right. It doesn't feel right. Maybe they can do it. But I've been waiting for them to draw the line at some point. Maybe it's this weekend. I think maybe the sign of that would be if we just start hearing Al Horford sign for 1 year, Anthony Melton sign for 1 year, just announce them. And now they haven't done that because it would limit the number they can pay Kuminga in the first year. And they don't want that to happen. I might just go ahead and do it. Say, Jonathan, you can sign right now for this number. But if you don't, we want these guys reporting to camp on time. If we don't sign them, we can't have them in camp because they're not on the team. And if you don't take this number, then we're going to give Al Horford this number, Melton this number, Gary Payton II this number, Seth Curry this number, and then you must take this number.
Yeah.
We can't go over this number. Again, I'm a little surprised they haven't done that already. Maybe by Saturday, Sunday, as Marcus Thompson suggests, at 1:05 p.m. Sunday when there's a kickoff going on in Santa Clara. We'll see. If you're Al Horford, do you need to know by Monday? I think you did. I would want to know. I would want my signature on a contract and not be sitting around. Shams Charania has reported that Jimmy Butler's had a little mini camp in San Diego and everybody's been there, but not Kuminga. Well, Kuminga's not on the team. I get why he wouldn't be there. He's literally not on the team. He has no contract. So I wouldn't expect him to go out of his way to go to a mini camp. But what happens on Monday at media day could be very interesting. I would be unsurprised, but I don't know that it's happening, that we start seeing some of these Al Horford and Melton at the very least start being announced to deals, and it becomes a matter of, okay, Jonathan, like you had your chance at this number, we still love you, and they do like him. I mean, there's been no shots at him. But this is the new number because we just had to go ahead and sign these guys, and we couldn't hold them up waiting for you to come in at a number. We'll see if that is the development that could happen over the weekend. Well, of course, Jonathan could sign over the weekend too. It's a whole lot of staring at each other. It's a whole lot of factors that are beyond just the number, beyond just what's his role. It's all these things converging at once. Probably should be decided by the weekend. Knowing this thing should have been decided by 2 months ago.
No doubt.
So it might go past this weekend. I just think there is a practical. Do you really want to have a media day that doesn't have Al Horford, that doesn't have D'Anthony Melton, whether it has Jonathan Kuminga or not, whatever? But I think you kind of want those guys in. Wednesday is the, qualifying offer deadline, right. But you could delay that. That's one thing I've been trying to tell people. It's not a hard deadline because one, both sides could agree to delay it. Two, even then the Warriors could offer more or less after that spot anyway. So that's just the moment that the Warriors are no longer obligated to offer him $7.9 million to maintain his restricted free agent status. Once that passes, they can offer him whatever they want to, and he's still a restricted free agent.
Wow.
So that's the deadline there. I think the real one is probably Sunday night, Monday morning.
Okay. Well, that's coming soon. Hey, Tim, awesome to get the intel. Thank you so much for coming on.
You got it, guys. Anytime.
All right. There he goes. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. That's a lot to chew on. And we will do that coming up next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And oh, by the way, also still ahead, if you didn't hear what Joe Thomas, Hall of Fame offensive tackle for the Cleveland Browns for a year, if you didn't hear yesterday what he said about Kyle Shanahan, you're going to want to hear that. We'll have it around the corner on Willard Dibs. Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. Winner, chicken dinner. This week's signature: select chicken, split breasts, boneless, skinless thighs, wings, value pack, or Foster Farms fresh and natural whole chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two.
Add some healthy sides with Hass avocados or green bell peppers. 4 for $5 or just $1.25 each, and wash it all down with Mix and Match Pepsi, 7-Up, Polar Seltzer, or Pure Leaf Tea. Various sizes and varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free when you buy 4 with your digital coupon plus CRV. Limit 2 free items.
As we say on the show, great, let's drink. All right, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details. And as always, we will see you in the aisles.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Fall's calling. Time to own every mile, every trail, every turn. Take on California's wildest outdoor adventures with Toyota's proven reliability backing you all the way. Get a low-cost lease on the dynamic 2025 RAV4 or shop the industry's best lineup of fuel-efficient hybrid SUVs like the 36 MPG Grand Highlander Hybrid and the 38 MPG Toyota Crown Signia. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit ends 9/30/25.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and stories from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I needed to relocate for a new job, but my house was holding me back.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Brian sell his house quickly and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
They took care of everything, and I could move on time.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Tulsa is my home now. Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King. This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman. What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult. Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
I almost said a bad word there.
Trades are hard.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, there's a couple things there that I really, really want to go through.
Like what?
From Tim Kawakami. There were a couple things.
Couple things, yeah. I mean, I had a follow-up question, but...
You were great in that interview.
Thanks. I think I asked one question, and I love it where you ask the first question and immediately you put up the sign for, I want to follow up. And I'm thinking, you know what? I should just leave. Yeah, I want to follow up. And your follow-up was a change of the subject, but go ahead.
No, I just
talk it out.
I just wanted to know.
I'll have a smoke.
What kind of question is that?
Well, I thought it was a good one. Like, I wanted to know if Purdy was going to play, but the real first question was, are we getting Trey Hendrickson? And I think he thinks we might be getting Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that they're going to get Trey Hendrickson.
Well,
I think that...
Why not? Why you got to be such a downer?
Because I think that when you look at it, and Trey Hendrickson I do think will be available, but if you are the 49ers and you look at the future of your roster and you've got a bunch of really old guys, you're not in a spot to where you want to give up more first-round capital. Because when you've done it in the past, it's come back to bite you.
I don't think you have to give up first-round capital.
I think you do.
For a rental?
Right.
Trey's a free agent at the end of the year.
17 and a half sacks last year. You're going to get him for a third?
A second. I like what Tim's saying. And if it's a first, there's a way, right, you can slot this. Like, hey, if he plays 80% of the snaps and we win a playoff game, then maybe it's a first, But no, I don't think it's going to command a first. I really don't. So, I mean, if Micah Parsons was only 2 firsts, Trey Hendrickson on an expire, and
it was 2 firsts, and you had to sign him,
right?
And
this you would. I don't think you would have to do that here.
Well, I don't think the Niners would, and maybe you would have to do that if you're Trey Hendrickson and you're going to be traded. You can make it be known that you want a deal. And I don't think the Niners will give him a deal.
They can say no thanks. What's
Right.
he going to do, not play? He already
Well, then
held
he'll go
out.
somewhere else.
No, he already held out, and he'll go somewhere else next year. That's fine.
Well, you let him. I mean, the winds of change could be where, hey, the Niners want to trade for you, but they don't want to give you an extension, and he can say, well, I don't want to go there. Then I want to go somewhere where I get extended.
Too bad.
All right, yeah, that's how it works, right?
Why would Trey even be consulted on this? You don't think Christian McCaffrey is a bad example because they did re-sign him, but there's no consulting with the player in the city. Trey,
there is in the NBA.
He already held out though. This is different. He already held out and then came to an agreement. So to me, the holdout player, like if they had traded Ayuk last year, that's dependent on him being like, and I'll sign a deal there. This guy's already signed something that brought him to the field. So for the rest of this year, he's agreed. So why would he care where he plays? He's playing in Cincinnati.
Yeah, sure.
I bet he would want to come to the 49ers where they're 3-0.
Right.
But
yeah.
Anyway, Dub Nation, the preseason is right around the corner. And 95.7 The Game is tipping things off in style. Join us at Pier 39 on Saturday, October 4th. That's a week from this Saturday for a Warriors preseason special you are not going to want to miss. Live appearances from Warriors favorites, Festus Ezeli, Zaza, Kalena, Tim Roy, plus your chance to win tickets to the first preseason game on Sunday, October 5th, as the Warriors host LeBron and the Lakers. If that's not enough, Evan Giddings and Guru are going to be broadcasting live from noon to 4. It's hoops, it's hype. The season is almost here on your station for everything Warriors, 95.7 The Game. Two things that did stand out to me from that Tim Kawakami conversation that I want to throw at you and see what you think.
Okay.
Number one, he makes a really good point. Media Day is Monday. I know for fans, they're like, what does that mean? So a lot of the content that you're going to get to Monday is the whole media is invited over to Chase Center, and the Warriors are going to be sort of introducing the team. Do the Warriors really want to do that without all of their new players? They have essentially 4 new players, so we're told. One of them is just a player who's coming back. But GP2, DeAnthony Melton, Al Horford, Seth Curry. So the Warriors really not want to have those guys at Media Day? So doesn't that kind of become a negotiating piece going into the weekend, whereas Tim said the Warriors can go to Kuminga and go, look, the offer that's on the table, this 2 plus a team option offer that's on the table, you can take it, but you can take it until Sunday night, and then the number comes down.
Or the number comes off. The deal goes off. You have till Sunday. This is our offer. You either take it or we call your bluff and you come in on the qualifying offer, because we're down to those 2 options. We got Media Day, and we want everybody to be there at Media Day, and we don't want to answer questions about will he or won't he, is he or isn't he, and all the rest of it. And what I was going to ask Tim, but darn it, we ran out of time. I was going to ask him just his thoughts on whether or not he thinks that it would work if he came back to sign for the qualifying offer.
I wanted to ask him the same thing. Yeah, what do you think?
Well, you had the chance. I mean,
I didn't.
You had many cracks at it.
Not really. I asked him the Kuminga question.
Yep.
And then now we're here.
And here we are on the other side.
What do you think?
I used to think that, yes, it can work, but now I don't believe it will work. And
I'm with you.
After the agent came on with Steiny Guru and spent an hour, and Kuminga's in the background and the whole thing, and when the agent said, he doesn't want to play on that, and they don't want him to play on that, and you had Jimmy Butler hold a little off-court session down in San Diego this week, and Kuminga's not there. It feels to me like this thing is already completely broken apart to where even if Kuminga signs for the 2 years and the team option, if Kuminga says, all right, I'll do it, I still don't know if it's going to work that well, but it at least gives the team the chance to trade him.
I'm with you.
And trade that salary slot.
I'm with you, and I've been on this. I've been on this perch for a while. I guess the 2-year thing, can you figure it out in the near term? Can you play together for 4 months until the trade deadline? I guess it's not ideal. I have concerns, but I'm totally with what you're saying right now. The qualifying offer, and why I don't think the Warriors would as you suggest, just pull the offer entirely and say, fine, do the qualifying offer, is the Warriors don't want that either.
No, they want to be able to trade his number.
Right. That loses their asset completely. And I think everyone will be so livid with one another if it gets to that you're talking about a truly toxic situation. Now, that flash forward to my other point that I wanted to run by you. I'm listening to Tim talk about how surprised he is that the Warriors upped their offer. Just a quick run through for those of you who don't know what he's talking about. Originally, the reports suggest that what the Warriors put on the table to Jonathan was simply a 2-year deal, but the second year was a team option. So it was only one guaranteed year. 2-year deal with a team option at about $45 million. So all that was guaranteed for Jonathan was about 21 and change, $22 million in that first year. A little easier to be like, I'll do the qualifying offer. I'll give up 22 and take 8. That's a lot of money, but that's, maybe something through insurance that you can sort of offset. Well, through the negotiations, the Warriors upped the offer to 2 years, and then the third year is a player option. That's why Tim's talking about $48 guaranteed million. You're going to turn down 48 for 8? And then did you notice him bring in the idea that the rest of the league is looking at this situation and they cannot believe that it has arrived at this point?
Right.
Because the rest of the league, and I want everyone to hear this, sees Jonathan as a bench player. That's how the league views this situation. So the offer, through the Warriors' eyes, and I think the eyes of the league, is beyond fair. And that's why I think we've arrived at a point why the Warriors are so angry. They negotiated this for a while, and the Warriors finally said to Aaron Turner, okay, we will guarantee a second year and make the third year a team option, and they're still balking at it, asking for a player option. It's flat out a fair deal, and they've moved, and Kuminga and his agent won't. They won't budge. It's their right. They can do that. I think they're nuts. I don't think there's any way in hell he should leave $40 million guaranteed dollars on the table.
For now, yeah.
But to me, that's a window into the angst that surrounds this situation. We know why Jonathan's mad. All the playing time stuff,
of course,
through the years.
And he signs this deal, he's, in his mind, guaranteeing himself 2 more years of getting Jimmy jacked around.
Well, but
that's in his mind.
I don't know about that. He knows they're going to try to trade him.
But he also knows that if they don't trade him, he knows that he's going to get 14 minutes one night, 0 the next, 34 the next, and he's not going to be able to go out and do what he wants to do. And that's just the reality of this situation in his mind.
Yeah, but welcome to life. I mean, that's 3/4 of the players in the league. You don't get all the minutes that you want to get, but I mean, you're pretty well compensated for the bummer reality of you don't get to quite play as many minutes as you want. You don't get to cook and score 25 a night. Like, they're going to give you $48 million to deal with that. And so that's all. Like, I'm looking at it and I'm going, if I'm trying to look at this objectively, that all you can do, like the minutes thing, that's a basketball deal. Right now we're in negotiations. You think what the Warriors are offering him is fair? You think it's fair?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so that's all we can do. Dude, this is beyond fair. And he still won't play ball.
Well, it's because, and I think about the Cam Thomas situation where he's going to play on the qualifying offer and they're okay with it. And, whether or not he wants more money than they're willing to give, it doesn't matter because all the other issues are not in place for Cam Thomas because Cam is going to play 35 or 36 a night. Cam's going to get to shoot 16 to 20 times a game, and Cam's going to have control over his own ability to go out there and cook and show the league just how good he is. And injury aside, which would be a calamity, he feels like he's going to have the runway to go out there, and play and show and do, and then go out and earn. And if you're Kuminga, you don't feel like you have that same sort of runway that Cam Thomas has in Brooklyn.
For sure.
So I do think that's a big part of it.
There's no fix to that, though, right now.
Right.
There's no fix to that.
The fix in Jonathan's mind is, I'll just I'll take the 7.9, and then you don't control me, and I'll go out and be able to do that in a year.
I agree with Tim Kawakami and many others who've said no, he won't. If that's the way he felt, he'd have done it by now. If that was a good deal for him, he'd have done it by now.
It's not a good deal.
It's a terrible deal.
It's a better deal for Cam Thomas because he controls to a great extent his own ability to show and prove. Jonathan doesn't because his team is in a winning mode. Cam Thomas is a starter. Kuminga's not. Cam Thomas gets 35 minutes a night. Kuminga gets DNPs. So it's a different situation for him to take the qualifying offer, and he doesn't want to do that.
By the way, real quick, I don't think Kuminga is going to get, nor did he, quote, get DNPs. I think we've arrived at a spot where we've decided that was the norm.
That's the norm, but that's what happened.
That's what happened when the Warriors got to incredibly high leverage situations. They got to must-win basketball games, and the situation was not figured out. I do not believe for a second that they would arrive on opening night and give Jonathan a DNP.
No one's saying opening night, but I'm saying that you get into other high-leverage situations, and if you're Kuminga, that's your fear, because you just lived it. In year 4, and his agent even said, he wasn't all the way back 100% healthy. Fine. He was healthy enough to go cook against Minnesota. Yeah. So I'm sorry, agent. You don't get to have it both ways where he wasn't totally healthy. But, boy, look what he did against Minnesota.
Okay, no, it's very well said. And, I don't think that Jonathan will ever see another high-leverage situation with the Warriors because I think he'll be on another team in February. I think that's completely the plan.
Well, he won't be if he plays on the qualifying offer. No. And that's where the Warriors are in that spot where – I would imagine if I'm them, man, if I really want to trade him and I really, really want to get something for him, then maybe they do blink and they give him the third-year player option, knowing that they're going to ship him out before February.
That's going to make it a worse deal. I mean, that's a very...
Well, the worst deal is when he walks for nothing.
Correct.
That's the worst possible
that's the worst deal for him, too, and I think they know that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, there's no question in my mind they don't, there's a bluff there. I think there's a bluff there. Jonathan Kuminga, I'm ready to be wrong, and I might be when we get back here on Monday. I do not think Jonathan Kuminga is taking the qualifying offer. What a horrible idea for him. What a terrible idea for him, for his agent, for his career. That's taking an argument and a disagreement to a completely different level. $40 million guaranteed dollars. But the problem is they've been so public with their disdain for this current offer that now he's going to look tail between his legs if he takes it. And that's unfortunate because it's a very fair offer. To me, this is the middle ground. Nobody loves it. And that's where negotiations should end up. Jonathan wants to be in the Kings. Sorry, that doesn't work for the Warriors. Okay, you could do the qualifying offer. That's terrible for everybody. Warriors wanted to do a 1+1. That's not very nice to Kuminga. All right, let's do a 2+1 for very fair market value offer. Totally fair. Totally fair. It's as close as you're going to get because it's not perfect for the Warriors either. They're going to have to guarantee 2 years, and they hope they can trade him. Jonathan has to take a non-player option, and therefore, as you say, he may not control his playing time, and he also doesn't control where he ends up. Sorry. I mean, welcome to life being a professional athlete. Sometimes
it's not sorry. If that is your number one thing that you want, then you don't sign the deal.
Then pay $40 million for your control.
He's not paying $40 million.
Sure
You're assuming that he's going to get zero the next year.
No.
And this is where I don't understand
not at all.
The $40 million part of it because he plays for 7.9. He's going to get something for that next year. So he's not giving up $40 million.
He might be if he gets hurt.
If he doesn't play, then he gets zero the next year?
No, not zero.
That's not happening.
No, we're talking about guarantees. We're talking about guarantees. The only thing we can guarantee is that a qualifying offer is 8, signed contract is 48. That's all we know. I don't know how healthy he's going to be next year. Of course, you're probably right. There'll be some sort of a contract. It won't be $32 million. I don't think he's going to make that in a given year.
You don't know?
I don't know.
I mean, he might get a contract for $40 million a year.
His agent admitted on our station last week that it's giving up money if he does this, that he will lose money in the process.
In the short term, yeah, for sure.
And long term. He said
depending on what he gets in the open market. He already said that he's been in contact with a number of teams, more than the ones that you've actually heard about. So they think that there's more of a market for Kuminga than you do.
No, I don't have an opinion on what the market is.
You've already said that there's not going to be money out there for him.
No, I said there's not going to be that amount of money, and he said the same thing. Like, that doesn't make sense right now in this moment. I don't know what the pathway is to that. I'm simply telling you that a good negotiation leads to a middle ground where both sides have to be like, ugh, that part sucks. That's where you want to land. That's what this deal represents to me. It's not perfect for either side. There is no perfect, clearly.
For them, the middle ground is the player option because they think that he's worth what Cam Johnson got and what Jalen Johnson. That's what they think.
They're nuts.
Well, I'm not talking about, I'm not making judgment on anything other than their thoughts and the Warriors' thoughts. So you're saying that this is the middle ground. They don't think so. If they thought this was the middle ground, then they would take this deal. Oh. They don't think that this is the middle ground. They think that this is them capitulating to a 3-year deal where the team controls his future, and they don't want that.
Yeah, I actually think that those are their words, but I don't really buy it.
Well, we're going to find out. So far, that's what they're telling you with their action.
But they're also telling us, we're going to take that QO. We're going to do it.
They might.
Then do it.
Well, why
do it?
They don't have to now.
No, they don't have to.
They can wait, and maybe there's a sign and trade. Sam Amick yesterday in The Athletic talking about, communication percolating back up for the first time in a month. And if you wait, maybe the Warriors do blink, and they give him a 2-year with a player option for the third. He's under no immediate pressure on September 25th to sign that deal.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all.
The damage is already done. This negotiation has already dragged to the point where I think that there's hurt feelings on both sides.
For sure.
The deadline's October 1st. It's not today.
No, it's not. But again, the Warriors, Tim just detailed this to us. They can very easily go, okay, Jonathan, this offer that's on the table is going to it's going to start going away. That first-year money is just going to go down, down, down because we want to sign Al Horford so we can introduce him on Monday. That is pressure. Plus, he's got teammates. There's a season that's about to start. Like, I'm not saying his teammates are calling him and telling him what to do. I don't think players do that to each other. But there is absolutely pressure here. The clock is ticking. There's pressure here.
The clock is ticking, but the clock is not up. So
no, it's not up.
You've taken it this far. You've gone this far down the field. I don't think it does you any good on September 25th to blink now. The damage is done. You've taken this thing all the way down. It's like 4th and 1 at the 1. And you're Shanahan, it's like, we could settle and kick the field goal, but darn it, we want to get in the end zone. And the Niners didn't get in the end zone.
But the money could go down.
Yeah,
the money could go down.
Okay, then have the money go down.
If I'm
Kuminga, I'm going to say, all right, lower your offer, I dare you. Now, you're not going to say that to them, but that's basically what you're saying. Okay. All right, you want to lower the offer? Lower the offer. They're allowed to. Yeah. And he's allowed to wait till October 1st and play for 7.9. So
that's an expensive way to do it.
Well, they've already shown you to this point that they're not afraid of that. They've taken it all the way to this point.
Oh, I think they're totally afraid of that. I think that's why he spent an hour on our radio station.
Yeah, I don't think that was fear. I think that was posturing. That was them saying, we might do it, sending a message to everyone.
Yeah, and so why does that message need to be public? Like, if you're that willing to do it, then do it.
Because you understand that the Warriors really don't want that. Maybe more than you don't want that.
I wonder.
If you want to put that, like, who doesn't want that more? Do the Warriors want that 7.9 less than he wants 7.9? I would bet the Warriors would be more motivated slightly to get something done so that then they can trade him and his salary spot.
You might be right, but in my opinion, it's pretty awful for both. It's pretty awful for both, and you and I had the same question percolating in our head, which is, and I know we never do this when we talk out negotiations in the public where all our hands are in somebody else's bag over here. But when we publicly talk this out, we think about what's the final answer, who's going to win the deal. Whatever happens, as soon as it happens, then life needs to happen. And on the qualifying offer, you and I agree, I don't know how that happens. Like, if it gets to that and you just take the QO, I don't know how you show up to work. There's going to be so much tension in the room off of that.
Oh, yeah, imagine Monday, media day. So he comes out Sunday and he says, you know what?
I don't know how you function. I don't know how the Warriors function if he takes the QO.
Especially because he has no trade clause.
I don't know how he functions.
Well, you show up, you lace them up, and you go out there and you do what you're told to do.
Wow.
I'm not saying it's ideal.
Wow.
It's actually so far from ideal, but I also think that if you think about that as the possible result, who is more repulsed by that? And I think the team is slightly more repulsed by the idea of he's back for 7.9. He has a no trade. You can't trade him, and he's going to walk for nothing.
You might be right. I mean, I don't know exactly what the emotions of everybody involved are, but it's sort of like being like one's an F and the other's a D-. Yuck and yuck.
Totally.
Like just terrible, terrible, terrible outcome. And I think that's why they start barking about it so loud, and I think it's why the Warriors are so dug in. I don't think that they believe he'll do that. And I know that they don't want to do that. And it's a nuclear option.
Yep. And who gets more of the shrapnel from the explosion?
Doesn't matter.
The Warriors do.
Everybody gets. I think everybody does.
I think the Warriors take much more of the shrapnel.
I don't even know if they'll play him if he does that.
Right. And so you got a guy who is going to walk. Your number 7 pick. You're going to pay him 7.9 to chill in streets, and you get nothing for him?
Brutal for both.
Yikes.
Brutal for both. We're sponsored by Moderna. 888-957-9570. If you missed what Joe Thomas, Hall of Fame offensive lineman, longtime Cleveland Brown, if you missed what he said about Kyle Shanahan yesterday, you need to hear it. Maybe even more importantly, though, we are 38 minutes away from the pick. The pick.
The pick is in.
He's 12-2. Thursday night football is upon us. Do you like money or not? $4.50. And then Adam Amin, who's calling the Niner game, joins us at 5. Don't move. It's Willard and Dibs.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Hey, it's Evan Giddings, and I want you to join me and Mark Grandy at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill on Saturday, September 27th from 12 to 3 p.m. for their fall clearance sales event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Now is the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
It's time to get away to Cache Creek Casino Resort during our Back to Bingo drawings going on now until September 28th. Party like it's 1985 with hourly cash prizes every Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m. And don't miss the grand prize drawing at 7 p.m. where you could win up to $15,000 cash. Get away today and cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger here with It's Your Journey presented by Hyundai. The start of the season has not gone as expected for Kansas City, but they have a chance to right the ship this week as they host Baltimore. Two of the league's best quarterbacks will go head-to-head as they hope to add another big win to their resume. Who will be able to secure a huge early season win? It's Your Journey is brought to you by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
San Francisco will be clearing into the night with a low near 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer here on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
I checked my contract. It does not say that I have to be. I just choose to be. That's it. I do it by choice. Someone's got a question for you, too.
Oh, okay. All right.
Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. 408. Does anybody know if Dibs actually places these bets?
Oh, yeah. 1-800-BET-BET-BET.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in a pool, if that counts, and there is money involved in the pool. So by the very nature of it, it's wagering.
Yeah, it's kind of a toe in the water, but it's not all the way in.
So if I was like using one of these online services and I bet $5 on all my picks, that would be even more milquetoast than what I actually do, which is 10 clams a week. You pick every game, and if you win, you get money. So that, in essence, is gambling.
It is. However, you could win that money without even hitting the picks that you give out on air.
Correct.
Because that's only a small fraction of the picks you make.
And it's all confidence-based. So, like, for example, this could be my number one, which is the lowest confidence pick, and I could get it right. Big whoop. Great example. Last week, against the spread, ATS, I was 9-7 on the week, but I took second place because my most confident picks were the ones where I did very well.
By the way, you don't have, like, the only answer that's needed here is the accurate one. I don't think you don't have to bet them.
Right.
They're there for the public to do what they want to do with them.
Yeah, I don't.
We'd all be millionaires if we would just listen to you from the beginning of the year, but we haven't.
I don't standalone bet on them, but I make my picks on every single game, and the picks are in. All 16 picks have been made, and I think through 48 games, I'm 31-17 overall, which is pretty good, but 12-2 on the on-air ones.
Really good.
Really good. Yeah, so I'm off to a good start.
Professional bettors are trying to get to 55%.
55, yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
And I think I'm at like 60, 64, 65 right now.
41-17, you said?
Yeah, so 30, 64.6.
It is?
Yep. Yeah, because 32 would be 66.6.
Yeah, 41
out of 48.
Oh, I thought you said 41. 41-17?
48 games so far. I'm 31-17.
And so, got it. That's
64.6.
I'm like, that's more like 70-something. Got it. Okay, 31. No, that's very good.
So,
very good.
Short answer is no. I don't.
Right.
I'm kind of.
But you will tonight. Woo, you will tonight.
Yeah, you're darn right. 12-2. I'm going to lay the lumber on this mother jumper.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to put it all on whatever you say.
Okay.
All of it.
But you've already told me that you wrote down, you're playing pick the pick.
Yeah.
You're going to pick what you think I'm going to pick. And this is maybe my new favorite part of this.
Pick the pick?
We're going to play pick the pick.
Hang on, I'm getting a pen.
Because you and I know each other.
I'm going to write it down.
You and I go back 20-something years, and we've gotten a lot closer over the last 4 because we talk to each other 20 hours a week, plus texting around the clock, plus the occasional Super Bowl party. So I would expect you 8 out of 10 to be accurate when you pick my pick. I mean, you should be able to pick the pick.
I just picked the pick.
You picked the pick.
And Seattle's 1.5 point favorite?
Correct.
Is that right?
Yeah. Okay. Although in my pool, they're 1.5 point dog.
Which I wonder, like, would you ever be willing to do what the opposite of what you did in your pool at the beginning of the week when something moves 3 points like that? That's a huge move.
I would if I weren't 12-2.
I would.
Last year I did actually. I started to fade. I started to fade the fade.
I do.
You just like fade yourself?
I was going so bad that I was like, I think that this team's going to win, but I'm going to fade myself.
I like that. I'm
going to fade. So I want y'all to fade with me.
If you ever make a pick and then start clapping against yourself, that's when we've arrived.
Fade. That was last year.
I wrote down, I picked the pick, 4:50. Okay, 28 minutes, 27 minutes now. 27 minutes, Dan Dibley makes his selection. Okay? Adam Amin, who will call the game for Fox, joins us right after that. He'll be on at 5 because somebody needs to come on and stop all of the clapping that will be going on starting at about 4:52.
My first question for Adam Amin, if I'm allowed a question, shout out Tim Kawakami.
TBD.
Did you stay here? Because they had the game here last Sunday.
I don't know if they know right away what their assignment is.
These are all questions I have.
Yeah,
and
that's a good question.
Adam and Sanchez and I believe Christina Pink on sideline duty. They had the game here last weekend, so do you just get to stay? Do you stick and stay, or do you have like a family you have to go back to?
Why did you air quotes family like
because
that?
If I'm Adam Amin and I don't have a family, I'm going to stay in San Francisco.
But what if you do?
Then you got to go home and see the wife and kids.
Yeah, you said that like it's so awful. A family.
I don't know. I mean, he could have like twin 5-month-olds. At which point, I'm going to stay. Honey, it's Adam. Yeah, they want me to stay. I'm going to see you when I see you. Kiss. Totally, dude.
Yeah. Lucas, do you know where Adam lives? You guys are like buddies or something, right?
Chicago, yeah. I think Chicago.
He's based in Chicago.
Yep.
He does Bulls TV throughout the season.
Yeah, but they don't
Not
play.
yet,
They didn't play this week, so
not yet.
maybe he did.
And that's great city. And I think September, Chicago's probably pretty awesome. You're in the tail end of the heat of the summer, and you're not quite yet to the.
Not as good as it was here this week. If you get done with the game on Sunday, and you know you have production meetings by Thursday and Friday, and you pull out your little app, and it's like, San Francisco is going to be 82 degrees on Tuesday, I would be like, ooh, it'd be a pretty good week to stay. We all know about San Francisco in the summer and the weather and the microclimates and all these things. When the weather is warm actually in the city, Is there a more beautiful place on earth?
It's pretty awesome.
Oh, my God.
Even with yesterday's, thunder and lightning and...
That was a weird one.
Rain and...
we've had some, humid days.
You go from 100 on Monday to rain on Wednesday? Hey, Mother Nature, what are you doing? What are you doing? Straighten it out.
All right, two things. Hey, you need to know this. Brock Purdy just spoke. And that in and of itself tells you everything you need to know. On Thursday, the starting quarterback talks. On Thursday, the starting quarterback takes the first reps out at practice. Brock Purdy did both of those things today.
Mac also talked, for what it's worth.
Yeah, but afterward, right?
Actually, Mac was first.
Oh, but not in practice.
I don't know about practice.
Yeah, practice, yeah. Brock went first.
At the podium, Mac was first.
Okay. Yeah.
We don't have a quarterback controversy. We have a press conference controversy is what we have.
No, he's playing. I'm pretty sure he's playing.
I agree. Yeah.
But anyway, we'll play for you some of what he said, but we also promised this. I want to throw this at everybody because I thought that it was big. It was big, and I wonder if for anybody this holds any sort of a weight. It's no different than you ever experience this? You ever have somebody meet your family members? You always talk about your upbringing.
Yep.
And there were some bumps in that road. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Right, but
there was a road on those bumps is more like it.
Somebody might meet your brother or your sister or your parents and just look at you and be like, well, they're lovely. They're lovely. And then what goes through your head when that happens?
What's wrong with you?
Exactly. So I wonder, because fans are emotionally attached to their team, we know all the warts. If somebody is like, boy, the Niners have had a lot of success in the draft in recent years, your mind as a fan goes, Solomon Thomas, and you freak out, Trey Lance, because you know you're there, you're closer emotionally. So I get it. There might be a lot of you who are thinking to yourself through the years and the Super Bowl losses and whatnot that you see the warts on Kyle Shanahan. But when a Hall of Fame offensive tackle says something like this, I wonder if it gives anybody pause or kind of you take notice of something. We asked Joe Thomas about his experience when Kyle Shanahan was his offensive coordinator in Cleveland. Listen to what he said.
Well, I always tell people he was the best coach in any sport that I've ever been around because he knew how to motivate players in a way that I think was intrinsically more motivating than any other style. There's guys that like to be your buddy. That doesn't usually work. They like to be hard on you, which works a lot with younger players. And, if they're always screaming and yelling at you, it works a little bit at times. But I think with Kyle is he would show you on film, first of all, that he knew what every single player on offense needed to do on that play. He could coach it all up. I've never been around an offensive coordinator that could coach O-line because most of them come from the passing game. They come from the quarterback room or the receiver room. But he could coach every position. And then he would show you on film with empirical data that, hey, I'm putting you in the best position to possibly succeed. We are giving you the answers to the test before you go out there and play. And then now it's up to you to just play at your best. And knowing that I already had an advantage schematically, that my coach was putting me in the best position to succeed on every single play, that's the most motivating thing for a professional athlete who's trying to feed his family, who's trying to go out there and either prove that he can be a great player or prove that he still is a great player. And he really builds that team mentality within the offense, at least when he was with me. And I'm sure he's doing the same thing now that he's the head coach. Just because he was able to motivate you to just show you exactly what you needed to do, and that if you just do what he asks, you're going to be in a better position to go overcome whatever weakness that you may have because you have the advantage over your opponent.
Such a big statement that he makes right off the top there. And the way he said it, quote, I always tell people he's the best coach I've ever been around in any sport. That's a lot of coaches. That's a lot of coaches that he's been around, a professional athlete. Think about that through youth and high school and college and then the pros and all the turnover that happens in Cleveland where they change coaches like underwear. I mean, that's a lot of coaches. And he says, I always say that. That's the best coach I've been around ever in any sport. That was a monstrous statement. And I guess, look, made no bones about this, and I know you are too. Most of us, and I think most Niner fans, are pretty big Kyle Shanahan fans. But what pops to my mind off of this idea is that we spend way too much time assessing coaches based on their record and their resume.
Results, no doubt.
You know what I mean? Like, I even think I heard Steiny Guru talking about this today, and somebody said that they would take Nick Sirianni over Shanahan. Are you crazy?
I do think it's somewhat debatable.
I don't.
And,
my God, I think that's absolutely.
I don't think
that's lunacy.
Just depends on what you're looking at. And right now, Nick Sirianni, in a small sample size, has had more success than Shanahan in terms of what you're talking about, wins and losses. And the way they're doing it in Philadelphia, they've lost one time in their last 20 games.
Very good.
And they've got two unbelievably talented, high-priced receivers that they usually don't use very often.
They did last week.
They've got a quarterback that they'd rather not let throw and a running back who's having an okay year, and yet they just keep winning. So it's a different style, certainly, of Sirianni versus Shanahan. Now, I would take Shanahan just because I've seen him a lot more up close and personal, but there's more to it than just that beautiful laminated play sheet. Nick Sirianni's got something going in Philly where that team plays hard for him and they win for him.
No, he's done a nice job. I like, it's certainly not about that. It's just like, put it this way, if they hadn't have won that game in February, I don't think anybody on planet Earth would say that. I do not think anybody on planet Earth would say that. They coached against one another in a very, very large game twice. One of them, the 49ers clowned them. The other one, sure, Philly got the win. The Niners quarterback's arm fell off. The whole story, we get it. But I just think that it's like once you get that one Super Bowl win, it sort of elevates you above anybody who hasn't automatically in the minds of some. And I don't understand that. And if you listen to Joe talk, when he talked about what he likes in a coach, at no point is he sitting there going, because we won the Super Bowl. In fact, he played for the Browns, so he rarely won anything.
Right.
He rarely won on a Sunday. But coaching is happening constantly all the time. And we know so many people. We've talked to so many people who play for this guy. And the answer tends to come out pretty similarly all the time. And I don't know, man, there's a lot of value in that to me, because don't we always say that a coach sort of, they wear out their welcome, or we talked about Bob Melvin this way yesterday. When do you lose the locker room? I don't think Kyle ever has. I don't think he's ever lost a locker room.
If he would have, they would have been gone. And Jim Harbaugh never lost the locker room, but he lost the executive room. Mm-hmm. He lost the boardroom, which was enough. And to Joe Thomas's comments, first year Joe Thomas plays, he's a rookie. They go 10-6. They didn't make the playoffs, as I said in the crossover. He's one of the great players to never make the playoffs. He has bad year after bad year. They go 4-12. Shanny comes into Cleveland as the offensive coordinator, and their quarterbacks are Brian Hoyer, a guy named Connor Shaw, and Johnny Manziel. They go 7-9. That goes down as the second best year for Cleveland in the Joe Thomas era. Yep. Shanahan leaves, they go 3-13. So they go 4-12. Shanny 7-9. No Shanny 3-13. I'm not saying it's all him.
No,
because I'm looking at.
That's interesting.
And you want to talk about Trevor Lawrence's numbers? All three of those quarterbacks, 54.6% completion percentage. Their offense was god awful. Their defense, typically nasty. They won 7 games, but to hear Joe Thomas talk about that and the way he described it, like he's going to put you in the best position. He's going to show you on film what you're doing well and what you're not doing right. And those things, if you're a pro like Joe Thomas, and that was I'm looking at year 8 or year 9, and you got a guy coming in, a young whippersnapper, who's going to show you and help you get better. That's what these guys really want.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's like, look, That's going to help me feed my family. I'm going to get a better player. We're going to be a better team. We're going to make more money. Absolutely. All right, we told you that Brock Purdy spoke. Let's take a listen. The first question is obvious. Hey, dude, you playing?
It's been good. Really like where I'm at with the progress with it healing up and feeling better and dropping back, throwing, and like where I'm at. So it's been good.
So you're playing Sunday for sure.
We'll see. Yeah, I'm taking it day by day still, but feel a lot better.
So you're playing for sure, super double sure, positive, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Feeling good. I mean, feeling good, Lewis.
There was a grin in there.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like he's playing.
Other than having a setback, absolutely. And I do think that had the game last Sunday been on Monday, he might have been able to go on Monday.
Maybe.
I think he got to that spot, and it was, not 50-50, but probably 70-30. And so they took the more cautious approach and held him out.
All right. How's the toe healing, Brock Purdy?
I liked my progress last week with where I was at and in terms of feeling better, getting better. And so it was just a day-by-day decision. It's the same thing this week, but, I mean, it's no secret. Like, it's been 2.5 weeks or so, and just overall, man, my toes healed up. It's gotten better. And so when Eddie hit the game-winning field goal, I could jump a little bit. So I was good enough to do that.
Okay. He was able to jump for joy when Eddie won the game. He was asked, everybody's poking different ways to get him to say that he's going to play. Have you done enough at practice to play on Sunday?
Definitely. Just dropping back and throwing and feeling good about, playing the position of quarterback. And, for me, it's still a day-by-day thing, going up to game time and see how I feel. But I really do think that it's been good progress, good work, and I just feel better overall just with my body and mentally of attacking this game plan and being ready if I'm able to go.
Okay. It's funny the way he said that there at the end. Like, if I'm able to go.
Right.
Because, the tone of it certainly sounds like he is. Hey, remember our conversation last week about can you make it worse? I mean, obviously you can. You're playing football, so you could. But he was asked that question. Here's his answer.
Honestly, it's just like any other injury. If you hurt something, then you can go back out and there's a chance or a possibility of it happening again. That's the nature of the sport that we play. But for me, like I said, if I'm stepping out in the field, I want to feel really good and not thinking about anything else in terms of am I going to hurt it, am I not? If I'm on the field, I'm not going to be thinking about that.
I just think as 49er fans, we kind of have to settle with the anxiety. I totally get why it's there. We've been battered by this as fans. There's no question about it. It seems constant. You eye roll. The frustration happens every Monday right now. There are a lot of years that feel like this. But at the same time, if a player's ready to play, they play. If a player's ready to play, they play. For me, where I struggle is the concept of it's only week 4, so bottle him up so that you can have him later. I think it diminishes the importance of this game and every game, number one. And number two, I do not think it guarantees anything later at all. So
number 3, that's not the way this works.
Yeah.
Like, if he is good enough to play, he plays. If Christian McCaffrey is good enough to go out there and catch and block and run with the football, then you're not going to just think, all right, 22 snaps. We're already ahead of pace where we want Christian to be, so that's it. We're going to keep him at 22 touches at the most. If he's healthy, you play him, and if you play him, you use him to where you win the game. So if he's at 26 touches and there's 5 minutes to go and it's 3rd and 1 and you need to pick up a first down, but he's at 26 touches, he gets the football. If he's healthy, if he's at 30 touches and it's 3rd and 2 and you need a touchdown and you're at their 20-yard line, you call a play to throw him the football. And it doesn't matter if he's on pace for 423 touches. And Steiny did the math, and he's not wrong that is a gaudy number, but you've had really tight games and you don't have other weaponry. So if you're in a tight game again against Jacksonville, and spoiler alert, I think it's going to be a really tight game. Vegas thinks so too. It's a 3-point spread.
Okay.
If you get in that spot, either you're leading and you need to salt it away, he gets it, or you're trailing and you need to recover, he gets it. So it's the same thing with Brock. If he's good enough, he plays.
More Purdy, Demarcus Robinson is back with the team.
Awesome. Just having him back out and obviously seeing, what he had done at camp, and it's the same thing. He comes back out and is feeling fresh and looks great and great hands. So excited to have him back and in the game plan.
I'm glad that we've got 3 games under our belt. I'd like to throw something at you right here.
Okay.
Demarcus Robinson adjacent. Ricky Pearsall look like a 1 to you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
When Juwan Jennings is healthy, you like the presence that he brings to the field?
Yeah. You know, yeah, he's been clutch.
You excited about, like, Demarcus Robinson is a veteran, successful player and had a really good camp, according to all reports. So
super excited about it because of what he potentially brings that nobody else has right now.
Which is?
Take the top off.
Okay, take the top
Wait,
off.
take that top off. You know, with this hot weather we've had, you want to take the top off and just let the sun shine down. This offense so desperately needs a threat.
All right. So pretend everybody's healthy.
Okay.
That's super exciting. I know that's a crazy thought.
Brandon Ayuk too? Or
Well, that's my question.
Oh, sorry. I jumped the queue.
That's okay.
Darn it. All right.
What do you do? Like Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, Demarcus Robinson, and then here comes Brandon Ayuk. What do you do?
I think it's going to be situational. Ricky gets the 85% share of receiver snaps, and then situationally. Third down, yeah, Juwan. If it's just a 2-receiver set, DeMarcus, you're not going to play. If Ayuk is totally healthy and it's, second down and 4 and you're going to run it, you're going to have Juwan in there instead of Brandon because Juwan's a better blocker. I think it's situational.
And maybe it will only be this way for the rest of the year because he's only getting a half year and he might still be getting his legs underneath him and whatnot. But my God, what an expensive situational player.
Yeah.
Holy hell. I mean, this is obviously down the road.
Way down the road,
Get
yeah.
himself figured out. But I wonder what that receiving core is going to look like. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, but let's be real. We know what we're here for. Dan, we're here for the pick.
It's a Dan day.
It is now.
Whoa.
We reveal the pick. He reveals the pick. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off of 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Not bad, guys.
On 95.7 The Game.
You know, they got to stop laughing at him. They start laughing at him. 3 and 2 is cute. 4 and 2 is adorable. 5 and 2, eyebrows raised. 12 and 2.
12 and 2.
Hey, man, you better stop laughing. You better stop laughing.
Laugh it up, fuzzball. Shout out Star Wars for those of you who partake.
That was good.
Thank you.
We're still 60 seconds away. We promised it. So I'm going to do this thing for a second, okay? And then we're going to do the pick. Adam Amin in 11 minutes. The voice of this particular Niners game on Fox this weekend. Hey, Dub Nation, preseason right around the corner, as you know. 95.7 The Game is tipping things off in style. Join us at Pier 39 on Saturday, October 4th for a Warriors preseason special. And we break down either Jonathan Kuminga's role, whether it's with the Warriors or the Kings. You will not want to miss it. Live appearances from Warriors favorites, Festus Ezeli, Zaza Nothing Easy, Kalena Azubuike, Tim Roy, and more. Plus your chance to win tickets to the first preseason game on Sunday, October 5th, as the Warriors host LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers. And if that's not enough, Evan Giddings and Guru will be broadcasting live from noon to 4. It is hoops, it is hype, And the season is almost here on your station for everything Warriors. 95.7 The Game. All right, speaking of hype, I literally just asked, for all of you listening out there, I just asked Dan Dibley, are you nervous? And he said no.
No.
Because the pick is already in.
Yep, the pick is in.
I said, that's not the part you need to be nervous about.
What should I be nervous about?
When you go 12-2, there's now energy surrounding you.
Energy.
There are people out in the world who are now going to start trusting you. Some already have.
Right.
Some are late to the party, and then there will be the naysayers who are like, he's due, and play it the other way and still continue to fade. But whatever it is, it's energy, and it's surrounding you. It's 4:50. You are the center of attention. You are the focus. Everybody is waiting on your words. So are you nervous?
No. I'm not nervous.
Well, then let's fade the dippers.
Let's do it.
Oh, NFC West, tell me what it feels like if you root for a team that's lost a game. I don't know what that feels like.
Right.
But both these teams have. In fact, both of them have lost to, checks notes, the 49ers. But they're undefeated outside of that. They obviously can both play a little ball, and tonight, in the desert, they're going to do that with one another. Obviously, a short week for both. Here we go on Thursday night. It's Sammy D and the Seahawks against Kyler and the Cardinals. And at post time, it is the Seahawks who are the favorite by 1.5. Dan?
Well, you know I love a Thursday home team because you don't really have to worry about the travel, and Seattle's going from Seattle. Arizona had to come back from the Bay, so there's that. And you also know that I like a divisional matchup to be close. Yes. So you've got Arizona getting 1.5. And if you look at this division so far, very good defenses, all four of them. Very low-scoring games for the most part. Seattle put it on New Orleans at home. Sure. Big whoop. And then you start thinking about the players on the field. No James Conner. He is out for the year. And looking at the late inactives, Zay Jones inactive for Arizona.
Well, that might be punishment for not holding on to the ball.
Might be. But, whatever that is, this spread started out with the Seahawks as dogs, and now the Seahawks are favored. Mm-hmm. And you know something about that home dog that you absolutely love. But when I look at this matchup, Mark, this one to me, pretty straightforward. Seattle had an easier time last weekend. Arizona got beat up, and now they have to go home against a physical Seattle team. The road spot doesn't scare me, and I like Seattle's offense more than I like a Connerless Arizona. We're going to go ahead and take the road team. We're going to take the Seahawks and lay the 1.5. You kidding me? Did you pick the pick?
I picked the pick.
Show me. Show me the pick.
I'll show the YouTube audience, too.
Show the audience. Mark is going to pick the pick. Oh! What is wrong with you? We're taking Seattle and laying the 1.5.
I thought you'd take Arizona because you gave me a little nod yesterday.
Nod?
Yeah, you gave me a nod.
Might have been my Tourette's.
Well, it was like, when a spread doesn't quite add up, like lean into it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that was obviously at a time where the spread's been on the move. I'm like, Seattle, wait a minute. Seattle is an underdog? Why is Arizona favored in this football game? And then it moved, but it's still a very, very tight spread. In fact, where I'm looking at it, and I get it, it's FanDuel says 1.5. I'm looking at it actually moving at this hour all the way to a point. And so when that home dog, you love a home dog. Yeah, and I'm like, when the numbers like that, something, I don't know, just feels a little out of whack, so lean into it. And you kind of gave me a little smile like that's what you thought you might do. And so in that moment, I decided that you were going to go Arizona. But you didn't.
I didn't. Yeah, and I made the pick yesterday morning, and the more I think about it, and the road spot is always touchy on a Thursday night. You and I have had this discussion. I think it's offset by a couple things. One, Seattle to Arizona, not a dramatic flight. Arizona had to travel as well from San Francisco. But the big factor that's swaying me, other than the injury to James Conner, is Arizona had a 4-quarter physical dogfight of a game, and Seattle, they were chilling. They were straight chilling. I know it's still tackle football, but I think the fact that Seattle had an easier time, it wasn't as physical of a game, and they've got the better offense. Even if you look at the two defenses and say, they're probably about even. They're both good. I think Seattle's offense is just better. Although I don't know if Charbonnet...
He's in.
He is going to play.
He's in.
All right, fine. I like it even more.
Wow.
Take Seattle. Lay the point half. Kukush. There it is.
So have you noticed...
It's my third most confident pick of the week, by the way, in my confidence pool.
No, but have you noticed the change in sound of Fade the Devers?
I got a little bounce in my step?
No.
Everybody else.
Oh, I'm not hearing a lot of clapping and singing.
Lucas, here's what happened. Lucas is clapping, but he decided to leave his mic off.
Okay.
Grandy, if you heard under his breath, went, yeah?
Because he probably likes Seattle, too.
No, I think the opposite is true.
I like Seattle. I'm just in it for the bid. I always want to fade Dibs, even if he's 12-10.
I see. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And whether it was just because I picked the pick or whatever, I just started, and this isn't good for radio, but I just started rubbing my temple.
Yeah.
Because
the bit used to be a lot more fun for you three. You guys have lost that love and feeling.
I have faith that it will be again someday.
No doubt.
I'm pretty torn because I want to see this keep going, so I want Dibs to win.
Exactly.
But I also really want to fade him.
Just because it's fun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just because it's fun, or did you come in with preconceived notions? Do you believe the Cardinals are going to win the game?
I do. I like the Cardinals.
I thought the Cardinals were going to win the game, and that's why I'm rubbing my temples, because I believe you. And I believe in you, Dibs.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing
it's a tough spot to be in.
And I'm just conflicted. And then it just ends up with self-loathing. That's all it is. It's self-loathing. I don't know what to do.
Yeah. It's a tough one too, because Arizona lost to the Niners. I get that, but if you look at it from the Arizona side of it, they kind of gave it away. Harrison.
I don't buy that.
No, I'm saying if you're an Arizona fan, you look at the Marvin Harrison drop, which was 40 yards, and the running back guy.
DeMercado.
Thank you. I was going to say D something else, and I knew I'd be wrong. So DeMercado, that's a walk-in touchdown. So if you're an Arizona fan, you're thinking.
And you have the lead, right?
If we can just button up those little things, we win that game.
Sure.
And, Seattle might make similar arguments about their loss to the Niners.
No doubt. No doubt.
The tiebreaker for me was the James Conner injury, because I don't believe that Benson can be an effective runner against Seattle.
Oh, that's interesting. I like Trey Benson. I think Trey Benson's a good player. Trey Benson, like many players, Jordan Mason and whatnot, just it's a matter of opportunity. He has played well in the little spots that he's gotten. We'll see. He's going to get his chance now.
Yep.
Because this is a long-term thing. So Benson has the opportunity to be RB1 for the rest of the year, and he's a pretty high draft pick, and so I think they liked him at one point. I don't know where that's all going to go, but I don't know that downgrades the Cardinals much. Both of these teams, 3 weeks into a season, you feel like you've got a little bit of a read on some of the teams, not all of them. I would argue the NFC West remains the most confusing or fuzzy division out there. Everybody's got a winning record.
Everybody's beating the Saints, except the Rams.
Everybody's beating the Saints. Sam Darnold in a new address, you're like, I'm not sure. The Cardinals not only have beaten the Saints, they've beaten the Panthers, and did so in a difficult fashion there toward the end. The Niners we've not really seen healthy. And just when the Rams were about to tell you that they're a dominant football team, they completely barfed on themselves for an entire half in Philadelphia. So I'm like, I don't know if the identity of any of the four is fully evident yet. And then toss in Thursday night, which is a weird equalizer of sorts anyway. I don't know what the hell's going to happen tonight. but I got no reason to doubt you, Mr. 12-2.
Well, I mean, there will come a time where I definitely hit a slide. I don't think that I'm going to win 12 of every 14 all year. It'd be
Why
cool
not?
if I did.
Yeah, it'd be better for all of us if you would.
Yeah, I mean, 3 weeks in, it's been pretty good. Like I said, 31-17 overall, which is a pretty nice little clip. So a game kicks in about 15 minutes, and we'll all just see if it's time to get back to fading the dibber.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
the text line.
There you have it.
Having a very good time. Yak it in.
Okay.
Dibs has been sizzling. I take back calling him the cooler. I apologize. This is Guru. I'm jealous of this start by Dibs. I want him to lose. What does that say about me?
It's probably not the real Guru, but he actually said that on the air.
Right, well, but there's the Guru that calls us, too.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
but
Guru
the
in
Guru
San
who
Jose.
we work with was like, 12-2, I'm mad at you.
Right.
It's like, I want what you have.
And the Fade the Dibber song now beats the Nick Cannon intro on the roast.
Okay. That
So
sounds good.
Those are the last 5 texts that we've gotten on the
Perfect.
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Right in the middle of Fade the Dibber.
Do we agree that Niner fans should be rooting for the Cardinals today, though? Who do we think is the better team, or maybe poses a bigger threat?
Probably Seattle. But you've got a road win in hand against them.
Right.
I don't know. How about a tie?
I was
Rooting
just
for a
thinking
tie?
that. You're rooting for the tie.
Yeah.
Although I'm laying the 1.5.
What
so.
was it that McCaffrey said about the Super Bowl this past year? I hope both teams lose.
Yeah. I did too. Oh, that's a completely accurate statement. Ugh.
That was like the only playoff game I got right last year.
Awful. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Adam Amin's going to join us here any second. Calling the game on Fox. It's funny, you know what we've talked about today. So we started out with this conversation about Brock Purdy and Trevor Lawrence. And this is something I'm always trying to chase. I'm trying to get to the end of this because the two things that we've talked about that are Niner related on some level are attached to one another. So for those who thought, and I know not everybody thought this at all, it was a pretty even split, but if you think that, Trevor Lawrence is actually, he's got the better measurables, that's the better player if given the right scenario. And many, including you, feel like if you stuck Trevor Lawrence in a Niner uniform with Kyle Shanahan, then, yeah, he would probably boogie. Certainly better than he has before. And then here's Joe Thomas, who tells you that Kyle Shanahan is the best coach he's ever been around in any sport at any level. And you add all this up, and in some kind of way, I can't figure out why Kyle Shanahan isn't more beloved than he is by the fan base. Because aren't all of these things essentially saying the same thing? If you believe that a quarterback who's been in the league for 5 years and has not had a whole lot of success, but all he needs to do is be dropped into Kyle Shanahan's sphere, and then suddenly he'd be amazing. And you also believe on some level that Brock Purdy is still just driving a Ferrari and is mediocre outside of that. If you believe all of those things, aren't you saying Kyle Shanahan's the best coach in the league? Isn't that what you're saying indirectly?
I don't know if it's the best, but you're saying that if you are with Kyle Shanahan, you're bound to be better than you would be other places. And there's a lot of examples, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head about Baker Mayfield, and you mentioned situations. He started out with Hugh Jackson, then he got Freddie Kitchens, and then 2 years of Kevin Stefanski, and he was gone. So 4 years, 3 different coaches in Cleveland, and it's Cleveland. And so I do think the stability combined with the excellence of what the Niners have given Brock Purdy, that's a big part of why he's off to a great start in his career.
Yeah.
The other part is that he's a good player.
Yeah. Oh, well, of course.
So I look at Trevor Lawrence similarly, where he hasn't had that stability, he hasn't had that excellence, and so it's been a little bit hit and miss.
Well, let's find out from somebody who is preparing for this football game. We'll no doubt be in production meetings with both quarterbacks here shortly. It is Adam Amin of Fox. He was on the call last week for the 49er game and will be again this week with the Jaguars in town. Hey, Adam, what's going on? Joining us here on the River Islands guest line. How are you?
Great to talk to you guys, man. Good to talk to you as always.
Yeah, absolutely. And Adam, as you can hear, is on YouTube as well. So if you want to take a look at all of this and watch as you listen, then feel free to do that as well. We've been talking a lot about Trevor Lawrence today, Adam, and I wonder what your perspective is, taking into account the difficult landing spot with all of the coaching changes, but then again, expectations that could not have been higher. How would you characterize the first handful of years of his career?
I think obviously it's been a mixed bag, right? And you understand some of the elements that have coincided with his time there. You start with Urban Meyer, then you have another coaching change to Peterson. Now you're in another system. You're with a first-time head coach, unlike what you've had in the past, where you had Urban Meyer, who was, obviously a decorated college coach, Doug Peterson, a Super Bowl champion NFL coach. Liam Cohen has had, a couple of years of NFL experience as an offensive coordinator. So to kind of go into a new system for a guy who, by the way, does have a good reputation as a play caller so far, Liam Cohen's got a good reputation around the league, still trying to find their footing a little bit. So having that as kind of the backdrop for this, I understand why there might be some level of inconsistency, but it's been more streaky than anything else, right? Like on the road in particular, like he's gone to different environments. He was terrible to start, had a great stretch of about a year, played decently on the road in a Kansas City environment that's tough in a playoff game. So, there have been, 9 straight road losses for him. So I think there's a lot of different elements. A lot of it is him. Some of it is the offensive line that's been in flux over a period of time. They've made trades. They've tried to draft. That's an offensive line that's had some issues. And then I think, play calling, offensive line, and some of Trevor Lawrence's own issues with ball security, with slightly off-target throws. Those things you can all consider to be factors in what has led to what I think is a mixed bag in the NFL so far. The goods are, the good moments have been really fun, been really good to watch. I think the rough moments are understandable, and he's responsible for a good chunk of that too.
And what have been your prevailing takeaways from the 3 games this year? You mentioned mixed bag and the ball control issues and a lot of drops from his receivers. When you look at the first 3 from Jacksonville, what's your takeaway?
Again, it's not always pretty. They've needed good special teams to stay in some of these games. These are close games. Obviously, the Houston game was close. Cincinnati was close. I think they have very little in terms of receiver production that's been consistent, right? Just not very inconsistent at the receiver position. So Brian Thomas obviously has this breakout rookie year. How many drops of these, 13 or 14, depending on where you look at, drops has he been responsible for? Some places say 4, some say 6. In big moments as well, those have come up. Obviously, he made up for it at the end of their last game against Houston with the big catch, the 46-yard catch after he had some drops. But Brenton Strange is being thrust into a new role now as like your second receiver. He doesn't have the pedigree that a guy like Evan Ingram had before. Travis Etienne has had some drops out of the backfield, and he is still trying to find it in the running game. I think both offenses are kind of not mirror images of each other, but understandable why the points just haven't been racked up on either side just yet. I think there have been a combination of some drops, some offensive line issues. Obviously, Max played 2 games where Brock Purdy has not. So I think both of these teams are coming in still trying to find their offensive identities. I would imagine both want to get. I imagine Kyle Shanahan and Liam Cohen are both going to say in the next couple of days to our crews, like, we need to get the running game going.
Yeah, for sure. Adam Amin of Fox is with us. He's calling the game, Niners and Jags, on Sunday. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. I'm going to jump to a conclusion on at least one of these. But, Adam, you were here last weekend. Mac Jones was the quarterback and Nick Bosa was the edge rusher. This weekend, it's probably Brock Purdy's the quarterback, and we don't know yet who's necessarily going to be the edge rusher. So how different is this 49er team that you'll talk about this weekend?
So, going back today and kind of, trying to find some times where Nick's missed games. Bosa hasn't missed a lot of games, right, since he's come back from that ACL injury. I think he's missed like 4 games the last 4 full seasons, or maybe 3+ full seasons.
Small handful, yeah.
Very, very small. I think they're 1-3 in those games when Bosa doesn't play. So I was trying to see, what do the numbers look like? The sacks are not the issue. I think it's very easy, and understandably so, by the way, with Nick's track record. I think it's very easy to just say, the sack production must be down. The sack rate is about the same in that small sample size of 4 games relative to, the 50 plus or whatever it is that he has played, right, in that stretch, or 40 plus he's played in that stretch. So it's not the sack issues. It's the number that stuck out to me most was how much teams run against the Niners when Bosa is out. 60% of the plays that are run against San Francisco's defense in those 4 games that Bosa missed were run plays. The rest of the time when Bosa's in there, it's about 38, 39% pass plays, so close to 40%, which is lower than the average. And looking at some of the play-by-play of that, you get the sense that first and second down are where Nick Bosa really makes more hay than we maybe give him credit for, right? We think of him as the third down pass rush specialist, right? We think of him as the guy who's going to get you double-digit sacks, or at least give you a good chance to get to 10-plus sacks every year, right? It's not the sack issues. It's what San Francisco seemingly does on first and second down. And the reason that run percentage is so much higher in those games without Bosa is because teams are doing better on first and second down, allowing them to run a lot more short yardage run plays, 3rd down and 2, 3rd down and 3, and not have to deal with anybody else that's filling in on the pass rush, not have to deal with maybe Fred Warner coming in, or I know for a lot of years it was Dre Greenlaw, whoever you want to bring from the safety spot. There's just less of that in those games that Bosa doesn't play. So I think that's where the impact is usually felt, and I do feel like what Travis Etienne does for Jacksonville and what the offensive line for the Jaguars does on Sunday is going to have a lot to do with how much success they have, because first and second down run success usually leads to longer sustained drives. You keep San Francisco's offense off the field, and I think that's how that domino effect plays out when Bosa's out.
Yeah, and also it keeps the Niners from being able to pin their ears back and maybe bring extra rushers to try to put Lawrence under pressure. And even with Bosa, Adam, it's been 303 straight pass attempts against the Niners without an interception. So when you look at the secondary last week, like, what are you seeing from this Niners defense?
Man, I mean, listen, Diamador Lenore is still been an up and down player at times in pass coverage, I think, in his NFL career. Trying to figure out what Green is doing on the other side still. I've been impressed with Stout, but it more so in late coverage and in the run game, like the versatility that he brings. There's a lot of turnover. I feel like injuries have been obviously a big theme since Kyle has been head coach in San Francisco, right? And I would say, what position has had more turnover than the defensive back position for San Francisco when it comes to all the injuries, when it comes to guys, all the Verrett injuries that he had a corner. I mean, you could name 5 or 6 different guys that have had to rotate through in a season at certain points in Kyle's career on that side of the ball. So I understand that with some of that turnover, with the lack of continuity, and then maybe just not getting the opportunities, I think that can happen. But 9-10 games now is a pretty long time to go without getting any type of interception. And I will be curious if some of the issues that we've talked about with Trevor Lawrence pop up, right? You have to get tips and overthrows. Trevor's had a tendency to throw slightly off target, maybe throw a couple of balls that end up getting tipped up into the air and lead to interceptions. We've seen that a decent amount in his career. I think those are the types of plays that you have to be ready for if you're going to turn this team over. And like I said, I understand all the domino effect. All right, you made a great point just now, where when it's 3rd down and 2, it's harder to bring a pass rush because you're expecting run. I think if you get him into some of those situations, like you said, get Lawrence on his back. Let's see what Michael Williams does. Let's see what Bryce Huff does with maybe some more extended snaps, or Gross Matos with a few more snaps this week. Maybe Robert Beal ends up playing a role like he did late, a couple of years ago in the season when he was a rookie. Maybe he gets to have an opportunity on some of these 3rd down plays.
Adam Amin of Fox, he'll be on the call. He was last week for the Niner game. He will be again this week on Fox. Niners and Jaguars, of course, this weekend at Levi Stadium. Adam, hey, when are your production meetings with the head coaches? Does that happen on Friday or Saturday?
Usually Friday for the home team, and then Saturday for the road team.
So would you take us back to last Friday and share what you can about what Kyle Shanahan said about how close Brock Purdy might have been, and also what his thoughts on his confidence in Mac Jones was at that time?
It didn't feel like a far-fetched thing that Brock could play. I think they were being cautious. He basically said, like, he can be the emergency third backup, but that's going to be a Saturday decision, as usually the roster moves are. He ended up, not being activated as the emergency third backup. I think that did have something to do with some confidence in Mac Jones, right? He did well against a zone defense in New Orleans. Like, New Orleans is a really heavy zone defense. Arizona is a very heavy zone defense. Typically, they play a lot of zones. So I think having some comfort going up against teams like that, Mac in his career, and this includes when he was in Jacksonville last season and started, basically half the year when Lawrence was out. He had to deal with, like, Brian Flores' defenses, right? He saw that in Miami when Brian was the head coach. He saw that when Brian was the DC in Minnesota last year, and that was one of the games that Mac started. We happened to do that game, so that was kind of fresh in my mind. And he's played a lot of different types of looks. So I don't think disguise, like, completely freaks Mac Jones out. I think he's moved well in the pocket. I think he wasn't as decisive as he wanted to be. And he would against New Orleans, and I bet he would tell you that there were a couple of moments where he could have pulled the trigger. But we also saw that moment, that great throw to Pearsall on 4th down and 2. There was no hesitation on that throw. He saw it, threw the route, and I think those things kind of those are the things that coaches see that maybe we don't always see in practice, or we don't have a full grasp of just in a 15, 20-minute production meeting with a head coach until we get a chance to see it play out. So I think his confidence level was fairly high in Mac Jones for what they needed, in that game. I think it's a different test this week. This Jacksonville defense has been playing great, and obviously it's probably a luxury to have Brock in the game and be back out onto the field. And in my head, I was kind of like, I think I'll see him next week. We'll figure it all out as we get to the end of the weekend. But to me, it just kind of felt like I'm going to probably see this guy next week if he doesn't have any setbacks during the week.
Can you elaborate a little on this defense? Because they lead the NFL with 7 interceptions taken away, yet they don't blitz a lot. They don't pressure the QB a lot. When you look at the Jacksonville D, how are they doing it, Adam?
Listen, I remember going back last year and just thinking, wow, Josh Hines-Allen and Trayvon Walker have a lot of talent, and those are really 2 really good edge rushers for them. And I didn't see enough execution last year, and again, the limited times that we watched Jacksonville. I had one of their games, and I watched a couple, one in Chicago where they didn't look particularly good, but their defense looked great at times last year. But they didn't generate takeaways. They didn't get to the quarterback the way that you would expect 2 talented guys to do. I think they beef up their front. Armstead's got another year, in Jacksonville. I'm sure he's a little bit more comfortable. But this is a different type of defense. Campanelli is Anthony Campanelli is their defensive coordinator. And I think coming from Minnesota, coming from that Flores style defense as well, I think he's kind of taken a couple of things like, let me see what I can disguise. Let me see where I can bring a 4th or 5th rusher from. Let me see if I can drop some of these guys. Trayvon Walker dropped back in coverage, had a pick last year. Like, he's had a couple of decent plays. Josh Hines-Allen has had a couple of picks in his career. I like their defensive backfield. I like the rotation of their backers. Like, Devin Lloyd's a solid linebacker in my estimation. Ventrell Miller gives them some depth. There's good players, I think, on this Jacksonville defense. And then just being able to execute with 4 or 5 and be able to add an extra body back in coverage or to bring them late on pressure. I think that Flores kind of style from Minnesota that Campanelli has helped bring over, I think that has a lot of influence on how this defense has been able to generate takeaways. And again, turnovers in the NFL are so randomized sometimes. That's why we always talk about how it's hard to lead the league in turnovers multiple years in a row. Like what Dallas did a few years ago when they had Jordan Lewis, who, by the way, is now a key member of this Jacksonville secondary. They had like 50-plus turnovers or takeaways over a 2-year period, and they led the league 2 straight years. That's really hard to do. So I think a lot of it is randomized. It is the tips. It is the overthrows. I think they're getting to those balls at a much, much, much higher rate than maybe we saw the last couple of years.
Adam Amina Fox will be on the call, Niners-Jags this weekend. We just got this on our Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, Adam. Someone texted in and said, we used to listen to Adam talk about burritos and tacos on late-night college football games. Please encourage him to continue his food discussions. So my next question, Adam, is your thoughts on burritos and tacos, and which one is better?
Oh man, I mean, it's a tortilla with cheese, meat, and vegetables. I don't think you can go wrong. I do love a good burrito. I do love a good taco. It's hard for me to pick between the two when it's, when I feel like there's high quality ingredients across the board. I will say this: I do appreciate somebody shouting that out. That was a very fun time to, when we're doing the old Pac-12 after dark schedule on a Friday night at Cal, or we're doing a Stanford USC game or something like that on a Saturday night. I do miss those days. By the way, we are, I know you know our friend Roxy Bernstein very well. Shout out to Roxy.
Yep.
He's joining us for dinner tomorrow night at one of his favorite and my favorite places in Palo Alto, because that's where they have us staying. A shout out to Chef Choose. We're really looking forward to being out there tomorrow night for a nice dinner.
You can go ahead and hit him with a boop because Roxy knows everyone. Hey, did you get to stay from the game, or did you have to fly back home and then fly all the way back out here?
No, I had to fly back home, and it's hard to find days at home as we get to this point of the year. I'm getting ready for MLB playoffs next week. We're doing one of the division series in the American League, so that's coming up. Right after that, we've got NBA season starting up, so that's only 2.5 weeks away from another trip.
Busy man, I love it.
Adam, will you send us a post?
So I got a chance. I caught the 6:30 back home to Chicago last
night.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm sure there's a hockey game in there too that you're gonna do.
We'll just jam in there, right?
Yeah, you might as well.
Will you do us a favor and send us a postcard from the MLB playoffs, because we here in San Francisco don't know much about it.
What a weird stretch. What a weird month of September, right? And I've been paying more attention to the American League this last week because that's what we're getting ready for. But I had a couple of NL games in the last few weeks too. And between Cincinnati and Arizona's run, this is so frustrating, I'm sure, to watch for San Francisco fans. Detroit blew a huge lead in the AL Central.
Wow.
The Astros had a lead in the AL West, and Seattle just clinched the division the other night. So the Yankees, Blue Jays haven't figured anything out just yet. So it's been a very odd last month of this Major League Baseball season.
No doubt about it. Hey, man, you're awesome for coming on. Say hi to Roxy. Enjoy another weekend in the Bay Area, and have a great call on Sunday.
Appreciate you guys, man. Thanks so much.
Okay, Adam Amin of Fox will be on the call and at the White Tablecloth with Roxy Bernstein.
Turns out, we always talk about all roads lead to Kuminga. When it comes to broadcasting, all roads lead to Roxy. And Roxy knows everyone, so of course Adam and Roxy are going out to dinner in Palo Alto.
Oh, you don't get to be involved with Pac-12 After Dark if you don't know Roxy Bernstein.
Right.
It's in the contracts. I've worked there.
Yeah, okay.
It's in the contract.
Well, and there you go.
No, that was the last question that they asked me in the interview. They're like, you check every box. Do you know Roxy? I'm like, yes.
I do.
And they're do. You're in.
I love it.
I didn't know if it was going to go that way. I was like, why are you asking? But yeah, I know Roxy.
And Adam with the very subtle 3-sport flex on the way out.
Please explain.
I got these baseball playoffs, and then it's the NBA season, and boy, heck, who could spend time out here? I got prep to do.
He's like, tell Dave Fleming. I said, hey.
Totally.
He's not the only one.
Exactly.
So, anyway, that was great. That was great to talk to Adam Amin. And anytime the word burrito can come up, I'm in.
No doubt.
It's that simple.
And answer your own question about burrito or taco. And I know it's a little situational, but let's just say it's a really good place for both, and you're hungry,
burrito.
Really hungry.
I can answer it so quickly.
Okay.
And I love tacos.
Yep.
Tuesday was only 2 days ago, and in 5 days we get to do it again. So I love tacos. But
tacos have a day.
They have a day.
Burrito has an every day.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think the tiebreaker for me is you won't usually have the breakfast taco.
Not usually, though. You can.
You're allowed to.
You are.
The breakfast burrito, though, is a whole nother category of burrito goodness.
It's one of the top 10 things on our planet.
The breakfast burrito.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
You got to do it right now.
The reason I was asking you about the hunger level, because if I'm not starving, 3 tacos, 1 chicken, 1 asada, and maybe a fish, as opposed to if I'm famished, we're going to get that big burrito now. But if you're not totally hungry, sometimes the burrito is, all right, we're 2/3 of the way through this. I don't throw food out, so now we're going to have to bring this baby home.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I do prefer a sizable burrito, but I would like to be able to take it somewhere. It's kind of like my dog. I want to take my burrito on a walk sometimes.
Okay.
And if I can just wrap that foil down and get after the burrito, that's a good thing. You go to that Mexican restaurant where the burrito just looks like Jabba the Hutt on a plate.
Right.
I'm like, I got a knife and fork this thing. They make it wet. You know, it's like a home run to right field. It's got the stuff all over the place. I mean, it's a little much. So I'd rather the burrito that I can pick up and go somewhere with.
Fair enough.
It's just me.
And I've never been a huge fan of the wet burrito. If it's done right, all of the goodness is inside. I don't need you to goop me up on the outside. Anyway.
Goop me up. All right. The discussion about burritos on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Watch the new season of Tulsa King, now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus. Yeah, okay, the Jacksonville defense. I mean, 7 interceptions. The Niners have none.
9 takeaways in total. But the other side of it, and something's got to give, they have 4 turnovers, Jacksonville. And Trevor Lawrence, you and I talked about it before most of the day today, and I watched all 3 of their games. And Trevor Lawrence is really good at getting you down to the 12 and then just throwing it to the other team. So something's got to give. Either Trevor Lawrence doesn't give the ball away like usual, or the Niners may just find their way into one, because I mentioned this on Twitter, 303 passes against, no interceptions. The last pick, Isaac Yiadom, back last year against Seattle.
Crazy.
Since that Week 11 game,
it was not good.
The Niners have not picked the other team off in 303 attempts.
Yeah, that's
hard to do.
That's a lot. And listen, I've promised this in our Niners discussions, I'm not going to be schedule Sam. I still, for the life of me, can't figure out why people I get why you look at the full schedule and say, ooh, that kind of leans on the easy side. I don't know why you would look at these first 3 games and saddle the Niners with that. Oh, they're 3-0 because they've played crap. No, they played the Saints. I don't see the other 2 teams as crap, and I certainly don't see going to Seattle as crap, and I don't see beating anybody with your backup quarterback as crap. But whatever, I'm not going to play schedule Sam, so I won't do it to the Jags either.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, they've got 7 interceptions. 3 of them came against the Bengals' backup quarterback when Jake Browning got thrown into the game. The other 2 QBs they've played, Bryce Young, who has struggled for the majority of his career, and C.J. Stroud, who is really, really struggling now. But they're NFL teams. They are a breath away from being 3-0 themselves. They are obviously a threat.
Yep, and the defense has been really good against the run, and the 49ers have struggled to run the ball. And Adam, with interesting points about the Bosa loss, is Nick Bosa, with that body, as John Feliciano told us earlier in the week, he's really good against the run, because he is so big and so athletic and he sets the edge. And so without him, you're going to have some challenges out there to try to keep teams from first and second down runs, which you get into that 3rd and short. Now you can't really, you're allowed to bring the heat and blitz and bring 6 guys. But
when I look at that body.
Yeah, it's risky. Was that Buster Olney?
That was Tim Kirkshin.
Tim Kirkshin. Yeah, my
When
bad.
I look at that body.
Yeah, there you go.
Who was he talking about?
I have no idea.
Rafi Devers. That'd be my guess.
Could be.
Rafi Devers.
When I look at that body.
Maybe Bryce Eldridge?
Bryce Eldridge was my other guess. Yep. Yeah.
Wasn't it him who called him a left-handed Aaron Judge with us earlier this season?
It might have been.
When I look at that body.
I get it. When I look at that body.
That's a good question.
I see a strike.
That's an underrated one.
That's very good. When I look at Bryce Eldridge's body, I see a strike zone. That's what I see. It looks like it's 3 feet tall. Because it's not even just his height. That batting stance is just, dude, it looks like a phone pole in that batter's box. I'm waiting for him to get a hold of one. Get a hold of one, Brian.
2-hit game last night.
Yeah.
What's that?
2-hit game last night.
I know. He looks fine. I know his batting average is wonky. He's had
one to the wall.
Yeah, and he's had a bunch of 100-mile-an-hour plus outs and all that stuff. He looks fine. I'm glad Rafi Devers finally put one in the drink.
Yep.
Well, that was overdue.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Well, you can do all you want now. It's basically garbage time in the season.
Basically,
yeah.
Beyond.
Well, it'd be nice to get to 500. Not whatever. That's just window dressing.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're playing the Rockies.
Sure.
Whatever.
You were talking about schedule Sam.
Yes.
The Jaguars at the Niners Sunday, obviously. Then they have a 3-game homestand heading into the bye. Kansas City, the Seahawks, and the Rams. So those are not easy games for Jacksonville. So you're sitting at 2-1, and you think if you drop this one, then you go home for those 3 opponents. You could see this thing slipping away in a hurry because think what you want about Kansas City. They're still a legitimate team.
Oh, of course they are. Of course they are. And now normally you would be thinking there in that AFC South, like, that's okay. Like, we're going to stay in this thing to the end. 10 wins is going to win this thing. I'm really looking forward to this Colts-Rams game this weekend. Really looking forward to it. This is one of those where we're going to learn something because I want to know if, are the Colts going to be a real deal this year? They're going to play some football? Is Daniel Jones everybody's little sexy free agent fantasy pickup? And there's Daniel Jones like, okay, do it to the Rams when they're coming off of a we're ticked off loss. Do it there, and I'm a believer. But this is the measuring stick for the Indianapolis Colts. Declare yourselves, Indy. Are you like just nice or are you good? I think we're going to learn that this weekend. And I hope that they are, because I hope they kick the Rams in the face.
It'd be great. And
I don't think they will, but I hope they kick the Rams in the face.
Yeah, and they've got the challenge for the Colts and for Jacksonville as well is that they've got the AFC West on their schedule. So, Indy still has Kansas City and the Chargers both on the road, and they've got they already played Denver, but just in general, the schedule that division has is pretty challenging. So as opposed to the Niners going up against the 2 South Division teams,
right.
But that's definitely a good one to watch this weekend, and that's an afternoon game as well. Colts at Rams.
They go to Kansas City this year too. This is the Colts now. They go to Kansas City, and as obviously based on what we're talking about here, they're matched up with the NFC West too. The Niners will be visiting Indianapolis just in time for Christmas. They'll have a couple of shopping days left on a Monday night when the Niners visit the Indianapolis Colts. Week 16.
Mm-hmm.
Week 16 on the schedule.
And the Colts with an overseas game against Atlanta heading into their bye. I'm just looking at it. It's a 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So
Eastern, yeah.
There goes one of their home games.
No, I think that happens now. How many weeks in a row are we not allowed to sleep in anymore? We're not sleeping in on Sundays now.
It's
That's
like
over.
6 or 7 or maybe even more.
6:30.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You mean 6 or 7 in a row?
In a row.
Yeah, 6:30 a.m. every Sunday. So there's no more sleeping in. I don't know what you all are planning to do, but there's no sleeping in anymore. Aaron Rodgers and Carson Wentz are on your TV at 6:30 in the morning this weekend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That'll be a fun one.
Better have a TV in your room now.
No doubt.
Because I wanted to watch that sucker. I want to watch at least the first half in bed. And I will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one. And then Minnesota stays. It's a stay and play for week 5. So it's just something to keep an eye on for you bettors out there.
Who do they play next week? Minnesota? Let's see. I know that the Steelers this week.
Yep.
And then you said it's a stay and play.
Oh, and the Steelers get a bye after that trip. Cleveland.
Well, you almost always get a bye after.
Well, Minnesota gets a bye after they play 2 over there.
They'll get Cleveland. Cleveland will be in Europe next Sunday.
And this is funky. Both of those Minnesota games are road games. So I know that technically both teams are on the road.
Well, it is a hell of a flight.
Right, but it's not when you're already over there.
It is a little bit of an advantage. They only have to visit, 6 or 7 actual road stadiums.
Yep.
Where the fans will be rooting against
It'd be
them.
7, yeah, because they have 9 road games this year. So 2 of them are overseas, and yeah, it's kind of a break for Minnesota to not have to sacrifice a home game while you're over there.
All right, good stuff today. 888-957-9570. I want to take a moment to let you know what's happening tomorrow. Tomorrow on this program, and we've been working on this in sort of like poking around in a couple of different ways for a few months. Tomorrow will be the day. Plaxico Burress is going to join us tomorrow at 3:15. Excited to have him on. He does stuff on Fox Sports Radio as well, but obviously Plax, great wide receiving career in the NFL, and so fun to talk to him about the Niners receiving core. Demarcus Robinson will return. Jawan Jennings did not practice again today. Ricky Pearsall's emergence. Brandon Ayuk sitting out there as a possibility as well. So we'll talk to Plax tomorrow. And then with the way that you're hitting picks, we just figured we gotta go to our guy.
Yep.
We got to go to our Vegas guy. You may have heard him on the show before. John Avello of DraftKings is going to join us at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll go through some of the weekend's games, but then we'll also go through the anatomy of how to deal with a hot streak. And by tomorrow, you might be 13-2.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
At the worst, I'll be 12-3.
Yeah,
So there's that. I
still
mean,
good.
Still very good.
You could lose 5 in a row and you'd still be doing really good.
Yeah, I'd rather not,
I
but
know.
you're right.
I don't think you will.
No, and it's, this one underway now. It's kind of off to a bit of a funky start.
Actually, I just thought of a question I want to ask John tomorrow.
Okay.
And he's going to have to guess a little bit of guesswork here. What are the odds? What kind of odds could I get on you not finishing the year with a winning record based on a 12-2 start?
Interesting.
What
because,
kind of odds could I get?
And I will pick, I pick every Thursday, every Niner, every Sunday, every Monday.
So for a week.
But it turns out to be, roughly, because like this Monday coming up, there's 2 Monday games again.
There you go. You're
And
right. Actually, there's a bunch of those coming up still.
Yeah.
Okay,
so let's
so
just
it's
say
4.5 a week.
Yeah. So let's just say with 15 weeks to go, it's about 65 more picks.
Yep.
So if I'm 12-2,
you're 10 over 500.
Right.
So basically, with 65 more picks, what are the odds that you will go like
27 and 38?
Yeah.
We did that together. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Probably 50-50, honestly.
No,
No, not Harbaugh.
No, there's got to be. You got to be able to get odds that you could take a 12-2 start to simply above 500.
Yeah,
that's it.
Probably, especially.
Come on.
Yeah. Oh no, babe. You'd have to consider the acumen of the picker, and based on last year, I'm a sub 500 guy.
You know me. I'm not basing it on last year.
Right.
I'm not ranking Notre Dame high just because they were good last year. No, we're here now.
New year.
You're 12-2.
Yeah.
You're a dog.
I would say the odds to finish above 500 would be probably minus 125. Wouldn't be a heavy favorite.
I'm holding out for better numbers.
Okay.
I think it's a
We'll
heavy
get into
favorite. Yeah. So anyway, John Avello tomorrow. Hey, I want to take this call real quick. Javier in Vacaville wants to talk about, I think, something on the Kuminga thing that we were discussing earlier. Hey, Javier, what's up?
How you doing there, Mr. Willard, Mr. Dibley?
Real good, man.
So, I had a quick, question because we said last week after the interview with Turner, the agent for the Warriors, our agent for the Warriors, the Fuddle star. The Warriors have their feet kicked up, just cigar in their mouth, and it's just the irony that, no disrespect, Mr. Willard, I look up to you as a broadcaster, but when you said, the trash offer the Warriors have been offered from Sacramento, I mean, Malik Monk averaged 17, 5.5, and 4.5 in 7-game series against Golden State. He just got done averaging 17, 5.5, and 3.5 last season. He's the best guard on that roster for Golden State currently outside of Steph Curry because no guard on your roster has done anything close to that in the playoffs, and no guard currently can put up that type of scoring and punch in any type of lineup with or without Curry on that roster in current time. If you got Malik Monk in a protected pick and to say, oh, that's trash offer, this time, 9 to 10 months from now, Kuminga's going to be laughing at the Warriors, and you guys are going to be like, dang it. And he's going to laugh at all you like, yeah, I'm about to go get 60 to 70 million from the team that wanted to pay me last year, and the Warriors get back nothing. And to say we're going to cut our nose out of spite our face and say, all right, QO, you're going to have an even more befuddled and more disgruntled star throughout the season, and that's going to derail the chemistry of the rotation.
So Javier, let me respond because we're a little short on time. First of all, I'm not we say a lot of stuff every day, so I'm not going to stand on a big soapbox here and say I didn't say that, but I certainly do not remember using the word trash with regard to the offer, and if I said that, then I'll stand on it, simply because I'll use a different word, though. I don't think it's a good offer, and neither do the Warriors, and that has nothing to do with Malik Monk as a player, and I hope you understand that. I agree with you. Malik Monk is a really good, thanks Javier, is a really good basketball player. Terrible fit right now for the Warriors, mainly financially, which has nothing to do with all the stats you just threw at me. I like Malik Monk, but you're leaving out that it would cause the Warriors to have to give up another guard, either Buddy Hield or Moses Moody.
He's got a player option.
He's got a player option. Therefore, now financially, you're signing up for him for a year beyond Steph Curry's contract, which the Warriors don't want to do. And I think even the basketball player he is right now from a defensive standpoint when compared with a Moses Moody. He is a lesser player. It's simply not a good fit. So I'm with you. I love Malink as a player. Jonathan Kuminga is a good basketball player. Appears to not be a great fit. And I think that's what the Warriors think. And from a financial standpoint and a basketball standpoint, I agree with them right now.
I agree with that, but you may not have the opportunity to do something with either Kuminga or Monk unless you trade Kuminga for Monk, and then you could trade Monk, because if Kuminga signs the qualifying offer, you're stuck with him unless he decides that he'll allow you to trade him. And even if you do, he's not even making $8 million, so it'd be hard to get a quality player back for him.
All right, 888-957-9570. Any last thoughts where you want to weigh in? Let's do it. We'll take your calls coming up right now. We're sponsored by Pier 39, and this is Willard and Dibs.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
All right, it's Willard. Bay Area, listen up. I now have an even bigger team for you to join, and we have arrived. It's today, so please, I'm begging y'all, this is a big deal. The team I want you to join is the team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley, teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. That's today and tomorrow. So you got to get in, roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life every 2 seconds. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who really need your help. So let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. I want you to go there right now, hotyogarepublic.com. And then a very big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. That means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek for just $239 per month. Just $239 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease, no security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Acquisition fee $650. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number JF2GU ABC 8SH271247. Stock number 1250885. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery.
Oh.
With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set, go.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
On 95.7 The Game.
7-3 Seahawks, but they have already broken the rule.
What rule is that, Mark?
Especially on primetime games. I'm a big believer in this. I am going to march on Washington someday when I've got the time and see if I can get a law passed.
It's a long walk from here.
Like I said, I need to have the time.
Okay.
On primetime games, you cannot throw touchdowns to people that no one's ever heard of. You can't do that. If you're not on someone's fantasy team, you're not allowed to catch a touchdown.
Really
I'm
not
out.
true.
Yeah, no, I'm out on it. I'm out.
Harold Varner.
No, his name
with
is
the
not,
touchdown. Oh, Harold Varner the third. Or was he the fourth?
I think he was the third.
He was a beloved golfer until he defected to live, and now you never hear from him again.
Yeah, but he was one of the ones where I'm like, good on you.
I mean, absolutely.
Good on you.
Good on you.
You know what I mean? Like, if you're not an elite player.
Get that money.
I know that we probably shouldn't do this, but I know because I know the live thing bothers you, and I don't
less and less so now.
I don't love live golf either, but I think that there was too much once upon a time, too much hatred thrown at people who were being offered gajillions of dollars. And my question to everybody criticizing them is, what would you do if your phone rang? Your phone rang, and someone's like, "You want $100 million to come out here and work half as much?"
Well, even Harold Varner the fourth, he didn't get that, but
whatever he got, was something.
Yeah, and especially when I don't think he had ever won here on the PGA Tour. And looking back at it now, I understand my stance then, but looking at it in the present, both tours, you both stink.
Yeah,
the PGA Tour they have screwed it up. They screwed up the Golden Goose. And we get more into golf tomorrow. The Ryder Cup begins, and, go USA. You're the underdog at home.
Yep.
Europe is doing it right. I don't know if you saw the opening press conferences, but Keegan Bradley just came out and absolutely stepped in it. He talked about, I'll never forget when I was a kid, and Justin Rose made that winning putt. And what he really meant to say was Justin Leonard.
Justin Leonard.
Justin Leonard.
Literally on the other team.
Correct.
Yeah, Justin Rose would be European.
Yeah, and it's just the Europeans play for the pride of the cup.
Yeah,
the
means
Americans they all get a stipend and they give it to charity, but they won't play unless they get their money. It just the pro golfers they've gone way too far down the road of money.
Well,
for the love of the game is not there anymore.
No, and I understand that, and that is a bummer. But to me, there's too much when we watch sports of people getting angry at others for making it about money when that's what we do too. That's what we like. You wake up and you try to make $1. And then you go to bed and you try to make more tomorrow. Like that's what we're all doing. So and this whole idea of like, ooh, but it's dirty money. All of it is. Yeah. All of it. You know where your money's coming from?
Yeah.
You do?
The good people here at Odyssey.
Okay. What are their names? And where did they thank you, Greg. Where did they make their money?
I think they did it through churches and charity, if I'm not mistaken.
Mowing the neighbor's lawn, did they?
It's a lot of lawns.
Yeah, okay. Right? You like Giants baseball?
I love Giants baseball.
Right. Where's the money coming from?
From that gigantic building that they built down there, Mission Rock.
You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
What's your favorite thing that you get at the grocery store? What's the go-to? You get it every time.
Oh, boy. Well, flowers tomorrow.
Okay.
Safeway got that manager special now.
That was
$5 flowers.
I'll
see you in the aisle.
Flimsy answer. She's not listening.
No, but tomorrow, the first thing I thought of is tomorrow in the morning, I drop off the stink pot at preschool. Yeah. The pot will be dropped off, and then I will see you in the aisles.
Call her a stink pot. She's going to...
Stinkosaurus Rex is another nickname.
Yeah, that's gross.
And it's a manager special. If you don't know, now you know. Safeway, manager special, $5 bouquets.
Yes.
I'll see you in the aisles.
Absolutely. Yes. You ever buy Doritos?
Sure.
Okay. What do you know about Frito or Lay? What do you know about those people?
That's going to ruin everybody's dinner.
You know what really ruins your dinner?
What?
The Yucca app. Have I told you about the Yucca app?
No.
YUKA.
Should you save it for what's bugging you tomorrow?
No, because
going on here?
it's actually it's 5:52.
Yeah, whatever.
Settle outfits.
What?
Right.
For the love of God.
You take this app, you open it, you scan any item in the grocery store, and it will tell you a rating from 0 to 100, and then it will detail what hazardous items are in that food. So,
oh no, don't do that.
No, well you do it and you look at it, it's like, oh my God, this is a 0 out of 100. I used to love this. And then sometimes it's just for too much fat, too much sugar. That's fine.
Why would you do that?
Because sometimes it has like sodium methylmenylene or potassium scanonate.
Yeah, but die happy, dude. Eat it. Eat it.
Or don't eat it and live longer. So it's your choice. It's your choice.
Oh, I'm not out here trying to ruin things that we love.
Well, you learn to love other things.
Have some candy. Halloween's coming. It's fine.
It's the Yucca app.
You're going to be all right.
Sugar-free candy.
Oh, for God's sake.
Funny because we gave our daughter a sugar-free lollipop the other day. Lasted about 3 licks. Gone.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a sugar?
Oh, we'll never know.
1.
3 licks and that thing was on the street. I don't yike it. I said,
awesome.
I don't. I bet you don't yike it.
You're not one of those houses, are you?
No, it was one of those things where we were just out and about, and somebody's like, "Oh, lollipops or whatever." It's like, "Yeah, you can have one."
Don't.
No, we don't do that.
Don't give out carrots.
We had a neighbor who did that when we were kids, and your house got egged.
Yeah,
your house got egged.
Well, I'm not advocating that, but
I'm not either. I'm just telling you what would happen with the Dibblies.
Do people egg houses anymore?
Not as much. People will still TP houses.
888-957-957.
Egg a house.
Still egging houses.